I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a two-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position, that is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Six Invitational 2023. If you're watching from Europe, hello, good afternoon. If you're watching from Asia, hello, good evening. We hope you're having fun, and you're going to have even more. I can guarantee you that here on the stream. And this is stream A and B going live for our pre-show to set you up for our third day of competition. I'm Ellis Medic, your host here, the first leg of today's show. And with me on the analyst desk, the command center, my fellow commanders. From here on out, I'll be your commander, as Kelly Rowland would say. Demo and XR Trika. Hello, how are you doing?
Doing good, yeah.
You're more of a private. I don't think you have the badges yet. I don't think you've had
We're wearing the green today
yet.
as well. We've kind of accidentally coordinated.
The thing is as well, me and I don't coordinate. Like, we generally just show up.
That's true.
And that's it, yeah.
We must have thought day 3 was a green day.
I'm trying to find a Green Day reference, but I'm really messing it up because I can't remember it.
Fine, you keep walking that lonely road, don't worry.
Anyways, hello. Black is my favorite color. I hope you're having fun. We're going to have a lot of fun with this in our pre-show because we want to set things up for our plating. Now, if you missed yesterday, don't you worry. That's what we're going to be here to recap and kind of go through things group by group. But before that, I really want to ask, do you feel that there's any like big winners in day 2 of competition?
Sonic's M&M. Has to be.
Yeah.
Right.
They're not going to go out. We know that now. That's 100% confirmed. Sonic's and M&M, we will see them in the next stage.
I would maybe say the viewers. The viewers were a big winner yesterday.
Please, just like... Off you go. I'll do this with him. You go and relax, have yourself a coffee, and come back whenever you're ready. Listen, okay?
How can you sit to me and say that that W7M G2 game wasn't a fantastic game?
Yeah, it was good, but we want to see more of that stuff, you know?
Yeah, well, the viewers won yesterday.
It was literally the best game we've had so far. And by the way, shout out to everybody who's watching because we've had fantastic viewership so far at the Invitational. So, hey, don't worry. We still have quite a few days of competition here. You can call up your grandma and tell her this is the time to catch up and really have some quality time watching SI. But let's go through things group by group after day 2. Group A is up first. Let's talk about it. What went down in Group A?
Well, W7M, top of the pops here, as you can see. Space Station coming in that second place spot, but also tied up with G2. The big difference here is, of course, going to be Elevate. Elevate is struggling to get anything going so far. They do play today, so there is going to be a chance for that, but they're going to go up against Koi, so it isn't necessarily the most easy game that they could have, especially given that Koi had a day off yesterday. So from that perspective, you look at this group and you think W7M doing a great job. They also do play today, and they play Space Station, so there's going to be a little bit of a mix-up there in that first and second spot.
Yeah, I think Group A has been fairly expected in terms of what W7M has brought to the table. I don't think we were ever in a shadow of doubt that team would be top in that group. Obviously, still a few more games for them to play through. You look at Elevate. I think it's a big game for them today. I think it decides where they actually end up, if they're going to be here with us in the next stage or they're gone. Obviously, I think SSG, big win yesterday for them, being able to take the 4 points. You know, even, you think about it, SSG's played one game, G2's played two, and SSG has more points than them. And, you know, SSG still have that game in hand.
That's the power of not only winning, but winning 2-0. We talked about, of course, and we're going to keep repeating it through the group stage. The scoring system for us here at SI is pretty simple and really rewards perfect gameplay. 2-0 in your game, you get 4 points. If you win 2-1, then you get 3. And if you lose 2-1, then you at least get 1 point out of it. And if you lose, you know, overall, then sorry, we're not giving half points here. Definitely not at the Invitational. So, as you're saying, teams can really get ahead with a couple wins. Propels you like we saw with the Sonics and M&M. Big surprises in Group A. Now we turn to B. Demo, help us out.
Yeah, B, like I mentioned before, we're having Sonics, we're having M&M. 8 points straight in, 2-0s. Both of those teams, I think, have played great. I don't think there's too many weaknesses that we've picked up. There's a few here or there, but I think that they've really changed their play style in terms of being able to show us what a new player can do to a side. You look at what Citizen has came in and done. You know, he's there, he's ready to go. He looks to be in great form, great spirit. Nathan for Navi, Nathan for M&M coming from Navi. Nath.Navi, what a signature. It's difficult to shake, but I think that he has came in a big personality. That's what you need to have, big personalities, big characters to see you over that line.
Absolutely, and you know, you look at the way that Nate's walking around with the team. They're obviously having a lot of fun. They're obviously really, you know, they're obviously friends from before. Let's be honest, they all know each other. It was great to see that they've managed to find that winning formula. The biggest problem here in this group is the Wolves, and you could say which one of them, because both Wolves and Dire Wolves are both struggling quite significantly inside of this group. Obviously, Liquid have only played once, so we can't really judge Liquid too heavily just yet. They played on day one, they didn't play day two, so we're looking toward them today. So obviously, they've got a bit of something to show. They're going to be going up against M&M today in, I believe, the 10 a.m. game, which is never a great...
You say never.
Oh, no, sorry, it's the 1 p.m. game. It's the 1 p.m. game.
They're fine.
So it's going to be fine.
They've done both. They've got to win at 1 and 10.
It'll be 10 a.m. somewhere. That's what you got to remember.
Evening in the EU, that's how it works.
Yeah. But yeah, of course, you know, you can't judge Liquid too heavily because we haven't seen them yet. But I'm just worried about Wolves. We were looking at our Wolves, the Wolves, and thinking they would do very well in this competition. You know, they are a good team, but they did have, you know, the couple of alarm bells, the small map pool, the fact that they don't perform well internationally, the fact that they play a little bit of old-fashioned Siege. We know that they've got it, but it just doesn't translate. And then Dire Wolves as well, not looking too hot.
Yeah, it is dire, as we definitely did not overuse that joke so far within 24 hours. Moving on to Group C. Now, Ollie, you're still on it, but Group C, BDS are ahead, but just barely. It's a three-way tie at the top.
Well, we talk about exciting games, Milosh, and BDS's game last night had possibly one of the most exciting endings so far that we've seen. That Brede clutch was absolutely fantastic, and that's the kind of play that we know him to have. BDS obviously started off a little bit slowly on day one of the competition. 2-1 loss against CAG, 2-1 win against Oxygen. So they're not getting clean points, but they are at the top. 4 points for BDS, 4 for CYCLOPS, 4 for Oxygen, and 3 for Lost 1, 1 for Astralis. So this is by far the closest group. It is the only group that we haven't seen a clean 2-0. And I think this could be anybody's still. This is going to be the group that runs right up to the wire.
Yeah, I think BDS yesterday, they needed that win, because I think to test a great team in which BDS are, a team who should be there challenging for titles week in, week out, it's all about the bounce back. You suffer a loss, which nobody expected to see with the CAG. It's all about how you return, how you bounce back and get yourself back in. And they did that against Auction. You know, if they went in, lost against Auction, I'd be writing them off. I think that's them done. That's not their competition for them, but they bounce back. Good performance against a good, solid Auction side. I've been very impressed. I think they've got some great players in there, but BDS back on track anyway.
There we go. That's what I want to see from the Jönköping Major winners, the latest winners, really. Finally, they got to lift the trophy here. We want to see them, at least from a European point of view, really move on forward. And then finally, Group D. What happened there, Demo, in day 2?
Yeah, Group D for me has been, how do I put this? Not the greatest in terms of teams in there. I'm not really like feeling as if any of these teams are going to be, you know, big hammer lifters. I'm being honest. I'm looking at it. I think there's still a ways to go. I think just because of what's happening in that group, you've got Secret, who are obviously a very new side, who haven't really hit the ground running. Heroic is obviously, you know, the kind of things that are happening to them. You're not expecting them to make the deep run, still playing good. DZ for me yesterday was a big shock. I think DZ, the seeds they were playing, it does seem very outdated. Again, FaZe, I know I'm always a big fan of FaZe, but I don't know if they're going to have the legs against some really big sides. So it's a difficult day in regards to that, Milosh.
It's really weird to say that, you know, FaZe are going to have trouble. FaZe cameraman when? Oh.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it?
Oh, I hurt myself.
Well, we were looking yesterday, weren't we? This is the first SI he's missing out on. Cameraman is an absolute mainstay in terms of SIs. So it is a shame not to have him here, but obviously Vitaking is going to be there filling the gaps. For me, I would agree the alarm bells were there yesterday. DZ obviously struggling against Heroic in day 1, losing out to FaZe inside of day 2. The Heroic Secret game, that delivered on like an entertainment level. It was great to watch that. I watched that one up in the room, and it was fantastic to get the little player comm in between the rounds and to hear the timeouts from Twister, and you see Kenny going wild and all that sort of stuff. So it was an enjoyable game from like a viewer perspective. Obviously, it wasn't the result that Team Secret were really looking for there. But again, I think this is going to be a very wide open group. You know, we haven't got anyone that's streaking ahead of anybody else. Obviously, Dark Zero, they're going to be lagging behind, and they really need to do something about that.
All right, then let's take a look at our schedule for today and see. Yeah, there we go. Group D, that's what it looked like. Just had a chat about it, but we have to set ourselves up for our competition day today, because now we've seen all of the teams, right? We've been able to put, I guess, names to all of the faces, be able to finally show all the teams in these 5-team groups. So what is our schedule for today? A reminder, we'll be going through Stream A and B, as we'll continue that for the next few days, as we have quite a few matches to go through. And for today, this is our schedule. Up first, we see Koi versus Elevate on the A stream. Space Station Gaming go up against W7M. On the B stream, those will be happening at the same time. You see the blue and the green, they happen pretty much at the same time. It's like 15-minute delay, just to make sure that we can get the desk ready for the pre-game.
You need to see us, of course, don't you? That's why extra time for us.
To be fair, I can do this without being on camera, but
hey, shall we just let him crack at it then?
Let him loose.
Let him go.
I said without being on camera, I would just speak from the background.
Just get you a microphone.
Set him up just a camera in the bottom right.
Just like a hand puppet, and that'll be me. That's all you need.
Say you was a good man.
Anyways, let's say hello to our casters, because they are here this morning. Hello, bring them up. Come on, workhorses for today.
Hello.
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 Hey, it's
How are you?
our North American casters. Hey, Nick.
True.
Hey,
No, he's one.
American
No.
caster.
I'm claiming Nick. Nick's mine.
I don't think that's how it works, Demo.
That is.
No, it's not.
Pretty
It's
much.
not.
I don't
it
think
works.
that's how it works.
You can keep Parker though, definitely.
You left the EU. You don't get to claim other Europeans as your own.
There you go.
Yeah.
Doesn't work that way.
Also,
Got you there.
when it comes to just claiming things that aren't yours, hey, what's up? We got Americans on here. Stokes Blue, what's up? Good morning.
Bold thing to say when you're surrounded by Brits.
That's true. Hey, how you guys doing? Sam.
We're doing good. We're doing good.
Look
What's up?
beautiful today.
Oh, thank you. I really appreciate it, Gasson. I can say
Nice
the same
job.
thing about you and the 2 Army vets standing right next to you. Don't really
Yeah,
know what's going
hoorah.
on with that. I mean, did you guys coordinate this, or what happened?
Nope.
We actually didn't.
Nope.
No,
Showed
it's
up.
a total accident.
They barely like each other, so I'm not surprised.
Maybe a wardrobe change.
Yeah, they both shop at the Gap. That's what's happening here. Pretty interesting stuff. But, you know, at least I got them on the analyst desk, so you guys get to look at them all day instead of just a little bit like us.
You look like a Rugrat Stokes. So.
Dude, that was the point. great. Thank you so much.
Welcome to the pre-show roast here, but everybody.
We can never be adults, I swear.
No, I think that's partly the reason why we are here. So, gents, thank you very much. I'm very happy to see you all nice and energized this morning. I wish you best of luck in your cast. You'll see Stream A at the top with Parker and Pengu. And of course, Stokes and Blue will be on Stream B for our first game. So, see you boys in game. That's fun. I like saying hello to these people. They're fun.
I was
Are they not?
expecting to have to defend ourselves.
I know.
Me neither, but I guess
There we go.
it's part of the experience here at the Invitational. But yes, moving on from here, any fun, kind of favorite games for you very quickly before we wrap up our group? Things that you're really anticipating for
Same way I talked about, the bounce back from BDS.
Yeah.
I need to see the bounce back from Koi today.
Fair.
Because that's the mustard of the good teams.
I'd like to see Dire Wolves versus Wolves, just because I think it'll be a fun game to watch. Both teams aren't doing great at the moment, and I really want to see M&M and Liquid.
Very excited for that one. It's a very good shout. Anyways, that was our pre-show. Thank you very much for, I guess, handling us at this point. There you go. Color coordinated here on the pre-show. We'll take a couple minutes break. When we come back, we'll break things down for stream number A. It's Elevate versus Koi.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a two-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position, that is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
Hello again. Welcome, everybody, to the Command Center. I'm Automatic, your host. With me are Demo and XR Troika. And yes, we've seen the tweets. It's okay. You can stop now.
Leave us alone, because we
Leave W alone.
leave us alone. I'm not doing that.
He does a very good W impression. I have to let you know.
No, not doing it. No, I'm not doing it. Don't look at me.
Anyways,
I'm not doing that.
Anyways, I'm just gonna throw that aside because we have a very important match to talk about. Koi versus Elevate, which we really need both of these teams to, show up. Then again, Koi only played one day. They had their off day yesterday. So let's break things down one team at a time. Of course, this is in Group A. Both teams stand at 4th and 5th, with Koi collecting 1 point and Elevate with none. Start a conversation over the Berlin Major champions. Koi, formerly known as Rogue. I'll have to turn to you, Demolad, because we saw a few of their players at the gym last night. Also, you had a bit of a chat to see how they're doing. How do you feel? What's happened to them? How do you feel their off day has been?
Does anyone want to guess what players were at the gym? If you were to look at the Koi lineup?
Absolutely.
Who do we
not
think's
crying.
living in there? Yeah, I mean, they know that they need to show up today. Obviously, the G2 loss, it is what it is. You have to move on. Like I said, it's all about the bounce back for Koi. Elevate's an interesting one. It's a matchup that they did lose last year. We've seen Elevate versus, at the time, Rogue, so same core rosters going up against each other. Obviously, both teams have had changes since then, but Elevate ended up taking the win back then. So is that something that we have to look into a little bit and say, there's a history there? I don't think so. I think there's been plenty of changes at this stage. I think it's just very year ago. We know how different times have been now, in terms of meta, everything that goes into that. So I'm not really looking at the history side of things, but I think for Koi, the bounce back has to come today.
Your thoughts?
Koi, you've got no option but to win today.
What did they change about their gameplay? Because it seemed like...
I don't think it's a matter of fact of changing the gameplay. I just think that G2 went in it with a very good playstyle. I think G2, you have to give them more of the credit than Koi. Koi came in with their siege. G2 were ready for it, aggressive, rattled them, didn't let them really get the breathing room. If Elevate give Koi any breathing room today, you will see what this team can do.
Speaking of breathing room, Ollie?
Why speaking of...
What does that mean?
For you to give him some breathing room. Yeah, there you go.
I think that Demo's right in what he says. I don't believe that many teams would have beaten G2 in that opening day.
True.
Because we've seen how good they play. We've seen them against W7M, and Koi just got unfortunate to come up against them on that kind of a day. I don't think there was loads that Koi were doing wrong. You saw some of the tweets that the players were putting out. I know Leon put one out specifically saying there's not much we can do when we're just losing every gunfight. And that's just sometimes how Siege goes. If you're losing every gunfight, you can't get anything going, you're going to lose the map. So, new day, they've had a break. We know the Koi boys love a rest. Their warm-up is 3 days off. These guys don't scrim and all this sort of stuff. That's what they were saying for Berlin, at least. But jokes aside, I think they'll be ready to go here. And they're going up against Elevate. This should be a walk in the park.
Now let's talk about Elevate and what they'd have to offer in this matchup, because, of course, they played yesterday, their rest day, and it's not until later in the week, and they went up against SSG. SSG looked really, really good in that game, but Elevate still going off similar scores that we saw them when they played against W7M. So at least there's that consistency, but is there more that I'm just not able to see?
Sure, there's a consistency, but if you're losing, you're losing. So it's not a good consistency in my eyes. I think for Elevate, this is do or die today. You need to go and win this, or else I think they're going to go home. And considering the last game is against G2, who I think has been on fire as well, it's tricky.
Look, has there anybody been, is there a key player or an X factor that Elevate can pull off? Because let's remind everybody again, a year ago, the world record for kills in a match was tied at 27. And that was for our own Onigiri, or Elevate's own Onigiri. So can this happen again against Koi today, Oli?
I don't think we're going to see any kill records broken today from the Elevate side of things. I'm not going to speak as to how the Koi guys are going to play. I'm sure that they will do their own thing. But you want to look at, sort of ratings or players that are doing particularly well at the moment. there's nobody really on the side of Elevate that's setting the world on fire. In stark contrast, they're actually populating a lot of the bottom of that table, the bottom of those ratings. We've got a graphic that we're going to throw up. It is going to just demonstrate, it's quite straightforward, but this is something that we really picked up on yesterday, Demo, is that Elevate really struggling on the attack. Now, we'll make comments about teams that struggle on the attack or teams that don't do very well on the attack. 19% is extremely low.
Overall is just overall win rate?
Overall is Elevate versus everyone. So Elevate's attacking win percentage, 19. Everyone else's, the average of every other team inside SI, 46.
Wow.
Like 19%, you're winning 1 in 5. That's you essentially doing 5-1 splits. You're losing 5-1 splits on attacks.
Well, they are though. That's the thing.
Exactly. It's not good enough.
Out of games with 2 attacking rounds, no attacking rounds. These are the things that are really struggling for Elevate at the moment. And honestly, I was looking through and I was trying to sort of figure out where this could be from. I think it has a lot to do with what they're bringing. I think you look at some of the compositions that they're bringing, some of the things that they're trying, and I feel like they're just trying a little bit too hard. I'd love to see the basics. I really want to see it go back to basics today.
All right, we got a few minutes, only a couple here before we get into games, so let's pull up our map bands and see what we're working with in this best of 3 series here in our group stage. And it's 4 bands before we go pick, ban, and decider. Starting off with Bank, that is Koi's pick. They start on defense. Defense start for Chalet, for Elevate, and then we'll have to see for the last one with our arrows.
Bank, great map for Koi. It's one that they can really flow into. They have a good rhythm on it. I think good rotations in terms of their defense setups as well. Chalet for me is probably the scary one. Chalet's a map that Koi don't play. I think the last time you've seen them play was at the Berlin Major, and that's like, what, 6 months ago now? If they get a chance to inside of EUL, which they did for Stage 3, they would ban it quite a few times. I don't know if that's just because a lot of teams play Chalet inside of that league, but it's certainly a map that we don't see Koi go to all too often. So Elevate obviously going to go for a map that maybe they don't have enough knowledge on in terms of what Koi are going to do, but if Elevate can go in there and they can play their Siege, which can be, very gun skill oriented. We know they have some great gunners on that side. Chalet's map where I think that really wins you over. It's not as much strategic compared to what Bank gives you.
Bank is a map that we're seeing come through in a couple of these series so far, and I love it because I think Bank is a fantastic map. It really is synonymous with best of 3s for me. We know that Koi can play Bank. We know that it's a map that they do prefer. It is one of their most preferred maps. Throwing into the Chalet, as you say, Demo, it isn't the most popular pick for Koi, but it's a map that they have got a reasonable win percentage, round win percentage on when they do play it, and then Border as well. I'll be honest, I really think Koi have done quite well in this map, and I think they've won it.
So, who takes this and what's the score?
Well, like I said, I think 2-0 for Koi today needs to be a minimum. I think they need to go and get the 4 points. And again, I don't think they can afford to drop 3 points if they want to. Not just a case of getting out of the group. Place well in the group. There's a big bonus for finishing first in this group.
That's true.
And that, of course, is you get another rest day.
Neither team can afford to drop a point here.
Elevate even more, it gets even more dire, I guess, because February 11th, in 48 hours, that'll be the last day of Group Stage 1, and that will be a rest day for them. So they won't be able to collect points on that last day. There's a very high chance that things get more complicated, but hey, that means a lot of pressure on, but oh my God, he's so pretty. He's so pretty. Sorry, sometimes some things just take your attention away. Can we agree?
Have you lost your words?
Yes.
You've lost your train.
Anyways, to get back on my train of thought, thank you so much, gentlemen, for helping us out here. But our game is ready. That is Elevate versus Koi. We toss it to our casters. It's Pengu and Parker.
Thank you so very much, Milos. Good morning and welcome to our very first matchup here on Stream A. And we're going to be starting with Koi versus Elevate. Surely an exciting matchup because every single APAC team that has played so far has led to a surprising match. Maybe not a surprising result, but an unpredictable match nonetheless. Do you think the same thing will happen here against Koi?
I have a bad feeling for Koi, I have to be honest. I feel like this could be a moment where Elevate, they will show up in grade 4s, and then Koi, they look like the fools. Both teams, you need a 2-0 clean win for the points. Demo and X spoke about that a lot on the desk, and I agree because, this is day number 3. You need to get some points on the board to avoid the relegation spot, so to speak, and not make it to playoffs. So, Bank, the starting ground, definitely favors Kai, I would say, in terms of play style, map preference, etc. But it is a best of 3, so we got 3 maps to go through, at the very least 2 of those 3 maps. And the poll also favors Koi.
In terms of mental boom, teams can get mentally boomed by APAC squads being unpredictable. This is Koi's map, though. You know, I just want to say one thing. Harry, I think you've been doing a great job on the desk. That's demo. I can call him Harry because we're friends.
Okay, that's cool.
He said, and I quote, "For Koi, getting all 4 points is the minimum." But that's the best they can do. So what is the maximum, Harry? Huh?
That is just...
If the best result possible is the minimum, how do you go above that? That's the question that I want answered. I listened to that and I thought to myself, you know what, Harry, I'm going to roast you for it. Because he spent all day yesterday cooking me in the background. Operator bans are rolling in. Again, this is Koi's map. Dokkaebi and Nook are the 2 operators removed on attack. On a map like Bank, we see Nook a lot. We also see a lot of Nook bans on Bank. It's a huge map. Nook can get in through many different doorways, especially that big garage. It doesn't matter what bomb site you're defending. That Nook can be a major pain. Dokkaebi also exceptionally strong. Secondary gadget for Dokkaebi is really good. Those logic bombs, very potent at finding lurkers, finding roamers. You've still got Lion, you've still got Jackal if you're having some difficulties with that. As for the defenders, Valkyrie and Mira are removed.
Yep. It's pretty stable stuff here on Bank. I mean, Valkyrie for the information game, it works the same as Nook. For the defenders, well, if you have Valkyrie open, you can have information everywhere across the board. By Valkyrie being banned away, that is no longer as easily accessible. It's why you're going to see different kinds of intel operators, like, for example, Echo, that is being shown right now, to then gain back some of that information that was lost. And to speak about the Nook, just real quick, is that Cryan, who plays for Koi, is arguably, or at least recognized as, one of, if not the best Nook player in all of EUL, and possibly on international grounds as well across every single team here. So it's not uncommon at all for Koi to have that operator bend against them almost every single map.
Absolutely. Now, on their run during the Berlin Major, one of the things that we saw on this map was Koi running the Echo. Deepak with ice in his veins. He might not have been the MVP. As far as I'm aware, he wasn't the official MVP, but he was the MVP.
He was our MVP.
He was, yes. But you're going to see a lot of support work from Deepak. He's already scouting outside with that Echo drone, making calls if there could be a potential jump out.
This is one of the main playstyle characteristics that Rogue just showed when they won the Berlin Major and took the world by storm, is how they utilize the information game with Echo and then saying, Spoit, go kill! And that is also why Spoit is on the Oryx, right? The fastest operator. You can get across the map and just take gunfights every single place that you wish to.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Now, with this being that downstairs bomb site, unsurprising to see such an extended roam. There's the Lion. As we talked about, still plenty of roam clear operators available, even with the Dokkaebi being removed by Koi. Blitz actually is not too bad at being a roam clear operator. Why? Because when you've got that chunky boy running you down, you're going to clear that roam pretty quickly. You don't usually want to engage in that. The whole lineup from Elevate, in fact, is a bit problematic. A lot of annoyances in that lineup. They'll blind you with 2 separate operators. You got flashbangs in the hand of Mark on Lion, so another set, even though it's not built into that operator. Kanto clearly hears the shield advancing on him now.
Only problem for Elevate is that they're all coming from the same position from lobby side, so it's not like a pinch at all, it's just a push. Koi, they can hold off and slowly fall back.
Oh, bad engagement for Kanto Raketti. Reads the shots through the wall onto DCH. Cannot capitalize enough to pick up a kill, does some damage in the process. Deepak had gone scouting with that Yokai drone. He'll gain even further information, but Koi is getting beaten across the entire map. Sapper taking damage as DCH did before, but Kanto and Spoit and Cryan, all good as gone. Talked about how Deepak is going to play those support roles. Those are the unsexy roles, thankless roles. Well, he's going to have a thankless job now with everything that Elevate is bringing at their disposal to him. They'll be bringing it right to his front door.
You almost gotta pray for some Capcan trap kills or injuries here. Both Sapper and DCH low, but with the Ink Blitz execute, they can storm the bombs in a 2 versus 5 with Deepak and Leon gotta hold to get down.
And there go the Candelas, but Deepak still has more information on the position of the Blitz. DCH will drop it now as well. Start to spot them. The blitz will continue onwards. Deepak looking for some disorienting blasts. He's the last man standing. Sapper's been down and secured. There's also that Capcan trap to get the kill, but Elevate, they blitz in very quickly. Sweep out the roamers, they take round number 1.
It's a tough position for Koi to be in because it looked pretty good for them. I mean, Elevate, they all came from lobby side, no pinch happened as we mentioned. So Koi are feeling quite comfortable in their position on the map, open area, main stairs, top floor control, etc. But this wallbang right here onto Kanto, it just snowballed things out of control. Then Spoity fell as the second, Cryan is the third in open area, and you cannot hold the basement bomb side in this particular instance at 2 versus 5 because they're not gonna go for a plant. Elevate, they're going to go for those kills. And Demo kind of spoke about the Koi G2 matchup. What were the problems that Koi faced? Well, it was that lack of breathing room, right? That G2 did not grant them. In the opening round, Elevate, they did take a lot of time to get into that initial ground of lobby, but once they got past the first barrier, they were not allowing Koi any breathing room, and they continued up that killing streak within 20 seconds.
10 seconds remaining. Stay clear.
It's the one thing that we've seen out of most of the APAC teams. The first couple rounds, they really like to set the pace and tempo of the matchup. No surprise that Elevate will be quick to the punch. No surprise that Elevate will bring tools to get, I don't want to say under the skin of their opponents, because I don't think there's any frustration that Koi will have dealing with a Lion or a Ying or a Blitz. Not that you want to face off against those operators, but they're deliberately annoying operators.
Statistically speaking, Elevate is not supposed to win another attacking round though, because there was that 19% overall attacking win rate, which is, I believe it's the worst one here at the Invitational so far, or at least one of the worst. However, with how it looked in round number 1, I feel like they can get some more on the board. Bit of an operator lineup change here. More structured now, the IQ to counter intel, traps like the Captain, etc. And then you just have really stable operators. The Buck, the Ana, the Flores, and the Ace. They will work for every single bomb set on Bang. You just get soft destruction, verticality, secondary hot breach. You can lose a member of this attacking lineup and still have the other 4 cover every single job that you need to successfully get a round victory here.
First kill of this round goes the opposite way. DCH and Kanto Raketti in their battle that they had in round number 1. Kanto was the loser. This time he's the victor. Using the 10 seconds of a Yokai drone being out, and I think Onigiri actually got it there, but I'm unsure.
I believe he did, yeah. There's one more left in pocket of Deepak. When you lose your first Yokai, it can be risky to play, front forward aggressive with the second one because then you have none left. So the first one normally is very aggressive, going out of the building. The second one normally stays within that perimeter of the building to guarantee some information in the late stage of the round.
The attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped.
The halfway point of the round, a good time to get off of your drones and begin moving through the map. Elevate are once again pushing from mostly the same area.
No, that they are, and things are kind of going slow for them, right? It's been 2 minutes in the round. It's not the pace you want to set for yourself, but when you lose that early member, sometimes you guys gotta play it slower.
Yeah, especially when it's a Yana. DCH could have been the main person going in for the squad, and then they accompany her clone in, and sometimes it just doesn't work out. You lose the Gemini, you lose the nades, you lose what else comes with Yana.
Great gun.
Absolutely a great gun. Onigiri is gone now, engaging with Deepak. Onigiri had taken the Yokai drone away earlier, and Deepak said, my choice. Now it's Mr. Punch to take some damage on the wall. Final 30 seconds. One player from Koi hunkered down in the corner. A flashbang goes in. More damage to Mr. Punch. It's Deepak to secure the kill. Mark creeping up. He gets a target in the Kanto Raketti, but again a big play from Deepak. Standing pat on this position. A third kill to come in. To help to zap her upstairs with limited time.
5 seconds remaining.
Doesn't have the diffuser, and doesn't know where any of the 4 remaining members of Koi are. That'll be the ball game for round number 2.
We're out of time.
A better look for Koi.
If we don't go back to them, it's gonna be a fucking easy round.
Just like that. Whenever you hear player comes, it's always, again, it's so simplified and it sounds so easy because it's like, just do this, easy round, boom. Get in their face, boom. It's very, very, very kind of baseline piece of information that they give to each other. And I mean, You see one thing, you know, you're 5 members in a team, you all see your single point of view, and you'll be like, oh, this is the problem. Fix that, easy win. But then you all have a kind of different view on things. Elevate, what they have to fix, however, is simply their pace in the first 2 minutes of the round, and also the pinch. Come from 2 different positions of the, 2 different sides rather, of the map. Come from the east and the west, the north and the south. You can't just go 5 west or 5 east because, you know, Koi, they can just fall back and then all of a sudden they can use the clock against you as a piece of utility almost. Whereas if you're pinching them, then the net is closing in and time will not be a problem to the same degree as otherwise. Onigiri, however, showing us the Monty. That could signify a direct server attack, perhaps. Could also be to help the roam clear, like the Blitz did in the previous basement attack.
He'll be quick to get into the building yet again. And he will be.
Oh, yeah.
Onigiri is already in. And he will face check and clear out open area. Roam up top from Koi. Do they have information as to the fact that Elevate taking that main floor? Deepak very vocal as usual. Still on this Echo. Still on the Yokai. He gets spotted by a drone. We've referred to these before in the past by depth charges. Nade goes down from below. Doesn't secure a single kill.
It's phase 1. We're just scanning for information for both teams. No one wants to take the first punch as of yet. Of course, defenders, they want to take it slow, burn down the clock. And Elevate just want to stay alive. Drone every corner and inch of the map. Make sure no one's ratting around and hiding. Because Koi, they do have those kinds of tricks up their sleeves they've been pulling out before. Second nade goes out, doesn't hit this mark. Can, however, opening kill to DCH once again. 2 in a row.
DCH got that first kill in round number 1, but first death. Those 2, you said, is 2 in a row.
That's the standoff between those 2 individual players. And secondary EMPs are available on Onigiri's Monty, so the Kai Claws can be countered in that way. But again, we're not really making progress, or Elevate rather, is not really making progress anywhere.
Will it defang this entry? That's the question. It did on the previous round. That single first pick onto the Yana of DCH seemed to have a massive impact on Elevate. Onigiri with 1 kill, a second added to it, but Kanto and Leon are in as well. Elevate ends up getting a couple kills to their name, but now still trail in numbers. And if the trades continue to go, Koi will benefit from this greatly. Still plenty of utility as well for Koi.
The dangerous thing here is that when you play the Monty, you really only have half a gun at your disposal, right? You can go for some hip fires, try an ADS in a 1 versus 1, or you just shut down. It's not a real 2v3, it's a 1.5 versus 3.
Kanto escapes that nade as it's dropped on down. Sapper in a 1v3. Similar position that Elevate was in the previous round. 30 seconds to go. A 1v3 on basement when you're going to have to face a crossfire likely from elevators, gold, or vault. This is a very hard spot to be in. Because Koi will be situated so that at least one of them sees you while you're shooting at another one. Sapper gets a kill onto Kanto Raketti. Will it matter? Only 5 seconds remaining to find the other 2, and they're miles apart. He'll try his best, though. But he gets leveled by Deepak. Clock was almost at 0, so the round was over either way, but yet another kill for the stats for Deepak. And while they weren't as proficient on this bomb site the first time around, they fixed their mistakes and win that locker's basement defense.
Yeah. Curiosity with the bomb site next is going to be for Koi because the way Elevate is playing, I mean, basement is heavily favored for the defenders right now because Elevate rather, they are struggling to clear out the map effectively. You have the Monty and Onigiri, and you go into open area with hatches above you, vertical destruction, etc. You could go top floor, clean it top down, and you know, if you're gonna spend a minute in open area, just kind of standing still, you might as well go all the way top down, spend a minute actually roam clearing. Instead, they get stuck, and they get pinched themselves as the attacking team. Now, I like this from Koi. Look at this. They have Solis, and then they have Caveira. And the reason why you do this kind of combination is because You want to only really play Caveira when the enemy does not know that you have this character hiding on the map. So you play the solos to know where the drones are, you can shut them down, you can escort Caveira to her desired location where she wants to be hiding, and then you know for a fact that they have not spotted this out. Now, if they active drone in through lobby and Cryan gets spotted out, he will then know that he's been seen. He can run, he can fight, whichever. But now at least they know that there is a possibility for an interrogation if a single member walks in through ATM, which is a common position for an isolated member to go for the attackers to hold the lobby to, you know, make sure that the people rappelling on the bomb site windows that you see right now are safe.
Kanto's in the same spot that he was in before. DCH versus Kanto has been a battle for 3 rounds. We see it for number 4.
Is Kanto playing in Kanto's spot? Is that where he's playing?
He's not. No, he's not.
Oh, he's not. Okay. Iconic spot, though.
No, Iconic isn't in this match.
He'll be playing later, though. Ooh.
He will be playing later, that's correct.
Yeah. Oh.
Oh, first kill goes to Elevate. Onigiri starting things off. Leon Gids killed not too far removed from the bomb site. That's the Warden. Look at the lineup, though, that's being brought by Elevate. Warden is not particularly crucial. There's no real smokes. There's nobody obscuring at all.
No, only one set of flashbangs as well, so not the most important operator.
This is a very brazen play by Cryan. Playing on the Cav right now. By ATMs. He's just scouting at the moment. Come back to the bomb site. Could an interrogation be on the menu? Cryan's very far removed from the pick, so I don't know if that's likely to happen. Kanto firing back downtown as Deepak got the very first kill, and there's Cryan taking DCH off of the rope. Mark thinks he's still there, but you are way too late. Elevate might have got the first kill, but Koi gets the next 3. Puts Elevate at a big disadvantage, but you saw what Onigiri is capable of doing at an SI last year.
That's for sure.
He's always a threat when he's on the board. There's still a minute to go. A 2v4 is not the end of the world. Problem is, you got to get in the building.
I was gonna say, Elevate suffering the same problems round and round again.
What a problem it is. He gets in the building and immediately dies.
That's why they're staying outside, maybe. You know, getting inside just does not work, but the thing is you have to get in eventually. Koi, sure they play aggressive, sure they're gonna swing you, but you can't fight them from outside the building every single round. Great crossfire. The swing does not come out. Mark finds the first kill. Has to battle every single member at once. It's Kanto with another on the board.
2 kills for Deepak, 2 kills for Kanto, 1 kill for Cryan. It's a bona fide team effort for Koi.
Mr. Bunch is pushing in, crouching. No drones, nothing with Slash.
Yeah, you tell him, Deepak.
Let him know.
I guess, just be careful now, yeah, they might change up, they might try and run that.
Elevate don't look that rocked by the start. Reminder that this is indeed Koi's map, so
yeah.
If you... Again, it doesn't matter how good your opponents are, and the strength of your map pool is obviously something that can be discussed. But if Koi's taking Elevate to bank, the assumption is that they think that they have a better shot at winning. If not, the best shot at winning.
Bank is definitely one of Koi's best maps, and I think for APAC in general, as a region here at this current tournament, they've been struggling on their attacking side. Bank is statistically all of last year an attacker favorite map, but the thing is, it's not by any means an easy map to attack on. It requires a lot of coordination due to the sheer scale, how big the rooms are, how far apart they are, and how many different angles you gotta work with, right? Whether it's window repels, or also, you know, entering into the building, while also droning together. It's like 3 separate members that have to work in union to get through a single room successfully with all things covered. Onigiri, on the more aggressive operator, from the Monty to the Amaru, can fly in through CEO, but Spoit is waiting up above. This might be a free kill.
Ah, Spoit reads into it quite well. I like the Amaru pick, I really did. I wanted to see what could come out of it, but not much.
A quick death, essentially.
Yeah, exactly.
And I just mentioned that you got an entry while also being on the window repels, also droning. There is no way Elevate had live information inside of CEO, otherwise they would have known Spot was roaming around. So are they just blindly guessing / hoping / praying that it's clear versus just spending that 20 seconds or in drone phase perhaps, getting a deep drone in towards CEO? it tells me that either Elevate did not plan for Onigiri to go into CO during the drone phase, or the drone they tried to get in there died early in the round, and instead of spending 20 seconds, they just said, let's just gamble it. It's not a good look either way, and Sport, he wants one more.
No, he doesn't get it. Doesn't even do a single point of damage to Mr. Punch as he jumps out of the window. I mean, hey, why not go for broke, I guess. Didn't really kill a lot of time there. I mean, that was a... I don't know if that was the play from Spoit. I understand the thought process behind it, but...
Yeah, I mean, if you get the kill, and like, Spoit knew he's gonna die, even if you got the kill most likely, but then you play 4 versus 3. It's a very advantageous position to be in. An injury goes out from below, but hey, nope, make it 2, huh?
Oh, okay.
Wait, so Mark got injured, but Mr. Punch, he just stayed alive. They're both dead.
You ever catch 2 at the same time?
Never have I ever.
Well, Leon Gids showing up in style and getting on the board, actually.
That's true.
Everybody from Koi has a kill at this point. Everybody in the match actually has a kill. Not just Koi.
Now you just gotta take your brain out of your skull. As you say, Parker, if you elevate, just kind of go crazy here. Just drop a hatch, take a fight, win that gunfight, try and get the numbers back down into your favor, neutral position, and then just fight it out. 45 seconds, you have no smokes, no hot breach, you can't really strategically pull this apart. I mean, you got the Canobers and Sapper, but those walls are so big, and Kento is striking so true.
Sapper yet again in a 1vx. Third time so far through 5 rounds that this young man's been in this predicament.
He's kind of blocking everything.
I mean, what do you do at this point?
I mean, this is what you do. You just kind of, you linger.
No nitro cells, no impacts remaining for Koi, so doesn't have to worry about being blown sky high. I don't know if he's privy to that information.
5 seconds remaining.
Sapper survived the first time this happened. The second time he died in the final seconds, and that's exactly what won't happen this time. He's going to survive yet again. 4-1 for Koi. This first half is going all according to plan. They will call a timeout on Elevate's side.
There was a yellow ping going out right before the Amaru went in. I'm curious if that was towards Sport's position, or it was like it could have been. It's hard to tell in the exact position of it, but yeah. Oh, there was a Jordan. Okay. And then this C4 impact, then bam, double kill, just like that.
Great spectating, by the way, to see that from above. Excellent job to our nameless and faceless spectator.
Nameless and faceless.
Yes, because I know that he can hear us.
Yeah. You also know who
he can also talk to us.
He actually does talk to us sometimes.
That's correct.
Yeah.
He just talked to us right now. You can't hear him, though.
No.
But we can.
Oh. I don't think I've seen this bottom graphic before. Maybe I'm just absolutely blind normally, but...
I haven't seen it during timeouts either.
Okay, I was gonna say...
I will say, though, the side-by-side graphic, as nice as it is,
yeah,
it deprives us of the ability to listen to a single team's comms, because it's both teams speaking at the same time.
And in 2 different languages, too.
Yes.
Yeah.
Whereas yesterday, you and I were getting out of the way of the cast and allowing the coach to speak. And even our dear friend XR Troika, a.k.a. Axe, a.k.a. Ollie, a.k.a. the Big O.
A.k.a. the military man today.
That's correct.
Yep.
They both look like at any moment they're about to lead a coup d'etat.
Okay, I don't know what that is, but sure.
We'll talk about it after.
Okay, we'll talk about it.
Very disappointed right now. I'm sorry.
Dad.
Like, do you not think to yourself, like, when you show up, like, maybe one of us should change? But anyway.
When I saw them, I was like, either they planned this and there was like a bad idea, or they like didn't plan at all and then this happened. So it was the latter. They didn't plan.
Either way, yes, he said earlier on the analyst desk that he really enjoyed that he got to actually hear the teams speak, and he actually got to hear the teams talk things through. And I mean, I think it's great. And given the fact that we have access to player comms, for those of you that don't particularly like hearing Pengu and I speak, it'll be a blessing because we just won't be talking as much. But for everybody else, you get to learn how the teams communicate, and listen-ins are an often highly requested feature.
Yeah. I mean, even us as casters, I really value the insight as well, because we can only really...
I really wish I knew Portuguese so I could listen to their comms.
Oh yeah, that's what...
I've been saying that all week.
Yeah. Jesus. That caught me off guard.
Joke is, chat, that he's been saying that all.
Yeah.
Every single day, he's like, I really wish I spoke Portuguese.
No, I mean that. I do mean that. Anyway.
This Elevate lineup is the nasty lineup that we saw before. There's a ton of annoyances on the board. They're going to go back to what I guess they consider to be all reliable. Blitz, Ying, and Lion being brought out for this very final attack on the side of Elevate. They will attempt for the third time this Locker's bomb site down below. They were successful the first time, and look at how quickly they're in. They've dropped in. There go the Candelas. Deepak is as good as dead. Get off your drone, get off your drone, get off your drone. Oh. Sapper, one tap man.
Pace change works out for them.
Warden is actually a great pick right now. Cantor Ricchetti in the same spot. Elevate exploiting the blind spot. Leon Gids has no idea that Elevate are just in it, and they are in it to win it, my friends. Site control is very firmly in the hands of Elevate, and they're just going to have the brazenness to go on Rotero drone, throwing out Candelas. They completely command the bomb site. Not a single member of Koi is within striking distance of that diffuser being planted. The power of the timeout. Now Elevate as the diffuser goes down, we'll watch the hatches, but Onigiri doesn't see Kanto's retreat to the bomb site. Kanto can drop as long as nobody's watching it. Kryan will have to maneuver his way in as he drops through the stairs, and Spoit drops as well. Kanto taken out. They had eyes on that vault. Kryan doesn't know where he is. Over inside of Elevator, wait, now he does. Spoit sees the blitz, but yeah, you're dead. You're absolutely dead. Get out of here. Get out of here. 3 kills from Elevate, all coming from different players on the team after within the first 90 seconds. They had managed to kill Deepak, the only person from Koi who was actually within the bomb site. And then it was just a perfect post plant. Excellently played by Elevate. That's the first half in the books.
I don't think we necessarily caught, at least I did not, but I'm not sure if the lobby hatch was reinforced or soft. Last time around, it was a hard hatch was reinforced, but it seemed like Elevate just really went for a really quick and aggressive attack in that round, and it caught Koi off guard. I mean, Deepak is still on drones, on the Yokai, just scouting for information, essentially, being, everything's kind of clear, guys, I don't know where they are, and next second, he's dead on the bomb site to a blitz just standing next to him. And it's so hard to retake as a defending team. The only real saving grace was Leon Gates on the Warden, but he lost his gunfight to the Ying. And once that happened, well, then the Blitz and the Ying Candelas just get enabled so much more. And Elevate, they break that 19% attack and win rate. They get 2 rounds on their attack inside before the side swap. Well, now they are going to go downstairs to the basement instead. And Koi, they have to attack it. Kento Raketti showing us one of his quote-unquote newly found operators in his arsenal. That is the glass that he plays for Koi. Of course, you got secondary set of smokes from Deepak and Leon Git, so 3 sets of smokes. Gonna go for a server attack into an A execute, most likely by the looks of things, with Leon Git's that single Harbinger Thermite. An aggressive jump out.
Oh, and it works to get one. Deepak on that Ying, no more, but refragged by Leon Gids. I'd say great value for DCH on that one. Taking the Ying out of action. Yeah, you're the Jaeger, you die, but persistent gadgets, right? ADSs will stay whether you're alive or not.
Yeah, no, you're right. It was the second highest value target you could have killed. Leon Gits and Heartbreach would have been the best, target to eliminate because the hot wall onto site for default plant. Deepak on Ying and Kanto on Glass are the second highest priority, so a great trade indeed. Now, Koi, they are in server, but Mr. Punch at the bottom of server stairs is going to be the problem for them. Leon finds Seba, however, so Koi has time to find kills across the map.
There's another smoke that gets tossed out by Mr. Punch. Still one in pocket with 2 minutes to go. That means that if this round slows down and there's a push that happens later on, they won't be able to blanket the bomb site. Mr. Punch is in a really rough spot. There it goes, but he's got the shotgun out. He's good enough for a single kill. Sending Leon's to an early grave. Spoit trades it. Elevate, though. Well, they're behind in numbers.
Koi had the option there. Either Leon gets on Glass or swing the bottom server stairs and trade, or Leon gets on Thermite. They actually choose that, or deem rather, that the Glass is more valuable despite having no smoke in it now for the gadget, and now they can't get open its default wall position. I feel like Kanto should have swung that instead. Leon gets the wall opened up, maybe then you can plant. Now it's difficult. Had Kanto had more smokes in his pocket, this goes differently, but that's not the case. It's a 3v2, but Elevate in a great position. Goyo canister fires are ready. 1 impact grenade. Mark only has half HP. Koi, they almost have to go for kills here, or at least get one of those two members off the board. Otherwise, I'm not sure they can plant.
Well, there's the fire in front of them that will continue to go and go and go. They're just waiting, biding their time. You're right. I mean, Koi could stall out here, but because they have a numbers advantage, you got to get somebody around the back of the bomb site, right?
It's that, or you just try and plant that soft wall. Yeah, there it is. That's the flank. It's two options. Either plant soft wall, hold angles, try and trade, or one guy backsteps, two people on the front side.
Cryon's got 25 seconds to get through garage.
He's gotta go.
He absolutely has to go, and he's got the attention of Onigiri, which means that Mark will be in a 1v2 on site. You got to trust Kanto to be able to get this done. And I mean, Kanto actually doesn't get either of the remaining kills, despite being in the middle of the bomb site. But you trust Cryon and you trust Spoit. 5-2. For Koi on their own map. The unpredictability that we'd hoped to see for Elevate has been present, but not as successful as I think they, or frankly us, wanted it to be.
No, you're correct.
I think what was his name? Mango Pango was a bit harder than this.
Trying to hear what Leankis is saying there. I couldn't quite tell. I think I heard.
I think he said Pengu, actually.
Yeah, I heard Pingu and I heard Blitz, but I don't know if that's accurate.
I was like, wait a minute, what?
Yeah, I was like, it's kind of weird.
Yeah, a little odd, but that's fine.
Top floor defense now for Elevate, so they have way less kind of mobility to work with. Typically for this top floor defense, you're stuck in corners and you kind of gotta pick how you want to defend this. Aggressively fight every single angle with scopes, or try and hide in corners far back, you know, let Koi get into the building, then try and take your fights there.
10 seconds remaining.
Deepak is showing off the Amaru. That's often used to try and plant out of CEO or go up Janitor's hatch for that chaos effect, but there's no Ying to really help this chaos thrive. Just like there is no Warden on the defending lineup. Onigiri is on the Echo, has information if a plant were to go down, so does Mark on the Solace. Those are going to be the two key operators for this round for the defenders. But Koi, they are going to go below. Going to try and play for map control.
Run through the garage.
Cryon is like probably one of the players in the game that the most amount of time is spent in the garage on Bang, because when he plays Nuke, he always goes there. Last round with Nomad, he flanked it. Now on IQ, he's also entering the garage. You can go up the main stairs, server stairs, etc. If you're the Amaru, of course, you can go up a hatch. Because I believe that Deepak, inside of servers as well, gonna help Cryon get to his position first. Then he can make it his own path afterwards.
Reloading.
Creep his way up. I mean, you might ban the Nook from Cryon, but he's still gonna go the same route.
Nice and steady.
Or same route.
Yeah, the route route.
Route route, depending on where you come from. Data.
Yep.
Scarce scars.
Not that one.
Kanto has PTSD from that run out earlier on from DCH.
Yeah, I mean, when things like that happen, that is when players go, I need to worry about this because I already punished me once, I can't die to twice, but Spoilers and Janitors out of nowhere.
And he gets Mr. Punch. Azami down. And with a minute 20 left, pretty close to having all those keepers out, I'm sure.
Surely.
Ideally.
Yeah.
Right?
It's a slow round, however. Koi kind of changing the pace from a direct aggressive round and basement attack into a we are everywhere and nowhere to be found second attack on top floor. And if Elevate moves too much, they can get caught in the crossfire.
There's that scouting. Deepak knows it all too well. Amaru crouch walking her way in. Not too far off inside of main lobby is the Solace of Mark. Will go towards the windows. Kanto will be taken out if he doesn't watch. Yeah, they're getting the rings on it right now, but there's that advertisement that's actually in the way. Who says marketing doesn't work? Keeping Kanto Ricchetti alive, at least for now. Not for long. Mark takes him down. Kanto must have known that, but Deepak is there to have his teammates back, and there's a hatch right up into the elevator. DCH is about to be in for a jump scare of his life, but Spoit gets the job done before the Amaru can get up top. 20 seconds remaining, and Koi have a significant advantage. Match point is within their grasps. All you need to do is find Sapper and Onigiri. Sapper fires back, he gets the down onto Spoit. Here comes the Amaru. Onigiri reads into it perfectly. Elevator in great position to be able to rebuff this. It's a 2v2. Only Cryan is watching the plant go down. And Sapper bursts in! And he gets them both! Good Lord, Sapper! I don't think they have information as to where Spoit is, though. They don't know if they've downed him or not. But they've got so much time. They'll go for it anyway. Onigiri securing the kill earlier on. And Koi watching angles, but not watching the right one. What a performance by Elevate in the final 20 seconds of that round.
Yeah, Sapper with just 1 HP left makes the hero play. And on the desk segment, Milos asked, who from Elevate have you been watching and who do you think will show up in this matchup? I noted down before this started, Sapper ? That right there is an exclamation mark added at the end of it, because this is a beautiful flick. And the thing is, the trust from Koi was there, so much so that Ace assumed that his teammate won the gunfight and sprinted away because Sapper wasn't even looking in the right direction. But Sapper hit that shot and they got the second one for free afterwards. Beautiful round from them. Koi very slow to hit their punches. And the Amaru of Deepak going up that elevator hatch, I mean, essentially you're not even active with a gun because of your gadgetry, so you're a free kill in that scenario. And sure, Bump goes down, but it wasn't enough with Spoit also being injured just moments prior. An open area is up next for them. And they gotta feel good about that one. Bit of momentum in their sails. And DCH gonna bring out the Frost Sapper on the pulse. He said, I had fun last time with a great gun. Now give me a worse one, but give me more information to work with. Give me a C4 as well.
It's a very soothing sound, this cardiac sensor, by the way. Oh, there's the read. Does DCH fly off the top rope again? Yes, he does. I mean, we call that one the Jeff Hardy. Right off the top rope.
It's DCH Kento every single time to no end. But again, the active gadgetry,
Wow.
Leon.
This is where the mental boom for Rogue can come in. This unpredictability that we talked about from Elevate, harder to pull it off on attack than it is on defense.
Yeah.
Maybe it was just, you know, you know, just like the Jaws theme song.
Yeah, that's what that is.
Just laying underneath the surface, just waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Because now it seems like Elevate are starting to play more of their game.
Oh, absolutely.
I can't help but notice that after the timeout was taken, Elevate won 1 round on attack, lost the round on defense, and then ended up winning it with a remarkable clutch. That in some way is because, you know, Koi didn't play it as, I guess, proficiently as possible, but still a clutch is a clutch.
Oh, that it is. I'd argue that every single clutch is...
A clutch.
That it is too, but it's always based off a mistake from the opponent, right? Very few clutches is you playing perfectly and the enemy playing perfectly as well. It's that there's a gap somewhere, you abuse it because you played very, very nicely, and then you find the opening, you get the clutch itself, you make a play, etc. So you want to tighten up the net in those like 1v1s, 1v2s and 1v3s. If you establish a great crossfire, there's no gap to be abused, the clutch will not happen. If you play it sloppy, all of a sudden there's a chance for something crazy to occur. And now Koi, they're really falling apart right now. They're waiting, creeping around, not really progressing into the map at all. They are now, finally.
Oh, but Spoit looks the wrong way. Deepak is in, but Spoit's already dead. That's just a loss. Cryan will hit a goo mine upstairs. This has been a very slow and painful death for Koi. They've bled out over the course of these 2 minutes. I think Cryan can pull off a 1v3. I mean, he looked over to another screen. He's got confidence that this can definitely work. And he's got 30 seconds. If all 3 players from Elevate are in the bomb site, it's doable. But again, the same issue that Elevate had when they were trying to accomplish this on their attack is that this bomb site, and this door in particular, allows multiple crossfires. There is almost a 0% chance that Cryan gets through that door and can take out all 3 players, because all 3 of them are going to be looking right at him. And you'll see it. There'll be, yes, there you go. At least bullet tracers from multiple angles, but Onigiri is positioned far enough back that he can get it done without anybody else needing to move a muscle. Elevate have won 3 of the last 4 rounds. They are closing in on taking the lead away from Koi, who unsurprisingly will call their timeout.
We need to talk things through. It takes 30 seconds to kill one person. If we do that 3 times, we've got a minute and a half left to do the other 2. Take the time to slow it down and talk more about what you want to do. Most teams counter their attack or defense when they put the lock. So I was expecting these guys to be hyper aggressive, and every single round so far, the moment you shoot that camera in heaven, he jumps out the window. Yep. So, do you reckon he's going to do it again? Probably. Right. Take your time, talk through every step, execute for everything you need, okay? Take your time, you got this, easy peasy, let's go.
Yeah, it's all about, as you said, Parker, the unpredictability that Elevate is presenting themselves. I mean, maybe even kind of had a quiz moment saying, every single time you shoot that the Heaven default camera, he jumps out the window. Do you reckon he'll do it again? And Leon goes, probably. That's the thing. Elevate, what they're doing, it's working. And Meepy, the coach behind Koi, he recognizes it too. And a bit of a frustration there because Koi essentially in their own minds are losing to silly things, if you want to put it that way. Very small mistakes, sloppiness, and you gotta talk through every single step as a team and go through that checklist together. And it's Kanto who's been on the receiving end of those silly things, more often not because it's DCH. He always plays a quote-unquote passive gadget operator as set and forget, right? Frost, Jaeger, puts down the gadgetry, jumps out a window, kills Kanto. It's worked 3 times now. Surely it's not gonna work again. Koi needs to punish these aggressions from Elevate or keep suffering the same fate. Oh yeah, there it is. Look at that.
Yeah, Kanto's frozen in place. Surely they don't do it again, right?
The issue is, this is too late to figure it out because, like, surely you don't do it again.
You know, it's like my father always said, 17th time's a charm.
17 times the charm?
Yeah.
Well, when you
Kanto will win this time.
The 17th time. The thing is,
hyperbole.
It's not happening this time.
Yes, I know. That's the
thing.
That's the joke.
Okay.
We're learning humor together. It's very nice.
We have different humors, right? I was thinking, because you can think hockey. You get 16 goals in hockey sometimes, no?
I make very little hockey references in comparison to...
Which is surprising to me. Do you not like your national sport?
I do, but I also think that most of the audience doesn't watch hockey, so I try to make like more basketball and NFL references because I know that that's what the bulk of people probably watch from North America.
That's fair.
You know why? Because I try to be good to the people who are watching, Nick.
And we all appreciate that very much.
I want to be as accessible to the audience as possible with my references.
That makes sense.
Thank you for understanding. Pivotal round for both of these teams. Elevate wins. It guarantees us all 12 rounds. We go the full distance, and Koi also surrenders their lead. Elevate took round number 1. Since then, Koi has led the entirety of this match. That could change here if they are not careful. They have allowed Elevate to overpower them on a number of the last couple rounds, and Elevate look like a rejuvenated team because of that. Now it's Koi who took the timeout. Can they settle down their nerves and get some strategy going? Well, Onigiri just lighting up Spoit, getting the down. They also have Cryan will try to recover, and Onigiri will peel off, maybe re-engaging. But this is a tough spot to be in.
Oh yeah, I mean, Cryan has a smoke grenade, could pop it, go for the revive. Or shield. Oh, at the very last second of the deploy action, Spoit gets found and caught off the board. And that is going to slow down Koi significantly. And there's only 40 seconds left to go. I mean, this round is practically over into time. You have to go right now, otherwise the clock will be your biggest enemy.
And Cryan's still in the spot.
Place the talonade.
These are 2 incredible gunners, by the way. But,
okay.
Oh, Cryan is just better. A miraculous shot. No way. Leon Gids doesn't see DCH, but then he does. It certainly looked like that would have been a free kill for Elevate. There go the Candelas. Mark, a nice shot onto Cryan. That totally pushes away anybody inside a garage with Kanto Racketti's in the middle of the bomb site. 10 seconds to go. He has to take engagement. Sloppiness on intel. Leon Gids in a desperation of a 1v2, and Elevate ties the game.
5-5. And that's right off Koi's tactical timeout as well. That's gotta sting. basement attacks is not working for them today. I mean, they won the very first one. It was sloppy. And then this. Krine slips to the left. Sport swings far right. Onigiri exposes himself unnecessarily to Krine after he gets the initial kill, and it gives Koi a way into the round. Kento Kitty had full A bomb site control for about 30 seconds, but Koi could not react upon it. They could not get the bomb down as Leon gets had the diffuser on the garage/main stairs side. Elevate, they will go upstairs. Last time they were successful, it was all up to Sapper in a 2 versus 2 essentially, but he found both of those kills. Did not need any help.
My. I mean, I guess that's foolish for us thinking that this was over before it was. I mean, the side swap obviously made a huge difference here in what is now a very lopsided, defender-sided Bank. At the start of today, Bank has been played 4 times, and it's almost 50-50 in terms of rounds won for attack and defense. 49% of the rounds played have been won by the defenders, 51% by the attackers. Only 1 bomb site is defender-sided, and that's Locker's CCTV.
Yeah, that's not a big surprise there, to be honest. Basement bombs isn't in general across most maps at defender side because you can't do as much vertical destruction. You can sit tight on bomb site, you can roam a lot around the map, etc. No difference here. Leon actually smiling a bit there, despite taking so much damage, saying, this guy's annoying me. Gets away alive though. No thing in the board, no heals available. It's a similar lineup from the side of Koi for this attack as last time. Deepak on the Amaru. Last time went up that elevator hatch into his own demise. Same kind of entry points as well. The setup is there for Koi, right? Kanto's doing the thing on the window, repels the bomb site. Deepak and Krine in the basement. And then Sport rather, is a +1 on Heaven side. Onigiri though, with active information on the Echo. Knows Kanto's alone, could just jump out, take the kill, run back in through lobby or somewhere else, take the 1-for-1 worst case. Or just tell good old DCH to jump out that window one more time.
You know, it's like my dad always says, 18 times a charm.
Don't go here again.
Deepak is up, and away. He'll see the rotate that's been created. But nobody nearby.
No one's really acting right now. I mean, Koi wants to set up. They're missing Leon, Gitz, and Sport to be in the right positions. And Elevate, they're happy to wait right now and let them get close before acting themselves.
Only time that this bomb site has been played by Elevate was a victory back in round number 8. That was the insane clutch that we saw from Sapper. Deepak on the hunt. He capitalizes. Starting off the round, and there's a hatch as well with his name on it. Kanto dies farther away. Onigiri holding court with that suppressed MP5 of the Echo. Launching towards Banana. It's a very powerful position to be in. He can watch whatever breaches might appear on those panel walls leading into square. He can watch windows, and then he can watch towards the top of main stairs.
Deepak could throw a flashbang through that crack and then go up the hatch with Spoit assisting him, and so he does.
That's exactly what happens, and Spoit is there for the 1-2 punch onto Mr. Punch. Sapper playing these bulletproof angles, these shots through the wall that allow him a greater line of sight. Onigiri dies to Deepak. Koi have boxed Elevate out of the bomb site. DCH's attempts to get back in ain't gonna happen. 3 kills from Koi give them that point.
Yeah, buddy. Let's go.
Much better. Bro, get me on lurker, what? Get me on lurker. Give me lurker. Bro, I fucking made a hole in janitor, flashed, and then I'm out up.
Yeah.
Yeah, buddy.
Deepak did play that nicely. Broke the ceiling, tossed the flashbang, went up. Still up in the last time. Koi attacked from the same side as well, instead of being so spread out and isolated. They get the job done. Elevate, while they did have information early on, and Onigiri did take down Kenturketi on the window repels, they don't ever seem to have any yokais available for the plant when it goes down from Leon Gitz. And Koi, they keep executing with less than 10 seconds on the board. I mean, there was a real chance at one of those rounds where you deny the plan with the Yoka in 0 seconds and the round becomes yours. Instead, because it's not an option, Elevate, they're forced to take the gunfights. That is where Koi they thrive, especially when they have the man advantage in numbers, which they did in that previous round. And things are not changing up that much operator-wise. Things are staying relatively the same. DPEG wants information, goes on to 0. Your Swiss Army Knife operator, great gun with the buff to the muzzle brake, or sorry, to the extended barrel rather. 15% more damage, can opener, secondary hot breach, and 4 SAM cams for information gain. Whereas Elevate, well, Saber does like the pulls, has brought it 3 rounds now, so far. And more traps being brought as Mark is now on Captain duty with DCH and Frost.
Well, they like the Legion pick from Elevate as well, right? And anything to slow down Koi, because as much as we've been focusing on Elevate's ability to get in the building quickly, Koi can do exactly the same. And I mean, look at that. Kanto thought he had something, but he didn't. Nope. And down he goes. But they answer back. DCH will die. Maybe not the same player that was involved in that first skirmish, but you lose one both ways. Again, though, DCH tends to play these operators with passive gadgets. So DCH is just a warm body more often than not, and you're not losing a ton of utility when he goes out of the action.
You are correct. I mean, if you look at this, besides the poles, I mean, you can argue 50-50 orange, but besides the poles, no one really has any active use gadgetry. So anyone can just fight anywhere they want, jump out, play aggressive, take fights, etc. And it is also always a worthy trade, I think, for Elevate. Trade 1-for-1 right now against Koi. It's worked out for them so far. Good C4.
Wonderful C4 on to Spoit. Koi, after taking their time out, have struggled to get something going. They got around, but they didn't have that same confidence that I think they wanted from it. Mark has now been pushed off of his position as this Koi squad looks for yet another kill, and they've got him trapped inside of the elevator. Mark has no way out, and he knows that. It's a simple gunfight of him versus Cryan. Leon Giggs now in the action. Onigiri has actually created an opportunity and takes out Deepak as well. Look at this sloppiness from Koi. They don't expect the unexpected, and that's the #1 rule of playing against APAC.
Beautiful escort there. I mean, Leon's on the side, but you can't plant right now. Nope, he's not even alive any longer. Trying to 1 versus 4 to clutch it up.
And he's not going to be able to do that, I'm sorry. This is the same situation he was in before, but it was a 1v3. He knows how hard it is just to get into the bomb site, let alone get a kill. And he's reduced to absolutely nothing. A single HP. This is Koi's map, by the way. And Elevate have just sent him to overtime.
Yeah.
Like I'm calling this whole time.
Okay, so Rogue, Elevate. Position that they find themselves in now is that it's a very even matchup, and these rounds are defined by very specific things. It's always a trick up Elevate sleeve, a C4 below, a window jump out, but more importantly, Elevate are successfully trading the past 4 rounds in a row. Not many words from Koi, rather. Sorry. Basements open up again.
I think that's an easy one to make.
Oh, that one's tough.
I keep wanting, just on force of habit, to also refer to them as the old name of the organization. For those of you that haven't really followed, Rogue and Koi effectively merged into just Koi. So if you're wondering, oh, where is Rogue? I want to watch them play. You are watching them play. It's the same team and very similar organization, just different name and obviously different personnel behind the scenes.
Yep.
And different branding.
Yeah.
Just as we see the same with XSET and M80.
Correct.
A former co-founder / COO of XSET. I actually don't know if he was a co-founder, but he was one of the co-leaders of XSET. Created M80, and the roster has moved on over there. And it's, again, it's a very similar situation.
Yeah.
Either way, just so people know.
Just so they know.
Just so you know. Information is power. Oh, Mr. Punch is going to lose that deployable shield, and with it, make Holding Blue much more precarious. but pocket gadgetry. 2 ADSs in pocket for DCH. Remember what we said about persistent gadgets? If he had died early on, those 2 ADSs would have gone with him.
They have a spare shield. Look at it. Boom. And we're back in business, baby. Mark ran all the way from like the garage of basement to server stairs and put down that shield. DCH put down 2 ADSs as well. And it's almost like it never happened. Now, Koi, they know they got the shield, and they're going to be very happy with that. But when they show up to the server stairs and they drone it again, they're going to realize they got to clear it one more time.
I thought you said you got the shield.
Yeah,
I did.
He's like, I did. I mean, I swear. Gonna watch the VOD back, but like, God damn it, I did get it. Told you, Leon.
I mean, think about it, though. A single Rotero drone just caused all of that. So that's still good value.
Oh, it is. Certainly. And
yeah, there you go. Crying's not got the information. And I don't know if there's a look on his face. I was like, hold on a moment here. What in the Sam?
He's like, David, I need you. I'm coming.
What in the Sam L is going on down there?
Should be relatively easy and straightforward, though. You just jump in, pop it midair. Yeah, good flashbang here as well to bait it out.
And another Rotero drone is going to clear all this out. ADS is gone, shield gone, a toxic canister thrown out by Mr. Punch just to slow them down. Hatch has now been opened, which means that Mark, who's playing by server just below that hatch, will be spotted as he tries to escape. Final toxic canister is out of the pocket of Mr. Punch.
And they're going to fight it. Elevate, normally when that server hatch gets opened up, you gotta fall back to bomb site and fight it there, or you stay inside a server and server stairs and take that 2v5 essentially that you'll see. Flashbangs endings available. Elevate, they gotta get aggressive.
Mr. Punch has a shotgun, and that thing can do some serious damage. Mark will be the next focus after Mr. Punch has moved off, and Mark is in an excellent spot. He takes down 2. Mr. Punch gets one of his own. Koi just completely lost the plot to this round. Final 20 seconds now for this Koi squad to get something going. Elevate sitting so pretty. Kanto slays Onigiri. Another player from Elevate just to his left can outduel DCH. Deepak can pull off clutches, but how about this? A 1v4, 10 seconds to go. Miles away from the bomb site. Mr. Punch will slow him down, but that's about it. Deepak gets ended by Mark. Elevate move to map point.
8 successful. I said 2v5 because you're fighting the entire team, but there were 2 members of Kanto and Deepak on the open area hatches, but a 2v3 essentially. Played beautifully. I mean, Mark hit the flick of his life that shuts down Koi dead in their tracks. And yeah, you can choose, as I said, either you fall back from servers or you hold it. They fought for it and they did so. Very well done to them. Not a lot of mouse moving from Koi right now. They know they're in a tough position, but they do get to defend now. They choose to go for open area. And attacks seems to be where things are falling apart for both teams right now. It's where they find the least amount of rounds in terms of round victory success, but also it's where both teams just look the weakest. Both Koi and Elevate are relatively slow in their attack inside, and small things are not going in their way, and therefore they lose the rounds. Elevate, I'll give some credit to them. They've been trying out so many different styles of attacks, whereas Koi have kind of like their staple 2 to rotate between. Onigiri showing the finger, then the Ash, now the Blackbeard, now the Puck. He's really going through the operator pool right now. And Mark even showed us a Grim, but it will be back to a more stable lineup here. No shenanigans, no tricks up their sleeves. I'm gonna say open area. It's a serious bomb site. We'll give it a serious operator lineup to counter it.
All right, back where we started. Deepak scouting with the Yokai drone. This was early in the matchup. We started this match almost an hour ago. What's up at timing? 13 rounds in. Onigiri the very first kill. Koi were up 5-2 at one point, and now Elevate leads, and they find themselves 4 kills shy of sniping their opponent's map.
Yeah, I mean, this is... look at the desk, what they were saying an hour ago, right? Like, this is Bank, this is Koi's map, this is where they win. The next map, rather, Chalet, yeah, is where things get dicey. But this right here is Elevate saying, Bank might be your map. but we are gonna take it away from you and make things even worse.
Yeah, and as Demo said, Koi need all 4 points at minimum.
Yeah.
Well, might be a bit of a tough thing to do if you can't win your own map.
Still possible, of course, but things are looking grim as Leon fell early in the round, and so does Cryan with that injure.
What a read through the wall as he gets droned out, Cryan downed. Another body from Koi. Hits the floor. Elevate closing in up top. They need to secure the kill on Cryan. Half the round gone. Deepak will get him back up after he's dropped down, and now Spoit will also abandon that top floor. Cryan will be worse for wear. There go the proximity alarms. Spoit just playing the waiting game right now. Some of open area will be opened up.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've taken the top floor. Bomb sites in open area. Koi running with the one bomb site that they won both times in their original defense, Nick.
You see, Koi, they aren't really fighting anymore, right? The pressure might be getting to them right now. They're folding it back every single time, and they strike some presence on the map. And I mean, Spoit is literally in a corner, holding a hatch drop, maybe looking for a drone. Elevate, they got 30 seconds, so the clock's a problem, but they got numbers advantage.
Yeah, you cannot stall out here. Nade goes in, the remainder of Cryan is found. It just took a while for Koi to get it. Now it's DCH to take some damage. Both teams firing back. Koi needs to slow this down as best as they can, and Deepak under fire. Kanto down for the count. Spoy the only one on Koi that's still at full HP, and he makes it work with 3 kills. Cannot get more than that.
Oh, the Yokai.
The Yokai drone is still up. They'll go hunting for the final kill on Deepak. He knows it's coming.
Oh, the
But the nade is dropped on him. It doesn't do it in time. What is this match, Nick?
Oh my god, it's correct. If that grenade is cooked like half a second longer, it rolled the other direction, that could be the end of the round for Koi, but they live. Just at least for one more round, the final round of Bang. Spoity was the hero that they needed. Stuck in the corner, sure, but still striking back, finding these important kills in the round. Diffuser management not there for Elevate, and even if it was, Koi, they checked all the boxes. The Yokai was there to shut it down, even if they attempted it. Deepak, surprisingly sitting on 12 kills, the most for Koi's side, while doing the dirty, unsexy work of droning, holding cameras, trading it out, but also playing rather proactively on the map on the attacking side, which is where they currently are, finding themselves. Open area back-to-back for both teams. It will be the final bomb set played.
Yeah, no matter what, this is it. This is the end of the road. You and I had some predictions before we got into the matchup, basically saying, you know, what's going to happen here? Are Elevate going to show up like we saw CAG, like we've seen other APAC teams, and just be wild and unpredictable?
Yeah.
And frankly, stun the teams that on paper should be better. I mean, Koi is a major champion winning team.
Yeah, 6 months ago.
They should be the better team in this matchup. Bank is not showing that yet.
No, it has not. And there's a couple of teams that has that kind of name tag on them. Expectations should be good, but then they aren't. Heroic, obviously, as well. People are Wolves from UL. People are like, when are you guys gonna do what you're supposed to be doing? Meanwhile, APAC, the one thing we always associate with them is upset, create something or make something crazy, make a team sad, send someone home, or, you know, not make it past groups that you want to. Default Chems being shut out from Koi. Progression to the map. Cryan loses the engagement. Mr. Punch comes out on top. It's 5 versus 4 in favor of Elevate.
Oh man, these opening kills have been breaking so even for both teams. Yet in overtime, every opening duel has gone in favor of Elevate. And look at how quickly this tempo is being set by Koi. But Elevate shutting them down at the pass. Kanto Raketti gets his revenge on DCH. That's been a grudge match that's been happening all matchup long. No Lion means that you don't have to worry about being held in place at this moment. That's good news for Elevate, as they've gotten that first pick. And again, DCH running those persistent gadgets. A Frost being down means the deployable shield's already been placed, you're good. Those bear mats have already been placed, you're double good.
Is there a triple good to be found here? The question so far has yet to be answered. Onigiri making a rotate. Can now advance to the bomb side. Rebarricade the window is smart. No one can flank late in the round. Koi, as the attacking team, they have to strike first to create opportunities and find openings. Elevate can sit back and wait for that to happen and strike when they see a counter.
And there it is, one from Sapper. They straight it out. Spoit will get him back. These teams, as close as the scoreline is of the 7-7, this round in particular, being equally close.
3 versus 3. Second, the hot bridge is inside of Dapex's pocket. They can open up that bottom wall of heaven if they want to.
Attackers have located
Look at this, Mark has a flank coming in.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
When it's a 3v3 and you got the operator lineup that Koi has, the only real thing that's going to work as anti-flank are those Argus cams, depending on where they've gone.
That wasn't the clone.
That was the real Spoit. And they let him go right by. There's the clone. Down goes Mr. Punch to Deepak. Spoit will wander in. Mark will be the difference maker. Deepak the drop to go on in. Down goes Spoit. Oh, now Mark gets caught out by Kanto Raketti. Onigiri, do you have magic in those fingers of yours? Deepak takes some damage as he walks through the Capkin trap. Oh. Onigiri needs to check to his left. He doesn't do that.
Let's fucking go!
Boy, oh boy, that was a tense one for Koi. 8-7, they take their map. But Elevate make them bleed for it.
Oh my god, that really came down to the wire. I mean, a half a second, maybe less, and you can basically kill Deepak on the planet, win on 0 seconds. Mark had a bit of a whiff on the main stairs from basement. Oh man, I'm excited for Chalet. That's all I'm gonna say.
I cannot wait for Chalet. If Bank was that close, and now we go to Elevate's map, anything can happen. The players are gonna take a quick break, and so are we, before we come back and see, does Koi take it 2-0? Or does Elevate topple them on their own map? We'll see. Be back in a few minutes.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do you do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position, that is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
very exciting first map between Elevate and Koi. Koi, you will probably know them as Rogue. If you're just tuning in for the first time, Rogue and Koi either, I don't know the official terminology, so I apologize to Koi if you were watching this, but whether it was they were in a partnership originally, and then I believe they just got bought out or merged into Koi. Either way, they were Rogue, they are now Koi. It's the same team, same major champions.
I was gonna say, you're Berlin major champions, yeah.
You're Berlin major champions. Just a different logo and a different name. This was Rogue's map. Koi's map. It's bound to happen.
Yeah, it is.
You get it out of the way on the first cast, and then you're good to go. But for so long, this was one of Rogue's best maps. Now it is one of Koi's best maps, and it didn't look it, frankly.
No.
There weren't a ton of mistakes that we saw from this Koi squad. There were a couple rounds where, yeah, their coordination on attack, not particularly great. There were some times where they were very messy in their post-plant, whether it be a retake on defense or sitting on the diffuser, and this one in particular is what I was thinking of. Sapper popping out of Janitor and then just taking out the trash. Very well played on his end, and very well played on all of Elevate's end. Now, going into this matchup, Elevate only had a 19% amount of attacking rounds won. Elevate won 2 of their 6 rounds on attack, 2 of 7 technically, because there's that one round in overtime. So at least they're doing about as well as they want, but this was a very defender-sided bank, because then Koi did the same thing. Koi won 3 rounds on attack. So not a huge difference here. For a coin toss map, this bank was very defender-sided. We now turn our eyes to Chalet, a map that will play so incredibly differently from bank.
Yes, but the one thing it does have in common is that you can really easily start struggling against those really aggressive plays, which Elevate were doing time and time again on bank. So in a way, yeah, it plays out very differently, but the problems that Koi might be facing are going to be very similar, assuming that Elevate will play that same kind of style. And given how close bank was, going all the way to 8-7, I don't think Elevate has to change many things around. They should by default be playing a little bit better, more comfortable, because they're finding themselves on their own map pick versus Koi's. Operator bans, they might not need to change either, because Nuke gets taken off the board, so does the Dokkaebi, both teams doing the same thing they did last time.
Spoke about it on the bank matchup, that Cryan competes for the title of one of the best Nooks in all of EU, possibly even the world.
Yes.
Now, while Nook's strength on Chalet might not be the same as it is on Bank, Bank could very well be one of Nook's best maps, depending on who you're talking to, but by and large, we tend to see a disproportionate amount of Nook play and Nook bans on that Bank map because of its size. I guess if you're Elevate, you still just don't want to deal with it. Ban out the Nook, you don't have to worry about it. And then you don't allow Cryan to play it. Doesn't matter whose hands it's in. Would you look at those operator bans?
Are they the exact same?
They're exactly the same.
Yeah, although I think the one difference to double check here, it was Koi who banned Mira last time. So they flipped the defender bans, but overall it's the same ones that go through. So both the Asami and Solace are able to be played.
That's the same bans.
Didn't I know that Koi banned Mira? Now Elevate banned Mira. So they're this. Oh, I noted wrong. That's what I did. I literally just noted wrong. Oh well, that's my bad.
2023 Esports Awards Analyst of the Year nominee, Pengu, everybody.
Actually, wrong. Not analyst, color commentator.
Oh, whatever.
Yeah, different. It's not the same thing.
I booed it when I was there. I booed when you went up on the screen. I went, boo!
That's fair. I respect it.
And then when I was up there, I also booed. Just to make things even.
I mean, to be fair, what is this saying is like, if someone's, you're doing something right if you have haters, essentially, right? So
if you're getting a reaction, you're doing something right.
Okay, that also works.
If you're getting an immense amount of praise or if you're getting an immense amount of hate, at least you're getting a reaction and getting people invested. The worst is when you get no reaction at all.
Oh, that's what it is. Okay.
Because then it means that your content is just not captivating. Just like Sport was captivated by the beautiful eyes of the castle of DCH.
I believe it was Sport and Onigiri getting the kind of like the MVPs of map 1, essentially.
That is correct, and it was DCH and Kanto Raketti who were in a battle to the death.
Yep.
Mutually assured destruction, I think you could call it, with the way that they kept engaging each other on bank. The unstoppable force meets the immovable object. How many cliches do you think we can just toss
Keep
into
tossing them out.
Just keep heaping them on. It's like when you go to a buffet and it's like you're just scooping it. You're just
scooping
like,
one more.
Come on, you got to share that. Either way, DCH starting things off. Elevate starting things off strongly. This is their map. It's a close one. They came a single round away from toppling Koi on Koi's map pick. Now it's Elevate's map. Are they going to be good enough to put this one away?
I like the pace here from Koi. They're going faster. The two terms or words I would use for Bank was slow and sloppy. Right now we're going fast, but still a bit sloppy as we're falling by the wayside relatively quickly here. Only give it a second kill on the board. That soft wall towards the bomb side being challenged. Look at this. He's not stepping down. He's fighting every single chance he gets.
And he gets another one on the Kanto Raketti. Koi might have been fast to get into the building, Nick, but not well placed in how they are able to do that. They get in. This is fast and sloppy.
Yeah. Honestly, yes. Onigiri, he went from bomb side, now he's retaking the chimney position, back into dining, it's missed a punch. Deepak finds 2, but there's 3 more to be found with 50 seconds on the clock. We've seen this a couple of times on Bank, and typically, Elevate, they don't throw these. They've gotten a lot better. APAC as a region, I will say, has gotten a lot better at playing those 1v2s and 1v3s and actually winning out those rounds.
The biggest stumbling block that APAC was facing at the beginning when they were first introduced to pro play all the way back in 2017 was coordination.
Yep.
They often acted like individual players who weren't a part of a unit. And with that coordination, they would often overpeak or they would often overcommit or over-engage. And when their coordination started to get better, so too did their patience. There's no way Deepak wins this. No, he doesn't. Sapper's waiting around the door frame. Down Deepak goes. 2 kills, but they're completely impactless. Round number 1 goes to Elevate.
Master Bedroom defense as well. It's very... So essentially, Master Bedroom was not played almost at all in the last like 2 to 3 months across most regions. But now every region at this event, they seem to play it first or second in rotation on Chalet, which is, again, just those small meta changes where, okay, teams are now playing a more aggressive Chalet, which is something that W7M kind of began actually when they were coming up domestically in LATAM and then started going to international tournaments. Everyone was praising W7M's skill level of how well they played and how differently they played Chalet. And other teams are finally starting to look at that and go, we can learn from this. We can take some bits and bobs here, make it our own in a different way, and then we can also play it. So Master Bedroom getting some more life brought back into it. And its play rate significantly increasing these last 3 days. In terms of win rate, I'm scouting for it right now because I am curious.
Are we talking Chalet?
We're talking Chalet, Master Bedroom, 50-50 so far.
I have those numbers in front of me. You could have just asked me, you know. I'm sitting right next to you. You can literally see.
I wanted to scout myself. You do so much work for us, Parker.
Look at that. Now look at, see? So how you saw the stats on my screen.
Yeah.
Same as your screen.
Yeah, you're right.
Chalet 56% overall.
Yeah.
Wine cellar / snowmobile, basement bomb site, attacker favored, kitchen dining, the most defender-sided bomb site, bar gaming, also defender-sided, and that master office that you talked about upstairs, 50-50. And that was not a 50-50 round.
That was not a 50-50 round, no. But 50-50 for Master Bedroom is a very high win rate if you were to factor that in the average of last 3 months. So people are playing it more commonly and winning it more as well. So big success. Koi got to deal with Elevate members. It's a library now. Asami's on the board and in active play. This is often why you see Asami being banned out on Chalet, because it makes it a nightmare to attack most areas of the map, especially around the library area. However, these Retero drones will do a great job at helping eliminate those keeper barriers.
Flash goes out, and here is the focus. It's going to be on Onigiri.
Oh,
and it misses. That's a tough corner to attack, to be fair.
Yeah, it is.
We've seen fire arrows go in and miss. We've seen nades go in and miss, and that's exactly what just happened. Hope you have tinnitus, or hope you don't have tinnitus, because that's what you hear all the time. That's what I hear all the time. A constant ringing in your ears.
I hope you have tinnitus.
I hope you don't have tinnitus. I'm sorry. I did not just wish tinnitus on all of you.
That is awful.
Yes, I know. It's dreadful. I hope none of you get it. But either way, there was tons of tinnitus from Onigiri. And look at how much damage was done to him. Practically none. Now, back when the meta was different, the spot that Onigiri's playing inside a library would be empowered by a Thunderbird. But Onigiri, well, he's not going to be that long for this Earth. Wait, maybe. He just might be. No, he's gone. Spoy walks in, picks up 2 kills, gets right out. Koi leading the way in the kill feed. 5 players left in the server, 1 minute to go. The advantage goes to Koi by 1.
Just barely. I mean, Spoy's almost dead.
Don't say just barely. We saw a clutch on 1 HP from Sapper
Okay, that's
in just
fair.
the last match.
That's fair. They got the advantage. Done deal, period. 2v3, however, not a bad look for Elevate on this bar defense. It is very holdable for them. 35 seconds, D-Pick has lobby control. 2 members of Koi upstairs. Sapper and Mark against the world.
We've got information, though, at least from that one goo mine. D-Pack continuing to take damage. Now it's Spoit's turn to step into the goo mine, and Mark will capitalize on 1. Gets them both! Good lord, Elevate!
Woohoo! Looking a lot better. The decisiveness from Elevate right now is honestly their biggest strength, because it looked like, okay, do they swing or do they not swing? I wasn't sure, but the moment that Mark swung, he swung a second time, and his teammate was there to cover his back as well. It's a great injury from Sport in particular on that library take, but Mark, again, the aggression continues, and it just follows up time and time again. And it was Onigiri who was granted the quote-unquote MVP for map number 1. But honestly, Onigiri, Sapper, and DCH, and Mark all had a lot of good moments. Messed the punch as well, not as many should I say, but every single member from Elevate showed up. Honestly, when it comes to Koi right now, it's a matter of nobody really stepping up. Kento had a bunch of kills, but also died so many times first man outside the building. And sure, there's DCH jumping out, but it's Kento finding himself in that particular position way too often. Leon gets played 1 round of Sense on Bank, died immediately. We never got to see any sort of execute. With Sense and Ying on the board, combined with the Lion, once you hit the bomb site itself, you can really make it messy. Cut lines of sight with the wall, smokes, candelas go flying. Of course, the Lion charge will stop any defenders from moving in most of those scenarios. First, we gotta get there. The site is far away. Roam clear should be underway first. Kento on the bathroom window. And Crying on the office door, looking to cut this bomb site, or sorry, the upper stairs of office in half. Gone 6 rush, question mark.
Leon Gids is down, crawling away, and Koi is in the building. Mr. Punch the first kill. Spoit answers right back. Kanto and Leon Gids are both down. Because the adrenal surge had gone off, Kanto will likely have to wait for the gadget to recharge, and it should get both of them back up. But oh no, Kanto's in a frost mat.
Yep. No can do.
Spoit's recoverable. Or Spoit's there, and Kanto's recoverable. There we go. Leon Gids is back up on Sens. Very limited Sens play that we've seen here at the event. Same with Grim. There's 2 new attackers, not seeing as much of a play rate as they want. There goes the rest of Leon Gids. Elevate at the moment, with Kanto now getting back up, find themselves ahead by a single player.
It's a good time to be a Fingal, however. Those adrenal surges will help you get a little bit better for these gunfights. But Elevate, they continue to impress in these advantageous positions. They're not swinging unnecessarily, taking high risks. They are playing corners and crossfires beautifully.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
It's been a very fast round. 3 casualties coming in the first minute of action. Smoke next to Mark. EE1D goes off, meaning that there's very likely to be an execute happening. You can hear the candelas too. Within striking distance, Koi are but a few steps away from getting that diffuser down, again in the hands of D-Pack as it was retrieved earlier on. There goes Spoit, and now D-Pack will follow. Koi lose everybody but Kanto Raketti as Elevate look to go up 3-0. All they need to do is find this worm, Akanto on the ground, wriggling towards the end. And it is Elevate, running a perfect rotation on Chalet.
That is a tough start after a miracle of a bank. How close those rounds were. This is not close at all. It's a one-way win right now for Elevate. Tactical timeout has been called by Koi. See what they say.
Take your time. And if there's another guy in suicide, because they're going to go back to fucking bottom. If there's a guy in suicide like that, just fucking double jump in quickly. You don't have to flash and nade them around. At the end of the day, you're fucking better. You're all fucking better than those guys over there. They're winning by surprising you. Go back a fucking few stages. Were you surprised? The answer for this one is yes. But now you fucking know. Now you know that anything you open, they're going to swing. Wait for them. Counter them. Take your time. Take it slow. And talk things through first. Okay, boys? Let's go.
Let's go.
Same exact words of encouragement as on map number 1 of Bank is that you are better, confidence, play together, expect these things coming from them because again it's the frustrations brewing in the comms most likely and it's the same mistakes. So slow it down right now seems to be what Mibi wants, which is ironic because on Bank the attacks are going simply too slow. But it's not just a matter of slowing down in terms of how much time you spend. It's about taking that extra step, right? Check the corner. Okay, make sure that the teammate behind you. Make sure that you're not going in a little bit too eagerly into these first couple of rooms. Because it is in the very first room on the map that Koi choose to enter that things they fall apart immediately. This Elevate's map pick, we keep saying it, but it has value. You're expected to win your own map. With how close Bang was and how one-sided this is so far, it is almost guaranteed we'll see Border coming up as a deciding map. Unless Koi can turn this ship around. And with no more parachutes in their pocket, with that one tactical timeout being called for them, if Elevate can keep up this pressure and just keep on building these rounds, Koi has no way to really hit the bricks.
See how much a timeout can rejuvenate this squad here because, yeah, there are periods of time on Bank where things looked quite poor for Koi. Still ended up coming out with the victory on that 8-7 that we just saw. And they looked relieved, frankly. It's not one of those wins where you stand up and, oh, you know, it looks like you just fought a war. Koi looked like they were in pretty decent spirits for how close that match was. But now Elevate have made it so that Koi are not able to win this first half.
They can't. They can tie it, which is honestly for Chalet going 3-3 is not terrible by any means for either side, but and it's a slightly different favor right now, that 56% favor, but in the past it was attacker sided. Basement attack with the Osa in play means you can try and get a plant down behind the Talon shields if you were to get enough control of the bomb set itself. So step 1 was the breach. Step 2 now, rotate to backside. Hit up the trench area and that big wall near the basement car garage hallway. Missed the punch up above, holding Westmain himself. And Leon has an idea that something might be happening behind him from the flank and trophy, but no, nothing's happening at all.
Over towards blue, Leon Gids in West Main. Now it's Spoit attacking from the back. Spoit's in the bomb site. 1 minute to go. Kanto Raketti down for the count. They actually trade. Now it's Leon Gids found out from above. Spoit taken out as the retake from Elevate is pixel perfect.
Yeah.
4 kills in a row from Elevate to completely overrun this Koi squad. Timeout, not immediately working. Elevate continue their reign of terror as they're up 4-0.
Not just that, but the way that the round fell apart is actually, it's a bit of a blunder in my opinion. Kanto went in from the trench breach with the hatch above him and dining being opened up, and it seemed like Koi just didn't even realize. Leon gives some harsh words as well. Wake up and listen. So now these are words of frustrations really coming through. And this is the harsh reality of being down in a losing position when you should be the team to win. And so I'm sure some people watching will be like, but Koi won the first map, it's fine. They can lose the Chalet, go on border, you know, they're happy to go or whatever. That's not how this goes for competitive level of play. You should never be happy with being down 0-4, whether it's your map, their map, or a map you haven't ever played in a tier 1 competition. Now, just to really put out there, Koi, they have played Chalet before. even though it might not look like it right now. So that's not the case for them. But expectations for Koi are high. Elevate argue the same thing, but I think most people in this situation will be like, Koi should be winning this matchup. And because Bank was so close, that faith, it's slowly running out. And Elevate, even though they struggled themselves in the first map, they never looked like they were mentally out of the situation or arguing necessarily. Now, I don't speak their language, unfortunately, but their face is still a good story. They always look happy and in good spirits. Koi right now look a bit down.
I think the frustration is really telling.
No, it is.
Right? Elevate speed running this chalet. We've seen that from a couple teams. No spoilers, but we've seen that from a couple teams so far.
Oh, God.
This is zombie hold, by the way. It was something that was discussed on social media at the tail end of being one of the more innovative parts of SI. And it just puts you in such a rough spot as an attacker. Because by the time you use your explosive to open up that stairwell, got the pixel angle of whoever's playing behind it. And they've still held onto that position with the other Kiba barrier too. It's been a little bit of damage done to Mark, but that's about it. There's the nade. It should clean all of it up. But DCH is still there, and another one will go out, but he actually flubs it. That is unlucky. Another nade will go in. Two bodies will storm these library stairs, and that carbine can do so much damage, and DCH takes one down before Koi answers back with two of their own.
It's a good trade. But I mean, Koi, they need more than just this. The bomb site itself, of course, being fortified. Onigiri striking out from that soft one side of office. Also looking for a kill.
Mr. Punch's eyes not on his own screen.
They know.
Still looking at somebody else's perspective. The beautiful thing of LAN, being able to play off of your teammates. Deepak and Kanto Raketti, by the way, in position, watching where Mr. Punch is going to come from. Because of the advantage that Koi has in numbers, they can waste this amount of time. Mr. Punch will get flashed out, he'll get stunned, and there he goes. Cryin secures. Three separate players from Koi working together to punish one of the offsite players. The advantage that Koi has grows in a 4v2. Sapper and Onigiri sit up top, close enough to the bomb site to do some serious damage.
It's very well executed. When 25 seconds left, they can both go for a plant and go for kills. They have options right now. Onigiri and Sapper, they can't deny any plant. No C4, no verticality. This should be good for Koi.
There goes Cryin. I mean, it should be good for Koi, but you've got Sapper and you've got Onigiri, and Onigiri in particular is always a threat when he's on the battlefield. Leon Gids takes him down, so Sapper will need to clutch out. He did so on Bank. He has the calls, but needs to look long range. He gets it, and there's the timer. He can't make it through the wall in time. It doesn't matter whether he gets through the wall because the bullets do the job. It's another clutch for Sapper and another round for Elevate.
You gotta give Sapper the MVP of this one. I don't care anymore. This man is showing up in moments where it matters. The rotate wasn't even fully there. He couldn't go through. Had to go for the gunfight instead and a flick through the wall. Well done, Elevate. Well done, Sapper. And Koi, they capitalized well early on. The trade here in DCH, trading 1-for-1. That's a Koi special. Really well played together. Guarantees they don't lose the advantage. Then they picked up Mr. Punch in the basement together as well. But when Sapper plays like this, it really does not matter in the end. 5-0 up for Elevate. And at this point, with how things are shaping up, there is a question of, is it even worth fighting this out and try and go into what is likely going to be overtime for Koi? Because endurance and stamina, these things matter so much. But also, getting a 2-0 for Koi gives them 4 points. And both of these teams, they need these points. So it's either you say, okay, let's be in the best shape possible for Border, reserve our strength and energy, and our mental health for that matter, and go third map. Or really 110% fight out this extremely frustrating map of Chalet because of the 2-0 possibility. Tough call. Of course, no one's gonna give up. That's never the case at this level of play. But Koi, they have to start making this decision of how badly they think they can fight back on this map, because so far it's not a close map at all. Last time they had to clear out Onigiri from this corner. I think it was a different player actually, but same position. It was grenades flying in, missing their mark. Now we have the capital fire from Cryan as well. Nice Claymore kill to sap him that drone hole. Onigiri jumps out, does a bit of damage, but no kill goes through.
Honestly, even though it's a 5-0 scoreline, it's not been all bad for Koi in terms of opening picks and in terms of winning through that early part of a round. Again, the big issue for Koi seems to come towards the tail end of these rounds.
Yeah.
Elevate have lost both Sapper and Onigiri, the last two alive from the previous round, the first two to die here in this final defense for Elevate. Steepek off the board, and Cryan was almost stepping into the realm of death too. Only a minute's been burned off of the clock. Zazami, that's been played so far by Elevate, has caused some serious heartburn to Koi. First on Library Stairs, now this round, upstairs in Library itself. And DCH is clearing these lines of sights. So Spoit can't see all the way towards that library door with the way that he wants to. Have to drone it out.
Let's look at the utility. No nades from Sport and Pocket, so you have Capital Fire to work with. You can use and jump on and take those gunfights, but Koi, they
Mark. Maybe not smart. Maybe not smart at all. DCH takes out Spoit. That was the battle up on Library that we were talking about. I don't know if Spoit just decided to vault in or not, but maybe not the most the most optimal plan. Nice play by Leon Gids to take out Mark downstairs in lobby. He was only on a tiny bit of HP anyway.
Yeah, that run from Mark ends up punishing him quite significantly. DCH could be the hero of this round, however. Of course, he's got his backline, missed a punch downstairs. And Koi, they can pick this apart. They have fire on Capital and smokes. No flashbangs though. Cryan is so low on HP, he can't fight necessarily, but he's got that support.
Oh, that was a one-tap on the DCH, by the way. Mr. Punch in a 1v3. Doing his best Sapper impersonation, I'm sure, to clutch this one out. The clutch will start with one onto Cryan, 2 more to go. Leon Gids and Kanto will hunt him down. 15 seconds means the attackers will likely go for a kill, and there it is. Kanto looking the right way. Was it Leon looking the wrong way? Doesn't matter, you still get the kill into the back bar.
Yeah, just fucking get this, boys. Use this energy to fuck these guys up right now on defense, okay? Let's not give them a fucking inch. Just go kitchen.
They're gonna fight it.
You know how you climb Mount Everest?
1 inch at a time?
It starts 1 step at a time. Yes, that is correct.
Okay.
You gotta walk before you can run. And that's what Koi are hoping will happen here. Elevate taking the first 5 rounds. A couple of them in relatively heartbreaking fashion. Koi coming so close, it might as well be so far. They finally get one on the 6th and final round to get themselves on the board and stave off a 6-0 first half, which it's possible to come back from.
It is.
I've seen teams do it. Is it likely? Certainly not.
No, I mean, if you're on match point, you're allowed 0 mistakes, which are bound to happen in a span of 6 rounds. At least now, you have 1 round you can mess up, and then be flawless otherwise. Elevate played 1 round of Monty on Bank. They also played 2 rounds of Blitz. Their Monty round, there was also Onigiri on this particular operator. It was not very impressive. They walked in 1 room, stood still, lost the round. Monty got annihilated in the 1v1 by ADSing towards the opponent. And the biggest problem that Elevate had on Bank was they all came from the same side of the map and not really progressing with time as it went throughout the round. And now it looks like they are going to come in from the same area, bar library side. Monty should be going in first and progressing through the map, applying pressure upon his opponents rather. There are no C4s. Sorry, there is 1 C4 from Cryan below that could punish the Monty.
And there it is, and it does exactly that. The Montaigne was the target for that Nitro cell. It goes off, and down the Montaigne of Onigiri goes. I understand they like putting Onigiri on the Montaigne, but I gotta say, for the best mechanical aimer on the team, it always feels wrong to see them on a shield operator.
Yep, that it's Onigiri who has 10 kills. I mean, I always am behind this philosophy where if you're gonna play Monty, give it to your lowest fragging member of the squad, because you're not gonna go for kills with the Monty, and you still want to have that aggression. In the current meta of Siege, every single team who's thriving right now, they all have gunners. They all have great mechanical aim, and Elevate, they too have it, but right now they're struggling with this Monty pick, trying to force it to work in a situation where I don't think that's the right approach. And just like on Bank, they lose Onigiri early, and now we're running around just kind of waiting for something to happen instead of creating those opportunities ourselves. Half the round to go. It's a dining defense. We've opened up the office wall as the first step. Candela will go on in, but can we follow up? Will anything happen from this? I don't think so.
Well, perfect time for Bravo Stream to join us. Hello. The other matchup that was going on over there has ended. Nice to have you all with us. If you missed the first map, I'd strongly encourage you to go back and watch it. It was Koi's pick. Yeah. And it was a nail biter. This is Elevate's pick, and things seem to be going pretty normal for the team that should be excelling on their own map. Onigiri died early on to a Nitro cell. That's really been the only action. Well, right as I say that, all of a sudden Elevate is sweeping away with these Koi players. 2 picks very quickly on. Elevate need to use that momentum and get downstairs. Clear out those roamers who are playing down below. And then, of course, the players on the bomb site. Kanto Raketti doing battle with drones. Is that 3 drones that have been tossed his way? But he still dies no matter what. Mark walks in, down he goes. 15 seconds left, and only 2 members of Koi. Cryan will wait out the flashbangs as he has his gadget up. And it's a huge play from Koi to take them all down, with the exception of Sapper, who's in the bomb site, but they have intel on him. And there's no way he's going to find both kills. The comeback for Koi is now towards 2 rounds. They've got 3 more to go to tie up Elevate. It was Elevate who came back on Bank. And yeah, it's a steep climb for Koi, but as major winners, they've shown they can get it done.
Yeah, and also some smiles on their face as well, so the mentality seems to have shifted just a little bit at least, which is good for them. The Frost Mat was one problem. The second is the Ying going for the punch upon, towards that bulletproof camera instead of taking the gunfight instead. It looked really good for Elevate in that later half of the round, but when it really came down to the last 20 seconds, Koi, they come out on top. It's going to be one of these maps again, I think, just like Bank, where we're gonna go the distance. Elevate, they are struggling on their attacks, and we brought up on Bank that a 19% attacking win rate so far in this tournament, the lowest of the entire tournament, I believe. At that, they won 2 attacks on Bank. And usually they only win a single one. Now a single victory on Chalet would give them the match point, the 6 rounds. 2 attacking rounds, of course, would give them the map points.
5 seconds left before
Beat the averages.
Yeah, that's what you gotta do.
That's really what it comes down to.
Aim higher, better.
Beat the averages.
defuse a bomb.
Can they accomplish it? Even in that round, the mid-round for Elevate was mighty good. It was the tail end of the round where Koi has struggled in the past that came forward to help them. So, again, it's not like you can always rely on a team being good in the end round or a team always being good on the entry. There's gonna be a time where round 2 or 3 ends up going in your opponent's favor. And honestly, in some of these instances, it does feel a little bit like Elevate has been gifted more late round clutches than most teams would against Koi. Some could argue that they make their own luck for Elevate. Oh, that's not quite, I think, how they wanted it to go. That Kiba barrier on the wrong side of the window, but
it can be tricky sometimes, throwing out those Kiba barriers in the spur of the moment, while also fighting things, avoiding things, etc. Having to worry about drones, always under surveillance.
Attackers dropped. Attackers recovered the diffuser.
Deepak looking out the window, almost at the halfway mark of this round. You've heard a lot of noise, heard a lot of gadgets be used, but not a lot of contact just yet. Which for both of these teams is a bit unusual, and especially given the pace of this match so far, which has been defined by how quickly both of these teams are getting in the building.
Yeah. Oh, good information there from Elevate. Knows a flank is about to be approaching. The question is, do you catch or do you wait? Yeah, he's walking away, so we leave him be. Cryan, of course, downstairs has a C4 in pocket, can do some damage from below if he needs to.
There goes that Kiba barrier. Spoy wanted to swing onto it. If there's anybody on that Koi squad that I trust to win a peak like that, it's definitely Spoit, but you can't peek a nade, can you, Nick? Down goes Spoit. First kill goes to Elevate, but that Nitro cell from Cryan does connect onto DCH, enough to down him. No withstand available for the Zofia anymore, so you'll bleed out, and there's no Fink on the board to get you back to full HP. Oh, Sapper actually misses the drop from Koi into main lobby. Now it's Cryan to the rescue. He and Leon Gids combined for 2 kills. What map control do Elevate have? Target is that Bar Gaming bomb site. Koi seem pretty nestled in. DCH has been picked back up. Final 30 seconds. Advantage in favor of Koi. This means that somebody from Koi could potentially go for a late flank if they're positioned in that direction. Deepak watching the hatch. This is a guaranteed kill unless Deepak botches every single shot, but he does not at all. Easy pickings on to Mark. Now it's the drop from DCH with Mr. Punch unable to get a single kill. It wasn't done by violence, it was done by time. And that's 3 in a row from Koi, who now themselves have put together an impressive performance. Timeout call from Elevate.
So Elevate trying to not fall too far behind.
They needed Spoit. They still didn't take anything. They are massive pushes. Double, triple drone, everything. Push it the last 10 seconds. Take your fucking time, boys. Think about it. Think about where you move.
Think about what you want to do. Elevate surely having a strategical approach to this, because they need to figure out why they aren't getting what they need.
Let's do this, boys.
Final words from Meepy, watch out for a rush. Arguably the easiest way for Elevate to break this barrier is to just slam the speed and go fast. They haven't really done it on Bank. Not really. But we know they're capable of doing so. It is basement, it's a rushable bomb site. Onigiri, you gotta go off that Monty, man. It's nothing personal, but you need gun power on this lineup, or at the very least, if you go Monty, you gotta go for something direct, because it's not working. Cryan is always gonna be downstairs with the C4. First round, he killed Onigiri and the Monty right off the rip. In that previous round, he got an injure onto DCH with the second C4. So far, a great record for Cryan. Few orbital changes now from Elevate, going onto the Jackal, Ayana. And then Onigiri make up his mind. Thatcher seems to where he ends his rotation. So, Elevate are both suited for their own clear, and of course the breach opened these walls. The way most teams approach this is open up the main garage breach outside the building. That can be done with the Thatcher and Ace combo to combat these CYCLOPS. Then you get a bit of bomb site pressure. You can't just freely roam around if you're caught in that case. Therefore, you have to surrender some of that roam game. Then you can choose what you want to do afterwards. Tons of options to go for a clear, to go backside, and there it is. It's going to be the Thermite and the EMPs. Of course, you see here, double EMP the wall. That ensures the CYCLOPS does not trick you. It's a good job done from Elevate on that breach.
Sometimes something as simple as being able to shake off an Electric Claw, Bandit batteries, certain mute jammers can be as valuable as a kill because it sets you up down the line to succeed even more in the round. And I know that we harp on it, but the scoreboard really doesn't tell the full story with how much a certain player can contribute to the team. In this instance, when you look at somebody like Spoit, most of his contributions are going to come from kills and an opening pick after Elevate's timeout to give an advantage to Koi. That's a pretty big contribution.
It is. Elevate, we gotta see now how they progress in this 4 versus 5. It's not Onigiri who falls first this time, it is DCH, but it's also your only grenades that are now gone. Elevate, they have information, but they can't act accordingly upon it. Sport finds a second onto Mark. Tough position now. Saber, he might just find Kento Raketti.
And he does, but it's Kanto who technically finds him. It's another pick for Koi. They haven't lost a player just yet. Can't say the same for Elevate. They're down to just 2 and 1 remains. Onigiri will fall down as Koi's comeback. Oh boy. Alive and well. No flawless rounds technically yet.
I would count this one. I mean, if Kento swings his window and dies, that's his fault, obviously, but I would say this is as close to a flawless as you can get. Onigiri's aware of the challenge ahead of him and knows that it is not something that can be overcame. So, not something you can overcome. Both teams can talk about their next steps because this round is over, which means that they're gonna say what bomb site is Koi gonna go to next and what does Elevate think that they're gonna choose and therefore how they're going to combat it. They tried the Munty, they tried without the Munty, similar results, not working out for them. Koi have turned things around mentally. That's very evident in terms of their facial expressions. Now confidence also slowly, not slowly rather, it is definitely there. They're taking fights constantly and winning them. It's been a while for them. Saber on the Jaggle didn't really use the gadget much in that round. Almost stumbled into Kento Raketti, but as Parker mentioned, it was Kento who found him and got the free kill.
He got the drop on him.
He got a drop on him. You mentioned earlier about how you wished tinnitus and then unwished it upon everybody. What if there's an operator that could increase your hearing? Imagine how loud, like, annoying that would be, right? Like, you activate like Vitro, like there's a bar, right?
Right.
And everything is amplified by like 50%.
Yeah.
And then someone's like, with Tashanka's weapon, opening up a wall. You can't hear anything that you want to hear besides that. Don't do that, please. Like, don't even think about adding that operator in the game. I don't think it's gonna work. I'll be honest.
You excited for the new content coming, by the way?
I am actually. So I will say I actually have no idea what's coming, which means I'm very excited.
The last couple seasons, I will usually find out at the live events just a couple days beforehand.
Yeah.
Not that I really try to insulate myself from spoilers, but I don't seek them out.
Yeah.
And a lot of the accounts on social media that only do spoilers, I don't follow nor interact with, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like SI every year is like a version of like Rainbow Six Christmas.
Yes, there's so much
Sixmas,
underneath that
if you want to call it that.
Yeah.
It is Sixmas because every single year SI will bring about a whole host of changes that have been worked on for a year, if not longer. Some of the changes that at SI have been worked on for years, and they'll, you know, take a while for them to be in development. This year, I'm coming in fully blind. That's exciting.
It certainly is.
I wanted to try and do a tie-in reference to blind, but if you look on the right side of your screen, there's not a single flashbang. So no way for anybody on Koi to be blinded. Okay. I was really hoping for it. I didn't get it.
I like this. Oh, Onigiri taking so much damage. I'm not quite sure how. Must have been from gunfight. Spot with the flank, probably a second.
Koi suddenly picking up these 2 kills. Onigiri still very, very low. One beautiful thing is that Koi has 2 impact grenades and a nitro cell. And Onigiri is so low on HP that a nitro cell tossed near him will kill him, and an impact grenade thrown at him will also kill him.
I like.
You don't have a smoke. You don't have anything else that could deal with that. I guess maybe an evil eye could zap him.
All right, actually, yeah. Maybe said in the tactical timeout, you know, back in round number, that's a while ago. Actually, I haven't done down a while ago, actually. That they double drone everything. So like, don't hide or whatever, and then Sport's like stuck hiding in a corner. Now it's Kento as well. So the whole double droning thing might have fallen apart. They recognized that last round. They're just kind of walking around the building. The downside of Munty is that sure, Munty might survive. He's fine, but the guns behind him, they start falling apart. Now that's some good Munty work. find the member, yellow ping, and then get the crossfire there. 3 versus 1, Kento goes down, but he gets a trade for his life. Good value for Kento. 30 seconds.
And if they keep trading, Nick, I mean, look at the numbers. Koi doubles up on them at this point.
Yeah.
And it's still only Geary on a tiny bit of HP. He's one of the 2 players left. You can hear him. A Bailiff could take him out as well. Just a couple bullets from that Bailiff would be more than enough. DCH is up above.
Seconds to go.
Koi are hungry to tie this game up and win 5 rounds in a row of their own and try as best as they can. Elevate, unable to do a single thing. Only 1 kill over the last 2 rounds for Elevate. It's a defender-sided Chalet, just as it was a defender-sided Bank. And good God almighty, Koi have won 5 rounds in a row, and these teams are now on even footing at 5 rounds apiece.
Yeah, and these rounds are not going slowly either. Most of these rounds have been decided in the first minute and 30 seconds or so. Elevate, they just cannot get a single attack around, and that has been their biggest adversary at this tournament so far. The attacker win rate, and you can see it, they don't seem very confident or comfortable going through the map. It doesn't seem like they have a very well thought out plan ahead of time, and it's kind of figuring out as they're making their way through, and therefore they don't have a checklist. Monty goes in the first round, C4 below, no one's droning that. Okay, he dies. Second round, they go off the Monty, 2 members, they die instantly on the entry. Okay, that doesn't work. In that round that we just witnessed, they got into library. Everyone's alive. Great. The moment they get towards this top 5 place chimney position, Onigiri almost dies with the Monty, and then Sports hiding top blue stairs, gets a kill, falls away. There's always something going wrong, or rather, something that Elevate on their attacking side that they miss. Whereas on their defense, they can play so chaotically against their opponents, and it works. But attack, you need structure. Or at the very least, if you want chaos, instead of 5 members in the same area, put 5 members in 5 different areas on attack. That way you will get that chaos effect and everyone fights 1 versus 1. Instead, Koi, they worry about 1 area of the map because everyone's coming from there, then they can run away. They get that chaos that they can thrive in.
Both teams using their timeouts. After it was Koi who took theirs, 2 rounds were won in a row by Elevate. But then Koi went on the streak they're on right now. Something's got to break at this point. Either Elevate loses their lead, they've had all game, that's one hell of a streak, or Koi loses their first round in 5, and that is also one hell of a streak. Cryan died just mere moments ago. Koi will fall off and head back closer to the bomb site as Deepak watches 2 players from Elevate drop down close to the same window that he peeks at inside of gaming.
It's a clone, not the real deal.
Sometimes it gets me.
Yeah. Sometimes you think it's a clone and it's not, and then you let them run past you. A lot of things can happen with those mind games.
Talking specifically about the map previously.
Yeah, about Bank.
Oh.
It's a rarity that we see in the display. Oh, it's a clone, don't shoot it. And then it's like, it's actually the real player. Elevate, they got that early pick. Now the mid round, not much has happened since. Koi playing more passive, allowing them to make the first move. The thing is, when you have Capita on the board, nade and flashbangs, Elevate could strike anywhere on the map. They have every single piece of utility they could ever desire for it. The smokes are out, bow in hand. This might be that signal for execute time.
Ooh. Spoit plugging the hole that was created next to him, and then another Kiba barrier goes down. Give him clear passage should somebody jump in library, and they do, but Spoit works his magic. And just like that, Sapper and DCH are gone. Onigiri is in the grave too. Elevate got the first pick. They had an advantage for well over a minute and a half, but Koi have been just so smooth from that point onward. Leaves it up to Mr. Punch now, over by Library, and he knew that he had a member of Koi not too far away. Mark was on the map as well, but look at that, 5 kills in a row. And how about 6 rounds in a row as Koi now sit on series point?
Oh, that things have flipped on its head. I mean, it feels like it was just like a few minutes ago that Elevate were stomping Koi when they were on the defense, and the things just changed with the words for them.
That's a clip.
That's a clip.
Again,
As
careful,
Sport says.
fastest round, okay?
Any name?
I want to ban a trick.
Okay, good. And I can
We have input from Deepak is such a man of few words. He will say, I want a bandit trick. No context needed. No like specifics. I want a bandit trick. Okay, fair enough. You get to do that. We saw last time that Elevate, they went for the Thatcher Thermite combo on the wall. If they don't drone it out, then you can definitely stop that in its tracks if you're Deepak. Just hide from the drones. And therefore you can freely just choose your wall to stick at. DCH showing us a bit of blitz play perhaps in this final round, or possible rather, final round of basement defense. There are a ton of explosives on the side of Koi. A set of impact grenades, 2 set of C4s. Perhaps they too are expecting a shield or 2. If you're playing basement defense in Chalet, I would always recommend having 1 set of impact grenades just in case an Ossa gets brought out, because those Talon shields can be so hard to deal with otherwise. The C4s can't always reach as they're outside the building. And see if Deepak can successfully penetrate this wall, and if Elevate drones it, they keep a barrier. Buys them a bit of time. They won't know if it's a Kite Claw or a Bandit Battery. Either they guess and they might get tricked, they gotta deal with the keep a barrier first. Thermite is approaching. Thatcher is there. Second drone goes out and they recognize, oh, they're just gonna gamble it. Surely it's a Kite Claw, surely. Oh, they check it this way. The EMP forces the bandit trick, now they know. The issue is, how do they deal with this bandit? They need a set of grenades there for the drone hole, or something else. And there's nothing, so he just tricks it. All the EMPs, they're getting spent on this wall. You can't get this opened up now.
How many rounds ago was it when I said being able to get open a wall, or the inverse, keeping a wall closed?
Big impact.
Huge impact.
And it's again, the checklist from Elevate, it's not there. If there's a bandit on that wall, the only way to like get through it is to grenade the drone hole, go above in fireplace, do vertical control, or have a Sophia stun the drone hole. You can't just simply try and brute force because you lose that every single time. Bandit is simply faster. You cannot get past the trick.
And also changes to Bandit over the last year or so, allowing him to put down multiple batteries on the wall. That enables bandit tricking at a much quicker pace. Oh, Spoit, no, you don't want that.
Oh, he tried to ram.
He gets the smoke from DCH. A Nitro Cell from Cryan might have been intended for the Blitz, but doesn't do any damage to him. Instead, it's Mark who goes down, and those exothermic charges in the hands of Mark had not been entirely successful. A crucial round as Koi looks for 7 in a row to put away this series. As the clock continues to run, that will benefit this Koi squad that is hunkered down inside of the bomb site. Elevate still clearing the top floor with 50 seconds to go, and it's Cryan now who will be watched over by the Blitz. But he's got his glasses on. DCH hoping for a nice shot, and he loses it, but Koi doesn't. They don't lose anything. 7 in a row for the Berlin Major champions. Chalet looked, and I put it topically, in the bin for Koi. 5-0 for Elevate, but then Koi wins 7 rounds in a row.
And they needed that so badly. I mean, Leon was not happy around round number 4 and 5, saying, guys, listen to the call-outs, figure it out. They did that. All they needed, side swap. Elevate on attack, a lot of weaknesses to be found, and Rogue's defenses look rather strong, and that creates that big gap difference of 7 rounds in a row.
Yeah, really just phenomenal stuff. You win one round in your first half, and then you sweep the second half. I mean, I know that Koi had some doubters, and I think for good reason, given their performance earlier on.
Yeah.
But you never count out major champions. They make it to the finals of an event, and they win the whole thing in one of the best matches that we've seen in ages. That Berlin Major final was so damn good. And why? Because of how Koi played. I mean, it's not just both the teams, but Koi ended up winning it.
Yeah.
They were the best team in the world at that time. And now, yeah, you can't say they're the best team in the world now, but that was one hell of a performance against Elevate.
That it was. And they get, what, 4 points now with that 2-0? So they needed that. Elevate, unfortunately.
At minimum.
At minimum.
At minimum.
Whereas Elevate, they would need minimum like 8 points tomorrow because they are far down in the group, unfortunately.
Yes. Rough going for Elevate, and if you're not named CAG, it's been a rough going for the entire region of APAC, which only has 3 teams here. So, I mean, if 1 or 2 teams has a bad day or two, that can be it for an entire region. That said, that's it for our matchup. We're all done. But we still got 3 more games to get through today, and we don't want to waste any more of your time than we need to. We're going to throw to a break, and then we'll come back as the desk talks about that match.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position. That is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
everybody, and welcome back to 6 Invitational 2023. Our first 2 matchups are done. This concludes it all for Stream A and B. Our winners are in, and I gotta say, good collection after the day off. Koi with a 2-0 over Elevate and collect 4, count them, 1, 2, 3, 4 points that they have for the group. I'm just gonna save them after a bit of a rocky start on day 1. Hello, I'm Milosh. I'm joined by Demo and XR Troika, and I would like to hand things off here since we have a special time. Demo, would you like to host the rest of this desk? At least for a bit. Go ahead.
I've got stage fright.
All yours.
I've got stage fright. Do I ask him a question?
You can ask
Ask me a
any
question.
Well, Ollie.
Introduce
on the game.
Introduce us first.
Well, guys, I'm joined here on the desk with Milosh and Ollie. They're here joining me today. Ollie, seen some Siege today, didn't we?
Well, we did see some Siege. Fortunately for us, this game was a little bit more exciting than the game that was on the B stream. That game was quite quick, whereas this game did drag on just a little bit. Koi, obviously, getting the win here today against Elevate. And I think some of the things that we discussed in the pre-game sort of came out to be true, didn't they? We were really worried about Elevate on their attacks in particular, and that was something that really translated in through this game, particularly on that second map.
Yeah.
Seems like there's a big problem in attacking, and I said this yesterday. Look, now I'm just the analyst, so I can actually say things, be relatively confident in what I'm saying, because that's what analysts do. If you're not good at attacks, you're not going to win any tournament, let alone an invitational. And this is a major issue for any team. I'm not really discounting anybody for it. But Koi had a day off. They were able to work with the problems that they have, or work on the problems that they had, go to the gym, which is also very healthy. Congratulations, we got to see him. But it was just a day 1 fluke, right? You start in, tough time, and to be honest, you flip a coin, that game against G2 goes either way. So Doki can be in fire all he wants. I don't think that, it helped the map 1, but it almost turned around to Koi's favor, so we'll leave it at that. Koi are back, they had a day off, they're looking pretty.
I in terms of Koi being back, I have to disagree. The reason being is I think today, I don't think that was Koi at their best.
See, you should voice it as a host.
I'm not... Come on.
You're the host.
Oh, no.
Demo lad.
I think today, Koi, yes, they come in, they get the bounce back, which is what we need to see from them. 4 points straight in, bang, job done. Basically kills off Elevate in terms of this competition now. That's essentially what it's done. But Koi today wasn't the same team I was expecting. I think the bank really shocked me. I thought they were going to come in, open things up with a really strong scoreline, 7-2, comfortable, ease their way back in is what we expect from Koi. But today there was something off. I don't know what it was. It seemed to be very individual. I don't know if it was a communication problem today. They weren't doing things in unison, which is one thing we always have known this team to be, is, that 3-2-1 go, everyone commits. Like even Elevate today and their strategies weren't, it was very ranked-esque. It was very by the by, a couple of cheese rounds, but at least Elevate were doing it together. I didn't really see that from Koi today.
Honestly, now that you say it, I agree. To be very fair about all of this, and you mentioned how, the way that Koi are known to be played, at least how they won in Berlin. It still was a disjointed mess until there was a timeout, and you could hear Meepy kind of pulling the soldiers together like, guys, come on, let's go. Don't overpeak, take your time, it's okay, speak to one another, and that's something that helped them a lot. Now, you can't rely on your coach in that position to be the 6th player, because that's not how the rules work. But if Koi was playing against any team that is not Elevate, maybe we would have seen a different result on it.
Something that it looked as though Koi was struggling with today was the communication and that sort of energy that they like to bring as a team. They're a very energetic side. They're always, gassing each other up and on each other's back. That was one of the things that we didn't really see today when things were going badly. Sure, when things are going well, it's really easy to do that, and it's really easy to be really pleased at the end of a round and good fist bumps all around. But when things aren't going too well, they looked a little bit down in the dumps.
I'll take a look at, host.
Me, again?
Yeah, it's you.
Yeah, there's some numbers there on the screen. some 14s there, all. There's a 14. There's a 9.
Look, Demo. Let's we'll take it over from here. Look, 8-7, right? You go to overtime. I think this echoes what our good friend Harry Dempster. I'm sure you've seen him in the green room.
Oh, do you want the other demo back?
No, this demo is fine. You know, it got too close. Going to OT in this case should not have been the case.
This doesn't really feel to me like a clean win for Koi. It is far.
It's very scrappy.
An
very
8-7
scrappy.
on the bank. Now, we criticised Elevate's attacks in the pre-show, and we're going to criticise Elevate's attacks a little bit later.
We'll get into that,
well,
Matt, too, don't worry.
But they kicked off with a really successful attacking round. It was almost a flawless round, and it would have been save for one single Capcan trap going off right at the very end. So they did a fantastic job, but it really quickly fell apart from there.
Stuff like this. Just at a map, like, for no reason, they've just soloed a Mario in.
Yeah.
It shows a sign of weakness.
It comes back to what we were saying. I feel like they're trying too hard in the lineups. I feel like they need to go back to basics a little bit. A Mario in is something that you can do when you've got good map pressure, you've got good control, you've got good information. Not when you've just got Spoit hanging around on Oryx, who basically knows he's droned, by the way, because he shoots the drone 1 second after he gets the kill. It isn't going to work against a team like Koi. Koi were really comfortable on the defense today.
It is odd to see 8 more passive Koi. And I don't even know like what to chalk it up to, because especially this engagement you're seeing right now on your screen. This was the most awkward gunfight I have seen all tournament so far.
Yeah, there's a few moments for me where I looked at probably both teams, and I don't think both teams were at the best that we can. I think Elevate, for me, hasn't delivered to the expectations we thought. Like, sure, you can sit there and say Group of Death, you know, it's an APAC team. You would probably, I think a lot of people would say 5th place for the APAC team, considering who else is in their group. But I would still think they'd put up a really good fight, considering what this team was able to do last year. But I don't know what it is with Elevate. It's not the same team from last year. And Koi, again, like I said, getting the points is really important. But I think whenever you're in a group with W7M, in a group with G2, being able to go out and do big performances. Look what W7M did to SSG. That's how you put a statement out. That's what Koi need to be doing.
Weird thing is, Ollie, here, is that I think most people going into SI were thinking that the way Koi are playing right now is how G2 would be playing.
Scrappy, just about getting
But G2 are playing the way that we're all expecting Koi to be if we're looking at Berlin especially.
It's almost, have they body swapped? Has everyone just morphed into somebody else's body?
Oh my god.
Imagine Cryan's mind in Doki's body, and Cryan's just like, why am I this big all of a sudden? And Doki's like, oh, I can see. Like, unbelievable. It really is. It's one of those situations where you look at it and you go, the mojo isn't there for Koi at the minute, and then they need to find it. It's only fair that we criticise Koi's attacks as well as Elevate's, because Elevate didn't do a great job on the attack. They won 2 attacking rounds out of the entire series. So that's 6. Sorry, that's
how many attacks did they have? Like 12
rounds.
And we said 19% attack win rate, so that makes sense with the graphic we had earlier, Ollie.
Shocking. Yeah. Rogue, they didn't. Sorry, Koi, they didn't do much better either. They only won 3. So, sorry, 4. A lot of teams really struggling there. This was, for me, alarm bells were going off at one point.
5-0
Serious.
They're 5-1 up. They were 5-1 up. They lost 6.
In a row.
In a row.
Back to back to back.
Just, Elevate attacks. You can't, if you can't do them, you're not winning.
How did Koi actually pull that off? Because like we said, you know, seeing maps that are so defense favored is odd, but even more on the Chalet.
It's come back to Ollie's point. Elevate trying too hard. We're seeing the Mont DB played a lot. We're seeing these weird operator selections. Exactly. We're seeing all of this weird stuff. And Koi were very happy to read into that and sit back and just do their thing. I will say I think the cohesion in terms of defense from Koi today was really good. I think their defense half, you have to give praise to them in terms of being able to work together, not really allowing Elevate to have big leads in the attack. He didn't have to focus too much on clutches today for Koi, which we know they do have that clutch potential, but I don't think you want to show clutches, because generally clutches, you haven't played too well to begin with to then set yourself up for those moments. So I think Koi will be happy with the defense. It's just the attack for Koi today is where they were a little bit individual, but still have to hammer home the point. Koi, 4 points is the most important thing, not dropping any points.
It is, and I feel like we're being quite critical of both teams here, and it is important to bring it back to the fact that Koi have come away with a full 4.
Yeah, it's great from them, yeah.
And we said at the start, we said one of these two teams needs to come away with 4 points. Neither one can afford to split points here.
So to turn the conversation, or steer it a bit away from, well, both teams made a boatload of mistakes, and, you know, there's some things to work on. Who are players that you feel have done well despite the kind of turbulent nature of these two maps?
I think Kanto had a good day today. I think he was really good in the kind of opening stages of Bank, getting a lot of kills there in the early game, getting them kind of going. And you think about, imagine if Koi went off to a slow start in Bank.
Yeah.
You'd be worried for them then. So I think Kanto stepping up, being able to lead the charge for the first couple of rounds was good. In terms of Elevate, I think Elevate always had the potential where anyone could really pop off. I think you're looking at, again, I think for me, Onigiri, I think was up there as you would expect.
Yeah, I think Deepak had a cracking game. Deepak had a great series. He was 8-1 at one point on Bank quite early on into the game, and still playing on the Echo, playing on those real hard support ops that we're used to seeing him play on the defense. And I think for me to have that strength in the back line when he's providing so much value that isn't visible, you know, calls, comms, information, things that are difficult to measure and put down to a single number, for him still to be putting up good numbers on the kill board is impressive. And I think he still ended up second highest rated on the side of Koi as well, behind Kanto.
Look, and if the game was so close, was there somebody at Elevate that popped off that you feel maybe they were the hope of the team, again, despite a difficult game?
You could say Onigiri. I think, you know, Demo's already touched on that. He had a great game. Someone like Sapper had a cracking time as well. But there was a little bit less at the bottom end of the scoreboard from Elevate, and that's where they really started to fall off.
All right. I think it's time for us then to recap this group and see what the end of it is, because that is Group A for today. Oh no, our MVP first. All right, Lanto Racketi is back, at least for this game. 22-18 so far here in the tournament, and we see him really pop off today, much more than day one. Not too bad, 114 rating, a bit more than usual. We don't always see Kanto. Kanto seems like old Doki to me. He's either in it completely and he's smashing everybody, or he is, as you see in the photo.
Big series, now it's time for a nap.
Sure.
Kanto, he's time for a quick snooze, I think. He's put a shift in today. He deserves it. Can take a rest.
Yeah, he's good.
Insightful commentary, as always, here on the Analyst Desk. You should be the host.
Thank you. Well, that's going to be us done for our desk here.
We're not done yet.
No, not done yet. We have to recap our group, because of course we have to take a look at the group standing and see where everyone is going to be sitting. W7M right at the top. That is them confirmed at least for the next stage. I would say you'd probably be looking at them to take the first seed. I think just in a league of their own, Milos, aren't they at the moment?
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, you could create a whole group just for them. 11 points at the top, 19 round differential. I just want to preface this with, or put the caveat of, we said this about Damwon Kia last year at SI22. Then they got shreked by the Sonics later in the playoffs. So I'm just going to put this out there. I won't call it yet, but I'll say they're big contenders.
Big contenders indeed. I think that whilst Koi are there sat in second, you've got to be very mindful of that second.
They're not too coy yet.
They cannot be too coy yet. They may be in second now, with G2 trailing by 1 point, but of course, Koi have already had their off day, so there is that to take into consideration. So they do have a game in hand against G2. But Koi's last game, and I know we're jumping a little bit ahead here, but they're going to be going up against W7M, who are already at the top of that group. So there's still a lot of room to wiggle here in that second, third, and fourth seed. Of course, Elevate, they are going to struggle quite greatly at this point to get out, given that they only have one more game left.
4 points.
And only end up with 4 points.
I know where you're looking at me. Your host is right here.
Well, actually, Ollie's actually my host.
Yeah, you're hosting now.
Ollie's my host.
Is it back to me for the host?
Yeah.
Well, I hope everyone's enjoyed us breaking down that game. I've had a great time. We've been swapping roles on the desk just because why not? We had a little bit of extra time. But stay tuned. We're going to cut to a very short break, and then we will be back with more Siege action. We've got Eminem and Liquid coming right up.
In a second when they call it.
Yeah, I can't hear them call it.
That's the job of the host.
See, you can't just throw me the host role, Milosh, with no run of show in front of me and then expect me to pull it
I
off.
don't have one either.
Well, you got it in your head.
Got it memorized. Did you play Kingdom Hearts?
No.
No? Nobody knows Axel?
Nope.
Nope. On your own.
Oh boy. For all the weebs out there, you'll know what I mean. Anyway, yeah, that was it. It was a great start, I have to say, with between two of the matches that we came up with. It really showed domination from one side, at least in game number 1. SSG unable to really pull off any points, but W7M, they proved to us why they are considered such powerhouses. Koi, a few things still to work on. We'll have to see if Elevate can recover because they only have 2 play days left. And well, the 5th one, it's their off day. Things get a bit too hot here for Elevate, but we will take a break. When we come back, we'll go for our second set of matches for today. Gentlemen, thank you again for hosting and helping out. Extra Troika, Demo. Wonderful lads. Take a break. See you in a bit.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position. That is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
My name is William Lavstedt, also known as Sport, and I play entry role for Team Koi. I heard about the competitive scene through Ranked, really. I met these pro players in Ranked and whatnot, and they just got me hooked into this kind of like, what do these guys play for, what do they compete in? Because I was also interested in this tag after the name. So, you know, did my research, and then eventually I found the pro scene, right? I got hooked into Rainbow Six Siege through its uniqueness and just, you know, the way you approach the game with a cool leaning and stuff. I wasn't used to it compared to other shooters out there, so that definitely got me into the game. The feelings for the first ever competitive match I played, I can't exactly remember how, but I felt very comfortable, very confident. I didn't think of it that much. I just, you know, went in there, ice cold. The Rainbow Six Siege 6 Invitational means everything. It's basically like the last chapter of Rainbow Six as a professional. And of course, having the chance to take home the crown and the title, that would mean the world to me.
He needs to get into the site, and keep in mind, in a 4v1, they are the best team that has ever...
The date is February 17th, 2019. G2 has just beaten Team Empire. Many will say this was one of the best moments of G2's reign in Rainbow Six Esports. And certainly one of the more surprising ones, because their opponent gave us a heck of a show. Let's briefly go over the history of Team Empire before SI 2019.
At this moment, I guess we were in Challenger League still. So we are not competing in Pro League, and we are going for the Invitationals through the qualifiers. To go for this tournament, it really means a lot for us. We were a young team. Then we start to understand that we can play on top of the level in Siege, and it was unforgettable.
It was an impressive feat for Team Empire, so coming out of the group stages, they had already started to peak in terms of their hype.
Turned on its head, inside of luggage. Oh no, it's Intel! Taking out Walker now on the diffuser!
Sanoa Empire has made it into the grand finals. Going into this match, the expectations were set. Team Empire is an up-and-coming team that has a lot of excitement behind them, but they're going against G2. Of all squads, possibly the hardest match they could have faced.
It's going to be amazing, and if any two teams are going to give us a good run for the money and maybe make it to 5 maps, I think it might be those two.
Against G2 will be a great match for sure. In our opinion, if you want to be the best, you need to beat the best, right?
We felt like we knew what they were gonna do, but we also felt like they knew what we were gonna do.
It's gonna be a tough one no matter how you try and crunch it out.
Most expected Team Empire to be destroyed. Infinite Overtime had only just recently been introduced, and it was only being used in the grand finals of larger events. We saw Coastline be absolutely hectic.
We are close to a perfect round. Empire sets quite a tempo. To peek him, he's gonna toss a frag grenade and jump in, and Jonas shuts him down. G2 bounces back on round number 2. Fabian rotates out. G2 will take the lead once again. Toss it out. It goes off a bit too early. He's gonna do nothing. It's a flawless round from Empire. I think you could say that Joystick probably won. G2 will force us to overtime.
It was like a wrestling match because it's like nobody was really gaining a substantial lead. We were always fighting for the next round.
Dean Michael, are we about to cast the longest siege match? He takes out Kanto, and where's the other body? It's Fabian!
G2 are so experienced, they won so many tournaments. I think we were unready to do this at that moment.
No team was able to break away until the very bitter end, when G2 managed to win 2 rounds in a row in overtime to finally lock out the map.
Down 1, he loses a bit of HP, but he's traded off, and there you finally have it!
The final scoreline of that map was 10-12, the longest map that had ever been recorded in Rainbow Six competition, and that was pretty awesome.
Welcome back, friends, to Six Invitational 2023. We're live again in Montreal. Beautiful, snowy city here. Finally get to be back in North America. I'm Rush Dominic, your host. With me on the analyst desk are Demo and XR Troika. We just wrapped up our first 2 matches to start off the day, and now we continue on with some more. M&M versus Team Liquid. M&M have had great success over the past couple of days. Liquid reeling a bit, but looking to come back as one of the teams that everybody's looking at internationally, thinking, when is the time that Liquid will lift a trophy? It's been way too long. They've gotten so close so many times. Is it going to happen here? Well, they're going to have to go through M&M and others in their group. And actually, on that note, how about we have a chat about M&M Gaming, our first squad here. I have 2, I guess, UK talent on here, right? You like M&M?
He's correct, and that we are.
Correct, yeah.
You
Good
like
so far.
M&M?
Correct again, yeah. 2 for 2.
So
you got 3 for 3.
You think M&M is good?
Correct.
No, sorry, yeah, correct, yeah. So I was thinking M&M from the last major, sorry.
So wait a second. Can we pull that video away for a second?
No, hold on, we need to see the boys.
No.
Hold on, we need to see the boys.
We've already seen them.
That thing, right? See that
thing.
Interview
No mullet.
on that, you have no idea.
No mullet.
I think the no mullet is a buff. Like the skinhead is a buff.
Look, you can have as many buffs as you want, but personality is another thing. So we're going to bring it back up to our main camera here, because it seems like you two saw all the tweets about you, and you're like, oh, we're going to double down and make it even worse. And actually, we're literally the same thing.
Yeah, we are. Not only have we got the same jacket on, I mean, it's not the same at all, but not only have we got a very similar jacket on,
but
we've also got, ready?
Oh, my name as well. We've been
gone for the M&M jersey.
We've been bought out.
We've gone for the M&M jersey.
We've been bought out.
The thing is about this matchup,
the caster crunch.
This matchup is so difficult because on the one hand, we've got Liquid. Both love doing the BR6.
That was more your team though. I was more in the red clan.
Yeah, you were more for FaZe, but I really enjoyed watching Liquid in the BR6. I really enjoyed following them throughout many majors, ones that I've worked, ones that I haven't. And then you've got M&M, a team that we've literally grown up with as members of talent, a team that we've started with right at the bottom, right inside of ESL Prem back in the day, all the way through to here at the Six Invitational for the second time. So it's a difficult game for us to really like pin any sort of. It's a very difficult one emotionally.
Yeah,
you don't know where you want.
It's very difficult, actually. I mean, look, what is it? Look how difficult it is. Look how difficult it is.
Difficult.
Very, very difficult. I can definitely tell.
It is, Milosh.
Can you just do it for the content? Look into the camera in front of you. Okay, can we get close up on our analysts?
Goodness.
Okay, look into the camera, and then look into each other. Look at the camera again, and just go. All right, give me action.
You and Kyle's down?
Acting. Yeah. Look into the camera first.
And then at each other. And then at the
camera. And then bam. 3, 2, 1. God, that was so limp.
What's the matter with it? That was good. That was good.
More action. Like.
I actually have a bit of a hot take.
What is it?
I know this is going to sound really weird coming from me, but I don't think M&M have really proven to me yet that they are the real deal. Reason why? They beat Wolves, who they play every week. We know they can beat them. And they beat an APAC team. Can you realistically say that they have had an actual top-tier team go up against them yet?
No. And I'll even add more to it. Yesterday, when we were sitting down in the green room, Nello passed behind us. And we're telling him, very well done. He says, thank you, but we don't want to get our hopes up just yet, because we still have more games to go. We don't want to jinx ourselves. We want to keep it rolling. And that humility, we all know, is Nello's specifically strong point, and that spreads very well in M&M.
It does. It's important to keep yourself grounded as well. You know, you've seen a bit of early success, but there's always going to be a couple of teams in a group, or one team in particular, that is going to be seen as the weaker team. It's just the way that groups work. So the fact that they've arguably gone up against a couple of those already, it makes a lot of sense that they are still keeping themselves humble.
What about Liquid on the other side? We've seen them go up against the Sonics on day 1, 7-4-7 or 4-7-4-7 loss. Still a valiant effort against the Sonics, who have been playing very, very well here in the tournament. What can we say about Liquid? Because they had their day off yesterday. Is it really like 24 hours where they can just reset mentally, get back into it.
And they need to.
Yeah.
They really need
Fair.
to. Because this is a team that is now a team that, sure, they've got Lagonis been brought in there, but realistically, you want to be seeing something more out of this team. This is a God squad that has never won anything. And how long is that going to last until they make a change or until something else happens along the line? So for me, I'd love to see him come out and play well today.
Speaking to Dev Morta, and we were chatting about Liquid, and he was saying, it'd be such a shame, this team to not win anything, and he wants to see them lift the hammer. It'd be a great story. I'm like, but I feel as though we've given them so many chances. And for me, I feel as though the magic's ran out. That for me anyway, I'm not really, this is there, they can fight. I'm by it now. I am.
Did they really? Because I mean,
we gave them a shot 2 years ago at getting the hammer. We gave them a shot a couple of months ago at lifting the major. I just think that the magic's gone.
People said that about BDS.
Yeah, I said that about BDS.
Everybody did. Berlin, not attending Berlin was probably the best thing that happened to them. But you know what?
That's just me. Again, other people can still believe in the hopes and dreams, but for me, I don't know if it's there.
Fair enough. We had a custom graphic for you, Ollie. Would you like to go ahead? Explain. What is this about?
Well, we wanted to highlight one of the players on the side of Liquid, a very popular player. There is no doubt. We wanted to highlight Ness. And more specifically, I love the photos that come with this. I wanted to ask the question, where is Nesk?
Oh, you're sick. You know that. You're sick.
Where is Nesk? Now, let's put this graphic into a little bit of context. 2023, they've played one game, so we aren't, this is a whole SI stats for 21 and 22 versus one game of 23. So it's a very small sample size in the grand scheme of things. Liquid tend to have deep runs. They tend to play a lot of maps. Therefore, stats tend to look quite good. However, Nesk inside of day one was not in the server. And that's a problem because with a player of his caliber, you expect him to be there making a contribution. Look back there to 21. Of course, this was where they had arguably one of their better runs, as it were.
Finalists, yeah.
He's doing a fantastic job there inside of that best of 3 at the start of 21. And then, of course, inside of 22, the first best of 3 of that SI as well is a direct comparison. So he's gone from dropping 21 kills, 24 kills to then dropping 8 kills inside of one best of 3. Where is Nesk? Hopefully he shows up today.
And that is, like you said, day one comparison. It's the opening day of the tournament for Team Liquid in all 3 tournaments over the past 3 years. So that is a lot to go through and see that evolution. To be fair, he's been around since literally day one. That's pretty consistent, if you ask me, given it all.
He's up there with one of the SI legends,
for sure.
He's absolutely, without a doubt.
Just legends overall. Like everything what this guy has done, he's top 5 players of all time. That's not even without a doubt.
But he is on that decline. And there is an argument to say that he is headed in that direction.
We said it so many times.
Down a little bit.
He's the greatest player to ever play this game, but has never won an SI. That is the thing with Nesk.
But I'll push it even further. Is Lagonis the missing link that Liquid have needed? Because if I'm looking at tripping,
100% it is.
Who are you talking about?
Lagotness.
Lagotness.
Yeah.
With a T. Honestly, I love Lagonis.
Yes, he's a fantastic person.
Such a nice guy. I've had many chats with him throughout the years of doing BR6, just general podcasts, general getting to know him. And what he brings as a player is incredible. He's got a lot of traditional sport background. He's really into competing in those sort of ways. He loves a bit of tennis. However, what he brings into Siege and what he brings into the server, second to none, so experienced. And for that to be brought back into the ecosphere that is Liquid, when you think about what they lost in Sexy Cake, is massive.
That is true. And now Sexy Cake is on the broadcast. Seems like, broadcasts are the retirement homes. Hello, Pingu. Let's move on then to, I love Nick.
Why are you always just hating on
I don't know why. I used to enjoy it when like Fabio's on here. I haven't worked with Fresher really much through the tournament so far. So, usually he's
good or
the
a bad thing?
No comment. Map bans, though, for this series, what do they look like? A reminder, it's all BO3s until we hit the grand final. So we're going to have a lot of competition to go through here at the Invitational. Really hope you're enjoying the match format and also the points format we've had here at SI. I think so far it's the best we have had. Pick and ban has been easily exploitable for some teams versus others. And Mandy did a great piece on that yesterday. So look at it in one of our games earlier in the day. 4 bans first. M&M will go first for Cafe. Their picks, they start on the attack. Liquid pick Clubhouse, and they start on the attack there. Our decider will be Villa, as Liquid has the last ban. Demolad, what do you think?
Cafe. Straight in. I'm happy to see the ban before Cafe. I think that's one thing that me and you immediately look at for M&M is please ban Chalet against them. Do not let M&M on that map. But they went for the Cafe pick. Very aggressive map. And I personally think with M&M, the format they're on, with the players that they have, like Solotov, has been incredible. You stick them on a map where it's just about gun skill, you're going to be rewarded. Surely you're going to be rewarded.
I agree. I think that Solotov, somebody that's had a fantastic tournament so far, he's up there in terms of the highest rated players in the whole thing. Yeah. M&M as a whole have got some of the highest rated players inside of the whole Six Invitational. That's always going to come into good stead when you're talking about a map like Cafe, which can be quite gun skill orientated, as are most. I think that both teams have done a cracking job in the first 4 bans. They've really removed some good targets there. The Skyscraper getting taken away by Liquid, not a map that they are very comfortable on at all. I think M&M would have been happy to go there. Chalet, as you've already mentioned. Clubhouse coming in as the second choice here. I mean, anybody can play Clubhouse at this point. Is it really your map pick, or is it just a map that you've both sort of landed on? That's one of those things. So Liquid going to take them over to Club, and then a decider of Villa if required.
How do you see this series going then? Who can take it? Because I'll roll it back to a few minutes earlier, Demo. You're saying, and I agree with this, M&M have not really had a real test yet.
The Cafe's going to set the tone. I'm looking at Club, and I'm finding it really difficult to see M&M take the win. Not because I don't think they're a bad club team. It's just I've seen M&M have really good club games, but also on the other end of the stick where they haven't played as well on that map. So there is, I wouldn't say there's that consistency with M&M, whereas I think you're going to get that from Liquid every day of the week. You know they're going to be there ready to play the Clubhouse the way that we expect them to. Very methodical, straight on the money. They see a weakness, they're straight in.
You say very methodical, but we've had methodical teams so far at SI over these 3 days.
Just because of Clubhouse, just as the map, not in terms of the team. Just, Clubhouse is very basic.
No, I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
I didn't even know where it's set in. What city, what country? Do you know?
You live in that country.
No, I don't, actually. It's not true. Trivia? No.
Trivia? No. What's it, Siege?
I mean, look. Liquid M&M could spiral out of control, but I want to talk about, could this be a 2-0? What can M&M do to really show us and show everybody, show themselves more importantly, that, hey, we can keep this going. We will not just bow out to the first kind of more experienced team that we hit.
M&M need to show that they've got that depth now. They need to show that they can do it again, and they can do it against a more seasoned opponent.
How? Who needs to step up?
I think that we just need to see M&M play the same way that they have done. As long as Solotov's doing his thing, as long as User's doing his thing, as long as Nello's doing his thing, they're going to have a good day. I think stylistically they match up quite well against a team like Liquid. Going into the first map, the only small alarm bell that I may have, and this isn't really in Liquid's sort of style, this isn't in their playbook to heavily counter or to heavily strat against a team, but of course we did see M&M already play Cafe against Direwolves. So I'm not sure how much Liquid have felt like they've been able to glean from that, given that they let Cafe come through the first 2 bans that they had. It isn't, again, as I say, it isn't in their wheelhouse to sort of directly go against and counter a team, but it's something that you've got to bear in mind.
Demo, you're focused. I can see that.
Yeah, I
feel you're very torn in this game between 2 teams that you seem to love very much. Both of you.
It's just I love M&M. Always love supporting, always love backing them. But like I said before, it's a big challenge for them. And am I having doubts?
Are you?
I don't know.
About whom?
Just the consistency from M&M, because I feel for this side. Yes, we've seen them have great games. but we've also seen them with bad games. I think we've seen the duality of M&M. And if it's the other, the bad side of M&M where Farty's not there, the head drops. Tyrant went for an entire stage where he just wasn't there.
But it doesn't matter what you did in the year. We're here now.
I know. It's just, I just hope it doesn't creep up. If they play with the confidence, with the happy-go-lucky, carefree spirit that they're all about, yeah, they can cause an upset. Of course they can.
All right. I'm very much looking forward to it. I want to know, because you just said an upset.
I'm every M&M fan, right? Everyone,
what do you say?
Speak for the people.
For the people speak, for the flame, as they would say. But let's see whether the liquid, our water, can douse out the flame, or will it be too hot?
That was very good.
In the kitchen. Thank you very much, XR Trucka and Demo. We're going to toss it then to our casters. It's M&M and Liquid.
Thank you very much, Milos. And the casters aren't M&M and Liquid. No, it's me, and hopefully a little bit of Malleable in a second. Is once again the second day in a row, unfortunately, Hap has fallen ill. So I will have 2 special guests throughout games 2 and 4 throughout the day, and they'll be joining me momentarily. But as Milos put it so succinctly, a tale of fire and water opposing each other at this point. Let's give a little fuel to the flame, shall we? They're qualified. They're one of only 2 teams, I believe, at this point. They might have changed very late or very early this morning, even that we now have confirmed going forward. M&M, they might get up a bracket, they might go lower bracket, but one thing's for sure, they're not getting grouped. They are through. Liquid, they lost their first day. They came in on a rest day tomorrow, and they joined us now the same way. I am being joined by the wonderful man, the myth, the legend, 12 feet tall, and a voice that suits it, Ollie XR Trucker.
That's a great introduction, Fluke.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
I mean, I was working on it.
What a surprise this is.
Yeah.
Who'd have thought it, eh?
Who would have?
You and me.
You and me.
Who'd have thought it?
Who'd have thought it? All the way. Oh, we're on camera now. All the way from...
Oh, you can actually see the start of the pattern as well with this now as well, because this desk's a lot lower.
You make me look a lot shorter than a lot of the other talents. I really like
Yeah. I think shoes would probably help that.
Is this how...
I'll be honest.
Other people cast without shoes on. Don't give away the feet game. Never give feet for free. You're regretting this now.
It's been 30 seconds. I'll be honest, Dad, it's been 30 seconds.
Taking the headset off. Okay, Liquid lost against Sonics on play day 1, but Sonics are looking very scary in this tournament. FaZe Clan lost on the first day as well, and then came back with an absolutely controlling performance against Dark Zero yesterday. So will this be another Latin American return to form? I guess this is going to be a tale told as time passes on. Ying and Nomad, both removed off the board. It's Cafe. It's a bit aggy. It's a little bit confrontational.
It certainly can be, can't it? We were talking there on the desk about how gun skill has a huge part to play, and how a team like M&M, who have been on their form in terms of their gun skill, have been doing quite well. Makes sense to see some more of those operators that can be used to enable aggressive plays removed. The Valkyrie, the Ying.
Good boy, Goya.
Things of that nature. Goya?
That's a first Goya ban?
In the bin. Potentially. Something I should probably know.
Yeah, I mean, I've saved you from the analyst desk.
I'm trying to switch brain at the minute. I'm trying to switch brain profile.
You've got to put it into...
relax.
Would it be a faster gear or a slower gear for Ghast?
Just put it into relax
mode. Put it in relax mode, put it into reverse occasionally. What needs to be geared up? Nesk. I know you talked about him a little bit on the desk. You said, well, he wasn't quite there. He definitely wasn't there. He was minus 15, I believe, after the first 2 maps. You couldn't have a rougher day at the office.
You really couldn't. One of the Nest stats that really stood out to me was his 9% survival rate.
Yeah.
Which is, for Nesk, pretty shocking. And I just don't know if I have sat there and poked the bear. I don't think Nesk's listened, I'll be honest. I think he probably had a bit of something going on. He maybe was a bit busy.
He's probably a bit focused on this.
However, metaphorically speaking, I feel like I may have poked the bear. And if he comes out here now and is just the Terminator that we know him to be, could be a bit of a problem.
I think that's sort of the eyes on. You're always going to have eyes on classic players. The same way you'll have eyes on new players. You get a little bit of a back and forth and a mix of that with Nath playing on the role of M&M. There were a lot of conversations about how they were an addition to the roster, what they sort of brought, and map width, map extensions was one of those things. A very clever brain from the UK scene that can bring a couple of different holds. Let's see if they can break them as well. Solace in the top left. If you've missed the first 2 days, she's everywhere.
Also quite banned.
Yeah.
One of our most banned operators on the defense so far.
I think Azami's the most banned, and you'll just, if they're both on the board, you'll see them both pretty much every round.
Kind of surprising to see them both through, right?
Yeah.
Just goes to show the power of Valkyrie, even though the Valkyrie cameras have been reworked. Now you can't throw them outside like you used to be able to on Cafe or any map for that instance. And then, of course, the Goyo as well, just to really enable those late round executes. Speaking of executes, we're seeing a little bit of action here as Solitov gets himself straight in under the cover of smoke, looking to make a bit of a challenge. Nesk feeling the pressure, has the opportunity to back off ever so slightly.
Is Army going to see how long they can survive? Takes the first fight on the double door, but it just pulls and peels their way back. M&M went full guns blazing there with the glass and the smoke cover. They want to go for the width, but look close left. Oh, he didn't look close left. Palu, he's able to get the head of Solitov off a little bit too late. Those smokes didn't quite buy him the necessity, and there's, a trade back. Users over the top of the bar, gets the player, but it's at a big cost, and Palu's going to see if he can try and double down on that. Swings and pulls back, but 1.5 gone, and they've got a tumultuous bit of damage done inside Bakery.
It's quite an important kill there for Liquid to get. Obviously, they've lost Nesk in the process, but he's playing in that dangerous spot. He's playing where he's just probably going to play his live, play his barricades, and try and waste as much time as possible, and he's done that. There's only around 1 minute and 10 seconds left on the clock. However, on the flip side, you've lost your glass, which is, of course, a big part of using these Capital bolts, using the smokes that you've brought to try and enable and to get a little bit of a push going. And as such, we're just seeing M&M stall out a little bit.
Can they try and push this over the precipice? They don't really have anything driven towards the verticality at this moment in time. So if that turns into a bit of a risk, well, that might be something that comes to bite them in the dying throes of this round. You can see Palu is drifting a bit close, but Capitao has actually gone to try and meet the fight. Rotated up to the top. He's well aware that they need to have cover and make sure they can't get the rotate in. Capcan's aware of that too. They pull themselves around and get the kill as they back themselves. Users pushes pressure into the site at the same time. They're still trying to drive themselves towards getting that kit planted, but with 30 seconds, it has to start culminating in something now.
Tyrant there just going to be holding the flank through into Coat. Doesn't have the fortune of time. User's going to find himself a second. Tyrant getting traded out there 1-for-1. Users actually is in the site now, and Nello's going to get that plant down, but it's going to be a bit too late. Liquid, they may let this plant go down, but they have the numbers to retake. Palu from those red stairs, going to shut him down. He had the angle, he had the info. And Liquid, they've got the first round.
I mean, Palu, if we wanted to have a louder game from some of the star players of Liquid, he didn't have as quiet a game as Nest did. It was kind of a bit of a shakier showing, but still, it's one of the classic guns. It's one of those guns that everybody highlights as one of the ones that, you know, if not now, when? Should they have already? Yada yada. Coulda, woulda, shoulda, dida.
Doer.
Nada.
Just do it, Palu.
Just do it.
Just do it.
Just get it in there. And
I mean, he's got 4 kills.
I mean,
what more do we want?
Almost
really?
opening the round on ace, taking a glass in a fight with smokes. It's that sort of setup here, and you know, it's early doors. It's your first attack onto it. We go to the train room, the hefty machinery swung on the other side, and to be honest, I guess more used to EU, APAC North, and whatever, but you don't see this site too often in M&M's sort of usual playing field.
No, it is seen as one of those 3rd/4th, leaning on 4th choice sites. But I guess given with the way that M&M attacked that last round, they're feeling pretty comfortable to go there. M&M went very direct last round. They were looking to brute force their way in off the back of kills and off the back of those entries. But because Liquid were able to trade them out, they never really got that advantage. And then too late on into the round, they go and look for a little bit of something else and get, you know, distracted up in train, have a little bit of a gunfight with Palu. But if you've not done sufficient work vertically, you're always going to struggle to attack in, especially if you're losing out on that trade game. So for me, M&M need to approach this a little bit differently. We need to see more of that full map clear coming in. And Cafe is a very retake-orientated map. It is expected as a defender that you're not going to be safe in the site that you choose. You tend to hold the periphery, you hold above, you hold below. And that's what you really need to try and play into here as M&M.
Resets on the hunt, and okay, I briefly highlighted how good Solus can be, but to be honest, Cafe is maybe one of the best places. You're looking at quite a narrow route from the bottom to the top. There's a lot of places that she can get in and just cut off any of that instant approach, and also gives them the freedom of the danger of run out. The swing capabilities, whether it's coming out of the door of Bakery on the risk of the double window and going unchecked there, or whether it's on the bottom of White, either way, they have impact, and they have the knowledge they're not being watched. There's the impact. Oh, they're being watched. Sometimes you're just in the right place, and they get the swing on the bottom of White as well. They went for the double, and well, luckily, Liquid were able to somehow pull 2 out of it.
a sort of disconjointed 3-2-1 there going down. Trade's going down 2 for 2 equally. You look what's lost on both sides. You've lost users on the sledge, so with it, a couple of nades have gone by the by. Speaking of, Tyrant, he's able to shut Lagonis down with a nicely well-timed grenade there through that piano window. And that's given M&M the edge back, which, let's be honest, they desperately needed it.
Oh,
but
yeah.
now, when you look at what Liquid have got left, they haven't got anything in terms of denial, but they do have 2 fantastic guns.
They got Nesk, they got Parley. If they have them on their day, they've got the round. Do they have them on their day? I mean, Barley's 5 kills over the first 2 rounds, and we've still got 3 more potentials ahead of him. They've also got themselves with a little bit of a conjoinment here. It's tough to hold onto the site when you don't really have the manpower to double it down. They've made a backline, but if you're looking into pillars, there's so many places you get swung in from the top end. You can't really dedicate over to that big open space without just getting caught from one of the many different angles. So instead, they've had to do this, formulate themselves around the white stairs, push themselves via the dining room, and hope that the fights that they can take are a little bit more controlled. M&M roll the drones, roll the ideas, and get the hatch broken open, but they're still trying to find these loose threads.
Liquid not really in too much of a position to go looking or searching here. Instead, they have to try and hold themselves down. Information now being exchanged. Nello, bit of a hot drop there in, is able to find the kill and the confirm over onto Palu. Ness, all that remains, the plant being threatened as it is likely going to start going down. Tyrant knew exactly where Ness was hiding out there.
That was very clean.
I heard you saying Shaiko, he was in the shop. He was in the middle of shop there.
Nice little bit of player comms.
Bit of player comms.
So the mics, I believe, are located in the middle, I think. There's one mic on a desk. I remember them talking about it. We saw the request.
I believe you.
We saw the request, Reddit. We saw that you want to hear more of the players, so...
I like it because whenever we're in the analyst room watching everything, everyone's like, shh, 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 as soon as it comes on, because you're desperate to hear the insights and what the players are saying.
Now, obviously, as far as I'm aware, you only speak English.
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's my first language.
Yeah, it's my first as well.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, we cannot really give you any deep insights as to what is being broken down on the guns of Liquid. However, thankfully, there's a lot of different broadcasts and a lot of different languages. So if you are a Portuguese speaker, I'm sure the Brazilian talent and team can give you a little bit more of an insight onto their mics. We know M&M. We can understand most of them.
Just about.
Yeah.
I mean, some of them are from, you know, strange parts of the UK, so it might take us a little bit of
Hello is from the strangest part of the UK, Croatia. It's a little bit further out there, but yeah, it's good. So as we hear them, if you hear us slow down and stop talking a little bit, which I'm sure some of you will be very happy about, well, listen in and hope they don't swear.
I mean, there's not much we can do about that if they do.
No, we
apologize
cannot
in
do
advance.
anything. If you're worried about swearing, please don't be.
It's the price we have to pay to hear someone say, you said he was here and he was actually over there.
Ubisoft knew they were getting into when they put mics on Esports desks, especially when you have Canadian in the tournament. Anyway, Ask still on this role. They haven't had the biggest impact. Obviously, they impacted themselves out of the building last time, but it was just being watched. It wasn't on the back of any intel, more of a, well, they usually do this, so let's be aware of it. That's your prep. And there's your Nesk, taken out by Solotov, the spray over the top. They had him on Whiskey Window, and Tyrant was putting the pressure on Piano as well. Pretty easy pickup there from the pair of them. That puts that shield under a lot of pressure. Tyrant gets caught by the run out, it's Ask! Goes on the bottom, was seen by a drone, but all they can see is a little bit of a goodbye.
That is why Solace is banned so often. That is the power of that operator. Not only can you see the drone that the player is on, but you can also see the phone that the player is using to man said drone. Therefore, see the drone, see the player, get an idea. He set all that up for himself. That wasn't even a team-coordinated play. Sure, he got a bit lucky on the second one.
Oh, yeah.
If you don't shoot your shot, you never know.
I mean,
Ask has done something to salvage that round and more.
A P90 snap. Them coming back into the game.
I love the P90.
Well, M&M don't, that's for sure, after that first little incident. They are at the man disadvantage for generally the first time in a bit of time here. Can they see if they can try and do something with it? Okay, they lost a bit in the first round, but it's all quite sudden here. They've got to see if they can try and cook and build behind it without that refrag that they were able to make in the first round. Ask. He's tempted by the fight here onto 90. Solotov's just going to slip his way down White and right into the middle of the freezer, inside the middle of the site, gets dropped by Resets, who then gets picked up by Uses' nade. Again, a little bit of scrappy coordination and slinking its way through, but with 40 seconds, Nello He's going to stack right on the swing of Bathroom. They have the ping on the far end player. They need to try and double up here with Palu holding off on the far end and the other player inside Cigar. M&M, 30 seconds. What's the play?
Something that M&M are going to struggle here is to root these Liquid players out because they've got no other way of shifting them. Nobody can rotate onto those east windows. No one can go below and do anything significant. So it's going to be down on players pushing on through. Users gets a glimpse. It is going to be a one-for-one trade. Users, you've got 19 seconds and a chance here to take a brief advantage in this game. He knows exactly where one is, puts the shots down, lands, needs the second. Can he find it? No, Lagona, super shorty at close range is going to be enough. A close round for Liquid, maybe closer than it should have been.
Oh, 100% closer, because there was a bulletproof still up on the back line as well. They had all the reads on where the player was going. They knew that the idea was coming together, swinging in for the fight at the end there with the limit on time. I mean, the grenade came in straight afterwards. So at that point, the player had already loosed it there as well. The swing on Lumber, if that was, I don't want to say it, but a step before, then the legs would have been shot up and they would have got the free kill. And nobody would have stepped again. And, you know, it's those little moments of M&M's early game right now that I think we'll warm up into as we progress further into this series.
It's still an early game for M&M. Still an early game. It might not be 10 AM, but it is still early. Something that made me chuckle in that last round was, I'm not sure if Users had the belief that Solotov was going to get the kill, but I feel if Solotov had got the kill in Freezer, Users' nade would have killed him anyway.
Yeah.
It was just kind of getting the job done at that point.
At that point, if he did get the kill on the Azami, where does he go?
Nade. Yeah.
He has to push into Freezer to be safe from the gunfire that's going to come from the split there. So, yeah, it was a moment. And I guess that's the thing. This is the first round we also don't have Solace as well. But Resets is still going to see if he can try and do something a bit sneaky here. Just pulls back.
I do like the fact that Liquid aren't hard picking onto this Solace every single time. We've said that it's so popular and so useful and there's so many fantastic ways that you can implement it, but it's nice to not just solely rely on it. The game has been around a lot longer than Solace has, and there are always ways and means of getting the job done, and you don't want to get too predictable on those jump outs either. That is something that teams will start to cotton onto. Equally, what it has likely done is it has likely slowed M&M down in their approach. And we can see that they've all got themselves up onto the roof this time, or instead of going for a bakery clear, they're going to go for this full map approach, which I think is going to work much better for them.
It's the standard take onto Cafe. It's always the thing that I sort of highlight is there's verticality you got to be aware of. We think of how this round fell apart. It was Palu playing a little bit loose on the red stairs, putting some destruction in, doing a little bit of the heftier work there, and coming out with a 4K by the end of it. If you had put some pressure from above, he wouldn't have been able to rotate up, sure, and he could have been able to slip his way back towards site, but then you have a little bit more of a control. You can force the player. We see Naif, he's going for the clear onto pillars. There's still some steady work being done elsewhere, and it takes more time, but it just gives you more safety in the grand scheme of things.
This is where the Nomad ban becomes very curious, because if Liquid aren't going to try and roam too heavily, you question why is the Nomad being removed there. Nomads seem to indicate a want and a need to really get out there and get onto that roam. So the fact that they've removed it, it obviously has forced M&M onto a little bit of a different approach. They're going to be going for the Jackal. They haven't actually brought any Claymores. They do have the Gridlock, although that isn't specifically for that flank protection. It can be used as such. It's more often nowadays seen as something that's going to assist you in getting that plant down. Bit of a struggle here, getting open that freezer hatch. The old Cade Claw causing a few problems, just slowing down M&M's approach here, but something that isn't slowed down at all is Users' skeleton key. He's only got 5 shots left.
Yeah, he's really getting a full whiff of that, getting sure that the Canadian has all the Canadian stuff spent. One of the things I'm also curious about is there's no C4s on the sides of Liquid. They're not going to try and play against the opener, but the fight is going to be flat inside Code. The first is his, the second is to his right. He didn't quite get the full shot. He almost won it out. Lagonis was just tiptoeing on the other side of the bar as well. There was a player not too far away, just on the swing of the seating behind him. So he was pretty much concerned and cornered, but still, suddenly a surprise. And you can see Liquid trying to piece it together and go, okay, we can't have somebody just sort of filter their way through into the site. Nesk Blinded, gonna sit and wait for the drop as the spray comes against. 15 seconds, Nello, you gotta try and take the break there. Nesk is able to pop up and get that kit drop. Users gets one back inside the site, but with that wall entirely locked and with no true way to get through on it, they gotta just try and hot foot it round onto the opposite side. Users, he's not gonna make it in time, he just does! It's a 3 versus 1, Ars just has to make the difference. The impact doesn't quite get the full connection! And M&M just hold on from the top down.
Holy shit.
I don't even think Nello put it well himself there. That was a heck of a round. You want exciting siege, you want exciting action. Don't go anywhere. Users, I have no idea how he made that play in time. The Banshee slowing him down, immediately went to shoot it, and at that point I already felt like the time was 0-0. He then manages to take 4 steps and still get the plant down.
I mean
it was in no man's land.
Milliseconds was the difference. The fact that obviously that the wall on the back of Frieza was still soft, and you know, they were trying to get themselves into a place. They lost the cover fight on the door as well if the vertical player wasn't there, and the other fight did go, oh, there's just so much there. God, I love Siege. 2-2. M&M, they've been able to get the kitchen back after they lost it the first time round. Can they see if they can, for the first time this game, try and break the deadlock, pull themselves ahead, or will Liquid keep up the trend and get themselves at least a level half?
Not a lot separating these two teams at the moment. As you mentioned there, all square. The way that I see this going, I think we're going to be here for a while.
Oh, yeah.
We had a fairly quick morning.
Yeah, I've like pulled you in now.
Yeah.
Welcome to this side.
Welcome. Yeah.
It's like the, I guess maybe it's just like the English thing. You know, Tim and Des, they always get a 3-map overtime.
They haven't had one yet, have they?
Not yet.
I don't think so.
I don't know if usually it's if Medics is observing them as well.
Oh, is that the trifecta?
Yeah, as we said, Croatia is a distant part of England.
Yeah.
I don't know if Medics is observing this. If he was, I'm sure he'd be saying...
I think he'd have done the signatory spin by now.
He would be saying angry things down my headset. No. The fight over the top. M&M. They were quite good at catching the snappy rotations that came out of the runouts before resets. Is the one that's going to be holding and holstering that powerful P90 as Nesk. They have a kill. And they have a death. Traded out once again, still unable to really get their teeth into SI 2023 yet.
Where is Nesk? I'm going to keep coming back to it. 1-5 right now. Solitos seems to really have his number, especially in that entry and opening engagement. Lagonis, however, is going to find one back onto Nath. So any logic bomb phone calls that you were hoping to use to give you a little bit of a heads up and really give you that advantage in terms of hearing and psyching out your opponents is no longer going to be an option. Toxic Babe canister's already getting used quite quickly, and Lagonis has spent all 3 before the halfway point in the round.
Now, can he hold on for any longer? You're looking at a fight over the top. You're looking at that control that I've talked about, the importance here on Cafe, the forcing of these players further and further away, just into positions where they're not comfortable holding. It's this rotate that comes through from Liquid to stop that. They can have a backline here, watching over to the A site from the white stairs. You have some solid and some awareness of the motions. It's the other side that's a little bit tricky. With what has been taken from above them, they're going to start cracking their way down, you assume, from the side of red, as Tyrant just watches this, the fireplace rotate. Make sure nobody can get directly in. The player, singularly locked inside the train, is really the only direct counter right now outside of a wide swing onto pillars. So you assume M&M has some awareness there as well, but look at resets. The slow potential creep up the bottom of the stairs, watching the angle under the window, and, well, he might be a fly trap ready to eat.
Of course, on Solace as well, so does have that potential to use the gadget, figure out exactly what's going on, any droners, anyone using a gadget, even if a plant is going down. So always to be mindful of that the value is throughout the entirety of the round. Soltov going to come to blows here and find an easy one onto Lagonis. Just catches him looking the other way, has some fortunate timing, but can now look to try and pre-fire on and to further that advance in through dining.
15 seconds, and they've got to start trying to break this into the 2 versus 4 advantage that it is in their favor. M&M, Palu, holding off on the edge for the rotate. They're going for the plant on the opposite side, though, and as one of them slips their way through, it's just sit, wait, watch, and get this done. Resets. He's going for the planter, but he's a little bit too late. You can see that via the gadget, but now the only thing he can see is a 3 versus 1 and a rough 36 seconds at the top middle of his screen, and then doesn't see that for very long. Almost the clutch in the play. You think about how we were out of time on that round. The Solis could have defined it, but doesn't.
You see a Solace, you see one impact left, and they're below, and you think, that's the play. That's exactly what Liquid were going for there. It puts so much pressure onto that single player. Reset's had everything to do there because his team was not in a position to stop that plant from going down. As we've already mentioned, you play retake on Cafe. That's what you have to do. You have to play retake. So if you're going to commit somebody below, unfortunately for Resets, wasn't able to get it done in time, and he did let that plant go down. Still, Eminem, 3-2. There is chance here for Liquid to square things up equal at the half.
You find yourself on Cafe, it's Eminem's map pick. It's not the worst one for Liquid, it's a great one for the region. I'd still sort of highlight maybe last year's SI, maybe even the year before, that we really got a true taste of how this map can be developed, the tapes.
Yeah, it was as soon as Consulate was removed.
Yeah.
As soon as Consulate was removed, all the LATAM teams were just like, we need something with loads of windows. We can jump out.
Cafe.
We got to Cafe.
Okay. And it can be great. And here, I think, with what they've got on their defense, we talked about the power of Solus, we talked about the power of Azami. You know, there is functionality in what the defenders can do here. And I think if Liquid... Excuse me. I think if Liquid...
Sounds like you need to drink some liquid.
I do need to drink some liquid. I have a bottle of water by my feet. If they don't get the even half here, I think it could spell some challenging attacks.
Especially given that we always pick Cafe as a map that is difficult to attack.
Yes.
Not necessarily attacker-sided, that obviously depends region by region, but attackers are made to work for every round on Cafe. Now, Eminem currently in the driver's seat there with 3 rounds of their own. If they're able to make that 4, it could be quite meaningful here in this matchup. Slow start. Usually we're seeing a little bit of action inside of this first 50 seconds to 1 minute, but this time everyone keeping themselves alive. Solitov is usually a player to keep a close eye on as he gets himself onto repels. This time it seems like he's taking a more alternate approach, as we're seeing a little bit of a stack up over toward the east side. Now, Solitov's going to be playing the Nook this time, so he's going to be on backstab duties from below. Previously, when Eminem attacked this top floor, they really struggled to root the players out of this cocktail side. East was a big problem. They didn't have anyone on that east repel. They lost man count early and were unable to really affect, as the defenders could just retreat further and further back. This time, they're going a little bit more direct.
Minute 30 passed, and all 10 players still on the board. It's maybe the longest that we've had this as of yet. They're trying to dig themselves underneath the hatch. They have some of the watch on the default skylight. They're hoping a pinch comes towards that player that asks and sort of sweep up here from behind the side of the pillars unchecked. But we did see a Nook that was going on a bit of an adventure elsewhere, and if Solitov is able to find their way towards pillars, well, that can be big. Hey, remember, Solus can see a Nook when they're using their gadget. There's calls, there's trades, there's a bit of motion, and there goes the Nook underneath the push, and the pressure comes onto the back end. Nafe is able to find Nesk. There it is. Solitov gets the impact as Palu does catch Nafe and at least buys one back, but Solitov still driving underneath, gets Lagonis, the second player, pushes his way up the white stairs with resets, caught at the end, and Eminem. If you wanted a good 3-2-1 go, well, they just demonstrated it.
What? No. I was whipping so bad. Fucking hell.
If you need a translation from Nafe's accent, he's whiffing so bad, bleeping hell.
I'm going to play Mosian High. I'm going to play Mosian High. Do that one.
You're from Nate's part of the woods, aren't you?
Yeah, well, I think he's from East London and I'm from West.
Oh, okay.
So...
bit of rivalry there somewhere.
Not really. I mean, there's more of a rivalry between, like...
North and south.
Same bits of London. Yeah,
Right.
above the river, down below the river. East and east, they'll hate each other. It's where your football clubs are.
Right.
It's you know, that's the sort of make or break of friendships in London. Yeah, you're not going to have a Chelsea and a Tottenham fan in the same room. Not that I'm a fan of either, but...
I do enjoy listening to Nate talk. He has got a bit of a way with words, but yeah, obviously not feeling himself on his shot so far today. He's still 4-4, not doing terribly. The big playmaker in that round, though, was, of course, Solitov.
Yep.
And Nate, while he may have whiffed a few shots, he was playing on the Dokkaebi. And guess what enabled all of those calls and all of those kills? It was the Dokkaebi call. All you could hear whenever we were flicking onto a player cam, regardless of which side it was the phone call ringing, and that is just such a huge audio cue that these players will use to root those defenders out. Liquid getting caught out there, losing out on an equal split here on the defense. They've given themselves some really hard yards to do now here, as they've got to go out on their attacks and perform.
As we said, you kind of wanted the even half there for Liquid. Not that it's impossible to attack this map, but this map does not make it easy, and I'm still going to double down on the idea that having the Azami is one thing that's going to make it more problematic. We saw Solotov go towards the Mozzie, bring that in. It was the last bit of conversation we were able to pick up to control the drone game, limit what can be put against them. They're not going to run with the Solace. For all that she can bring, it's always down to the team, what they feel comfortable bringing. And to be fair, it's, as you said, been banned quite a lot. So there's more than one way to crack an egg, and the egg being a drone in this. If you weren't up to pace with my egg drone based analogy.
I'm glad that you clarified, I'll be honest. I wasn't sure where we were going with that one. Droning something that Liquid are struggling with at the moment. They've only got 6 left. They've only seen around a minute, so they have spent quite a few so far. And of course, the Mozzie isn't going to help matters there either. Nesk there just losing out one of his nades. As we can see, the firebolts from Capitao just dissipating there as Nath is able to keep himself alive, but only just. The magnets will regenerate over time, but he's not going to be worried about that as he's getting pushed here and caught looking the wrong way. Resets finds one, Nesk a second. Solotov now trying to pick up some pieces, but he too gets caught out. Liquid, they are sweeping through this top floor.
That was so sudden. They threw the grenades and moved in right behind them. Users does get one more as the pressure starts to come its way down towards it, but that was very, very well played there. As we said, we saw this sort of barrage of grenades. The drop came on the hatch and the skylight at the same time, with the fight sort of pinching out the player. Nave tried to swing into one of them, but as you saw, didn't quite expect the second. However, you've got the vertical. It's a big part of reading. Now you can clear yourself up with some control around Pillar's door and just try and eke that plant in on the door itself. That is what they're trying to get done here, and that is what they're going to start focusing on. Forcing the players further and further away, so they're not confident to swing it. They can't quite long arm some of it. You've not really got anything they can long arm with at this moment in time. They obviously didn't bring the smoke, and the C4 is used, so how are M&M going to stop this?
They're going to have to play this one quite close to their chest. Lagonis looks like he's going to be making his way in, gets a glimpse of a player, just rotating on, gets the glimpse of the second and will be able to land. Jesus, what a shot onto Lagonis, keeps himself alive, but only momentarily. Neski started the round and he is going to end it, picking up that final kill. Nesk on attack, is that the buff that we needed? Because he didn't do much on defense.
I mean, if it's the buff he needs, it's what he needs. You always want to see Nesk perform. It's no two ways. If you're a fan of Siege, you're a fan of Nesk. You sort of have the two as synonymous. And it's like if you buy a ticket to go see PSG play, you want to see Messi score a goal. Otherwise, you're like, come on, pull it out. Sort it out.
Do the thing.
Do the thing.
Do the thing, mate.
That's what the capability is. And I'm sure I've incised parts of chat is saying, Nesk is Messi? Is that a comparison? I don't care. It's my comparison I made.
I think there's an argument.
There's definitely an argument. Who's the CR9 then? No, okay. I'm not going to go down that because that will incite arguments in the chat. No, 3-4, Liquid, a good attack. As I said, I loved the play behind the grenades on the top. It's how you take that top is with a sort of smash and grab energy.
5 seconds.
Look at the 6 picks coming through here from Liquid as well. Obviously, either not anticipating the kitchen or making a last-second change. Going to be bringing a Flores, dropping a Book, dropping an Ash, and bringing an IQ. Obviously, the IQ seeing a little bit of a soaring pick rate, given that the defenders have essentially got an IQ of their own in Solace. It isn't going to do too much here in terms of electronics, as there aren't that many knocking around. You can, of course, highlight and target those mute jammers, which from above could be a good idea. For the meantime, we're just going to hear those Flores drones ripping off in the distance, removing the deployable shield just on the side of Christmas Tree as Nella takes a good chunk of damage here. He's going to have to open the hatch and drop himself back. Of course, for all the roaming and for all the presence that he's had on that side of the map, it is leaving a large gaping hole in the defense.
Yeah, it makes things a bit awkward. As we've said many, many times, when you're trying to get this vertical control, you're sort of hoping you can waste as much time as possible. Here, with the damage they've done, with Parley pressured where he is, about a minute's passed, and, well, so have all the players. They've moved themselves on. M&M have pulled themselves back down. They're otherwise structured with the hatch open as well. That, for a lot of teams, is a lot of busy work. Hey, remember when we saw that on an M&M attack, where they had about 2 seconds? Because of getting that hatch open, getting that control, it just gives Liquid a little bit more to work with. And as they proved in the previous round, they're more than happy to take those motions into their own gameplay. The pressure will start to come across the floor, pillars, and the second story becomes the first, becomes eyes to the site.
Located by attackers.
Slowly but surely, Liquid starting to take this mid-map control and do a little bit of renovation work, getting some of this floor open, breaching charges, hammers, anything you can really throw at ripping open that floor and making the defenders feel uncomfortable. It is going to force the defenders just to the periphery of the site. Nello has got himself tucked in, doesn't have a great deal of health to speak of, and is really just playing for one player, dropping that hatch. Could be about to get stunned out here as Warden could be required there in that position, but Lagonis just going to think better of it for the time being. There's still a good amount of time left here for Liquid to make something happen. Toxic Babe canisters now just to slow this hatch a little bit as we see nades cooked from above, but neither are far enough to do the lick of damage that is required. A drop comes through from a clone. Nello quickly on it. That's only an aim trainer for what is to come. More nades getting sent down through this hatch, but they aren't reaching their mark. Liquid, they are getting so tunnel vision here on dealing with this one player, and now Solotov's made it into the fray. He's activated the glasses and he is ready to strike. Picks himself one. Nesk did trade out onto Nello, and we'll find a second. He's going crazy inside of the site here, but where's the kit? It's cold on the ground. There are still 3 members alive here for M&M. Is Nesk going to do a Usus and manage to save this round? Pre-fires on through into Christmas, but he's getting pushed from pillar and post. Nate finds one, Tyrant a second. The plant's going to go down, but it's going to be too late. It will likely be confirmed, but there is more than enough man count here for M&M. Ness comes off at the last second, knowing what is becoming him.
A little bit of Nello there. Survived 4 grenades. 4 grenades with like 10 HP, and then died to the drop that came through there. Tech timeout is being called by Team Liquid now for a little bit, and fair enough, because things aren't really going so swimmingly as you said. They were so blinkered into the play. Solotov, perfect place for a man with glasses that can see through the smoke, putting the kit in the corner. A huge pick. I don't speak Portuguese. I don't.
There'll be someone that does. In the chat, I mean.
Chat, translate.
You can tell a lot by the tone.
Are they saying it's Kagan time? Is that what they translate?
Well, they're going to have to start saying something, because Liquid at the moment, not playing to the full potential.
No.
They haven't got that killer instinct, they haven't got that bite. And when was the last time we saw Liquid so hell-bent on one idea and one idea only? I can think back, and it was a couple of years ago. It was in a much more structured, a much older Liquid before they got a little bit more fluid and a little bit more creative in their ideas. Now, there are many ways to attack into that bakery. One of them is to drop the freezer hatch, but it needs to come with something else.
We'll take a moment here to sort of, I guess, see the positives in what Liquid's doing. Is that Nesk has definitely started to grow into this. I think 4 of his 5 kills, I think, have come over the past 2 rounds. And that is a huge sign. You need that because you look over to the other side and who's popping off, but literally the parallel on the screen uses 12-4. He is a player that is terrifying when they pop off and get into it. Nello, sure, playing that support role. They survived 4 grenades. They're the reason that the push took so long. If we talk about that time being handed to them, he sure made up for it in just surviving. So much utility.
That's one of the reasons why I just love Nello as a player.
Yeah. That's what he needs to do.
Thankless tasks.
Yeah.
1 and 6. What is the reason that M&M won round 8?
Yeah.
And has been the reason they have won previous rounds in this game as well.
Every stack needs a Nello. Ours is Tim.
Reloading.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's true. Every stack needs a Nello.
Every stack needs a Nello. It also helps if every stack has a Usus as well. 5-3. M&M, can they try and push themselves onto map point? I'm quite curious to see what resets does. As I said, sometimes smash and grab is a real good bit of energy for clearing that top floor, and they're in the perfect smash grab position. They just need the right call to come through at the right time, and then suddenly they can swarm their way over the back line of the top floor and force that player into a fight that might be a little bit uncomfortable for them.
M&M are playing a really sort of passive playstyle at the moment. They've got both a Solace and a Pulse. So they're really looking to allow these players to come in above resets. He's going to actually Gyro Hook onto Nello. You don't get to see that every day. I tell you, that's some of the timing that Tim would suffer as well.
Yeah.
Really unfortunate. Ask is going to be traded back. Looks as though Nate's got himself in a nice spot here. He is just waiting for the right time to pounce. I don't think that anybody knows he is just tucked in here.
I cannot believe we've just had a Garhut kill in the tournament. That is surely the first.
First ever. First one I've seen.
At a major, maybe even.
It was only the symbol.
Spencer,
yeah.
Stats. All right, 5-3, and they've got themselves a bit of ground here. One apiece. There was an important fight that we didn't truly comment on that was Ask. That was down at Pillar's doorway. That was one out. Nafe, do they know? Yes, is the answer. Ness gets the swing round, saves the life for Lagonis, who was tucked on the corner. You just saw there, Ness drone must have got the swing on the player, and well, it could have been defining. What it does define now is the verticality has fallen into the favor. The spray comes against Tyrant. He's just going to slip and slink his way a little bit closer towards the possibility of the engagement and hide behind the one bit of solid that this wall really has, which is that pillar.
Tyrant needs to be crafty here, and he's one of the better players positionally for my money. He has actually got himself in a really nice off angle here, but he's going to lose the engagement. Resets with the swing there, finds himself yet another, and the plant will start to go down. Solotov, he gets downed in action himself. Users might find himself one here, but is unlikely to do much more as the final couple of kills come through. And Liquid, they respond. That timeout working wonders for him.
I mean, off the back of a Garhut kill, I still love that that happened. Do you know what I've observed in my 3 days casting this tournament? I've now seen a Garhut kill, and I've seen Grim. Equally likely.
Two things that just shouldn't happen.
Two things that you don't expect to see in a tournament. One in a piece. Yeah, I mean, as you said, you need to win the round after a timeout. There's nothing more demoralizing than taking a timeout and losing the immediate round afterwards. I think a team that's really good at this, at breaking that game, is BDS. If there's ever attack timeout and BDS are on a defense, what you'll notice is they change the site that they were going to hold because they're like, they expect this, let's throw everything to the wind. And just little moments like that are like, okay, that's a good mindset. But it's a very important thing, as I said. We've got a couple of changes. The Lion and the Dockerby are in position now, maybe to try and curtail and control the loose thread play. They're the team that banned Nomad, so they've got to come up with an alternative to limiting M&M.
M&M are playing really well into the Nomad ban as well. You saw where Nath was positioned inside of Piano last round. That isn't something that you would necessarily get away with if there was a Nomad on the board, because you would expect the flanks to be a little bit more heavily held. Now, with the Dokkaebi coming through, Dokkaebi, again, by the way, is something that we have seen a tremendous ban rate for throughout the course of SI so far. Hiding in a little corner just isn't going to be as possible. Solotov, he misses out on a chance there at an opening engagement. Lion Scan isn't going to do too much to concern him, as he can just dip himself back and keep himself alive.
Yeah, he's out of there. He's taking the long route round. And as we said, if one focus is coming out from this setup, it's control of those loose players. They actually played a little bit of gridlock in the previous round, but we didn't really hear too much of the ka-chunk because, to be honest, when it came to it, everyone was already dead. So you're sort of still trying to structure the pairing, once again, the control of the space with his army, with the Solus. They're making sure that they've got to try and find these players, and Solotov's going to long out the fight for as long as possible. What he hopes here is somebody goes on the camera on those windows or gets close, but they just keep doing this. Pings, pops, IQ with the peppered shots. Remember, they're the one person who can see Solus.
I love the interchange between all these different operators now. It's like, we're going to give him a Dokkaebi call, then I can see him on the scanner, then I'm going to try it because he can see me if I'm on the scanner. There are so many little mini games that get played now, and it makes you really got to think and really got to provide a little bit of teamwork to get things like that done. Solotov, fortunately for him, gets away without a lick of damage. And Liquid, they've spent a good deal of time as well, getting ready for a bit of a hop-in now, as we can see the player just getting into the top of Lumber there. That player is going to be Nesk. Immediately gets taken out by Tyrant as he finds himself two. Users adds on to the pain before Resets does anything. Lagonis, he's a hot drop and a desperate attempt here as Resets, he's got himself into a real sticky spot. Does eventually shut down Solotov, but Lagonis, he's got a hard engagement up ahead of him. No information, doesn't know the player's tucked in there into the freezer. And that player is going to be Nello with the Alder. Still a ton of time left here.
That's it. The shots across the bow, they give the statement where he is. Users gets reset down white, and now it's just Lagonis. He's in a bit of a scrappy engagement. There's a rotate coming around behind him towards Cigar, I believe, but it's not necessary. M&M, they push themselves onto map point. What do they say?
No, he wasn't 70. He was 30 HP.
You know it's going well when they're arguing about how many HP someone is. You called him at 70, he was 65.
God, sort
What are you playing at? We're at SI, for goodness sake.
If you don't have stack synergy on numbers called out, no, it's good to see. I had a couple of questions of how that you were sort of going by it. When Nesk swung in onto White, it was like he was oblivious to anybody that was in Pixel Corner. And that just turned into a free kill on the pickup there. And, you know, the Azami barricades had been thrown inside towards Whiskey just moments before. They were watching from that window. They had the impression a player was there, and you just wonder what the slip through was. Maybe they expected to fight elsewhere. Unfortunately, we don't truly know the test. What we do potentially have is maybe the first running of Sens today.
Then we really will have seen everything.
Oh, if Sens gets a kill.
10 seconds remaining.
Is that
Okay, no. It's not that. It's if. Oh, I didn't get Sens. If Sens is played and the gadget goes off how it's supposed to.
In the direction.
In the direction that you intended to throw the gadget, that's how you know. That's like the third. This is like fresh to this bingo. This is impossible bingo. Bingo where no one's a winner.
Bingo level impossible.
Okay. What can we do from this point onwards? We start to have now a Liquid with their backs against the wall.
It's not looking good for Liquid, is it?
No.
M&M did a fantastic job on their attacks, and it all circles back to that for me. M&M did such a great job at getting that advantage, getting that 4-2 split. It's put the pressure on from the word go, because if this had been 3-3, would have been very, very different moving into what could be the final round here. Liquid going to be attacking onto this kitchen again, going for a very similar approach as we see the Flores drones come through to remove some of those deployable shields. It is quite similar to the last time. However, one of the adaptations is they've not got a book or a sledge this time.
No, they are missing some of that control above, but it seems like they might want to direct line themselves closer in. The smoke starts to pop off, the movement behind it. Ness gets Solotov on the first swing. Tyrant under huge pressure, but wins it out. The Flores drone and the Nook themselves cement the kill. Huge dedication towards lifting that player out from the bar side and forcing it into a more uncomfortable situation. Liquid, they've driven themselves in on the ground floor. They are way more focused on this. Let's just put the pressure directly to the site. Let's not play around with their games that happen all the way across the board and instead sort of go, this is where we need to be. Let's be there. Use us. Maybe the only stopping force for now is just going to stop the force and pull himself back.
Nades coming down this freezer hatch once again. Where have we seen this before? No more nades left.
Unfortunately, too long.
I mean, fortunately for Liquid, there's no nades left. So they have to come up with an alternate plan this time.
Oh, no.
they can't just try and tunnel vision onto that.
Again.
But they do need to do something, because for all that they've got a man count advantage here, there are still some very craftily positioned players for M&M. We look at Nate's position, a little bit offside. Users, he's ready to get active. You can see he's itching. And more importantly, there's still 2 C4s alive. Bit of info trickling through here now for Users. Doesn't want to give too much of the game away or get himself in too much of a hefty engagement, but he might just do that as he takes a ton of damage through the hatch.
Oh, it's so close. Everybody is itching for an engagement, as he said. So much like just shoulder peeking and jiggling out with Nafe getting asked. Puts us into the 3 versus 3. The blinds and the pressure, and suddenly it's M&M. Blinked and missed. M&M positioned in a place to sort of say this is our kitchen, and the only thing being cooked up is a healthy serving of marshmallows and pain.
Fantastic job there from M&M. I said that there were some craftily positioned players and specifically called Nath out there at the back of Wedding. What a great job of just keeping himself offside, out of sight, out of mind, and bang, in the right position at the right time. Might have whiffed a few shots earlier on, but he hit them when it mattered there and then.
We'll go to a quick break before we're back with a breakdown and map 2.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do you do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position. That is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
And welcome back here to the showdown. M&M versus Liquid. M&M have just taken their map Cafe, and me, Fluke, and my good buddy Ollie, Exotrica, are going to see if Liquid can take Club back.
It is time for Liquid to stand up and be counted. They had a very slow start to the tournament back in day number 1 against the Sonics, and I don't think anyone wants to see them have a second slow day here. They obviously had a rest day yesterday, so there's no excuses coming into this one. They knew what they were going up against in M&M, and we are going to be headed into Cafe shortly. Quick recap for if you missed it on how Cafe went. You can see M&M 7 rounds to 4. M&M doing a fantastic job on their attacks, Fluke.
I mean, you couldn't fault them. Obviously, it's their map. It's the place they wanted to be in. They led in well. They sort of got themselves off to such a solid start. If it was an even half, I sort of called it earlier on, we probably would have seen a bit more of a taste, a closer game. I still think it would have eked into M&M's favor, but it sort of gives the idea that Liquid aren't entirely done yet, especially Nest popping off in the second half. Am I drinking a big old glass of liquid copium? Maybe. Maybe I am, and it's down to them to sort of prove it otherwise here because, well, Club, it's their map. Everybody knows it. Oh, wait, everybody knows it. So do M&M. It's going to be a much tighter game.
M&M have already played Clubhouse as well inside of this competition, and they've already been successful on it. Speaking about liquid, speaking about copium, I like my liquid copium with marshmallows on the top. I am firmly on the fence here inside of this matchup. Either team for me could take it, but I want to see the team that deserves it the most win. And so far for me, that team is M&M. They have done a cracking job really disabling Liquid in Cafe. Liquid couldn't step foot without making some sort of a mistake, and M&M were there to capitalize on it.
What happens to marshmallows on hot liquid?
The marshmallows melt.
We gotta see what happens. We got. I'm thinking of the. I mean, I think they would melt on cold liquid anyway. But we'll ignore science for now. Where we are going, science doesn't exist. I mean, there's people with magical glasses. There's a guy with a sledgehammer in this game. Science isn't real. Neither is Ying. Banned. The first removal in this showdown.
I love how you pick the guy with the sledgehammer as being like that's one of the most practical things that we have in this entire game. You've got people that can see through walls, and the sledgehammer's the magical thing.
Don't think they're real. Prove me wrong.
I mean, the sledgehammer is magical. It's what everyone here is playing for.
Exactly.
Ultimately.
It's a special sledgehammer.
Dokkaebi removed as well as Amira. Still very common and popular bans here throughout 6 Invitationals so far. And the Valkyrie for good measure. M&M really not wanting to play against that Valkyrie. Of course, we've already commented that with the way the bans are going, it is leaving things like Solace available.
Well, let's see if it affects the play that we have ahead of us this time, M&M. They'll be starting on their defense. We might get a little bit more of the second half story that we had before. Will that work for preference? I guess we'll have to wait and see. Will the background be a buff?
The Undertaker background?
The Undertaker background on one of them. Everyone else's defaults.
I think Users plays with that quite a bit.
Do you like wrestling?
No, I know someone that does, though.
Okay. If you could have, I guess, the follow-up question was if you could have any wrestling other skins, who would you have? But I guess...
My favorite wrestler was Rey Mysterio.
I would love a Rey Mysterio skin. But I want Rey Mysterio on, like, Kavera.
That would be cool. And it'd fit as well.
Yeah, yeah. Anyway, enough about what we want. Let's go what the audience wants, which is a church and basement hold here. If you are brand new to Siege, if you're very unfamiliar, hey, welcome, what's up? This is quite a wide site, and you might be surprised to see nobody's really there right now. Well, there's a lot of structural work to do on the second 2 floors, and what you might even see on the top floor is a lot of players. You'll sort of waste as much time up here as possible, trickle your way down, and push and push and push and push. You need to limit the amount of resources they have, and also preferably the amount of players and time before they actually try and impact the site itself. That's why you've got Solotov playing himself just around CC. That's why you've got Tyrant up here above Oil Pit and Entrance. How are Liquid going to approach this?
I'm already worried about Liquid's approach because I'm seeing a Monty in the lineup. Now, the Panic Monty is something that we like to call out, and we often see at the end of a game or when things aren't really going too well. Talking about things that aren't going too well, users, you can't just stand in the middle of a doorway, my friend. Ask is going to find him and shut him down quite quickly. Ask will spend 2 Selmas to open up that east wall. That is how much of a priority Liquid are putting on this roam game. Solotov, he's going to get himself into a bit of a scuffle here as well. Maybe gets out of it, maybe doesn't. 1 HP. He's thinking about going for the repeat here, but instead trickles himself back down to site.
I think that's why he kind of wanted the repeat, because running down blue, there are little angles that you can get caught on by, and you don't really want to turn your back to a fight. It's also awkward to have to backpedal. You still have more to work with. Talking of, there's a lot to work with here. Nello gets Nesk, though. Cuts the head off. Any support going with the Monty, and Monty just has to back on out of there.
Oh, I know. We'll play the Monty behind another player that's in front of the Monty. This is like shield play 101. Play your shield at the front. You don't want to play a man at the front. You want to play the shield at the front. That's giving himself away for free there, which is a big shame because M&M were struggling a little bit. You look at the HP, you look at the fact they've already lost users, it's a big problem.
Well, they look like they're about to lose someone else. The ping's there on the player, they're blinding their way around the corner. They know where they are, they just want to get the confirmation, the movement, the lock-in, the fight over the side of the bike. Do they truly get it? There's Azami. Can they get one out of this? Surely not, no. Oh, Tyrant, I mean, if they were able to strike there, it would have been a 1 in a million, unfortunately for them. Liquid had the number already written down. A minute, 2 bodies gone, Solotov almost 3, but they've done the job that I talked about. Just a little bit shakier than maybe they wanted it to be.
This roam game has been severely punished.
Yep.
M&M have got barely anything left here, save a couple of Vulcan canisters, wherever they may be. They've no C4, they have no smokes, and they haven't got full HP on anybody bar Nello. So there is a lot of pressure about to come their way, and this is where the Monty is going to come into its own. Lagonis, he can move forward, gather that information. Solotov not feeling safe in blue as Resets makes his way down those main stairs, and Ask is already kicking things off.
The fight down the main corridor as well leaves just Nello alone. 4 versus 1. They still have pocket utility. They have a shield planting, and they have the watch on any of his way out. And now the read 2. That was only going to be Liquid filling the receptacle in front of them, which, to be honest, was kind of an empty sight by the end of it.
That isn't the M&M we saw on Cafe.
No.
And likewise, it isn't the Liquid we saw on Cafe. Thank goodness. They are here and they are ready to play, kicking things off there with a great attacking round.
Sorry, that was program feed. That was funny.
You didn't like the cinematic of...
No, I thought it was very cool because it was like, it was a bit out there.
We're getting another fly through, just in case anyone wonders.
Fly through of like... That's the next operator. It's like the director. Anyway, no, you're entirely right. M&M, that wasn't really like the M&M that we saw. It wasn't really like the Liquid that we saw, but, you know, it is first round, it's early doors. Liquid in the earlier game, I think, looked sharper than M&M. They're able to get a couple of surprise strikes. There was defense and attack on a different map, okay, but still, you have to look at how teams warm up into maps as well as the series as a whole. If coming off the back of the round loss and the map loss previously is something that drives Liquid now throughout Clubhouse, their pick, I mean, they keep up this pace and tenacity. It's going to be really tricky for M&M to get into the same gear that they managed to get into in the previous map.
I think one thing that goes in a fortunate way for M&M is it was a bit out of pocket the way that they played that last side.
Yep.
They could have played it very differently, and they chose to play a little bit aggressively. They've moved off. They've said, you know what, we're not going to give it another go down in the basement. We're instead going to switch upstairs to what is now the second choice site. Second or third, depending on bar and stage, but mostly second, gym and bedroom. And they are going to be bringing a bandit for their troubles. Nello, he's got a bit of electrification knocking around on that jacuzzi, but it's going to be users to kick things off, removing the Maverick.
Did he just swing the breach as it got popped open? I don't know if that was out behind, down there. No. I'm not entirely sure.
Long gone.
Long gone. So, shot so hard, he's off the map. That's the only thing I can assume was a swing out this way, but still, with that wall popped open, they have the control, and now, as you said, they've lost the Maverick, a man who has seen a lot of a drop-off recently, ever since he lost his grenades. There's changes to his guns, the attachments that have made him absolutely lightning. Very, very frightening. There it goes. Your breach charge there, lightning itself, stepping up on the character who declares this a home.
That's one of the big no-nos, getting bandit tricked in 23.
Yep.
That is not something that we expect top-tier teams to be suffering. Nello, he is going to fall as he is taken out by Ask. Ask pays the ultimate price there to remove that ability to bandit trick, but I think one bat trick does still remain. Nest's going to be able to find one as Lagonis doubles down. Tyrant, he's going to be inside of the site, hopped up on the bed. Liquid, they might not be winning the utility game, but they are certainly winning the numbers game at the moment. Trying to replace those Kiba barriers as quickly as they are being destroyed. Still, fortunately, has a couple of castle barricades to provide a little bit of safety, but they too are going to start falling. Tyrant, the pressure really is mounting onto this player, and his pockets of safety are becoming far fewer. He is, of course, joined here by Solotov, who does still have 2 canisters, but what can he do for a whole minute?
Yeah, it's kind of the opposite of how things started to tweak before, where they had nothing to work with. Now they actually have a lot, but making things connect is tricky, especially with this. The fight of Paolo on the back stairs, lost because the drop and the rotate there. A great idea from the Azami. He has to wait, though, for the clarity to come back through, but they have an impact, and they might cause one just underneath. They're looking for where the plant goes down. They're waiting as the pings come together. However, 30 seconds, if Solotov goes down, this becomes a disaster. Where's the man? Where's the player? Wrong corner, and now behind the castle, it's a post-plant situation in the smoke. Seconds too late, and 40 seconds with all of the tides turned onto the opposite side. Lagonis tucked in the close corner, hoping a fight swings wider and wider. They've got to see if they can try and at least pinch some of the ground. There's the first, the 2 versus 1. But time ticking away, and Lagonis bringing it back round, aggressively pushes outside the castle that got popped open with Solotov, having to make the distance and getting the defuse. It's ring around the rosies, but it's not a game anyone wants to play. There's the swing, there's the take, and they will have enough time to get the kit and a first round.
What a clutch. What a great clutch you love to see any team pull off. Solotov. I was very critical of the Toxic Babe canister timing. I was internally screaming, why have you got a Toxic Babe canister and why haven't you thrown that under the door 20 seconds earlier? Because that would have stopped all of your worries here inside of this round.
It would have.
Fortunately for Solotov, he's a bit of a demon with the SMG-11, so it doesn't really matter. Lagonis may have got the plant down, may have got one, but couldn't find the second. M&M holding on there, and in part it was due to some of the hard work that Nello was doing at the start of the round. Again, we come back to this player who sits there at 1 and 2 on the scoreboard. Looks like little contribution. All right, we've seen 2 full rounds, but the bandit trick, it was massive. Kept himself alive, really caused Liquid quite the headache, and it forced Liquid to play very aggressively to clear out those players, and they just got a little bit too deep behind enemy lines.
CCTV was the third site they actually cycled between. You guys don't get the full taste of seeing the lobby, but we do, and I kind of understand why. It is a tricky hold. For a lot of regions and a lot of teams especially, it's become a 4th choice because it's tricky. You have guaranteed things usually getting opened. You got a Thatcher on the board as well. There is no way that those hard walls should stay locked unless there is some huge comedy of errors that would cause otherwise. Then it becomes a pretty standard push when you've still got the options of grenades and lobbing them over the top. Not that they've actually brought any, but the pressure onto Tyrant will become a second. The fact that they haven't got grenades and double hard breach makes me think it'll be a construction other side once they've got CC wall open.
I'm really worried about the site given the basement's open, because I don't see a world where this really goes too well here for M&M. Nello, not going to be able to get that trick off effectively. Obviously, you mentioned the Thatcher going to be in play as well, being placed on both sides, makes it a little bit difficult. Tyrant playing the Doc on the rafters. Okay, Doc's great for this position, but you would like an Azami there either or, as well as or instead of. Obviously, if you're going to only have one, Tyrant is the better choice there on the Doc because he has the ability to stim up. But then you look at the denial they've got. It's always going to come down to a plant here, and there's only one C4.
That was very last second save there from Lagonis. So on the corner, expected it not to be electrified. It did just swing it and was able to pick it back up. And here's what I talked about, the pressure that comes on the other side. The player on the rafters, if you have grenades or Capitao, it's easier to get out. It's still not impossible, but Tyrant in this dock, they're playing their life here. They're going to keep themselves stimmed up. They're going to hope that they can try and keep the pusher back. And at this point, you just got to take the fight. it's still possible. It's of course still doable, but it's made difficult. More so because Usus is here to offer some support. There goes Tyrant. They're suddenly going everybody. They're inside the site. Ness just charged in through the open breach. Just missed out on the next fight coming over the top. Pre-fires the door on the far end. A 2 versus 3 out of absolutely nowhere. Nafe finds one more back. The kid has slinked its way behind the CC stack inside the site with Nafe underneath, and the impact and possibility. They're just going to go for the rotate and see if they can play this. Reverse fishing. Solus is so good at this game. Unfortunately, they're missing where the player is. They've actually pulled themselves off the kit a minute, though. It is a very long time to have to do this.
Solus has got a lot of work to do and needs to wait for that gadget to recharge sufficiently. Ask knows this and he knows the timings, and Solotov, unfortunately for him, his glasses are on cooldown. Ask him to try and keep this information, or stop this information from flowing. He does still have the kit. Liquid, strange that they've got site control, they're not really doing too much about that, but they know this right now. Nath, he's going to be a little bit off site as well, as Ash tries to find himself onto an elevated position. He knows that the pressure is going to be coming in from below. Now going to start to try and get this plant down, and Solotov, he can't see it for some reason. The plant has been allowed to go down, both players are downstairs, and Ask's been allowed to relocate. He's got himself outside, and now into construction. This is quite a serious retake that M&M have to pull off now. They might have a numbers advantage, but they're going to go up against Ask, and he's already shut Solotov down. You can't afford to peek him one at a time. Nath, he's located the kit and he's going to go for a disable, but he maybe doesn't have the full amount of time. Is he going to bait it? Is he going to switch it? Going to swing on through? Nath fires the shot. No whiff in here. Loads of time to disable that diffuser. Clutched by the skin of their teeth. Another one here for M&M.
It sounds like he jumped on. I wasn't on bulletproof, right? And it sounds like he's next to bulletproof. Yeah, I heard you guys saying green box. I was like, okay, he's not playing him.
Who was holding breach winning, by the way?
Me, but he literally full sprinted in. I was actually about to say. We're doing turtle.
Just tell me turtle.
Let's do turtle.
Just listening in there. If you're wondering for the silence, as we said at the start of the series, it's nice to hear. So now we know they're going to try turtle. Turtle down on Church. Good conversation. Thanks, lads. And you also heard the mistake there. Nafe saying, I was going to say it, but he was just straight into the breach. He was. They were caught a bit unaware by the pace there of Liquid. The 2 versus 2 turned into a 2 versus 1. You could see they were trying to find a place to put the kit down. They got rid of the bulletproof, and there was obviously a lot of discussion of where's that player? Where did you die from, Nesk? The Solus was looking to try and find it, was hoping it would be up towards where the bulletproof was destroyed. It wasn't, which is why I think they weren't able to catch it. And then suddenly they put themselves fantastically almost on the back of that clutch. They swung into the fight, but so did Nafe. Nafe dedicated himself to putting the pressure onto the window, and, well, let's see if the turtle they discussed is going to be something that offers them a little bit more to work with, when previously we were here, they really had nothing by the end of it.
I really love that conversation of who was watching Breach, and he's like, yeah, I was going to say something, but he was just in. It's like, Nesk will do that. Nesk will do that to you. Like, it's not going to be always, you're not always going to be able to be prepared for what he is able to bring here to the game. Big impact round there from Liquid. As predicted, they were able to get themselves in and get a bit of a plank going down, but M&M once again showing that they have that clutch factor, and I think this is the right play. This is the best thing that they could do right now. Get themselves back to Church and Arsenal, hit that full site rotation, and turtle into it. They didn't need to roam as heavily as they did back in round number 1, and we aren't going to see that here and now. What they have brought is plenty of denial. They've got 2 C4s and they have a couple of Toxic Babe canisters as well, so they're going to be ready for this more long drawn out round.
Well, long drawn out is going to be off with the Kaid as well. They look like they're ready to try and catch anything that's thrown onto this hatch. Hope that they can bait some of the utility in with how much they have in their pockets. The Habana pellets, you would hope, would be the test of this, and that's where Lagonis is heading. Will he fire 4? Yes. Will they catch 4? Yes, and at this point then it turns into a game of cat and mouse. Are they going to try and dedicate more to this? They have the Maverick, they can rotate them around, as well as the Selmas, but you assume they're going to save those for potentially Pipes Wall. There it is. It buys time. Time is Turtle, and Turtle might be money.
Nate's still with the Electric Claw in hand, looking to make something happen here. There are a couple of impacts as well, of course, for that kitchen hatch if required. And with Lagonis already losing out on a few pellets, he does need to be quite careful. But nobody underneath. Tyrant, is he in position? Is he in the right location? Yes, he is. Catches another 4.
Oh, that is a bigger blow. You could see they were waiting, but he didn't wait long enough. 2 Selmas to open up that hatch as well, suddenly. they've come at a massive cost. 3 hard breaches technically, and well, they might not even be able to get everything open that they wanted at this point. Another break onto this hatch. You still have an impact in position, but with the sledge making things a little bit more awkward for the approach at this point. They're just gonna have to see if they can try and crack their way through. There's some pressure. There's some danger, but there's 50 seconds, and as we said before, last time there wasn't really anything to work with. Here, you've still got C4s, you've still got 2 of your smokes in your pocket as one has just popped off. They have everything to hold off this approach from Liquid.
Look at Tyrant here. He's making himself a den in the back of AKs. He's got those Kiba barricades, just providing a little bit of cover front and back. Starting to see a push down now as Nest makes his way in. Resets, he's going to be a long corridor, but M&M, they are resisting. Nathan Nello, what a piece. Down in process. Resets and Lagonis, they've got a lot to do here. Lagonis, of course, has the kit, but he's in no position to get that thing down. Equal 2 versus 2 now as Lagonis finishes off Tyrant. Users, no Toxic Babe canisters left and the plant going down. Conscious of the player inside of blue, picks one, gets the down. Lagonis off the kit, grabs himself one, swings, pre-fire, maybe gets the kill. No, Users! He was tucking himself into that corner, melting away into the wall. Again, coming down to the wire.
Spicy end of a round there. I said they had enough. Just is the word that you put before that. Resets. Death dive down the main corridor to try and find himself crouched through, was able to slip his way in to an aggressive position at the same time as Nesk doing the same on the opposite side. It's sharper from Liquid. It's still that thing where they're knocking on the door of success and smashing on the door of the site, but M&M are just doing enough here on their defenses to hold on. The growth from the last time they were there. I mean, still no tech timeout. Cool. Liquid, I think if this round goes away from them, we'll probably start to have that conversation, but still. Oh, M&M, you could not be skin of your teething these past couple rounds more, and Liquid is so aware of that.
A round's a round, and clutches, whilst you don't want them, they're a little bit unpredictable, it feels good as a team when they start coming off. And when they're going against you, it's going to be really demotivating. Liquid are at a point now, everything they touch just turns to ash. They are not getting any value out of these rounds. They're getting so close and then just not able to get it over the line. And it's small, tiny little things. I'd like to have seen the timeout already. I think it's maybe a bit too late at this point. We're round 5 now. Are they going to really do one tack timeout for 1 round of attack? Doesn't seem like it's got a lot of value into it. So we'll see what happens as we move now into round number 5 already. A bit of fire there dissipating inside of CCTV as the wall has been opened.
Yeah, if we remember last time we were here, what we saw was a couple of errors on the approach. A very early kill onto the Maverick we didn't quite get the full glimpse of, and then we definitely got the full glimpse of a great Bandit trick on the opposite end. No Bandit, no Maverick. We don't quite have the same story, and I guess that's going to potentially work in a little bit more of Liquid's approaching favor here. It seems like the walls are going to be less of a problem, and those barriers have been, well, barriers for the previous rounds. The Zami is making the approach via the drone hole a little bit more dangerous, and this half hard, half soft means bathroom is quite risky to swing your way into.
Bathroom's risky, but I like to see Nello on the Azami. I don't like to see him just peek around there and get taken out immediately. I can see the thought process with leaving it half soft. It hasn't really worked out too well for him. Users are going to try and get himself into position to do something about it. Nello could be recoverable here, but with Palu below, it might spell disaster.
Ooh, in the meantime, Stolotov has been able to take a bit of damage on the opposite end. You can see the drones are getting the full read on the players inside, but unless you can work on it, well, you're still just trying to funnel yourself through the single opening that Liquid have. Somebody has dropped down underneath to try and start rotating the stairs. Obviously, Palu was looking for the fight at first, but with these grenades, actually, oh, someone else has dropped down. Nafe. They met the Maker and met the fight underneath, and that gives them even more to work with here. M&M, they just keep finding themselves in these little pockets of success. In the meantime, Nello passed away, unfortunately, but still, at the cost of the 2 players they've been able to get. You're looking at now the limitations. You don't have those grenades from underneath. You have neither of the pushes and pressures. There's a cut on the window. Tyrant and Nafe with 1 apiece, 1 more. 1 bit of health, resets. He's inside the site, but without the kit. And at what cost? He's just looking for the end. 4 rounds in a row for M&M.
And here it is, timeout requested by Team Liquid. I'll be honest, I know that timeout's usually good for 1 round, but this is a little bit too late, especially with how round number 5 just went.
Can we please get Eminem's audio? I don't know if we can.
They're so slow.
We should get Tyrant tapping his key.
Yeah, handy that Tyrant.
I think the mic is next to Tyrant in the low.
Only gates might be cold, by the way, Josh. I think only gates were fucking cold. I'm putting her in the strat from now. Excellent. Yeah, there's a really good master window.
I'm gonna say something after this.
What do you want to do now? Okay, guys, continue this way. I think with the CC, no?
Continue this way. The words from Eden at the end there. I love there were the Reddit posts that were like, it's so cool. I entirely agree. I love listening into players. It's such a rare opportunity.
I'm going to Rooney, by the way, Nick. I'm not going to Nimble, I'm going to Rooney. Nah, I'm going to go spawn pick this round. Okay. I'm going to put a Rooney against my sock dogs. I'm having to constantly spin around in circles. I'm going to put a Rooney against my hand dogs.
Okay, the game is kicking back into life. I love that we get this opportunity. But I love that that's the first time I've specifically called Can We Listen In? It's just Tyrant, just tapping away. Those are the high-end ideas that we want. I adore player comms. I think listening to them is a great opportunity. It teaches you so much from our position as casters, analysts, viewers as well. If you really want to get the truest idea of how a game feels, even after it's entirely completed, go back and listen to the amazing player comms that get uploaded by the players and the teams individually, or moments like that where we get to have a little bit of a listen in, even if it is just Tyrant.
The thing is, you've got to take the rough with the smooth, haven't you? You've got to take Tyrant tapping tab or whatever it is that he's tapping on his keyboard to hear them say, look, these guys are really slow.
Yep.
And they are. Liquid are at a snail's pace right now.
Uses his promised spawn peek. Oh, does a little bit more damage than he expected, but Tyrant gets caught off on the back end of it. They discussed that, they tried it. I mean, if they had just hit the hammer with the DMR there, it would have been a confirmed kill. Wasn't, but hey, sometimes it's a risky strategy, isn't it?
It really is. M&M have got a very comfortable buffer here, and they can afford to go for things like that, especially on this last round, especially given that Liquid have just taken that time out. Maverick going to be employed this time to get the wall open, as there was a little bit of a problem with Bandit tricking previously. I'm very surprised to see this site chosen once again, although we have just seen a bit of a drop-off there from Nello. Nath going to be playing in a little bit of an alternate position this time as well, as Tyrant has been taken out on that dock. You would expect him to be playing the catwalkers instead. Nath is just going to be crouched underneath the window. It's a great spot, but as soon as the breach gets opened, he's kind of cut off.
The shield and the Monty, will it be a story of success? As you said, being cut off is always that big risk, and the pressure being put underneath here as well makes Usus' position a lot more uncomfortable. Lagonis has the idea of Nello's position as well. Nello has to move out of there. At some point, you can still sort of wait and bait because, well, we heard it from the mouths of M&M themselves, they're slow. Let's try and stretch that out. The longer you take, the more you hold your minerals to sit around in a position of danger, the more likely you can do things like this. Solotov just got down on the way back in. The C4 on the pop. Nello with an important fight underneath, wins it out. Nask is gone as well. It's a technical 3 versus 2, but Usus can get Solotov back up here. Look what's gone once again. All those grenades, all that pressure. Nello, he's doing his best to hold on and cause some attention as they get the pick back up and rotate back round to the site that Liquid are putting some direct pressure onto.
Look at Nello out of the sight. He's an absolute demon. He baited Askin beautifully there. He's got a chance at another. The plant is going to be going down. Solotov from below. Is he going to get the read? He didn't last time, but he maybe doesn't now. Usus, he's going to push all the way through. No defuse planted, but Usus is 1 versus 2 here. The kit is going to be cold on the ground.
The impact came through underneath. The impact is hitting the hammer up top as well. Resets. Suddenly all that's left in a 1 versus 1. Massive damage done in 20 seconds. He's got to try and edge and eke this fight out. He knows they are close. They know where the kid is. They know they've got to try and get it landed. The flash on one side. The fight is on the other. And he might not have been able to get the first out the door, but he's sure to close it at the end of the round.
I'm the fucking Salis goat.
I mean, he got the impact from underneath. The Monty was going for the plant. We saw it successful in terms of the Solis stopping it. That was a huge kill. Nello underneath it as well. You can see the impact of the impact. If he's declaring himself the Soulless Goat,
let him have it.
Let him have it.
Let him have it. I absolutely love when someone goes for a spawn peek and is there at the end of the round as well. Wasn't successful on the spawn peek, didn't take too much damage, didn't get too greedy, but is there to clutch out when it really matters.
Oh, yeah.
On Aruni, no less. Aruni, of course, slow now, really slow.
Yep.
No longer 2-2, so always nice to see that still being used and still being brought and implemented. A 5-1 split here for M&M. Things are looking great, especially given how well they attacked on Cafe.
Let's put this into some ominous perspective. Yesterday, the way the group ended was 2 teams confirmed, M&M and Sonics. The fact that both of them had 8 points, there was no way the 3 remaining teams, all of them on 0, could all pass them. This game, the importance Liquid has here is huge. I had the pleasure of speaking to some of the team's brains behind M&M yesterday, and they said if they beat Liquid, they're confident they can get the top seed in this group. I mean, they've still got Sonics, and that is going to be a heck of a game when those two butt heads. Very excited to see who comes out on top, but of this, if Liquid cannot find at least something from this showdown, that is a very dangerous prospect for what are tournament favorites. The first is Solotovs. Sprayed through and resets once again, sent to the board. Maybe they aren't the Solotov. Maybe they aren't the Solis God.
Well, Solotov's definitely got his number. Taken out there nice and early. I bumped into Nate earlier and I said, you know, you've obviously got Liquid. It's a big game for you, but you guys are good because you're already out of the group. And he literally just said, we don't care about that. He said, we want the top spot. So that just goes to show the mindset and the mental behind M&M at the moment. They really are gunning for everything they can get regardless of their current position. Nello, going to start to get this wall opened up. Nesk behind with the trick. The Bandit Tricker becomes the Bandit Trick E, as that was Nello's favorite little party trick over on his defensive phase. Now, is he going to go for it again? Ness does still have a battery, but isn't really in position, especially with Solotov on this backstab.
Do they know about Solotov? There's a bit of a jiggle peek and a shoulder. The swing through, and Solotov executes Palu. Looks for the fight on the top of red. There's pressure coming from pit underneath. Nesk is able to win out an important first, but the Jackal users is slowly creeping their way towards the top of red, or at least somewhere they can do some devastation. The long-range fight, Nesk is more than happy to try and take it with a gun that can destroy. There is the pit player caught. There's a bit of a rotation coming around behind the player, Tyrant just goes for the hop in. He's looking for an engagement. He's hoping he can catch someone by surprise, and he does. Suddenly inside the site, looks for the second follow-up. Ask is deep underneath. They're still having these huge engagements, and I said the site, oh wait, everything is happening down in the basement, regardless of where everybody else is. This is where the kit needs to end up, and Tyrant is gonna end up locked out as well. Liquid, they take it.
What a strange round. When was the last time we saw a basement just all happen inside a garage and CCTV? No attention on Kitchen Hatch, no attention on Moto, nothing on main stairs. It was a real strange approach there from M&M, and weirdly enough, Liquid were either ready for it or M&M chose to attack into it. I can't decide which one it was, but Flagonis is getting 2 kills with 1 clip of the SMG11 on site. There is a problem. He's a great player, but you can't be letting that happen, especially when Ask is still hanging around at the top of Adam's stairs. A strange old round there, but a round that will feel good if you are a Liquid player.
Yeah, that was a huge amount of dedication. As I said, sarcastically, they're into the site, oh wait, and that's entirely it. It felt like they were playing their life to get control of the single room. Both teams. It's not just us saying that it was Liquid sort of going, we're going to play this. Nesk obviously wide swinging as the Bandit instead of trying to get a retreat. The rotate that came in underneath, there was about 4 or 5 people that were killed in just that sort of engagement here. But at the same time, when did it become sunk cost fallacy for M&M? At one point did they go, well, we've given so much here. Can we
give a bit more?
We've got to give a bit more. We have to try and win this out. We have to have the last laugh here, or at least balance things. And unfortunately, a bit too much of a cost before the end. Will it be a similar story here? Probably not. Only really Palu is off underneath the site. For now, there's a bit of an extension you assume towards CC on the opposite end, with Nesk playing around red.
M&M, they do have a couple of rounds in them to experiment and maybe make a few more mistakes than they would perhaps like, but don't want to let this game get away from them too quickly. A team like Liquid can be very punishing indeed. Nath, going to start by getting this jacuzzi wall open, or at least attempting it. He's, of course, conscious of the potential for some sort of a trick. However,
need to be too concerned. There is nothing that can trick on this defender lineup, and the jacuzzi wall will be opened nice and easily. Recess, he takes a lick of damage as Solotov just drops off the balcony there. Is able to re-Kiba up that window and give himself a little bit more safety.
Where are they going to lead him? Will they dedicate the fight to the opposite end and force the CC player? What you'll often see is that as a sort of secondary step to getting Jacuzzi open. You cut construction in the middle, so Nesk really has nowhere to go but a long rotate, and it seems he's well aware of that, and before he gets cut off, here he is, pulling back towards construction. Otherwise, likely he would suddenly find himself once again under the barrage of multiple M&M guns, though he did very well with that on the previous round. Lagonis tucked in under logistics, about a minute 40 has gone, and M&M's posturing, but haven't been given the first fight yet.
M&M are taking the time here, and it's good to see. They don't really need to rush things all too much. They're setting up the fact that they've got a little bit of a control inside of construction, bit of control over on the jacuzzi side of things as well. Palu, if he uses the gadget, he will find out a little bit more than just the Iana clone, but he is going to be conscious, and he's of course playing below to be that big impact player, to stop that plant from going down if required, and to get a good idea of where this push is going to be coming from, as nades from below are so popular. Tyrant just dancing around him for the time being, as I don't think that anyone is really aware of the either's position. The drone comes through, Tyrant's slow, and well, Palu's even slower, picks him off there, and that's going to open things up somewhat.
Now with the smoke just holding off the stairs push, they've got 30 seconds, and this is when things become very risky for the low approach because, well, you've got to try and force yourself through the grenade. Over the top, won't get the catch, might get the camera. Lagonis might try and catch one back, though. He's paying a lot of attention, and grenades are getting success elsewhere. Tyrant finds Ask, you assume from underneath. They've had to pull themselves a bit further back, but now 15 seconds. How are they going to get the kit from Nello into the site itself? Not that way, at least. Definitely not. Let's use this. There's a drop inside. Logistics is well. They're having to beeline themselves straight to the site. Another 2 versus 1. Does not go the way of M&M either. 2 rounds in a row for Liquid.
3-2-1 not working out there for M&M. Is it time for a timeout? They've given a couple of rounds away softly. They've lost a round there fair and square. Boom! There we go. M&M timeout. Let's see what they've got to say.
Yeah, but we just wait. Luke is gonna go on windows after nading the pipe shoot. We're just not waiting for him.
Yeah, he was counting down, so I just went in. I usually don't chill either. Guys, it doesn't matter. Hey, 5-3. We need 2 attacks. We threw 2, it's over. Let's focus on the next one.
We should have continue to do things together, guys. That's great. Just need to be.
Listen, they have to go shit site now. They either have to go bar or CC. One of the shit sites. They have to go shit site, then we can win easily. Yeah. I would do the other one, by the way, Nick. I would not do back the one me and Josh play in line and shoot. Because we did on the back one before.
We didn't do the back one yet. Where we tried the back one yet.
Did you not do that against Wolves? Who did we do that against them?
We didn't play CC against them.
Do you want to do the back one then?
You can if you want. If they're CC, yeah.
I think they'll go CC.
If it's bar, do you want to just clear all the info on bar and then just reverse plant Monty main though?
Yeah, I would do that one.
Because I can't play Doku, so I'm not clear.
Also clear that Bobby Siri, we should take that as well.
Frustration.
Frustration? I mean, as they sort of said, you know, it's Nello trying to get the heads back on and sort of saying, look, it's their 3rd site now. He said it in slightly different words, but...
I would call that the 3rd choice.
Yeah.
Least preferred.
He called it something else, but we're not allowed to. I swear on broadcast. Yeah, and I think the discussion there was, look, we just need to sort of get our heads back on. It's 5-3, we still have the advantage. It's only 1 difference. The last map obviously ended in the 7-4. They're still par for the course on where they were. It's 2 rounds in a row, but it's momentum that you can break. We highlighted the importance of winning after your attack time out. Do they know that it's this site? I think their discussions was about a potential bar. We heard Monty plant and reverse. That's not what they're doing. They're instead going to go for what is a pretty standard approach here towards CC take.
We know what they're going into here. They knew that they were going to one of 2 sites. They've planned for bar. They'll very quickly change and figure out exactly what they want to do here. There was talk of doing what they did against Wolves, so they've obviously got some clear ideas of how they want to try and approach whichever site it may be. I think the worrying thing there, listening in, was the frustration that was coming through. They've only lost a couple of rounds here, and they're still doing really well in the grand scheme of things. They're 2 rounds ahead. So that frustration, and I think Nello was doing a bit of a job to try and quell that somewhat. They don't want to let that leak through too much. Nello there is going to just bait out one of the bandit batteries, as we see a bit of an upside down rappel come through as well.
They need that pressure from elsewhere, though, as the Thatcher now comes in to disable those batteries, and the old Selma on one side, Exothermic on the other is going to be enough to get the breach open.
Yep, there it is. But as we said a bajillion times, not even emphasizing that, there's always going to get open. That wall is an eventuality more than anything. It's what you do next, where the fight starts to hit the fire, especially with the Thatcher on the board. Nesk has himself stocked up. He's in a little bit of a box of safety now with a Kiba either side of him. And Ask has himself a bit of width over the top of the stairs. Look underneath Solotov. There is a player a bit on the loose. It's resets in the role of an Oryx that can get a bit of a surprise strike here and keep themselves very mobile if unchecked. Solotov's unaware of this fight. Assume it's going to swing to his direction sooner rather than later. Tyrant suffers a smoke. They're pushed back off the site. Ness uses his Tyrant's inside. He's looking for the edge and the swing on it. There's the fight onto the first. Looking for the sliver on the second. There it is. Tyrant either side. Another smoke though, and they're forced back off. They lost elsewhere. A 2 versus 3. They are inside, apart from Nello, who has the kit and is an important player because he's got to go past the no man's land. Tyrant tears the head off for one more. The ping on the red player rotates underneath. They're looking for the fight through the gaps in the board, but they cannot quite get it. You're not looking at anything that can get the players going for the plant from underneath. However, Nello isn't entirely convinced about that, and they've got to go recollect the kit from the far end anyway. Whether they know that it's off there, it seems Resets has some form of an idea.
Tyrant's done some real hard work there inside the site. I'm surprised he's stayed alive for as long as he has. No C4 left from Palu means that any sort of vertical destruction is going to be very difficult indeed, but it might not come to that. Resets, he shuts Nello down as the kit was collected. This would be an ace for Tyrant if he's able to pull it off, but look at what he's got to work with. Not a lot, and especially seeing as that gets caught up in one of the Wamais. He's going to try and open up this floor somewhat. 15 seconds, needs to try and go for kills. The barbed wire here going to definitely give him away, and you can already see the Liquid players retreating. Quite rightly, there isn't enough time to do all too much here. Tyrant, he's likely going to save KD, but Liquid, they're going to chalk another round on the board.
Yeah, Tyrant wanted to fight, but we actually saw the Oryx hop up via the bar hatch and get out of there. As soon as they heard that barbed wire, they knew where the player was. They know what the time was, and they knew it was time to get out of there. Third site, I mean, losing the kit on the far end, if it was in Nello's pocket, it's always that sort of moment. It's frustrating, but that's how the cookie crumbles at these points. They swung in, they just lost out to the player underneath, and I mean, Tyrant, as he said, did the business above, but unfortunately, not enough hours in the business day.
It's a shame because it doesn't matter if you can get yourself on the site and pick up 3. If the kit's in Narnia and your team aren't with you, it isn't going to matter, and an experienced side like Liquid are going to take advantage of that. They will know where the kit likely is. They will know where the players on the site likely are, and of course, their win condition. They now only trail by 1. We've got a serious game on our hands here if Liquid pick up this basement site, which, let's face it, they should. Basement's a great site here on Clubhouse. A lot of potential here. This game, while it may have looked fairly clear-cut on Cafe, it is becoming more complex by the minute as the further we get into Clubhouse.
Eminem, you couldn't do it on the third site that you were most keen to, so now you got to do it on the first, the toughest, and the way we started off was actually not really on the site at all. It was pretty much all entirely located on the top floor, and I'm curious to see if there's a change of pace and face here from both teams. Seems like it. Liquid, they've gone with the turtle, pulled themselves generally all back in, softed absolutely everything. And the kitchen sink and sort of saying, okay, take your time. We'll be here waiting for you with everything that we've got in our pockets. M&M they're getting the clears, getting the ideas, and getting ready to go for their push. The hatches shouldn't be too much of a problem, nothing to electrify them, but it's the danger of the C4, the Kivas, and the smokes that might slow things down.
It's nice to see Liquid playing this a little bit differently. There was a heavy extension upstairs, as you alluded to there, last time we saw this site. Instead, they're going for, it seems to be the in vogue thing, right? You extend on your first defense of club in the basement, and then you turtle for your second defense of the basement. That's just how it tends to go. All teams like to follow that pattern, and Liquid no different here. So it's going to give M&M a bit more time to work with. They're going to have a bit more map control to get themselves established. They've got a load of tools to try and rip open a lot of this floor as well. They've got the sledge, they've got the book. They can do a lot of this soft destruction work and look to get those hatches open. We're going to see a bit of an exchange there on that kitchen hatch as Ask is going to be below with the impacts, but the Excaris pellets are going to be more than enough. The only problem if you would look to do it, is that church wall. You're not going to get the church wall open here with the kit that they have got, so they are going to have to come up with something a little bit different.
They do have the pocket heart breach. They could try and utilize that. It's not going to be as clean to try and open the tin, but the tin on the back end will get open. They've got all the hatches they need, and they've got about 1:10 left to try and start that soft you talked about and force the angle, force the position. The problem is there's a lot of ways to long arm and stop these plants finding themselves tucked in on the back end. They have all the support. Practiced lineup of a C4. You can see them just finding the perfect place that they've run many, many, many times to get this as a perfect hook down towards the bottom of those main stairs. But M&M, the pressure and the kit seems to be coming and highlighting itself around the back of Blue 45, and the first stresses and stretches towards Nesk, who's just going to use those glasses to peer on through and make sure nobody drops in behind. The keepers tucked up on that top wall, give them protection from kitchen hatch as well, so it's going to have to turn into a bit of a drive. There's the first ping of the procs. There's the drive through further onto the site. The first kit is done. There's players either side of that hard wall, but look at the kit on the far end. They're itching to take kitchen. Solotov takes the head. They've got to try and make a bit of motion in the ocean here and give him some semblance of support. The pings are consistent. Palu gets Tyrant on the back. Nafe is in with the kit. Gonna see if he can maybe stick it. The sprays over the top. The connection with a couple more players. And M&M, once again, have started to be torn apart. There's the swing onto the first player. There's the push either side. The coverage goes as there's another round.
M&M really struggling with that 3-2-1 there. There was 10 players alive with 20 seconds left to go. And you see Solotov on the backstab. Great position. Picks himself up one. Where's the support? I commented at the time, if you're going to bring that lineup, you're going to bring the tin openers and a Hibana, you are going to struggle to get that church wall open.
Yep.
It isn't going to get opened in a meaningful way. You need to bring an ace, you need to bring a thermite to do anything significant with that church wall. Things that you can do is push down dirt tunnel. The classic kitchen dirt. Everyone's rank stack has a kitchen dirt that they can pull off. Open up the dirt tunnel with the tin opener, or however you need to. Open up the kitchen hatch, send somebody down blue. You have that three-sided attack. You have to have three sides to your attack when you're dealing with that basement. It's very difficult to just rely on a hatch drop and someone pushing down blue. Pretty soft from M&M. And I'm wondering if the head's gone, because we've already seen the chins dip a little bit in that last timeout. Now we're all level at 5-5, and Liquid look like they're just warming up into this fixture.
It was always that sort of danger that we talked about before, that the longer a fixture goes on, the differences can start to show. Obviously, there's still positives and negatives in terms of the killing game from both teams. There's still these moments. There's a lot of capable fraggers in this lobby. Who gets a little bit more of the windfall, who gets themselves a couple of steps ahead, seems to be generally the defining factor. And at the minute, it is Liquid. They're winning out some of their ones, their engagements. It's making things a bit too costly. And if when we heard M&M talk about time and Liquid being a bit slow, unfortunately, they're, as you said, in their own heads and suffering the same. The breach comes over the back end, some quick attention and clarity paid towards the oil pit drop. There is a player down here that they are fervently on the hunt for. Can Tyrant get a true taste of Palu tucked behind the third box, waiting for the drone intel, waiting for almost a swing? It is dropping a pin and hearing some clarity. There is a watch towards dirt, and you just wonder, as Nesk takes Solotov elsewhere, how long they'll sit here for.
Even if Tyrant just ends up wasting a lot of time here, he's doing a great job. It's not easy for Palu to play in that position. Palu, of course, trying to play on that Solace, trying to be that big denial. And Tyrant not really having the support at the moment, especially with already losing one man. If he's wrapped up downstairs, essentially leaves M&M with 3 players actively working toward the site. So we'll have to see how that develops and how that one plays out. For the meantime, Nello going to start to try and get open couple of these walls. Palu still operating downstairs.
I think they had a ping there on the player, maybe. There was a 5 ping that came rough, and Palu's just going to get out of there. He's not going to sit and wait and hope this hammer strikes at the right time. Instead, he's going to say, well, we have the advantage, and technically, we know it's a 4 versus 3 on the site, potentially. Nath just absolutely took the head there off of Nesk, and he's just going to see if he can try and replicate that on the back end. Getting rid of the mute jammers, getting that wall open a minute. They're putting pressure towards Jim. They've got some of the highlight play, but look where Solace is now, inside the bar. Where have we seen that clutch play before? Well, on the previous defenses.
The fact that Palu's still alive is a real crime because he should have been taken out a lot earlier on. He was the biggest roamer, the biggest point of vulnerability, and now he is still alive when it is going to matter the most. Resets, shuts users down further in the pain here. Tyrant is going to be able to respond, finding one. Nello, a second. A brief flick of him on the scoreboards. Tyrant picks up his second, and Ask is all of a sudden the only player left. Palu gave up the security of that first floor and instead got caught looking. Nath now with the plans. Ask, there's no one out there on Jacuzzi balcony, my friend. They are getting the kit nailed to the floor as we see Ask eventually wakes up and smells the coffee. Nath are planting a kill to close out the round and to pick up Eminem's first in a long time.
I have a couple of questions.
I think everyone does.
I have a couple of questions. What happened there? You know, the movement there of Palu to come back round, there were calls, there were comms. It seems like they were misinformed. The fact that they were watching out the Jacuzzi breach for that long, whilst everything else was going on and whilst the plant was going down, you know, what intel I think Liquid had there was unfortunately incorrect. Because that isn't the hardest swing in the world. They were on the other side of the gym equipment. They were planting for a fair bit of time. You have a sturdy gun to get the cover if you want to. Mistakes happen, and I think that is one where Liquid's like, whoops, but in Portuguese.
Could still be whoops.
It could. I don't speak any Portuguese.
The biggest problem with that round is that it's now put Eminem onto a match point, which is something that feels like it's snuck up on them a little bit here because they have been hard stuck on 5 rounds for the longest time. Now the fact that match point is there and there's a chance, and a very real chance, that they take this series as a clean 2-0, this really could spell disaster for Liquid. They need to play perfect Siege from here on out. They need to win this round and they need to take us into an overtime.
Yeah, at this point, at this drive, there has to be something that can be the difference maker for Liquid. They've been so solid on this half, up to a little bit of a slip up there, costing them based on how the first half went. All those rounds, all those near misses, if they cannot get this into OT and maybe even further from the first half, are going to haunt them. We're on the shield plant. Remember listening in and hearing a little bit about this before. They have the kit as well. They're going to see if they can maybe drive themselves through, playing themselves against this with the Bandit. You've got Ness coming in underneath. There's no Thatcher to try and stop this, but there is the shot. There's a fear. There is getting underneath. There's applying, as I said, pressure in multiple different ways for this. The rolls come through, the impact, the EMP, the breach and the break. They've just not caught it there. And Palu gets out of there before he gets caught out of there.
Not the easiest thing to get that off with just a secondary EMP gadget, and it is a little bit of a bottle game as to do you go left, do you go right. Palu, unfortunately for him, picked the wrong side. And with that breach open, it now alleviates Nello of his duties. He can go and start to put a bit of pressure onto Garage. One of the best ways to take Garage, if you're not going to use Capital, if you're not going to throw a load of nades at the problem, is to use a Monty. Use a human drone and gather that info and have someone push up behind you. Palu has retreated now back into cash as Nello will start this approach. One of my only concerns is he's got the diffuser. Now, there was a bit of a problem last time with where that diffuser ended up if he is unsuccessful here.
He's not progressing with any pace, but he is drawing a lot of attention. But so are they. There's Nath, just misses out on a firefight. There is somebody on his back end, and there it is, resets. You saw the outline of him a little bit further away, and Nath suffers on the wrong end. Almost got the opener there. It could have been huge, but resets a little bit bigger. A minute now. Tyrant, hoping that the player pushes on further. They've obviously got some intel on it. They're going to lean into the fight. Just tucked them in. Tyrant hoping he gets the second. There's the shield play that Ness can stack behind. They're going to pull themselves a little bit further back. They don't want to try and risk that when they have the intel into their favor. They need this. The pressure elsewhere. Palu puts it down. Swings wide with that SMG. Causes some devastation. Almost swings wide and gets his second.
Users. Doesn't look too hopeful on the breach. He's looking for an opportunity. Tyrant does manage to shut Nesk down, and he could actually push up these cash stairs now as well. Big problem here is going to be Garage. Nello still hasn't made any progress here onto Ask, and time is seriously ticking here for him. Ask is going to start to get pressured now, left and right, but his keeper barricades are going to do a little bit of business to keep him alive. Palu, he takes users down. Ask finds a great deagle onto Tyrant. Nello, you may have downed Ask, but let's be real, you've got a pistol, you've got a shield, and you've got 7 seconds. You've got no chance. Palu closes things out and takes us into an overtime. Liquid hanging on in there.
They did enough. They did enough there. M&M, you know, one of those engagements goes into their favor a little bit sharper. One of them doesn't. You've got a different story, but I've talked about coulda, woulda, shoulda before, and now it's just doing it at this point. Liquid, they have this overtime as their chance to see if they can try and cement themselves a point from this series. They fought bitterly, a lot better than they did the last time they were on the stage against Sonics. But it could all filter away to nothing from the end of it. They need to get to a third map to get anything out of this. Even if they lose the third map, they still get a point. They lose this, regardless of an overtime, it's 0.
The biggest thing that Liquid have got going for them right now, we're going back down to basement.
Yes.
They've won this site twice, and we have seen 2 pretty bad attempts from M&M at attacking it, which isn't great because M&M are typically a reasonable team at Clubhouse, but who isn't? Everybody can play club, and it's when you get these inter-regional stylistic matchups that you start to see how those little tiny differences really start to stack up, and that's what M&M are coming up against here. They need to come up with a much better idea and a much better way of attacking this site, and already I'm liking what I see. We haven't got a Hibana.
No.
We've got 2 big impact hard breachers. We've got an ace, we've got a thermite, we've got some tin openers for a hatch. It's looking a lot better.
We also have a little bit of a change on the side of Liquid as well. They're going to play against those hatches. They've got themselves the Kai. They haven't really played with that before. They're just slowing as much time as possible here, the same way that was done to them. They went from an open roam to a turtle to an electric turtle, the coolest of all the animals. We'll see if it's something that can reward them with this, the potential match and series point, something they have not sat on at all throughout the 4 maps that they've played on at SI 2023. It starts at the top, as it does. You expect a little bit more pace, as you said, from M&M. They need to try and cut themselves through this map quicker than they have otherwise.
Seeing one of those Cade Electroclaws deployed on the Moto hatch, as is the norm, and Resets is going to be ready and waiting there to trick it. As soon as any sort of hard breach gets placed on there, he's going to try and remove it. The stock hatch is already open. M&M are spending quite a good deal of time here getting themselves acquainted. Soltov going to start ripping open a lot of this floor with the sledgehammer. That is, of course, the long corridor that cuts in between the 2 sites. Now can turn his attention to the back of Armory as well. Nello in position now, but something needs to be done about this Electroclaw.
Yeah, there's the reveal that they're playing around that, and they still have the one in pocket to maybe put it towards this, the kitchen hatch. And whether they knew that there was a kite before, they're aware of it now, and that turns into a bit of a problem. They'll try and fix that on this side, get the smash either side. You can try and get a bit of impact and destruction. There's a grenade that should be able to get this other claw just off, and Nello, you can see, was ticking damage to get that planted and in place. 1 done, 1 minute left.
Problems that can be solved here, and M&M are doing a good job of effectively getting it done. There is still the Electroclaw on the kitchen hatch, although that one can be a little bit easier to deal with. We're hearing Flores drones rip through as well. Snello will start to try and make his approach. No C4s to worry about on the side of Liquid, so you can be pretty safe stood on any of those soft surfaces inside of kitchen. Tyrant just eyeing up a little bit of action here inside of blue, although those Wamai discs could really come back to bite him.
Yeah, there's a lot of smoke, a lot of fire now, and that has turned into a devastating place to point. It's where M&M has always structured their push. So this, the slight change as they drop onto Moto on the far end, might be the difference maker. They put them into a lot of pressure, and now they can try and apply it from just 2 different sides. But Nesk, well, he's fine under pressure and uses Cooks the first. There's a swing round, gets the down, gets the devastation, and gets themselves inside sight with the kit the first time this has happened with any time to work on. Palu gets 1 back. The swing round pipes is important, and it's Nello for the double when they need it most. Palu, all that's left, and gets 1 more for his tally for this round. Can he get the last 2? The first is down the corridor. A bit of a bite, a bit of a shake, and a bit of a squeeze, but at half health, so is Usus. He's looking for either of them to give him something. They cannot really get out of there. They know a route. He's probably going to watch it. Nafis 2. M&M do what seemed impossible and take an attack down a church.
That is how you attack church. Look at the relief.
I mean,
you can feel that deep breath. You can feel that sigh of relief, like, oh, guys, we did it. We can attack into Church and Arsenal.
It's got to be possible. They've had enough attempts, you know.
And it's just an entirely different approach, right? They've switched up the heart breaches.
Yep.
They knew they were going to focus on that church wall instead. They still had the backstab in blue. They were still able to get some of the hatches open. It was really everything that they were lacking out of every other time that they've attacked that site. They just put it into there and it worked perfectly. I did find it funny how Nello defaulted to the plant spot at about the right time and didn't have the kit and then comes off and just domes 2 people.
Yeah.
And it's like, even if he's not planting, he's doming people. He's just got that last 5 seconds of the round where he just turns into a monster.
Will that be enough, M&M? Because, well, if that was the 100% chance that has been broken there on Liquid's defense, for you, this is the one defense that you lost. The very opening round of the game, if you can believe time existed that far away, this deep into it. And you went with a very tall hold. It did not work. There's some stretch of an imagination. You can see Nello's pulling himself back in, leaving some mute jammers littered and flitted around the floor itself. Tyrant, he's eyeing up some ideas and impressions of staying up, but he's so close to rotating down that it's mainly just to act as a buffer. Get seen, get droned there, and then pull away, and then they've got to drone it all again.
Tyrant, as you say, one of those big impact players inside of this game, 12 and 10. No one really standing head and shoulders above either of their other peers here on M&M. Everyone very similar in terms of contribution. Likewise, over with Liquid, there's only really resets that's standing there at +6. It's been a bit of a war, as are most overtime games, and there's still the potential that this one goes to maximum overtime. But Liquid, it's been a while since we've seen them attack, and their attacks, well, they weren't all that hot. So let's see how they fare moving on through. They've got this top floor control, and we can see Nesk just letting that drone work on ahead of him. So he allows everything to be called as clear. A couple of mute jammers to be cleared out here as well. All of this does is just to real slow down that approach.
Minute 44, and they're starting to get more confident that everybody is back down on the floor, so they'll drone their way towards this. The first fight on blue. Ask. He's either side of Solotov, who's itching for an engagement at this point, but he knows that time is that always precious resource. As they set it themselves, Liquid can be slow. Let's see how slow. The start of the breach there onto the hatch. They were sometimes wasteful on their loss here before. Tyrant is underneath with impacts though.
We already saw as well, Lagonis kind of make a bit of a boo-boo with the old X-Karos pellets previously as well, and did lose more than he had to. Tyrant still with 1 impact left. You really want the sledge to come through and start to work that floor and to make it more difficult for Tyrant to feel secure in placing those impacts, but it is just a time game that Tyrant's looking to do. He's not looking to deny, he's just looking to waste more time. As the hatch is now allowed to be open, Tyrant still with 1 impact in pocket, so we're not too concerned there. The rest of M&M, there's a heavy stack up inside of the church.
See that though, the impact onto the Selmas, trying to get themselves onto this wall. They're gonna have to play that one super low, but that's all they've got at this point. They are really limited in terms of their actual pressure they can put onto the site via the hard walls they've got before. It's going to turn into a 30-second bloodbath. I'm excited to see how it goes. Full gear into Moto in the first win. He's in the side of Liquid. They're swinging wider and wider to try and find the next. As Ask suffers down the corridor itself, resets. He's tucked in. There's 1, there's 2! Users with the double. Solotov on the back end, and suddenly Ask and Palu have everything to do. The only breach that they've got, creeping their way through, pre-firing the angle. Support is coming from the side of blue. They're not giving anything. We got a pocket full of seconds, but what we do have is an M&M almost on the teetering edge. 2 versus 2 in a plant situation. Palu doing everything he can to try and hold on to the position. Ask gets the plant. Ask gets dropped. M&M get another 4 points. 2 maps. Scream to the top of the leaderboard, and Liquid, for all the fight that they had, leave with nothing.
After the first 2 rounds of Cafe, we said if you want exciting Siege, don't go anywhere, and that game has delivered. A hard-fought victory for M&M, 8 rounds to 6, and everything going down to the wire. Nobody left anything on the table there inside of that game. What a performance by M&M.
Oh, they did it when they needed to, and I think that's what you can sort of say. Okay, different levels of pressure for these 2 teams. One came into the day qualified technically, the other had to come off their reset day and reset the game. In fairness, the player with that name was great. The players were better on average than they were on the first day against Sonics, but now Liquid can only look at the remaining showdowns they have of the other teams that at the start of this hadn't got any points. because they are teetering on 0 at the bottom.
Things really not looking too good here for Liquid. As you mentioned there, 2 games, no points to show for it. They are a game behind, so there is that they do have going for them, but still, you can't take anything away from M&M there. They fully deserve those 2 points. And what a game to see. Clubhouse can be one of those maps that people go, oh, it's a Clubhouse. You can't look at that and tell me that wasn't an exciting club right up until the wire.
I mean, it's everything that you want. And what else do we want? Well, a quick break before we're back with the desk to break it down.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do you do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position, that is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the M&M Fan Club. Hey, I'm Elstomatic, your host here on the Command Center. With me on the analyst desk are Demo and Mr. Ollie. Hello, Exor Troika. I love the name, by the way. I find it very, very cool.
Thank you.
Something about saying Troika. It's like, oh.
It's a good name.
Yeah.
Car. I had to time travel to get here.
Did you?
Yeah, of course I did.
That's incredible. And even then, in all of the universes you travel to, does M&M win every single one of these games?
Confirmed, yeah.
Confirmed.
I actually watched every single second of this game.
That's incredible.
I know.
Demo, I know you also were. I was sitting right next to you there in the green room, and the whole time we're thinking, goddamn, M&M are on fire. Did you get the proof? Did you get you say the proof is in the pudding. Did you get the pudding that you were looking for?
Yeah, that's the best win they've ever had. That's
ever.
Heard it right here, folks.
Has there been a bigger win for them than that? Realistically, think about who they've played throughout their career.
That was a great game, and M&M played really well. It wasn't a good Liquid.
But
we can get into that.
Is that not the biggest team M&M's beaten, though?
Could be, yeah.
You know, how about we go through things map by map? Right, there's only 2 of them. It should be a pretty, quick affair, but we'll bring up our first one here on the board for everybody to see. We went to Cafe Dostoyevsky. M&M Gaming starting off strong, 7-4 against their opponents. Uses incredible. So it's not all in the mullet, with or without it. The man is popping off.
He's so good. I mean, Ollie, me and you knew about him for ages, haven't we? We've seen it in CL, the potential this guy has. And the thing about the way I always describe him is Mr. Consistent. Have you ever seen him have a bad game?
He's so consistent. 91% cost, 16-5, plus 11. You could go on all day about Users and the way that he played this game. And there were some really nice moments on Cafe as well. I particularly loved how M&M attacked it. We've commented before, Cafe, a difficult map for the attackers. Not always attacker-sided, but just a map that attackers have a lot of work to do. They were able to get a 4-2 split on the attack.
Look at the entries. Look at Nesk's entries.
Incredible. Oh, the entries from Solitov were fantastic. He did a great job getting himself into a lot of those entry engagements. Tyrant as well, in and amongst the conversation. I enjoyed Cafe. I thought it was a great map.
It's a rough time there for Nesk, who is one of the top legends of Rainbow Six, and this is a telltale sign. You got Team Liquid, who has some of the most decorated and the oldest players in the entirety of the game. And that's, for example, on the other side, you got young kids from the EU pulled together by Nello, which is insane. We're looking at the NAIF, basically, the talent that's coming in from another EU team that they only brought on recently, and they're still working so well together. And I'm wondering, because we talked about this literally just before we went live here. Every time I've seen, over the past year, M&M taking a win, the camera would pan to them and you would see them red, breathing heavily, because they can't believe that it actually, went through. Today, everybody's smiling, everybody's having fun. It's an incredible shift.
You can see that they're not boys anymore. They're men.
Boys to men. Yeah, let's go.
You look at it last year. They were just here. It's probably the same way we look at Secret, isn't it? Really, group of young people who don't have a lot of experience, and a full year for M&M. I mean, I said before, I thought M&M this year have really overachieved for where they come from, the kind of hopes and aspirations that they have, but then they've also underachieved at getting all those majors but actually doing anything. And they've gotten to the SI and they're actually performing. Again, do we say overachieving? I had them as 3rd place in the group. I would never think they'd be challenging for 1st. I wouldn't. That's just me. I'll tell them that to the face. I did not expect it to be, such a quick progression. I was, we'll see how they do. If they get 2 wins under their belt, Wolves are winnable, Direwolves are winnable, Sonic's Liquid, big challenges, but they stepped up.
They're undefeated, not even dropping a single map so far, and that's got to feel real good, even though it got close on map 2, which is our next piece here in the conversation. Let's bring it up on the screen for you. Now, Clubhouse did look much tighter, Ollie. What changed there?
Max OT Clubhouse. Liquid, they started things off with a bit of a bang and they came out of the gate swinging, picking up that first attacking round. However, it was a game of defender-sided club. The attacks really struggled, whether it was Liquid on the attack or whether it was M&M on the attack. And there's a couple of reasons for that. I think the bans in this one were a little bit funky across the whole series. The Solace was allowed through, and that's something that both teams really used to their better. So there was a lot of information getting exchanged with that. Of course, you've you've got some of the typical things that go with the clubhouse anyway. But I think overall, Liquid, they were so slow. They lacked that critical instinct. They lacked that ability to make a decision and just go for it.
Look at the entry stats. Look at the opening picks for Liquid. They had the opening pick a lot of times, and they're leading in those 4v5s. And especially in Clubhouse, where I feel as though it's a map, you don't have the same flexibility in terms of what operators you can go for. You kind of have to run it by the book. You have to have that methodical style. And losing like an important operator, losing a hard breach, can be massive in a map like Clubhouse. Losing your nades, because again, you're very limited to what you can bring. Being able to like always have the upper hand and being able to keep everyone alive, you should be winning those. You have to see them out in Clubhouse. I think getting the first kill in Clubhouse is always a difficult thing, mostly because the defenders are going to hide away and into the bomb site they go, and it's very tricky to get those kills until the final few seconds.
And that's where it ended, though. We got to that overtime section. Like, okay, something's got to give here, but it seems like just with a bit of energy, M&M were able to cross that border. The last round definitely looked a bit choppy. Honestly, at some points, you're looking at the advantages, and like M&M should have taken this like ages ago, but it almost flipped back to Liquid and gone even deeper.
Well, if it wasn't for Nello stepping up, it would have been a disaster, and we might maybe still there trying to find out who's the winner of that game. Would at least still be on that third map. So Nello picked up a 3K in that final round. In the penultimate final round, the third attacking attempt onto Church and Arsenal, and that was the big difference. They were able to actually break the mold down there and to start picking something up.
Our MVP for this series, who is it? That's the question on our lips.
Is it my interviewee? Don't tell me it is.
You interviewed like almost everybody.
Yeah, but he's my favorite one.
You can't be saying that.
I can't say.
No one will give you an interview.
He is not.
It's fine by me. He's my favorite.
Definitely is not. Who is our MVP? Well, it's Ollie.
Oh. Hey, apparently me. Hello.
There it is. Put it on the screen.
Yep.
It's Users. Definitely the most talkative person on the team, especially in interviews, as Demo knows very, very well. 138 rating, not too bad at all.
What's that pose? Who does he think he is? He can't even do the Spider-Man pose correctly.
No, he's giving me like Vegeta look, like,
it's like the Neo.
He's staring into it and he's like,
You mentioned Neo?
It's like the Neo pose.
No, Neo's another.
Wrong.
Yeah,
he's not here no more, mate. What are you on about?
Yeah, Neo Nello. That confused many casters. But we have hit overtime on our second stream between the two wolves. That is on map 2 Skyscraper. Gentlemen, thank you so very much. We're going to toss it to the stream so everybody can catch it right here, right now. I'll be back to you to break down our second matchup. Thanks so much. See you in a bit.
When we're kind of in chill time, we can play some ranking. It was a bit easier in Sweden because everybody was in it was like a custom set-up area, wasn't it? It was like just like booth after booth after booth. Yeah, it felt like little silos that had just all been put there. So you could hear everyone talking and screaming. It was a good laugh, actually. I enjoyed that. Whereas here, it's a bit more like privatising little hotel rooms. It's nice. I haven't got a keyboard or a mouse, though. Actually, that's a lie. I've got a mouse, it's not a keyboard. I've got mine. You got your keyboard? Mm-hmm. Wow, sweat. I'll steal one off someone, I'm sure. We're going to get into what could be the first of 2 or potentially 3 rounds. It was in overtime. It's going to be the best of 3 rounds, so the first team to win 2 will take the overall win here. If that's Wolves, they will take a full 4 points and a 2-0 win. Dire Wolves obviously going to be doing their best to prevent that. They continue on the defense, which doesn't really carry any advantage. It's been 3-3 in both halves. I don't think he's going to get away with that. The second EMP, that's why you use 2 EMPs. Pecan having to just dip back away from this. I don't know what came out then. Really tickled me. But no, we saw this yesterday when we had a bandit ban. I think a bandit pit was coming out, actually. We said, okay, why ban away the Kaid? Because it is a lot easier to trick off a Kaid, as you saw then. 2 AMPs is enough to guarantee. I was at it then as well, Tim. PMEs, why not? Almost got their way through the wall with both of those 2. Just simply can't deny them away. The Kaid arm time is a little bit too slow. Ray's down on the deck, may well be the first casualty of the round if he's not rescued soon. Is back on his feet, but being quickly pursued by Mowgli. Easy as that. As Mowgli steps around, he's going to have to dip back. He wanted to get aggressive there, but the gadget of Thorn just forcing him back. He couldn't push in through that razor bloom, just had to hinder and step back on his movement. Couldn't quite continue. Oh, what's a beat from Souffle? How has he got away with that? That is unreal. I can only imagine there he's taking the read on where he shot the camera from and had a bit of a pre-fire. But literal first bullet when rounding a corner blind to get a headshot? What? Souffle there, just gunning through the walls. He can continue fighting here from Drum. I don't think he's keen on going anywhere. The pre-fire is pretty easy, but somehow Wolves really get away with that. Bibu is going to be down, but likely is a potential for pickup there. Jackie Wu manages to get Rise, leaving us in a 3v3 if Bibu does get collected. Just stepping back. Yep, the opportunity's there. He's going to be too late now, but is he? No. He's going to find Shinka, and Bibu managed to get that was chaos at the end of that round. You haven't won yet, Rise.
Machine! Putain, mon ref! Machine! Let's go!
It's like they've won the whole 6 Invitational. The thing is, it just goes to show how much the LAN win means to Wolves. They've been chasing it for a long time and getting themselves something here that they can start building on. As I said, maybe, the point where that sort of breaks the seal, as it were, and can really push them forward. So moving forward, they move on to the defense now, Wolves. They have gone to T and Karaoke. Unsurprisingly, it is the site that they won both times on their defensive rotation. They won Office and Exhibition once as well, but T and Karaoke they were unbeaten in. So Dire Wolves, from a position of being slightly ahead, 6-4, having the opportunity to close this one out, could be seen as being really on the back foot right now. Again, I just find it so interesting that the last time Wolves won was against Dire Wolves back in Jönköping. They haven't beat BDS, they haven't beat M&M twice, they haven't beat Sonics across 8 maps in that time. It must feel good for them to get that winning feeling back, and this is why I'm excited for them, is I think it might just be that little bit of rocket fuel they need going into their final game on Saturday against Team Liquid to really drive them through to squeeze into 4th or 3rd place. I imagine at this point they could find themselves challenging 3rd place quite comfortably, which is the one that you want. The way it works, if you finish in 1st place, you get a bye into the 2nd round of the winners bracket. You finish 2nd or 3rd, you go into the 1st round of the winners bracket. You finish 4th in your group, you go straight into the lower bracket. So realistically, finishing 1st to 3rd is it's a dream. If you finish there, 1st place obviously the best, but 1st to 3rd is great because you get a 2nd chance if you do mess it up in one of your best of 3s, or are unlucky enough to be matched up against the eventual winners of the whole competition nice and early on. So avoiding 4th place is pivotal, and a win here would do just that for Wolves. Dire Wolves, though, we've already seen what they can do on the attack on this map already. 3 rounds I think they had back in that 1st half. There's no reason to say they can't do it again. Harambe is going to open up terrace barricade there, look to potentially get inside. They've still got the electrification on Geisha wall, so Wolves a minute into the round and they're still fairly well set up here. They've not really been disrupted. They've got a shield in Drum, they've got a shield in Shrine, so they're holding that line. What a jump out from Bibu! And that could be a huge moment, not just for this round, but for this game and this team. As well, there's nothing down, there's no air jabs, there's no claymores, there's nothing, just letting them straight through. They've got to burn their way through the shield, but they don't feel like they're able to right now. And Mowgli realizing, okay, there's no grenade following through. I can take a couple of gunfights here. Almost burns one more. Gets a little peek in from the Ash up close, and now he's going to back away. Has done a bit of work there, wasted a bit of time. Half the round is gone, and Dire Wolves have lost a player. P4 just holding the angle onto Geisha window, preventing any jump in there. Rotero drone is going to go and take the shield out. Not the end of the world, as nobody's playing on there anymore. Wolves have been happy enough to drop back. They've given up those positions. Need to be careful that they haven't given up too much. There's still a lot of time here. There are players inside a site, and they're going to come under quite a lot of pressure now that Pecan has opened up that angle. It's very much the same again. Wolves got themselves a kill and all drop back in towards site, not looking to hold any more aggressive areas around Shrine or around Drum. They've done what they needed to there. They got an entry, they've done some damage to Harambe, and now they can pull back and play it safe. Dire Wolves have got 40 seconds to work their way out of what is a very dire situation. Otherwise, they're down 0 and 2, and things get real tough. Pecan finds one. Harambe taken down, though, in response. Bibu's really leading from the front here. He's been a little bit quiet in the tournament so far, but he's stepping up at exactly the right time. P4 takes down Pecan. Jackie Wu tries to move in, out of ammo, has to switch to the pistol. He's not going to get a view, surely, because we know that Wolves have controlled these positions very well. They've been very confident. The final 2 kills come in. Bibu, Shinka, they managed to close it out, and that is going to be Wolves taking a win in a best of 3. Raiders. Finally, 3 months have been waiting for an official win, and it has been delivered in a nice 2-0. It was far from the prettiest victory, but a victory is a victory. 4 points are 4 points, Tim.
They certainly are, and look at what it means to this team. Celebrations all round. Absolutely no surprise there. They've been trying for the longest time, and now the only question that remains is, does that, as I said, break the seal? Are we going to see Wolves accumulating more points?
Definitely a kicker for Direwolves as well to give them a shout. A really good performance by so many of their players across the 2 maps as well. It's a kicker because really Wolves were the team that were a bit downtrodden. They were the ones that looked like an easy 3, if not 4 points. But here they're left with absolutely nothing. And for Direwolves, they now find themselves in the same spots that Wolves started this day in.
They certainly do. Direwolves, it's starting to look a little bit dire. They've got difficult games coming up ahead of them now. And I've got to feel for them. You know, I've got to say that obviously the focus there has been on Wolves and getting that first win, but Direwolves, they played their part in that matchup, and for 2 maps to be lost in overtime in that fashion is not easy to take, and I really do feel for them.
It's a real stinger. They've still got to play against Sonics and against Liquid. I love that.
It says it all, doesn't it?
They've got Liquid and Sonic still to play. Liquid are looking a little bit shaky as well. So no doubt now their target turns towards that game against Liquid tomorrow. And they're saying, look, if we can beat Liquid, we're now in the running for 4th place. And Liquids are the ones who've got to prove themselves against Wolves on the last day. So I'm really excited to see how this group develops. It just got a lot spicier with Wolves getting their first official win in 3 months. We'll go to a quick break, and when we come back to the desk, we'll break that series down for you.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do you do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position, that is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
Welcome back, friends, and I have to say our matchup between the two Wolves definitely does add a pinch of spice to our day here at Six Invitational 2023, but it's the European ones, the European Wolves. People talk about the African swallow, right? How fast?
The European swallow?
Yes.
I don't know that.
How fast are they? Which one can carry a heavier load? There you go.
Monty Python references are probably a little bit too highbrow. I don't know if we can get there.
For the average Rainbow Six fan, come on.
The average Asian people.
Average Rainbow Six fan just Chad facing it over there. Oh. Of course they'll know. They even guessed my Axel reference from Kingdom Hearts.
I'm impressed.
So
I'm impressed.
Yeah, they got it memorized. Anyways, let's not overuse this. Hello, welcome back to the Command Center. I'm also Medic, your host. With me are Mandy and James. And we're going to talk about this matchup because, unfortunately for you two, very unbiased analysts, you predicted dire wolves, but they're in dire straits.
Yeah.
Not the song.
Too many cultural references for one broadcast, Milosh. Look, yes, and dire wolves, I expected them, to be honest, I didn't expect them to necessarily win the game. I certainly expected them to win Skyscraper, and they didn't. And massive credit to Wolves. They fought so hard during this game. And yeah, while you do say I'm biased towards dire wolves, in terms of all the European teams, I'm a little bit biased towards the Wolves. I just think they have such a heart-sob story with how well they performed this year, and to finally find their first win in Six Invitational, you've got to really feel for them.
Yeah, I think something that Wolves did really well in both these series, both those games are really long. Those were two OT games. Stamina, in my opinion, was the name of that game, and I think ultimately the Wolves really ended up outlasting the dire wolves. It just felt like they were a little bit more composed towards the end of both those games. They were just able to cross the line.
It's exhaustion at the end of it. I definitely agree with that lack of experience in comparison. But let's talk about our first map, then break it down map by map. There's only two of them, so it should be pretty simple. In this case, 8-6, we talked about OTs. That was Cafe, and Wolves Esports, our European team, were able to make it through. So what was the kind of X factor that Wolves Esports needed?
Well, to be honest, I thought dire wolves would have a real chance on Wolves' map here. Yesterday, dire wolves managed 4 rounds in a row to kick off their defense against M&M here on Cafe, and then proceeded to lose every round then for, including all of their attacks. So I thought, look, if dire wolves can attack, I think they've got a shot here, and it turns out they could, but the difference here is that Wolves themselves broke through dire wolves' attacks far better than we saw from M&M yesterday. In the a 3-3 half. So massive credit to Wolves. I think they started this game on the right foot. They started the series on the right foot, and they even found themselves 3 match points when they switched onto that defensive half. And that was where the tables turned, and dire wolves really showed what they've got. They brought some new and different things. We saw the Monty picks from Jackie Wu, and I think that that was something that Wolves really struggled to deal with.
Yeah, I think for me, this game was pretty back and forth. I feel like this matchup was quite the mirror image of the attacks. It just felt like Direwolves were really good at getting these throwaway pinches, but so are Wolves with the combination of like Mowgli, Rise, and P4 all kind of converging in at one point. It just felt like both teams were very good at doing that. To me, the breakthrough was that round 15 where it really mattered. Wolves closed out that one massive attack on the basement where they read that they needed to take the vertical, and that was the win condition. That final round, there was the mirror window with the 2 shield setups, and both of them were able to be taken down by vertical, and it just felt like Wolves had the right read going into that final attack to close it out.
But it is cutting it too close, especially for a team like Wolves Esports, where we know expectations off of the EUL team, where they've been sitting, they had twice in the year where they were #1 going into a major.
3 times if you include the combined standings at the end of 2022.
That's true. There you go. It's not too shabby, but still here. We have to be real for a moment before we go into map 2. It's a win. It's a very important one, actually. The fact that it's a 2-0 is incredible for Wolves Esports. It's 4 points. It gives them quite a bit of safety, but still against Direwolves.
Yeah, it is. And of course, if there's any team to get a win against for Wolves, it's going to be Direwolves. And that's why, if anything, there was extra pressure on this game. And in my opinion, extra pressure when we moved on to the second map, which I expected to be heavily Direwolves favored. But I really think in this series, the Wolves, who have been quite demotivated and quite shaken in a lot of their matches so far, they finally had a bit of resilience. There was one particular round on the second map where we saw right at the end, a really close one, really tight one, and Rise just gets up out of his chair. He's screaming, might be the oldest man in the tournament, but he does not lack for enthusiasm. And that is the kind of fire we need Wolves to keep on bringing to finally show us what they're made of. This is the first time we've seen them win a BO3 basically ever. And now they've proven they can do it. It's time to do it again.
I want to give a bit of hope to the Direwolves. Look, this is a really tough SI for them. I feel like realistically their expectations going to this weren't super high, but just being in the back room and listening to their comms was actually really sweet. There were some rounds where Souffle, he knew that Shinka was going to jump into a double frostbite, and so you could hear him go, bye-bye, like in the production room in the back, listening to them comm. Just Direwolves, they're having fun with it. These guys, especially on their defensive skyscraper, they kind of started like running circles. Yeah. They really started running circles around Wolves, like jumping out of windows, throwing C4s to spawn peek and that kind of thing. They were just having fun with it, and I really give them credit to it. It's been a really tough tournament for them, but they still seem in high spirits.
It's that experience, right, that people like Rise and Bibu bring into this matchup with 3 young players that can do the work. I mean, we're not talking any situation. We're talking 20 seconds left and you have diffuser in hand. What do? You call Pengu. He tells you exactly what to do in that situation. People like Rise and Bibu are definitely the ones that you want in those spots. Now, we went to map 2 on Skyscraper. We were talking about, they were jumping out windows, getting aggressive, but that's the dire Wolves. But it's not like Wolves Esports were not doing that either. They were getting picks also in many pivotal positions, opening up the map for themselves on defense.
Yeah, this match actually started really well for Wolves on the second map. They did win their first defense. Now, Direwolves both of these teams are defender-sided teams on this map, but Direwolves has the better win rate on attack and defense. And keeping in mind that this historically was one of Direwolves' best maps. They beat FaZe at the Yonchaping Major here on Skyscraper. A huge dub for them. Of course, as you mentioned, it's been a real rough time for Direwolves. They've got 2 different players since they played that event. But Wolves, they didn't hold it back at all. They knew that even though this isn't their greatest map, they really pulled through. And this was once again a back and forth game. In fact, the teams kept trading rounds right until we switched halves, and Direwolves finally won 2 rounds in a row. And yet it didn't take much for Wolves to push into overtime and win it out once we got there.
I'm going to reiterate my point about stamina going into it. I just felt that towards the end half of that map too, it felt like Wolves were making less mistakes. It felt like they were more disciplined. They were playing together on the roam, and they were falling off when they needed to, in comparison to the Direwolves, who felt a little bit looser, especially on their defenses as well. It just felt like, as the game went on, the Wolves, they held their ground, and the Direwolves started to slip through the cracks.
And before we talk about our MVP, because the video is still running, how does this bode for these two squads going into the future? Because the next couple of days are going to be incredibly important, and getting 4 points here to a victory, James, is pretty big.
Yeah, it is huge. Look, there's a lot still up for grabs for both of these teams. No one is out of the tournament as of yet. Both of these teams are kind of borderline for getting knocked out of the tournament, but of course, let's talk about P4. He was a fantastic player during this match, a rating of 112. He was high on the KD, and well, the graphics gone, but there were quite a few strong players. I was actually going to highlight Mowgli, if I may myself. 7 opening kills on that second map after being target banned. I'm pretty sure the Yana was directed at him. So pretty, credit to him. He jumped on the Ash, he jumped on the line. He didn't have a positive KD at the end of the match, but he was certainly an opener.
Can Wolves sustain this to actually pass through into second phase of group stage?
Oh, that's a tall order, in my opinion. I think that their group is a little bit more consistent than they are at the moment. I think that the Wolves are they don't seem to have expanded their map pool and their strategy or developed their playstyle as much as the counterparts in their group, at least in my opinion. And so I think for the Wolves to press through, I think they've really got to mature a little bit more in the next play day.
Got an off day tomorrow. They're only playing day after, and that'll be the last day of the group stage.
Indeed, and they have their work cut out for them. Look, I will say, last moment, there was some clever things that they did, particularly in the operator ban phase. I like that they banned the Monty in the second map, didn't allow Direwolves to get that once again like they did on the first map. But as we stand at the moment, believe it or not, Wolves are actually in 3rd place in their group after getting the full 4 points. So I think the fact that they didn't drop Skyscraper is not only big confidence for them, because they're taking down Direwolves on a good map for them, but it's going to make waves within this group, because it's actually 3 teams in this group that are really struggling to hit their expectation. Wolves and Direwolves and Team Liquid.
Yeah.
Team Liquid.
Oddly enough.
How crazy is that?
I think for me, between these bottom 3, it's about which of these 3 teams can kind of pick it up on the last 2 playdays. Which one of them can just sort of mature a little bit more in their playstyle next 2 days, and who can improve the quickest, in my opinion. Especially because there's so limited matches left to go for these 3 teams that they've really got to get a move on.
A day off for Wolves would be exactly what they need, but yeah, like you said, Liquid versus Wolves on the last day, it's going to be a tough one. Here's a recap of our group, however, just to show you how Group B has gone down so far. At the top, M&M and Sonics, 12 points for M&M and 8 for the Sonics that have yet to play their 3rd matchup here. Wolves taking the 4 points that are oh so needed. Direwolves and Liquid still at 0, with actually, if we're counting for the round differential, as you see, Team Liquid are 5th, bottom of the group by only 1 round.
Yeah, I actually thought it was going to be the other way around, but there you go.
Wolves are also at -11, but with 4 points.
Yeah. So the thing here to remember is that while Wolves are ahead of both Direwolves and Liquid, they've actually played 1 more game than those 2 teams. So Wolves' maximum points from here on out is 8, and that's only if they manage to 2-0 Team Liquid, not tomorrow, but the following day. Whereas Liquid, who are on 0 points right now, they can end up on they have a potential possible 8 to gain as well, because they play both Wolves and Direwolves, and it's a similar position for Direwolves. They play both Liquid and Sonics. However, I think that they're definitely not going to get a win against Sonics. In the current Liquid form, though, there's a real chance that that Liquid might actually be in one of the scariest and most precarious positions in this group. Direwolves and Liquid at the moment fighting against elimination.
Yeah, I think exactly the same thing as you. It just feels like we didn't get the Liquid that we expected to come into this SI. I think Liquid, off the back of that Yonchping major, so close to taking the title, to come into SI and then be at the bottom of the group is not what anyone could have expected.
Well, there it is. Thank you both very much for joining here on the Command Center for this morning, but our shift is done. There's still the other half of our matches that'll be going live in just a bit, but we're going to swap out our, colleagues. Jackie will be here with the rest of the desk, and they'll be covering CAG versus Astralis and Lost One versus BDS. That'll be in just a bit. Thanks so much. See you in just a bit.
Last man alive is Necrox as MVK is on the floor. It's looking. Oh my God! They did it! They've done it! A double Apex semis.
I remember I looked like this to Kanto and Brook. I'm like, what is going on? And it's just one of those like, this should not be happening, especially not against such a strong team as EG, and it did.
Fnatic demolish EG with a 2-0. Dizzle takes it.
There's rare coaches that have been able to achieve what he has. That's immensely unusual.
It is Evil Geniuses against Fnatic, a match that any esport would want to have.
Yeah, two big organizations with a ton of history in esports behind them, but one has a bit of a Himalayan mountain, a Herculean task ahead of them.
The night before we were supposed to fly out to Brazil, I get a bit of a stomachache. I try and, take pain medication or something. Nothing works. They run a couple tests on me, and I finally get the news that I have appendicitis and I need to get surgery right away.
He was not able to fly to Rio de Janeiro for the Pro League Finals at the time. This is your in-game leader. It's your captain. It's a big, big problem.
The unofficial ruling was to be that we could find a substitute as long as they weren't contracted to an organization and hadn't competed in any of the Pro League circuits around the globe. Yeah, basically we had to make the call, and it's like, look, there's nobody else. I guess I'm just going to have to play.
Normally when a coach has to become a player, we're always thinking that's going to go terribly wrong. And to make things worse, Dizzle came from Xbox or console, so he didn't play with mouse and keyboard before.
It is interesting, though, when you have the coach playing, because he's potentially coaching in real time, especially as they've lost their IGL.
It had been almost 2 years since I played competitively, but that having been said, I generally always had a competitive spirit and I have nerves of steel.
And Dizzle will clutch it! Fnatic to take the third round!
Dizzle, in that event, was called Diz God from that moment on.
Round 4 for Fnatic, and APAC 2 rounds away!
I knew he was a good player on Xbox, but I knew he knew how to play the game. I just didn't know if he was mechanically up there, and obviously he was apparently.
We knew if we're going to win, it has to be on Oregon, and the call came out and just said, guys, we need to get out there, need to give them pressure, just don't let them get comfortable, don't let them execute.
I'll never forget Aces bringing FO12 Ella and jumping out the window on Oregon from Armory, and then, getting 3 kills and finishing up the game practically for his team.
Last man alive is Necrox. It's looking, oh my God, they did it! They've done it! They've done it! Fnatic demolish EG with a 2-0.
Look at that, they can't believe it. We can't believe it. The crowd can't believe it. And they just got destroyed by APAC.
It definitely sucked not being there, but I just thought it was great that the guys won without me and they won with Diz.
I just couldn't believe it. The crowd went up, and I'm just sort of sitting there going, is this real? And then to have all the thousands and thousands of Brazilian fans chanting and stuff. We've never had so much support before. It was absolutely incredible.
welcome back to the 6 Invitational, and things are heating up with Group C. It has been surprisingly competitive and extremely fun to watch. I'm Jackie Jing, and I am with Triple J. No, not Quad J. That just sounds weird, Jesse. I'm sorry.
It's Jackie Jing, Jesse Jacob. There's 4 J's there.
Oh, I see what you're going for.
You remember that whole discussion?
Yeah.
And I was like, no, we're sticking with Triple J.
I'm cool with Triple J.
Yeah.
Mostly because Quad J only really skews it in one person's direction. It makes you better than both of us combined.
Well, then I kind of like Quad J then.
More J's is not better. It's just
it
more.
makes me.
No, but it's better for her because she makes up half of the J's then.
Well, and she's
That
like
sounds about right.
half the desk, right?
That sounds about right.
Half the desk.
She's host and analyst. One role, the other role.
I'm juggling it. Okay, moving on. I was gonna call you Captain Jesse.
Well, this is better than Little Jesse, which was my introduction.
We haven't even made one little joke this entire
You're on a box, bro.
And you're gonna bring that up. Okay, let's regroup, people. We got our first matchup for Group C to talk about. Astralis and CYCLOPS battling it out. We're in survival mode now, gentlemen. How are we feeling about this one, Jacob? You excited? Ooh.
I mean, I'm excited because this is the first time we've seen either of these two teams play. Whether as Disrupt or Astralis, we haven't seen this matchup ever happen on paper. It's pretty rare to see any teams from Japan face off against North American opponents, so just having this matchup as a basis, I'm already pretty intrigued by it, because it seems like a matchup we might see at a minor, but we're seeing it at a World Championship instead, which already raises the stakes.
Yeah, we certainly are. And I mean, Astralis, they're in a bit of a pickle, right? I mean, they didn't play yesterday, so I don't think it's too bad for them. You're not really putting on the warning signs yet, but they did lose their first game. CYCLOPS are, of course, 1-1 at the moment, so they are maybe in a mode where they need to step things up.
Yeah, and we're going to start off with Astralis here. They're at the bottom of Group C. I don't like saying that. It makes it sound mean. But they did have a tight battle against their NA counterpart, OXG. Jesse, how do you think they're going to line up against KAG's aggressive style, though?
Well, I think they could do well in the aggressive style, right? Because I think when you look back at that Oxygen game, I think they were doing a pretty decent job at bringing it to Oxygen, at playing pretty fast and loose with them. When things got a little chaotic, they actually were coming out on top more often than not. But what worries me, Jackie, is the map pool.
Okay.
Astralis are a team that have 2 permabans, and in a format where you're only playing best of 3s, it's really difficult to do well when you constantly have to ban the same 2 maps. They haven't played Chalet since stage 1. They haven't played Clubhouse since stage 1. CYCLOPS, on the other hand, play all 9 maps. They'll play whatever, depending on the day, depending on their opponent. So it's going to be a big hurdle that Astralis have to get over if they want to win this game.
Counter is mostly the fact that if you're bringing a new player in, you don't want to throw all 9 maps directly at a new guy straight out of the gate.
Enough, yeah.
And I think having a more condensed pool is giving Spiff more of a chance to show what he's made of in an environment that doesn't require him to retain all that knowledge all at the same time. But the downside to that is the flexibility that Astralis are going to have. It's going to be relatively minor compared to if you had a more flexible pool. And just to reiterate, just because CYCLOPS play every single map doesn't mean they play every single map effectively to a T to win every time. So it's kind of up in the air there.
Jacob, I'm happy you're speaking about Spiff because, you know, I was a little bit worried, thought he might have the SI jitters, but he's showing up.
I thought it was fine. Yeah, for a debut. We'd probably be talking a little bit more about it if they had actually won their first game against OXG. But over the course of 3 maps, he had a good rating. He had it like he was good enough in his role to a point where I'm not immediately concerned at first showing against an interregional opponent. That's the only real caveat, because you want to test your mettle against plenty other people or plenty of other teams that come from different parts of the world. Give it more time. It will eventually manifest, hopefully, in what Astralis are looking for with somebody who is very capable in an entry capacity and giving the opportunity for the other players on Astralis to flex around to where they need to be. Right now, again, I don't really have that many areas of critique for a guy like Spiff. He came into the green room yesterday to go get his makeup done for media day. Yeah. I said he did a good job, and he seems like he's relatively in the moment and he's not really shaken by nerves. So for what they've gotten out of this package to start with, there are very good things to say about Spiff.
Okay, I would like to pivot over to CYCLOPS. Where to begin? Okay, so CYCLOPS, they beat BDS. We're all blown away by that. And then yesterday I was kind of scared at moments. Like I was like, what's happening with CYCLOPS? We really never know, Jesse. But you know who has been consistent? Arcali.
Arcali's been solid, yeah. I mean, one of the rookies that I think has come in and had maybe the best performances starting off for his team. Obviously, the huge win over BDS was a big one for them. We'll see if that continues again. KAG are kind of a team that have their ups and downs usually, but it's certainly possible.
I like the fact that they brought somebody in who could immediately slot for things that were happening with Gatorada, and it's not throwing them completely off their game. It might just be a case where the kind of thing that maybe we don't know because it's not nearly our region, so maybe we're not as educated on it. But having one guy come in can change the entire mood of a team for the better based on things that they were noticing with a guy coming in who was maybe bringing things down. And I'm loving that they took like BDS's game and then rode that into a matchup against Los One yesterday that they probably should have won. All it took was a couple of rounds on Theme Park going their way to maybe not even worry about the overtime in the first place. And then those last two games are a slide in one direction and a slide in another. So it really came down to how effective their Theme Park was, which against a team like Astralis might actually be a pretty decent play. You have options here, but I think as far as Cyclops are concerned, both of the guys that have rookies are doing good things for their teams right now.
Okay, Jacob, I did want to talk to you a little bit more about op choices when it comes to Cyclops. We've been talking a lot about their unpredictable play style, but we're going to zone in on that. So break it down for me.
There's a very interesting thing that Cyclops have done so far at this tournament. They love Glass Ying, and they love being able to use it at very inopportune moments for their opponents. It's one thing to bring a Glass, it's another to have one player bring it every single attacking round for a whole map. That's what they were doing last night. And to incorporate that with a lot of shields, both Monty and Blitz with a whole bunch of Osa play. We're factoring Osa in on this graphic as well. It means that the options for Cyclops to actually win attacking rounds are far more numerous. And there's also a big caveat to this for Astralis. They are only above Team Liquid in defenses for the entire tournament, and Team Liquid should have gotten more defensive wins today, which means based on just one best of three, Astralis are the worst performing defensive team of anyone at this tournament. So what do you do against Cyclops? Do you continue to ban the Monty that you know is super effective against Cyclops because Anakin is already associated himself as a Monty god?
Yeah.
Do you ban the Glaz, but then subsequently have to worry about a Warden play? What are you going to do in this scenario?
It's tough. I mean, Cyclops have played 26 attackers coming into today out of 34 total in the game. That is the most of any team. There's just 8 ops there that they haven't been able to play so far. We might see that number go up. I think Astralis have a pretty deep operator pool as well, to be fair to them. I believe it's 23 ops so far on their record on the attacking side, be clear about that. So they're still flexible, but it's certainly what Cyclops are known for. I don't think it's a huge shock they're playing a lot of different operators here at this tournament, but it is a problem that every team's going to have to deal with when they go up against them.
It feels like you have to ban one thing or the other. You don't have that many options for bans in the first place, so I think it really more comes down to the battleground that you go to as opposed to exactly what ops are played or not played, so it really comes down to the ban phase for me to see who's going to win this thing.
Okay, well, we'll be getting to that momentarily, but okay, so y'all are both a bit younger than me, and you're always teaching me cool new words.
Wait, how much younger are we than you? We're both 23.
Okay.
We're
gonna do that.
No, I just wanted to ask. Yeah, on camera.
Man, I think I'm almost 15 years older than y'all.
How old are you right now?
I'm 35. Let's just really.
That's 12. That's not 15. That's 12. That's 12 years old.
Thank you, Jacob, for clarifying.
You're welcome.
The number. That makes me feel better, but not really.
Jackie, where's this going?
I don't know.
What's the point, Jackie?
Okay, what's the point? Okay, so yeah, you guys are always teaching me cool new words. And Jesse, when we were in the green room, you said you had something to help me extend my vernacular, my vocab. So
yes. Jackie, there's a new term on the block called cagging. This is a term.
Silly.
This is a verb. It was invented kind of in the early 21st century.
Oh my goodness.
Integrated into English by a very misunderstood and primitive society known as the Twitch chatters. It's a term that refers to an individual or a team who does the wrong thing but arrives at the desired outcome. As an example, you somehow managed to use the wrong formula, but you cagged the right answer. It's a term that has been populating the Twitch chat throughout the last couple of days. It started when Cyclops beat BDS, played their unorthodox style, and still arrived at the win. And it's something that the community has started to grasp onto.
So
Jackie.
You're both cagging.
Wait, what?
All right. Well,
wait.
Let's get turnaround. I'll give you that.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Okay, let's be honest. Both of you are a little wild, but you do a good job in the end. I thought that was a compliment. Did I use it incorrectly?
No, Jackie, you're right on the money. That's exactly what it means.
Not cool or hip at all, no matter how hard I try. But okay, I am really excited about this matchup, and we're taking a live look at the play area right now. Our teams are gearing up, getting ready. We're working to get that map info up on your screen, and both of you are talking about your concerns when it comes to bans.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, those are the two permabans that we're expecting to see from Astralis, and one after another. Chalet right into Clubhouse. So that's going to be very predictable from CYCLOPS. As long as they knew those were off the board, they can pick whatever map they want. They end up choosing Bank, and that's a rough one for Astralis. 3-game losing streak, including a 7-2 loss to SSG in Stage 3 and a 7-3 loss to Oxygen here in Montreal on the first play day. You know, maybe a 7-4 this time, but it still seems like it'll be a tough one for Astralis to win. The first map, though, right before that, of course, Theme Park, chosen by Astralis themselves. And it's a map that CAG haven't won in a while, too. They haven't won it since Stage 1. They've lost it plenty of times since, including just yesterday at SI, 8-7 to loss 1. So, yeah, it feels like we might trade those map picks, and then that decider may be where it's figured out.
I think in a moment like this, you also have to consider more of the way that the CYCLOPS play on attack. Theme Park is way, way wide open for long angles if you decide that you want to leave the glass up in the first place. So consider the things that Astralis need to do to stop CAG. You either take the shield play out, which definitely can play a factor on Theme depending on the site, or you take the long angles away and ensure that Glaz and other sniper characters aren't the problem. You really don't have that many options. You have to pick one or the other, and I think this first map is going to set the pace for what the rest of it's going to look like. And it also could differ on a map-to-map basis. You could ban shields in one map, you could ban Glaz in the other. You could also find a way to take their Amaru play from one another, but I really wonder what they're saying in this huddle right now. Ban Glaz! Ban Glaz!
They've been saying one thing over and over and over again. This is a team with a motto. Talk is cheap. That's what they've been saying. They said it to me when I talked to them at breakfast. They said it in their interviews. They said it to me when I passed them in the hallway. Talk is cheap, talk is cheap, talk is cheap. And so hopefully they're going to put in some action, right? When we get through these map bans, it will be kind of interesting when we get to Border as well. That's a map that Astralis beat M80 on back in Stage 3, and they beat Auction at SI. They were close games, both of them, but you know, once we get to that final map, I could see Astralis turning this around and being able to take that final map against CYCLOPS. I think it's going to be really tough for them to close it out in 2, which is obviously what you need if you want to get that full 4 points.
Yeah.
Iconic all smiles. What do you think both of these teams' mindsets are right now? How do you think they're feeling going into this?
I think Astralis are happy to have gotten yesterday off. I think after having a loss, you get your debut game out of the way, you might as well see what it takes after a bye and then play 3 straight. So having a bye after just 1 game, I think, is a great mentality reset. As far as CYCLOPS is concerned, they were riding that high against BDS's win, and then going into Los 1 from yesterday, not going the way that you were hoping. I actually think their mentality is high going to Theme Park first, because they probably should have beat Los 1 on that map from last night. So honestly, I think both of them should be in pretty decent spirits right now.
I'll remind you of the Charlotte Major, Jacob, where CYCLOPS won their first game in groups and then lost every other game and finished dead last.
Ouch.
So maybe there's some flashbacks of that for CYCLOPS. Too early to call it for sure, but I think they might be a little bit nervous that history may repeat itself.
Okay, gentlemen. Well, let's get this Group C showdown and going. We got Blue and Stokes CAG. I almost just said cagging instead of casting.
It's working. It's working.
Your fault. Take it away, gentlemen. Jesse, look what you did to me. You're in trouble. Oh yeah, Stream B pre-show for BDS versus Los 1. Don't go anywhere.
Thank you very much, Jackie, and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to one of our final matches of the day here. Getting ready to jump into this one. Bound to be an interesting matchup as we have Astralis going up against CAG. Not entirely sure which way this one's going to go, ultimately. Do you have any thoughts on that one?
I had some thoughts, but that piano intro, I was a little lost in it for a second there. I thought you were about to start spitting some bars at me or something. I didn't know what was going on. So a little cypher action here for you in the afternoon, John. But yeah, I think there's a lot on the docket for both of these teams. Astralis is here to prove something. They did not end up winning their first matchup against Oxygen, lost that one in 2-1 fashion. Whereas CYCLOPS, I mean, they have their heads held pretty high and using an unorthodox method in order to achieve these results. Cagging, as we'd recently learned, apparently Webster's Dictionary will be picking that one up. So Jesse will finally get a word in that, so that'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, it'd be pretty cool indeed. We're going to have to wait and see, though, how these teams perform. CAG has had 2 very different games so far inside of this tournament here. Just when you consider the fact that, of course, they dropped the game yesterday versus Lost +1 one, but still ended up winning versus the previous major champions in BDS, of course, able to take them down. In consideration of that, it's hard to play CAG right now in terms of how they're going to perform against Astralis, because they also played it to the full metal against OXG in their opening matchup of the tournament. Took it to a full 3 maps and only lost it at the bitter end of that one, going pretty deep into the map itself. So we have to wait and see how they're going to be looking to rebound. Checking out the stats from that game specifically against OXG, with some key players that weren't necessarily performing up to their fullest potential. I think we could see more out of some guys like Forrest in this matchup here today, and we're not going to have to wait long to see if that'll be the case, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go live with our first map of the series. It's Theme Park between our two teams here, Astralis and CYCLOPS.
CYCLOPS looking fantastic, the raid boss here for the group when it comes to this unorthodox playstyle. Whereas for Astralis, a lot of stars looking to not burn out here at the 6th Invitational. A fantastic 2022 under their belt that saw them as the runners-up in Charlotte, looking to try and make a tournament run here, and it starts on day 3. What can Astralis possibly get done? It starts here in the band phase on Theme Park, and a pretty interesting map working its way through the mix as well, going to allow CYCLOPS to really use that style of play against Astralis. This is one of those maps where it's a pretty open book as to how you want to go about things. Just really need to make sure you have the utility to accomplish certain tasks around the building. Past that, again, open book. So really excited to see how CYCLOPS wants to try and go through all of this. Looks like we already got some conversation going back and forth between these two, probably outside of the lobby, probably just some vocalization across the two.
Was it talk is cheap or something like that?
Yeah, maybe that's just all Astralis was yelling inside of that huddle right there.
They're using all their text message credits for that.
Oh my. Well, we're going to have the majority of the bands done, and we're going to seal it up with CYCLOPS having a pretty unique one.
All right, we'll get into it in just a second here as we go live with the first round between these two teams. Astralis starts out on the attack, of course. They'll have to be cautious with their approach to the building, as like Stokes had mentioned, CYCLOPS has been bringing a bit of an unorthodox style so far to the table. Not necessarily expecting to see that in the very first round, though.
That's not Astralis and CYCLOPS.
Yeah, I'm assuming they'll fix that in a moment, so we'll let them do that. But Bunk and Daycare is going to be the initial site choice here for CYCLOPS, as led upstairs instead of to the usual first site over in Throne, kind of safe harbor for a lot of our teams.
Yes, indeed. And Eminem ended up winning their game earlier today, didn't they? Do you believe? I think so.
I think so as well. Yeah.
Might be a spoiler for some of you that wanted to watch that, so apologies. But hey, whatever.
Even though we already said it.
I mean, to be honest, I don't really care that much. So it's like, I mean, hey, you chose to watch the stream. That's not on me. So either way, though. Getting into this one, CYCLOPS going to be starting things off on defense, and it's going to be Bunk Daycare here to start us off. Astralis already messing with their operator lineup just a tad bit, so they're going to throw in a little Flores and a sprinkle of Zofia. No, how do you do with the Jackal, though, so won't have the roam clearance that they once had, but just going to have to stick this up to the drone game. Really, actually kind of caught off guard at the fact that they don't have a Doke or something like a Lion inside of this mix as well, so it's going to force Astralis onto a slow opener here. Got to get an info game going, know where these CAG players are.
And it's it. Seeing if anything will present itself. Has the full 10 seconds. We can do this all day long here. There'll be no penalty for this little run out he does for himself. Doesn't look like he'll be getting a whole lot of intel from it, though, except for potentially the spot on Forrest and one more player here in a second. If they are able to spot it coming back out, of course, they can deny that intel, but once again, nothing useful gleamed as of yet. Here we go, though. Now we can see it swinging back out a little bit further. Able to get that confirmation that there is going to be some repelled action, specifically against Anderson's current position as well, so that does prompt him to get ready for a rotation, potentially in the next few seconds here. It does go back in and is able to deny that first Selma toss. That's a third of the attacker's hard breach utility now gone. No secondary can openers brought for Astralis either, so that is it. As soon as all 3 of those Selmas are eliminated, they'll have nothing to fall back on.
Well, Astralis are going to attempt to start working the other portion of the map. We saw them starting to build up for this cache side offense. I do believe, although, that Forrest will more than likely be looking to go in via Gong on the base floor. Are going to have a couple of roamers around, but they're going to be on this top level near Dragon. Spiff going to go searching. BJ, I know that gets tagged up, though, although Iagator will be the one to actually land the shot. Spiff down, and also a CYCLOPS getting away with it as well. Had the chance for the refrag, but the cross doesn't work out.
Smith going down, but at the same time, Forrest there for the revenge on the Nook. Waiting arms here at the bottom of the yellow stairs, immediately grabs our Cully and evens us back out into a 4v4. Prime for another kill as well. Has the intel on another player deeper inside of Gong, and he will oblige with the peek, but Forrest sprays just a tad too soon. Alligator not fully committed to the angle as of yet, so he has confirmation of his opponent around the corner as well, as he needs to get prepared for another push in through Gong. Wrong intel is apparently out for the Astralis team. They thought Alligator was across the room or going down the hallway towards electrical, and as a result of that, another member is lost. Thankfully, again, Astralis still able to keep up pace.
Oh, no.
But the EDDs from Alligator are going to deny the rush attempt from Shuttle to get into the site here. Astralis constantly one step behind in this round, it seems here, one player behind as well, as once more they'll have to try and make up the deficit with another trade here. J90 goes for the attempt, nearly loses his life in the process. Another opportunity will present itself, multiple in fact, but the angles, the stars just can't align here as he tries to go for the peak. It's far too well under the control of CAG, and they will shut it down to get the first round under their belt.
Fantastic patience from CAG there, but nothing doing for Astralis. Every well they go to completely dried up. CYCLOPS giving them the business every step of the way. This play right here, seemingly the moment for Astralis as well. Shuttle trying to make that aggressive play inside of the actual site, and the only thing in his way happens to be a cap can trap that removes him at the ankles. One round there for CYCLOPS, and very well done at slowing down Astralis, especially towards the outside of the building.
So we are going to see Astralis try to make up for the difference here on round number 2. Unfortunately, things are going to get even more difficult in terms of the site selection here. CYCLOPS going into one where the defenders have a bit more of an inherent advantage just due to the geometry of the site itself. See some small operator changes. The Echo's still staying in play for Anaton, of course. It was incredibly useful for their early Roman capability to spot out some of the early utility clear that Astralis wanted to go for, such as that Selma, which was directly countered out. We didn't really see Astralis try to push that angle throughout the rest of the round. Some more additions being added into it, though. Blackray giving himself a nice little comfort pick there on the Alibi. Alligator adding the Solus into the fold here as well. So expect quite a bit of Roman presence across the map here inside of the first minute or two as they try to bait out the time from Astralis' clear.
I really love how they've built upon this as well. You've seen how Anaton has been constantly able to use those yokai drones so efficiently inside that first round. See what he can accomplish on the second one. Love what we saw from him using those drone holes over towards the drug side and kind of the arcade lobby side, getting those outside, see what was going on for the repels. Just such a smart way to play with these yokai drones. I'm actually so very impressed with how many of these have been slipping through the cracks, granted that they're not invisible anymore. Usually just bold-faced on the ceiling and still people just not seeing them. Saw that quite a few times, especially with Deepak's play over the last couple of days.
See if they're going to be able to continue that prowess here now. What's going to be their third match. Astralis is on match number 2 here, I believe,
yes,
for the tournament so far, as they had a bye day yesterday, if memory serves me correctly. Just keep that in mind, folks. There is going to be a little bit of an uneven match score for some of these teams, looking at the overall group stage scores anyway, when you consider the fact that some have still yet to have their bye day, and others, of course, have already had theirs. That's creating a little bit of an uneven scored situation. Alligator ready to potentially challenge this breach opening. A little late to the party on actually killing it, but he can deny the thermite charge itself. At least gets that, but unfortunately will lose his life. R. Kelly, though, right on point, is able to find Spiff elsewhere on the map, denies the entry player. However, Astralis is going full throttle through the breach here, and it just does not pan out. Immediately, the trades are there for CAG. They bring Astralis down to just 2 players here, as it's up to Iconic and J90 to clutch it out with the positioning they have near the site now.
There's only one on Furnace. If J90 can try and solve this puzzle inside of barrels, potentially one more as well to him, he gets a flick back. This is totally doable, John. They know exactly where this player is at the back. Iconic cannot lose this. He has case control here. J90 inside of his own, just doing a 1v1 as well, but he's going to rotate off. He wants to help Iconic with this position. If he can get that oversight here, potential for plant. Blackray moving in through split. J90 he's going to get tagged up. An easy kill here for Blackray. No one accounting for the split angle. Way too focused on that player over in Furnace, and it's punishing J90. Can he get it done? So much time remaining. I'd heard the audio of the reload there inside of barrels. Has the one, but Suzuki from downrange. My God. The SMG-11 shot heard around the world. Only 4 shots necessary. And Astralis goes down yet again.
CYCLOPS hold back the tide of the cracking dam here. We see Anneton try to go for that early aggressive play. Rather, Iagator try to go for it, and unfortunately is fended off. At least denies the first attempt at the opening, but Astralis pressed that issue. Try to go deeper into the site anyway, thinking that they can surprise CYCLOPS with the immediate follow-up. CYCLOPS more than ready for that challenge, however, as they hold the line on the inside of their site. Well, of course, they don't keep the whole thing. They at least hold a little bit of a line that's strong enough to stop Astralis from putting their case down on the ground and eventually clutching it out from the 2v2 perspective. Nicely played by CYCLOPS to keep their mettle about them. And now with a lead established at 2-0, you see just how far they can grow this before Astralis finally gets onto the board.
Yeah, CYCLOPS staying very active in that round and proves to be the biggest issue for Astralis there, especially with Black Ray getting away with so very much inside of that split hallway. You'd have thought that the adjustment from J90 there would have led him to try and cover that, but he was more worried about somebody potentially pushing through the smoke from Armory over to the throne side, and that just left Split wide open for anybody to try and abuse. Iconic immediately eviscerated. Now an easy 2 rounds there for CYCLOPS. Astralis still not able to recruit just yet. We'll see if it takes a full site rotation in order to do so.
Iagator prep with a potential hop out there too. More likely not going to see anything come from it though, just considering the situation that sits before him, unless he finds a very apt piece of intel that prompts him to go for the hop out there. It's more likely not going to build up to too much from that. And it's still on that defensive drone game here by using out those Echo drones to their fullest extent, zooming all around the map with them, trying to see where the first entries are going to come from. Hopefully giving out those comms to allow CYCLOPS to rotate directly into them and fend them off before they become too much of an issue. Black Ray, I think the first bit of a challenge over here on the break room rappel. Iagator, like we said before, is still nearby. So playing on the inside of the electrical storage. He will have to rotate out momentarily, but we've already seen him roaming quite heavily around this area, all the way down onto the inside of Throne as well. Phone calls have started to come in also. That has prompted a relocation of Black Ray a little bit deeper away from that repelled window. Would have exposed him too much. That also means we're going to see at least one piece of hard breach go out to allow Astralis to start working their way through from that break room hop-in.
Also notice this, we talked about it in the very first round. Astralis was not using any info utility. They've now picked up the Dokkaebi. This is something I thought they'd be using very early on, just given the circumstances of CYCLOPS, but at least they've done it now.
Iagator once again going for a little scout out towards Cafe. Reconfirms that there's no pressure there for the moment, so they know they don't have to keep a massive watch over in that area. Second phone call has now come in. Iagator holds the line initially, but J90 able to trade out elsewhere on the map as he finds Suzu. Brings us back down into a 4v4. A common trait so far, but every single time we've played this out, CYCLOPS has ended up the winner. What does Astralis do differently now to change up their fate? So once again, sitting at the precipice of site control. Black Ray sees a moment, potentially catches another player mid-reload, but once again, Astralis right on the tail of those trades. Spiff took another fight versus Iagator and won it, and is able to put up another one as well, finding Black Ray deeper into the depths of the site. Anneton and Arcully are all that's left here for CYCLOPS to clutch it out in the 2v3.
Dead quiet across the field now. No one wanted to be the error maker. A lot of questions still up for Astralis. Are they in sight? Are they playing back? Are they holding angles? Not a lot of communication in order to play this one out. Not a lot of cams, but it doesn't seem like they'll need it. Spiff's going to go down to, I believe, one of the EDDs on a door. That's going to be case control going their way. Gonna have to pick him back up and get that case. This is going to allow Arcully to rotate around, but the cutoff, oh, he knows he's inside of security. Iconic so very low. They need a nice shot, and they'll get it. Arcully gonna take some damage, though, from the likes of, I believe, J90. He's holding that angle there for security. They need to get this plant down. Looks like the plant's going to start going down inside of office. Have the ability to try and stop this if you can find the angle, but it's just behind the bomb chassis. A little bit too difficult there. He's going to start skimpering off over to the right-hand side. Quiet here. Arcully. Potential for one to be vault. He knows he had to rotate off of that position, but he doesn't know where Spiff could potentially be. There's so many different angles for him to play. Rock in a hard place, and finally J90 will figure it out. You got to feel for him there.
Kind of lost the plot, unfortunately, by the time he actually was able to approach the site. Just had no idea where the final two players were positioned at. Takes a guess, ends up being wrong about it, and ends up going down. The first loss on the board there is Astralis able to keep the defensive roster split up enough to trade their way towards a win here, despite the aggressive stance that CYCLOPS constantly was throwing out down against Astralis here. Unfortunately, that comes back to bite them as they're just not able to support each other well enough off of those trades. Astralis ends up with better positioning. When it comes down to the 2v1, they work that into a plant, which, as we just saw, unfortunately is unwinnable, but the player on CAG trying to clutch it.
Absolutely. Big game changer there for Astralis. Love the Dokkaebi pickup, and especially what Spiff was able to do with it, obviously. A big round there for them, and specifically him, as he was able to get 2 kills that were a necessity to picking up that round. Astralis also finally able to find CYCLOPS and get an advantage off these ISO players that they discovered over in Bunk/Daycare and translate that into a plant, which they haven't been able to do just yet. They've been really, really worse for wear when it comes to the numbers up against CYCLOPS, so finally getting a round under the belt, definitely going to be something that feels quite good. So see if they can continue on this reign here for round 4, maybe connect some more dots and tie us up.
Spawns are out, Astralis are on the field. No huge surprises when it comes to the operators that they have chosen to go into. CYCLOPS is going to bring Alligator with a Mira this time around as well to try to get some more hardpoint angles that they can use to harass against these more direct pushes from Astralis. There's our observer just showed us. Blackray also bringing the Frost into the fold here too. We've had a lot of these kind of like tepid pushes from Astralis where they manage to very quickly reach a breach point, but then don't really take it much further than that. Kind of stutter step their way through into the site past that point. It's that slower part of the round where they could potentially make those mistakes and end up walking into a frost mat if they're not paying attention to everything on the floor there. So CYCLOPS is going to be gambling on that paying off, and to be fair, it generally has worked so far this tournament, so it's not a bad bet at all, especially considering that we're here on Theme Park, and we have quite a bit of history for Frost working there. But Blackray, a confident swing to try and just check for intel, doesn't realize that a member of Astralis was way far back there, already scoped in on the window, immediately shuts down Blackray, and he is none the wiser to it, so he'll go down without a single bullet traded out in the process.
Big stuff for Astralis once again. So those bodies, they mean so very much to how the remaining rounds play out, especially for Rainbow Six. I mean, obviously First Blood means a lot in a ton of titles, but for Siege, I mean, it matters that much more. The utility off the board, another player that could potentially influence the round, and I mean, past that, the win percentage with Opening Blood is just absolutely crazy when it comes down to it. So, looks like Astralis to take their time here now that they know that this is not going to be the biggest issue. That Mute Jammer working wonders right now when it comes to this deployable shield. Very well done though from Forrest as he sneaks up Arcade. He'll take down one, but J9O immediate to the trigger as he'll take down Aniton. That's all left up to Alligator. He can't hit the flick iconic immediately on top of him. Astralis not letting there be any room to breathe. He will quickly dispatch CYCLOPS, who is immediately going to call a timeout.
Much more definitive round that time coming in as well for the players on Astralis, just with the way they are able to negotiate it. Quiet down for a second here, see what's going on in the attack break.
You know, I got past with the initial on the side.
Attack break's going to come to a close here in about 3 seconds. We'll get back into the game now. See a lot of communication going on there, specifically from the CYCLOPS side, as they're the ones that call for the pause here. Things just not going well over these past 2 rounds. Specifically, back on round number 4, where Astralis were more than ready to throw everything they had at CYCLOPS. That's the success they were looking for on rounds like round 1 and round 2, and they were trying to force the issue into areas like Throne Room, but unfortunately got met with CYCLOPS' setup that was more than ready for the challenge. This time, they're out of position, not ready to potentially swing out against that, and as a result, Astralis finds much greater success and much greater positioning far earlier on in the round than CYCLOPS was ready for.
Yes, indeed. We'll see what CYCLOPS' adjustments are, because I don't know about you, but I don't speak Japanese, so a little difficult to know exactly what their overarching strategy was for that tactical timeout, but probably went something along the lines of, hey, we should really beat Astralis, and I agree.
Very, very true. So, once again, Will.
I think all I know for Japanese is arigato gozaimasu. That's it. I probably said that wrong still.
Just hello.
I don't think it is.
Or is it thank you?
I think it's thank you for this meal or something like that. Yeah. Yeah, we'll have to ask Hassan. He'll know.
We're just making fools of ourselves.
Yeah.
So let's get back to the game.
that's esports in general, baby. Let's go. That's what we're here for. We're here for the entertainment factor, and so is Anatton, apparently, as he is on this cash door.
Got this pixel run out right now. Just a single little step away from triggering the warning. He's waiting to see if he's going to get repels. If he does get one, he can make a run for it. Here we go. Knows he's got one below. Here's the hop out on the cams as well. The angle's awkward. It still makes it work. You got to remember, folks, when you go for those types of swing downs, that you can't aim directly down in Siege, at least not to like a full 180-degree angle below you. You've got to have it on a slight arc. So it was a little awkward there as he couldn't get the angle on Spiff initially, but makes it work, thankfully. Spiff just does not have enough time to adjust for that.
No, the hilarious part about that was Spiff trying to figure out where he was outside. Hey, he's right above you, buddy. He is right above you.
It's like Goomba stomp you.
Oh, my goodness. So Astralis going to be down a player after CYCLOPS choose to go very aggressive. And Astralis, yet again, struggling with clearing out the building. CYCLOPS going to get 2 big picks off of this now. One from a very aggressive run out. One simply by Arcoli sitting inside of Drug and waiting on Astralis' arrival.
This is the big issue right now, for me at least, with Astralis' playstyle and the way they've been operating over the past 4 rounds, is if they tend to lose a player or even 2 here like we have currently in the early round, the rest of their strategy just really does not work, as they love to brute force these situations, brute force for map control as well, and they really need that excess player count in order to make that work. Being down now 3 because Black Ray just scored another kill as well, they really can't justify going for those types of pushes. They're going to be way too far exposed, and it's overall just way too risky of a play, in my opinion. So what do they fall back on here? Not much, realistically, in my opinion, at least for this round. Now that's been brought down to a 2v5 and a 1v5 as Black Ray sneaks in another one here from the top of yellow. I believe that's the case going down as well.
Iconic might get one. No, won't be able to deliver on that.
At least doesn't waste any time. You know?
That's true. Hey, shout out to him. I mean, he was like, yeah, it's a 1 versus 5. I'm just going to take a gun.
He's like, I'm not winning this. Let's just get on to the next one, boys. Like,
yeah, I definitely agree with that one. Just a sad round overall. Astralis, especially for the clearance past what we saw from the Solus run out there, you'd expect more, especially with the Dokkaebi in play, for them trying to clear out the building. Because Arcoli literally got that kill from inside of storage. Like, there's not amazing angles out of that portion of the map. You can look in the bathroom and lab unless you make other angles, but then obviously Astralis would more than likely see that through the soft destruction while they're droning the map. So a little awkward there for Astralis, and it's led CYCLOPS to a 1-round lead here after their tactical timeout.
So with CYCLOPS ahead, this final round will decide if they can keep it that way or if Astralis comes back with a little bit more of that aggressive firepower to equalize things in a 3-3 scoreline. Switching sides along with it here. A few repicks coming in for Astralis as well, mainly to try and suss out the more aggressive players on CYCLOPS. Their roam game, it would seem here as well, both the Jackal and the Dokkaebi coming back into it. No Lion to be seen, of course, which has generally been the more prompt pick to try and fulfill this same goal, but they feel that the Jackal is going to be a more direct counter to some of the roam game from the CYCLOPS, and I would generally agree with that. No surprise as far as CYCLOPS are concerned. It's a lot of the same we've already been seeing for the past 5 rounds here. The Echo no longer in play, of course, for now, but they're focused on a site hold, I think, this time over in Lab, so they've been able to ditch that. I think they're pretty confident with the intel they're able to gather just on their own and off the default cam, so they don't necessarily need the benefit of the Echo anymore.
Well, they are going to be bringing in the Jackal for Astralis. That roam game, obviously. CYCLOPS and the rest of the gang awaiting Astralis here. Maybe the top floor first, and J9O, hot commodity, but dead and cold now as Anatton will take him down. Heard the 417 shots, don't exactly know where that gunfight went down at, but it's successful for the defense nevertheless. CAG doing a great job of bullying Astralis yet again. Ever since that tag timeout, Astralis has not been able to get a single sliver of control, whether it be utility or map focused. It doesn't matter. It's been all CYCLOPS. Looks like Black Ray might get another one here yet again, but fortunately enough, Shuttle will skip her on by. Forrest will get outside with the CZ in hand, and so will Shuttle. I believe they ended up getting that breach open, and looks like they still might have an opportunity here to take this round.
Iconic and Forrest now trying to group up to re-entry, either on Cafe side or somewhere else. Looking like they may actually try to line themselves up for a hatch play. As they're trying to just navigate across the building here to get closer to the rest of their teammates. We'll find out in just a moment. We still have half the round to be played out as well. It's really just the opening action, what we saw there a few moments prior, to get us back to an even field at 4 versus 4. Spiff here starting to line up just on the outside of that lab bathroom. Actually trying to see if anyone from CYCLOPS would have challenged him on the barricade opening, but obviously not the case, as we can see from the silhouettes. Shuttle, in the meanwhile, has made the re-entry on Lower Dragon and is going to try to push directly towards it. Thankfully, just a single EDD on that door right there, so it doesn't take him down outright, and he's more than ready for the challenge against Arcully, even with his ears still ringing from that EDD. Knocks one down, puts his team on the right foot forward here with a +1 advantage now. But at the same time, under a minute to go here. The rest of the team still grouping up for the transition over to the actual site. So we'll have to see if they can make that happen, as there's room for a lot of cutoffs to happen here in the favor of CYCLOPS if Astralis doesn't properly drone this out.
Such low HP here for Astralis. Anaton might be able to get away with a lot, and he almost does. Spiff will get it the second time around. At least keep this palatable for Astralis. Up in man advantage, but lower on the HP side of things, and that's where things will get a little bit risky, especially with this time included. Oh no! That's why right there, the Frost Mats eat him up, and Suzuki gets away with so much. It's down to Spiff, John. He's got to work in via the lab. Gonna get the EE1D, or rather the EDD, but either way you slice that, it really doesn't matter. He's got to dance back and forth with both the angles on both sides of this site. Suzuki will nip it in the bud, and it's going to be a 4-2 defensive half for them.
Frost Mats continue to be worth their weight, not even in gold, like platinum or something. I don't know if that's
uranium.
more expensive.
Like, uranium's pretty expensive.
Unobtainium, I guess, in this case here.
Is that a thing?
I mean, you've seen Avatar, haven't you?
Oh yeah, I didn't even. I was like so out of it watching that movie, man.
Rarest mineral in the universe, or something like that. I don't know.
All I knew was that there was blue people, and apparently they made blue people-sized Oakleys. That was it. That's all I got out of that movie. Oh, there was water involved. Remember the aqua?
The blue people Oakleys. Oh, got me.
Ha ha ha. Classic comedy.
So CYCLOPS able to make things work for themselves off of the backs of that great utility play. Once again, the Frostbite's constantly tripping up our rushed attackers as they try to fight for map control in the dying seconds of the round. Another victim is claimed, and this time it's Astralis. We'll have to see if they can make things a little bit better for themselves on the defensive side. Certainly not out of this map just yet. 2-4 is absolutely workable in my opinion, especially if they get off to the right foot running here with the first round going under their control.
Yes, indeed. CYCLOPS were flirting with the Glass there for just a second, and that's something that they actually routinely run. And I do believe it's Anaton's primary operator right now on the offensive side, which is not something to shake a stick at. We don't ever see that, so pretty interesting thing. CYCLOPS, though, out and about for their very first time on the offensive side. And just as a reminder for y'all, this is indeed Astralis' map pick. So depending on how this side goes, it could be pretty murky waters ahead for them moving into map 2.
As you can see there on the top right, our second map. Looks like it's going to be Bank by the looks of things here. So get prepared to rotate onto that at some point in the next 20 minutes or so here, folks, as we could potentially be deciding the series early on here. CYCLOPS is able to carry forward their momentum throughout not only the rest of this map, the second one as well, but that's a long time in the future. So let's see how Astralis is going to look to battle this one back. Shuttle at least getting a little bit of intel as to the drone clear coming through. Iconic will have now gotten that call out from his teammate and be aware of that, but he is being hyper-droned here. A second one now roaming over towards him by the arcade staircase, so the possibility that he could be targeted out here over the next few seconds. And you can see Anaton priming up for the lean outside of Cafe into that arcade area. Thankfully, Astralis has at least one more player that can support this. Anaton, somewhat aware of that, but look at how sneaky he's being right now. Nicely done. Had to work his way past the angles of 2, maybe 3 different players here to finally sneak off that kill against Iconic. Jade able to find a trade against Anaton, though. Obviously, couldn't really get that much further than that. The sneaky nature with which he had to find the first kill. The rest of Astralis tearing apart this attack aside from that. Arkelly gets one, but it's immediately traded by Shuttle, leaving everything on to Suzuki now inside of what should be a 1v2. Potentially going to be a 1v3 in a second if they do go for that res on a forest.
I'm going to get him up. Suzuki does have to try and cross this Banshee, though, so he might try a different avenue here if he doesn't want to destroy that. He will instead, so they've got some solid audio on that, especially since it's directly above the site, so they'll know that he is playing on the top floor as of right now. A minute to kill here for Suzuki, and Forrest on quite low HP, so it is somewhat doable if Astralis really wants to mess things up. I'm just being honest with you. They got to mess up across here.
Speaking of messing up. Thankfully, those summons don't activate unless they actually go onto a wall, so he does get a second chance.
Or something that can destroy it. Just off reach, as well as like you can toss on a deployable shield and stuff like that. I just always giggle at those things because sometimes the hitboxes for things just simply don't work out. Like you'll swear a grenade's about to make it past a window, and you'll bounce that thing right back in your face.
The mesh is just like 2 pixels beyond the texture.
Exactly.
Like that. So it's like, oh, well, that's not right.
You got some fat window frames and door frames in this game. You really do. Those things are thick, man. I wish I had those things on my apartment. That place would be so well made.
Then you wouldn't have any doors, though, would be the problem.
Yeah, that's the key thing.
If your apartment was in the...
I'd have to re-barricade my main door every single time I entered my apartment. My fiance would hate when I came home, just busting down a wooden door every single time. Suzuki continues to flirt with this, by the way, guys. It's not like we're not paying attention. It's just the fact that we knew that this was going to happen, which is fish out of water, really, for Suzuki, and Astralis shoring up the scoreline.
He was walking into a death cross no matter which way he tried to swing it there, so the ultimate outcome of that round is reached regardless of the actions from the final player alive on CYCLOPS. As a result of that, CYCLOPS in the hot seat yet again here, even though they are still in the lead. It's only by that singular round now. As Astralis starts things out well on their own defensive side, they'll go for an immediate rotate upstairs into bunks for their second hold here. And we'll see a little bit of a different take initially on this from CYCLOPS. The Glass is showing again, but as I've made a point a few times now, the Glass just, in my opinion, usually doesn't really work. It's more of like the fear of it more than anything that changes up how your opponents play. For me, I haven't seen this pick generally be all that successful, but we'll wait and see if CYCLOPS decides to stick with this one or if they're going to end up re-picking it, as we've often seen from these initial selections.
We'll double check this as I say it, but I'm 99% positive that they are the only one that has a primary Glass player right now.
Yeah, I was about to say, it looks like they're sticking with it from the way that they're kind of setting themselves up right.
Yeah, and it is Anaton. I was right about that.
Maybe I'll be finally wrong about my thoughts on Glass here.
Yeah, good on Stokes remembering that off cuff, so... Shout out to me. Let me see here. Yep, indeed. He's the only one man in Glass right now on the offensive front, so pretty interesting stuff, and he will stick with it. The other thing, though, is that there's no smoke grenades on the defense past his own smoke, so he's going to be completely self-efficient here. Self-sufficient, rather. We'll have to see what Anaton can accomplish with this. He is 7-5-5 right now, and definitely not a slouch when it comes to this play. I mean, it's obviously got to be doing something if they're constantly bringing it on the offensive side, so much so that it's literally his primary operator on CGG.
I personally haven't seen it from other teams as of yet, but
could make you a believer.
Haven't been watching CAG all that much.
Exactly, exactly. You haven't seen the Japanese Glass.
It's time to change my perspective a little bit, you know? So let's take a peek here. Anaton's going to start us off nice and hot as well. Plenty of nades being thrown in, masking the sound, I believe, of that flash and just trying to dump the magazine a little bit here.
I think he's just spamming as though like he would be faking like shooting through the smoke there. So a little interesting as to exactly what Anaton was trying to accomplish there, because nobody really actively trying to play off of that. But I mean, hey, if it's working for them, then it's working for us.
So not a whole lot built up there for CYCLOPS inside of that first minute of play. Just like as Stokes said, scare the members of Astralis more than anything, and it's kind of worked. You can see there's 3 players primed up to give respect over to that break room angle here now. They're just waiting for an actual swing to happen. One of those walls is soft, so I think they're being a little bit careful about a potential swing. Obviously, it would trap those players on the inside. There's no one in break room to be killed here, so for the most part, CYCLOPS are really only going to be setting themselves up for an inescapable duel. Don't think they want to commit to that this early on in the round. They want to let some of their other set pieces get into place first, like Arcali now at the outskirts of the lab, potentially ready to swing up here through arcade stairs over the next few seconds.
Oh, he knows the Solus is down here. Does Iconic take the swing? Wow, what a shot from him. First bullet out of the P90 will decapitate Arcoli. Anaton trying to find something here. Won't find anything on the balcony. Another smoke in here, and this means that CYCLOPS has got to be active. This is their last smoke grenade before, well, that happens. Anaton more than likely useless after this goes away anyway, and Astralis running away with it past that. Spiff is going to be the only one down. Shuttle didn't even need a frost trap at that window. He was the trap in and of himself. Suzuki will finally get one for the squad as he'll take down Iconic, but that's all the way on the other portion of the map here. He's working his way in from waiting, and they are very aware of that at the current moment.
Yep, Suzuki once again set up, unfortunately, for probably failure here over the next few seconds, as there's already a cross established against him. As soon as he steps into this hallway, he's going to have a player shooting at him from either side. Not sure if there's a rotate established for the office or anything like that, so I think he's actually just going to sit this one, just do a little impromptu timeout with the 25 seconds remaining, give the IGL a bit of time to talk about things. He'll see if he can sit here and bait for kills, but ultimately the round is going to be over here. It does not look like there's going to be an attempt made, so we'll let the timer run out, and Astralis will tie things up at 4-4.
Well, I guess the real question is, John, is what the hell was Glaz doing? Because it didn't accomplish literally anything.
I feel really affirmed of my beliefs.
Yeah, I mean, you really should, because, I mean, the smoke play just wasn't that great. Nothing was all that great about the play there from Cyclops. So
was Alligator trying to bait members of Astralis into the open so his teammate could get kills?
I don't know. I don't know. I think he was telling them at the very last second so they could just try and duel it out.
It's like a gunfight.
Oh my gosh, the amount of times that I have had that kind of stuff happen to me where my like my teammates will just eliminate themselves in the opening minute of the offensive side. I'll get like a kill or two, you know, it's a 1 versus 3. I'm crouch walking through the map, John, and then my teammate's like, he's in gong. I'm like, what the what? Come on, man. I'm trying to clutch you up around here. Well, at least it was more funny. At least coming from Cyclops side, right? Like, last 2 seconds, that's not really going to have any influence over the game, so.
They're going to bring it back again, it looks like here. Oh, never mind. Just as I say it.
Don't speak it into existence. You might lose Cyclops the game here. The Japanese crowd is going to be very angry with you.
Alligator ends up swapping the glass away this time. The Nomad's being brought for flank punch, so expect a more traditional push this time from the Cyclops side of things. They do need to go for second floor clear first here as well. Got about 5 seconds left to reconfirm their operators. So Dokkaebi is back. I think that's been working out a little bit better to try to suss out some intel. Heartbreach style is going to change too, over from, of course, the Hibana to the Ace instead. Something huge being shifted away here for the team. Still ending up with a fairly normal lineup to try and attack this site. Same very much can be said for Astralis. They've doubled down on trap operators for this round, specifically here by adding the Legion there for Iconic. That's a personal favorite pick of his, if memory serves me correctly as well, so you should feel nice and comfy by going over to that one.
Yes, indeed. We see it adopted in by a decent amount of fraggers now. Is Legion just always a swell pick. You can fit him in really easily. He's got impacts. The traps are fantastic. And his T5 SMG is really, really good as well. Practically no recoil, fun gun to use. And also, if you're used to running Oryx a lot, he runs the same SMG just with a 1.5 instead. So pretty easy to try and translate that over to another operator. Cyclops are going to be on the roof. They've already gotten the hatch open for security here. A logic bomb going out from Anaton, but that doesn't mean that they're immediately going to jump ship. I want to try and figure out exactly what's going on in sight, and that's exactly what that logic bomb was for. I wanted to try and use the audio from it. Try and suss out anybody on this top floor. They won't be able to push much past the initiation space, as Astralis is going to be over inside of Bunk Daycare, but that's unbeknownst to Cyclops at this point.
CIG continue to take more and more map control away, at least in terms of the upstairs clear. No one from Astralis directly contesting against this clear as of yet, but that's soon going to change, of course, as Cyclops only taking the free half of the map, so to speak, so far here. Now that they open up that office wall, or at least make an attempt to, this is where they'll finally meet some direct aggression against the members of Astralis. We'll just have to hope that Cyclops are ready for the fight. Not going to be able to get that breach they would have liked here, so already things are going to get a little bit awkward as they have to look for a cleaner path to rotate into yellow. Shuttle will be able to fend off the first bit of aggression, and Narkelli just goes for it here as well. Inside of the split, Spiff takes him down, and already things go down to a 5v3 as a result of Cyclops' inability to find an opener here.
Well, usually when we talk about this map, we're leaning into the fact of the angle work from the defense and how you can really abuse what is going on, especially throughout the top floor, as we've seen from Astralis. They're going to have Shuttle go down here, a potential for them to get a big round. Spiff is simply going to slink on by. He'll get back down yellow as Anaton steps up to try and take him out. The timing could not be better for the Astralis member. I don't know if they can get Shuttle. Don't exactly know where he's down at. Oh, he's down over on the arcade balcony, so he's going to have some comms for a while, but not before Anaton puts a bullet in him. Down to the 3v3 for the last 30 seconds.
Anaton once again trying to mass some sound play. He spams out a little bit, trying to see if he can shake up anybody from the Astralis side of things, but not going to end up really happening here. Forrest still waiting in the wings, ready for a challenge to be sent his way on the inside of Cafe. Suzu actually claiming another kill here, so that puts Cyclops on the right foot forward, but do they have the time now to make this play happen? Spiff is standing in the site, ready to fend off the aggression here, ready to fend off the planet attempt, if they can actually work themselves towards it. And oh no, I saw the gold on the UI, just did not get the animation started quickly enough, and as a result of that, CAG just barely drop it on the timer.
Oh, man.
They were literally like less than a second off from getting that onto the ground as well.
I'm in so much pain for them right now. It's not even funny.
That's so unfortunate.
It really is, because they did everything right. You can't even knock them for trying to work that as a team either, you know, trying to get that kill. But unfortunately, the Cyclops member didn't need any help. They got the single panel, and they were able to take out Spiff the dying moments there. If the plant was stuck moments before, Cyclops probably end up winning that round, but instead Astralis on a straight tear right now. 3 rounds in a row, only 2 rounds away from closing this out in regulation.
Like I said, it was so close, you could technically see the UI starting to change for the plant animation there on the player that was doing it for Cyclops. Just, you have to keep in mind, it has to be on the ground with the case open for it to count. Otherwise, it's not technically planting as of yet, and the game will not count it. And as a result, you'll still lose on the 0 timer. Keep that in mind for your games at home, too. Just a little tip for you there.
Ain't that the worst? I'm sure there's quite a few people in chat that are like, oh, so that's why that happened last week. It's one of those niche, rare scenarios in Siege where it's kind of like when you've played chess for like a little bit, right? And then you're like, well, this is such an awkward thing. You look it up, and there's like a GM that explains it on YouTube as to why this niche thing happens. It's just always those little weird moments. But yeah, definitely a line that you never really see come to fruition that often in Siege. We have a lot of 0 timer plans, but it usually ends up being that dance on the 7 time, right? For the defense, just trying to move back and forth, keep them busy, and right when that 7 clock hits, like, all right, cool. Now I can run in there and kill the planter. But never really an affair like what we just saw from Cyclops. So unfortunate for them yet again here, but they have round 10 to try and right some things. They're not going to change too much about the offensive perspective. They're not going to be bringing in the utility to try and clear out some portions of the map, so we won't have logic bombs or anything like that. But past that, we've got pretty much exactly what the doctor ordered. Double hard breach, Thatcher, Sledge with some nades, and Ash. I mean, what more could you ask for?
Cyclops.
Probably a round.
Yeah. Certainly the case here as Cyclops looking to try and put things into their pocket for the first time on this attacking half. Looking to try and keep themselves in the fight as Astralis has come back with a vengeance now on this defensive side. They'll fend off the pressure more times than not so far here. They'll start themselves out well yet again. Bit of a wild run out here from Forest. I'm going to assume he had intel as to someone being on rappel, but may have just taken a guess for it there. No one from the Cyclops side even nearby there. So just gives the Cyclops roster a little bit of a scare for a second. Thankfully, they don't have to worry about that too much.
Arcoli and Forest are within like 2 feet of each other. There's just a wall in the way.
Forest might have just heard that shot too. So
yeah. Well, somebody did. Oh, this is iconic over here. Forest on the other side. Didn't know if he had switched over here, so this is going to be iconic right next to us. You have to know somebody's around here, because as you said, he shot that camera.
I don't think Arcoli's aware of.
Oh, they're definitely aware now, because he just got shot. So they're aware that he's around Dragon and dead. There it is. All right, Forrest, it's going to take a minute. Almost got the headshot initially, but Arcoli, although unaware, pretty slippery it seems.
Yeah, Arcoli very just off on his lonesome too, so obviously 0 room for trades in that situation here. Members of Cyclops do have some intel as they're going to go for the jump over here. Like I said, they have some intel onto players down below. They're going to be able to trade out 1-for-1 on that one, but Spiff, ready for the exchange there, at least is able to take down the player throwing the grenade before he himself is eliminated, bringing it into a 4 versus 2 now in the favor of the defense.
This is just all so late from Cyclops. They're doing things you'd expect them to be doing at like a minute 30.
It's very like individual oriented right now too, is my big issue with how the way they're kind of trying to execute in here. Like once again, right there, like, it's down to a 2vx right now, but not much they can do about it in this specific situation. But like every single kill I saw that round was just a member of CAG off on their lonesome, trying to clear for map control, and they just walk into like 2+ players from Astralis.
Yeah, like what the heck is going on with the Ash play here? Like completely by himself, no one even in the same zip code. The nearest player is like top of yellow.
You're just gambling on gunfights at that point when you play like that is the big issue right now for CAG.
I think the easiest way to put this is that player from Cyclops had 3 people influencing his position all at once. There wasn't a single Cyclops player that was assisting with any of that at all, just because of where he was in the map. So just very ill-advised from Cyclops, and I feel really bad, John, because it's like they did all of this work on their defensive end just to throw it away.
Yeah, very much the case. Attacking side just not really coming together here for Cyclops, not having a good read as to how Astralis likes to play things apparently, or at least thinking that from an individual perspective, they could piece these guys apart one by one, but it seems like they may have had a little bit of an overconfidence in that play. they're reeling back from the consequences of it now here. It's 6-4 in the favor of Astralis. Like Stokes said, I believe this half started out 4-2 in the favor of Cyclops, so really struggled to try and keep things together.
5 seconds left.
And now they're staring down the barrel of map point for Astralis.
Look what Astralis is doing to them as well. You have Iconic back on the Solus with the ability to destroy the drone game, and you have the Mute Jammers past that, so even if Iconic isn't in the area, they're still thwarting the drones, thwarting the information, and it's already worked out. Look at the drone count for Cyclops right now. They lost 4, legitimately 4 drones in the starting phase.
This could explain part of
right
this
now.
could explain part of the problem too. If this was happening on a consistent basis for the previous round, they may have not had a choice except to just send individual players in to act as like pseudo drones here if they are struggling that much to keep their drone count high enough.
Yeah, that's the hardest thing about casting this game is balancing the plethora of information at your disposal, and it just so happens to be that one as well. It's just up in that tiny little corner there, and you kind of tend to forget about it until you have comps like this. But I know they've had this running for a while. I just haven't been keeping track of the drone count. I'll be 100% honest with you. Just usually look over here at the X's at every portion of the round, see exactly how far we're going. And speaking of drones, we are still on the drone game here from Cyclops. Good news about it, though, they haven't lost a drone since those moments. And that's more than likely because they have to play so overly safe with them. You can see J90 now looking for one. Iconic going to go down here. Arcoli looking for the player up top to try and get something done off the back of that drone death. J90, a little bit of damage. He's going to go for the prone angle, but it's ill-advised. Arcoli take him down, and almost a second one as well.
It's the other side of the coin right now here with Arcoli finding so much success on his individual push into the bathroom there. One player down, another one heavily injured. That is going to cause Astralis to suddenly reel back themselves here, play hyper passively. You know, that Cyclops' strategy from the previous rounds that ultimately led to their loss is going to work out quite well here now as they have that extra map freedom to move forward here to try and abuse lonesome players from Astralis that may not be that well supported in their positions. Arcoli kind of hit a wall here, unfortunately, at the edge of the bathroom. He's really not going to be too smart to try and push beyond this without some team support oriented. So we'll have to wait it out for a few seconds here for the rest of his teammates to group up with him. However, we still can see that all follow through in the next few moments as 2 members on the outside of Arcade and Cafe. They can begin to pressure forward in just a second too as Forrest, he's going to be forced back, or at least he should be forced back from the inside of the Cafe. He's going to try to go for it though. The Nitro out, it will land, but nicely done. The hipfire spray from Blackray does destroy it before the explosion can come through. That'll save his own life, and now he's primed for the duel here as well, but Forrest a little bit more primed for it. He wins it out versus Blackray. Couldn't do it with the Nitro, but he can get it done with the gun. And even Anderton here with the Glass being brought back yet again. Can't follow him through quickly enough.
30 seconds. Arcoli, he's going to step up, but he gets gunned down by the right angle. Spiff with a nice move there, and there's no opportunity for CAG to get the refrag. Suzuki's going to hop in. He'll take down Forrest, but a lot of damage coming his way in return as well. Completely doable for both sides. Actually, really, really scary for both of them as well, because look at the timer. Suzuki's going to begin crawling in, trying to mask it with the sniper. They have to know that he's playing close here. It's a pre-fire out. Anakin's going to kill him. Oh, no. Anakin, oh my jeez. CAG is going to kill their teammate, and Spiff is going to clean it up. That's going to be Astralis' very first map off the back of their valiant effort, not dropping a single round from that 2-4 deficit.
The new pickup as well, leading the charge here is Spiff has one heck of a game. That's continuation from their first match of the tournament against Astralis as well, where we saw an impressive performance from him. Overall, 11-5 on that map, so beautifully played out. Forrest also giving us that greater contribution that I was personally looking for. So Astralis in good shape here. We'll have to see if they can follow it through with map number 2 right after this, ladies and gentlemen, so stick with us.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do you do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position, that is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
With
These two teams on their attack side on Skyscraper thus far.
13 kills for Shaiko through 9 rounds, well 8 rounds of action. The one stat that I always like to bring up is that Shaiko has like a lifetime 1 point something KPR, kills per round.
Yeah.
Inconceivable.
Yeah.
Against the best opponents in the world, you are getting a consistent 1 kill every round.
I mean, Shaiko is consistently leading all the kills, the KD, the entry stats for pretty much every single event, both domestically and internationally. I mean, going into this, he's number 1 in rating, 1.46. DS Lucas, 1.37 behind him. Plus minus, he's plus 36 in that as well. In entry, he is 5th with plus 8. In cost, he's 5th as well. This man is everywhere statistically in the top 5. It's impressive. It really is.
It's been quite a career for Shaiko. The only thing that he really needed was a major championship, and they got it in Sweden in Jönköping just a couple months ago. Now, I suppose the only thing that's left is a world championship.
Hammer, yep.
A lot of people thought that they'd be favorites coming into this event. And it was that stunning first result against CAG, but then it was business as usual against OXG. While we were talking, EFAC was downed. Dots is able to finish him off with a grenade. Down goes the alibi. EFAC can absolutely take over games. But he's been held to a pretty mortal 7-7 so far. Every single Brazilian team that is at this event has the potential to humble even the best of fraggers. Doesn't matter who you are. The fact that you see people like Shaiko still excelling, well, that's just a testament to how good he is. Lems has picked up 2 kills since we started counting that Lems tracker, by the way.
Yep. He's slowly finding his footing. We see Dots, both this round and the previous, is sitting on this window rappel, cutting the bomb site, or above the bomb site rather, in half, while Maya does a nice wall bang job of his own, getting Renchi's head.
Not the ideal start for BDS at all. Lost looking to tighten this one up. He'll add a 3rd trophy to the wall. Brede and Alems left to go. No shade to Alems, but you're gonna have to start finding kills very quickly. You've only got 2 so far through 8 rounds of action. Not ideal. He waits very patiently. The good thing that Loss has going for them is that they were kind of quick. In comparison to the previous 2 rounds, they were in much faster. And that means that even if there's only 2 people left for BDS, you can take your time in finding them. Alems taking damage from the soft wall of back stairs, picks up kill number 3. He'll inch up, but lose the engagement to Maya. The Jackal walks right in, and Brede's attempt thwarted by Dash.
Much better.
Lost one, keeping this one close. Pick up round number 4.
Much, much better. If they keep that up with the pace in the early stage of the round, they will be looking mighty fine these rounds to come. Maya, of course, getting a wall bang in that round helps that tremendously as well. Just kind of speeds things up, getting those free kills, so to speak, uncontested. BDS, they aren't really fighting back much on the roam game either. 2 of the 3 deaths that occurred was essentially BDS running away from a fight rather than into one. So there is a...
Welcome back once again. Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen. Getting ourselves ready for map number 2 here between Astralis and CYCLOPS. If you are wanting to continue watching the rest of that game, of course, you can feel free to do so over on the Bravo channel. But we've got to resume our game here on the Alpha stream. Once again, between Astralis and CYCLOPS. Heading into it here, Astralis with the rebound, able to claim things inside of map number 1. Going to be looking to go the full distance here. See if they can repeat that success and lock in a second one for themselves as well to get the easy 2-0 on the day. Here's those replays for those who are wanting to see what went down in map number 1. It was quite scrappy, if I say so myself.
Yes, indeed. I think that's one way to put it, especially initially with the 4-2 split going in favor of CYCLOPS here, and this will be a lot of what you see initially is CYCLOPS giving Astralis the business time and time again. Astralis being able to fight back in a certain light. They got 2 rounds on that side, but once we switched sides, that's when CYCLOPS got quickly dusted. I mean, there was really nothing that they could do up against Astralis in that situation. Is it seemed like they were indomitable every single round coming into their advantage, and soon their ownership as well. On top of that, they close it out 7-4.
Nicely done in the process of doing that, considering, like Stokes said, it seemed like things were pretty handily under the control of CYCLOPS at the end of the first half, but things very quickly fell apart when they had to go onto the attacking side. Gave us a few very strange rounds where they were just trying to push things on an individual basis before they had properly cleared them out, and as a result, that led to a lot of losses and a lot of round losses along with that one. Here's the stats from the first map. As you can see, from an individual perspective, things, in my opinion, actually pretty close on a team v team basis. It fell more to the strategy, in my opinion, that decided this match ultimately.
I would totally agree with you. You know, I really think that CYCLOPS did have an opportunity there to try and switch some things up on the offensive half, but it just seemed like it really wasn't in the cards for them. Astralis way too ahead of the game, able to apply the pressure really where it hurt on that offensive side, exploiting the individualistic playstyle of CAG when it came down to it. No cagging for this one. Not going to reach the result they exactly wanted. Maybe it'll happen for Bank. We'll have to see. Astralis is going to be starting off on the offensive side for that one, as they got the side choice since it is going to be CYCLOPS' map.
Once again, big props to Spiff, of course, for the performance he's able to bring to the tables, the newest member on the team here.
Indeed.
11-5, and also Forrest stepping up big, where he was a little bit missing from time to time in the most recent match this team played yesterday. So
look at the pen moves. You see that?
Yeah, man.
Woo. Those are some gamer fingers.
Get out of the way, mouse spins.
And my fingers could never. I can't. You know how long I had to work on the mouse spin? It really wasn't that long, but it's probably like
just get like if you get like a brand new mouse and a brand new mouse pad, that's like the easiest thing in the world to do.
Oh,
the mouse is so slippery.
Yeah, I basically cheat as well because I use the Artisan mouse pad. So mine's a glass bead mouse pad. Yeah. If you want to spend the dumbest $100 you've ever spent in your life, use it on that mouse pad because it is really great. But I don't know why it's $100. Fantastic stuff. But past that, no longer an important factor. You know what is though? That poll result. You guys thinking that CAG's still going to take this? Obviously, that's from earlier today. Maybe they'll be able to bounce back and make that result true. They're going to be the defensive side here, and they're going to ban out Dokkaebi immediately just to make that roam game a little bit more potent.
Waiting for someone to bring like a poker chip, do that thing where like they flip through their fingers.
Oh, yeah.
The buoys and stuff. I don't know why they'd have a poker chip here.
I mean, our teams are from Vegas, so maybe the NA boys like flipping some poker chips. Never know.
Maybe. Bans are in. Osa is going to be the second attacker ban, though, which is going to be an interesting one. For me, specifically on the defensive side, though, Valkyrie is the first to be knocked out. We've seen her banned out quite a bit, not only today, but just over the past few years here. She is still very universally useful, especially on a map like this with the super high ceilings. You can sneak those cameras pretty much anywhere, and there's a very good chance they won't really be noticed just because the attackers aren't going to be keeping an eye out for that one. And then Cade, yeah.
There's just so many EMPs up. I'm surprised they banned him. But, I mean, hey, so CYCLOPS not wanting to worry about Astralis locking up the hatches might be for their offensive side. They might be worrying that they don't want to run EMPs, and, well, obviously he would thwart that game plan. You'd probably end up just torching hatches open instead then, and that's going to take quite some time. So they'll ban that out. Really like the Osa ban there as well. That one decently self-explanatory. A lot of window play on the top floor. A lot of positions for those OSHA shields downstairs as well. You can play them around the server stacks. Once you get the wall open for CCTV, you can also get her inside a garage and set them up around some of the bank fans down there. There's a whole myriad of different locations that she can run those shields. So honestly, I think it's a really, really good spot ban here from Astralis.
We'll see how it is going to pan out as we get deeper into the map itself and how that potential will affect the players from CYCLOPS as well. Was showing, by the way, an initial pick over onto a Montaigne for Astralis. Very out of character, in my opinion, for them, though. So we are going to see that switched up ultimately And it's going to get changed over to a Habano when everything is said and done. They double down on the hard breach here, potentially expecting to have to go for a basement play this time, but surprised a bit by CYCLOPS' initial site choices. They instead end up over an open area for this play. Quite the setup going on over here inside of Meeting Room 2. Arcully is going to be trying to use the Meeting Room setup here to deploy a Mira play and see if he can potentially set up some of the members of Astralis, be baited in there towards Jay, and eventually be taken down.
Well, Astralis is going to set up every facet before they start applying pressure to CAG. They do not want to let one of these players fly out of this window, get a kill, and get away with it. At least be able to trade it out with the Claymore if that does come to fruition. Shadow's going to move his way up the side of the building here and start trying to influence things over on the stock side with his drone. He'll hop up, a couple of players around this space, and overall Astralis' game plan looking like a fairly straightforward affair. Trying to get Habana in place, get the hatches broken open after they clear out this top floor. The clear not going to be as easy as it would routinely be, as they don't really have an info game here, and this is what's going to make it hard. And honestly, it's going to lead to the demise of Astralis here, especially with that Dokkaebi pick, banned out from CYCLOPS. It makes it to where the logic bomb isn't available to Astralis. They have to lean into the drone game, but they also don't have the Lion to try and keep those players in place if they do discover anything or want to try and go for a quick maneuver, and that's exactly why we see them so severely punished on that top floor.
Spiv beginning the slow roam back down here onto the first floor. Oh, Forrest is in. Can be cleared out, and indeed, Forrest has found interior site positioning. CYCLOPS have no idea about it, as well as Alligator just tries to walk back into the site, take up his old position, and is surprised that someone from Astralis has somehow made it in. Spiv has also repositioned back to the top of Square. See if he could potentially catch anyone from the second floor rotate out. J9O very much looking to do the same thing through those hatches, but CYCLOPS have frozen themselves. I believe they're all upstairs, trying to look for a way to rotate back down into this, and more importantly, waiting for that sound to go off from Forrest. The plant noise has gone through, the first attempt being made now. Let's see if they are able to stick it successfully or not, as the rest of the team is not necessarily in the greatest position to support. This Echo drone goes in, interrupts Forrest's plant attempt here, forces him to reposition over towards open area, where it looks like he may make the second attempt instead.
Around we go.
This is so tough for them now, too, because they have no idea where the descent's going to come from.
Yeah. CYCLOPS, so awkward with their positioning here. 5 people completely off the site. It's going to allow the plant. Anaton is going to go down. If Astralis works this out, I mean, what a miracle here for them. CYCLOPS just practically leaving the back door open to their house, letting Forrest sneak in, and we know how good he is at that.
CYCLOPS being very hesitant with this retake as well. It seems they had some fury entering the site, even though they had a massive variety of options to take it back with. They don't split themselves up enough. They give Astralis enough breathing room to read into it, and suddenly everything's down to Black Gray. He tries to re-peek through the breach, going into open, and as a result, he'll go down to Astralis. Beautiful recovery there, just ignores the upstairs roam, finds an open hole into the site, and absolutely rips it wide open to get a plant down and around.
I'm just so surprised that CYCLOPS have that many bodies up and not a single person overwatching what happens on site. Nobody home, not a single person. The smoke came in from E2 hallway. So it's like, okay, we have a decent amount of anchor ops, not a single person home, nobody playing like, small off or something a little bit more safe down there, just trying to keep an eye on things. And Astralis abused it to the fullest extent of the law. Fantastic stuff, especially from Forrest. More than likely just a little drone work from him, and he's like, I don't think anybody's in open area. Sure as hell, nobody there.
So a nice steal, you could call it, from Astralis here inside of the first round. Now things will descend into the basement. Now we're going to see that Montaigne come out from Forrest, and quite a few different operators as well. Shuttle going onto the Buck for the soft breach necessity. The Zero going to come out for Iconic to probably establish a little bit of flank watch, potentially advanced intel off of those Argus cams as well. And then finally the Lion, played into this one also by J9O. Very execute-heavy setup, in my opinion, for Astralis. I mean, they're probably going to go for the big boom on the inside of Server and try to make the plant from the usual position. We can already see this is looking like I'm a bit right about it, as Forrest is droning for that exact path right now here, already trying to make the approach to the basement from the tunnel.
Well, Forrest, back to basics for him. This is an NAL special, isn't it? See it all the time for him. Bring the Monty in. See if we can get some solid positioning, maybe block out some utility pieces while a plant goes down. We do have Anaton on the Yokais, but should be easy for them to try and break that up, as the shield will more than likely be able to suss those out. Probably try and affect Forest here as he goes for the plant. Gonna be a smoke out, and that initial one going to deal a little bit of damage. Iconic gonna take some heat, but it's gonna be 2 big kills now for CYCLOPS. They still have some roamers around. Iconic going to abuse him as well. And is he just gonna drop straight in? Yes, indeed he is. Blackgray will get shot up. Iconic in full control of round 2. Straight running over CYCLOPS. Shuttle's gonna get gunned down from Aniton, but now they know exactly where this player Forest. The timing's so masterful there. Waits for that magazine to hit 0 and pops his head off with the pistol.
Forest nicely done with the clap back there as he takes him down. And once again seals the deal for our attackers on round number 2 here. 2-0 in their favor. CYCLOPS now reeling from that one, trying to decide where is the best spot to go. They'll rotate again instead of re-attempting one of the previously played sites. Gonna be heading upstairs for this one to see if they can finally get their feet on the ground and a point on the board to prevent Astralis from running away with this one. 3-0 at the beginning of the map. More than likely would prompt a very early timeout from the CYCLOPS leadership as well, should that come to pass.
Well, John. This is actually pretty interesting from what we had yesterday for all of the maps. So we'll start with Bank, obviously, because we're here. 54% overall defensive win rate. The 2 best sites, Lockers, CCTV, Open Area Kitchen at 58% and 56% win rate respectively. So the defense actually favored when it comes to Bank now, which is not what we were seeing earlier in the tournament. I think it was all the way down in the 30%, 40%. Absolutely abysmal when it comes to that perspective. And funny enough, all of the maps in the entirety of the pool are defensive win rate, except what? What do you think, John? What do you think it is?
Chalet?
No, it's actually not. Chalet is actually defender-sided, and not only that, 63% overall for defensive side. It's actually Border at 43%. That's the only offender-sided map currently in the pool, and I think Chalet is actually one of the highest. It is indeed. I think it's tied for the highest, actually. No, it is indeed the highest defensive win rate map, and it has almost the most plays. It's got the 3rd most plays at 6. So just astounding stuff happening here over the last 3 days.
Yeah, this is usually the time of year, obviously, and the event of the year where we see the kind of map win percentages tend to flip on themselves a little bit, because that's when all the changes throughout the year kind of really come to fruition. The meta has been the most fully developed, and obviously we have kind of the new meta for the year popping up too. We talked about this on day number 1, how teams have such a lengthy break between the last major, potentially the last stage of their regional play if they didn't go to the major, and this one. So they have basically infinite time to come up with new strategies and basically their own new meta if they want to bring one out here at this event.
I think the other key thing past that is usually when you're starting to work on strats really heavily, you start from the defensive side as well, because the offenders usually have to deal with what the defense sets up, right? So you're trying to move things around and MacGyver around what the defense is providing you, and that makes it to where maybe some of the stuff that you practice isn't exactly good practice for this event, right? Because they could be doing things completely different than how you were seeing things inside of your scrim. So it means you're be playing different offenders, or maybe going for a few different tidbits around the map. Just really depends. Iconic almost with a ringer there. See if the second one is potentially a dinger. Nothing going on. Both of those going to land incorrectly. Now Astralis looking to try and find their opening blood somewhere else. Iconic working his way up. Shuttle's going to go down. I don't know if he's swung in or what have you, but either way, it's reached this result. He's dead, and Astralis are trying to swing in off these smokes.
Forest will be able to strike true here. Finally picking up the first kill of the round for his team, but CYCLOPS still able to collapse upon this one. Iconic once again making up the difference in a big way. Another kill claimed by him here to keep the numbers even down to a 2v2. Suzuki and Blackgray. Blackgray doesn't even know what hit him as Iconic continues to strike. That's 3 if not 4 on the round alone here. Suzu the only one remaining deeper into the site. What's important to note though is he does have case control sitting behind him closer to stock. That's the big problem for Astralis to work past right now. I'm not even sure if Suzu's fully aware of that. Also moves in. Tries to push himself a bit more forward here to take the fight, but just gives it over to Iconic. That should be 4 on the round from him. Beautifully done by the man, the myth, the legend himself there, sitting at the bottom left of the screen.
Oh, man. Iconic. Get the crown out of the backpack. I think he's back. A little scary there for CAG. It's Iconic taking full control of these last 2 rounds. Not even hard on the gas either. Just set the cruise control. This blows right past CYCLOPS. Love the way he's breaking down these rounds, the active play. Love the clone there at the last moment as well. You guys might have heard me there for a split second to say it under my breath. Just clone him, clone him, clone him. Like, fantastic stuff though. Either way, from Astralis is, I mean, they're crossing their T's and dotting their I's, and that's really what you want in a situation like that.
Just the case. Conic Forest and Jane I know have been doing literally all of the heavy lifting so far. It's actually 0-3, 0-1 for Spiff, but I mean, you can't really fault them for it. The rest of their team have just been doing all the work for them. They haven't had to do much as of yet here, so just hasn't worked out. We're only 3 rounds deep as well, so still plenty of time for them to find a place inside of this matchup.
Yeah, Jane I know has got the beard effect now too. I mean, it's the beard buff coming through. I didn't even know it was him the first day, legitimately. I was looking at the desk and I was like, who the hell is that guy? And then finally someone was like, oh yeah, and then Jane I know right over here. I was like, oh my gosh, it is Jane I know. I'm just so used to him having the baby face, that's all, you know? So, like the beard though, J9, really do, man. So keep that going, dude. You look dead sexy, let me tell you. Astralis, though, they're going to be back onto the field and hoping to have a dead sexy round 4. They've already been looking so beautiful throughout the rest of this. CYCLOPS, you can definitely not say the same. They haven't gotten a singular round, John, since the defensive side of Theme Park.
So let's see here now as they are just going to try and finally pick one up for themselves as they go back over into break room here. Immediately pressure is broiling out against their Azami, currently being played by Alligator as it'll reinforce that wall after their Torterra drone opens up a pathway initially. Force, as you can see, is ready to make a play through. Just keep the pressure on at this point. If they realize that Alligator's the only one in there, and that appears to be the case, some support potentially coming in from the small office on the right side here, but indeed the smokes are through. Force is in the plant position. If he has a little bit more overwatch, he can probably go for it this early on, but now Jane I know has claimed one of the opening kills. Spliff as well, able to take one out against Alligator, eliminates him. Shuttle finding a third pickup as well. It's lights out play right now from Astralis. In fact, flawless play as the defenders can do nothing to stop the execute.
Forrest's comms right there were so strong. He gets that smoke down, gets the ping out on the Azami. But the best piece of that entire play from him, John, is that he did not start the plant until they got a kill. He just MacGyvered around and just lets CAG know that he's around the kitchen area. Hey, run into break, I'm around here, please. And then they all get gunned down trying to stop this Monty, who isn't even planting yet. So well done from Astralis. They know what the reaction is going to be from CAG in a moment like that, and they use it to their fullest advantage.
Well, Astralis, the dominant stance continuing to be shown. What exactly does CYCLOPS bring to the table here to try to counter that back out? Surprised, actually, that we don't get the pause. Not only at the beginning of the last round, not even at the beginning of this round either. They still feel that they have what it takes to continue forging this one forward. Maybe, just maybe, wanting to save it for around halftime as well to talk about what needs to be adjusted for on that attacking side. Maybe they don't want to use it this early on. Maybe they've kind of resigned themselves to this scoreline on the half, but that's not the type of playstyle, in my opinion, you want to be executing towards. Either way, let's see how they're going to be looking to change up their fate yet again here as we go into round 5. The second basement defense for CYCLOPS here as they continue to rotate, not apt to go for any retries on their sites here, just continuing to move along and continuing to hope for the best on a new site, it seems.
Well, they're batting down the hatches, aren't they? They've got the castle in, they're going to barricade the doors shut, open up the hatches, and now the gates open as well for Astralis as they'll reinsert themselves into Bank. It's looking to be a top floor assault for them, but Forrest has some other ideas. He'll be coming in via dirt. Doesn't have secondary hard breach, but doesn't need it. That's going to be on Shuttle as well as Spiff. Probably going to have Shuttle for the hatches. How Spiff try and use some of those Selmas for the walls down here. Not going to need it for the soft one, though, as they do have Shuttle with that skeleton key. Looks to be a couple of CAG players around this top floor here as well. Iconic going to get one. He's going to take down Arcoli. See what Alligator can get done here. Oh, easy pickings for him as Iconic just seemingly not aware that there could be another player around this space. Spiff, he gets it done up against Suzuki. So very well fought. And now down to 2 CAG members, and I believe they both reside inside the site. No, Anaton. Oh, wow, so aggressive in his positioning. Somebody has to come get Spiff. I think that's what Anaton is accounting for here. Force is going to move his way around. He cannot get through anything on the archive side, and he honestly might be the safest option to try and make this move. Anaton's actually going to go all the way upstairs, try and go for the late flank here, but do remember, this is a 3 armor off that he's on, so these footsteps are so very loud.
He's going to be able to work his way in, should be able to get the res going. As oh no, the hatch play works out. Anderton gets the full rotation off. The players on Astralis did not believe he was going to rotate out from his main stairs position. And now that's left Forest in a 1v2 clutch. I'm probably the worst operator to potentially clutch something on. 1v2 with the Montaigne. Let's see what exactly Forest can make happen here. He's going to have to try and make that descent. I mean, to be fair, this is a pretty safe drop at the end of the day as he's on Monty for it.
I think they just gave him the other side, John.
They indeed did, but the hatch work is potentially going to come back to haunt him here in a second. Anton actually a little scared to go for the full peek, even though he knows it's just going to be a pistol on the other end of it. Does not want to directly challenge that one. Forest only just now noticing the default camps. The info drip is now dead, but at the same time, here's what I think they're really waiting for. The Echo Drone, but it is shot out as the place they try to put it on the roof is not going to lock it in there, so he is not able to use the stun charge. Forest, like you said, is given the sight and at least given an attempt to make a plant here. Forest hears that other Echo Drone, though, moving towards him. Quickly gets off said plant. Looks to try and eliminate it here. This is such a micro-heavy round right now for Forest here. He has to try and mitigate so much utility while also keeping a constant watch for the push towards him. Flare as well as Anadin are just playing with him right now by trying to force him out into the open here with that Echo Drone. Finally, the stun goes through. Is he even going to be able to shoot the drone? I think he may have got it just before we switched POVs there, but either way, they're going to throw the Toxic Babe in. That forces him into another corner here. Really not going to have the room to make this happen. A valiant attempt from Forest, right? At least he gives it his full effort, but just not realistic at the end of the day. The timer finally runs out, and CYCLOPS, after 4 consecutive rounds of Astralis, are finally on the board.
A little surprised that he didn't just make him like force the Echo's hand like initially with the burst plant. Just force it. Just plant it onto the ground and keep holding it until he makes you stop, then shoot the last yokai drone. That really would have been the play there for Forest, but instead he tries to get off of it every time the yokai comes into the room, and well, you saw how that one worked out. It just constantly gets back behind the deployable shield and he can't do anything about it because he can't get to the angle fast enough. He's too slow as Monty. So unfortunate circumstances befalling Forest there, but I mean still an opportunity at the end of the round to get something going for them. So still a lot of positivity to be had there from Astralis for the round, but definitely a saving grace from CYCLOPS as they played that out quite swimmingly.
CYCLOPS indeed, now finally on the board. Let's see if they can keep that momentum rolling to get at least a second round here, keep their hopes alive as far as the series is concerned. Being able to pick up a 2-4 scoreline. 5-1, it's going to be a little bit difficult in my opinion to work in the second half, but we'll have to wait and see. It's also important to consider too that CYCLOPS again has not had the best of luck on their attacking rounds due to the playstyle with which they tried to execute, at least over on Theme Park. Astralis had no problem tearing that apart on a round-by-round basis due to the individualistic nature with which CYCLOPS tried to proceed, especially inside of the early rounds. We'll hope they try to change that up a little bit here for Bank, especially when you consider the fact that it's, in my opinion, a much bigger map to potentially try to do those types of clears on as well.
Coley slap some things together on the top floor. Astralis will be starting things off over in the lobby side, at least for J9O's sake. Seems like the rest of the lobby around this spot as well. Iconic's moving away from the Yana onto the Ash with the G36C for this one. J9O will be working on the elevator hallways. He's got the top floor broken open with one of his Somas. Ends up spamming the bottom lone office wall as well to open up some lines of sight into E2 here. So probably just stick around this entry point, whereas Forest, he's going to be the one actually forcing his will onto the top floor, trying to get some of these CYCLOPS players to move around and potentially get picked off. Oh, what a shot from Spiff. He'll make quick work of Arcoli. I think there's only a single player up top inside of the elevator. Astralis has not droned this out yet. They don't have a logic bomb, so it's going to require a little knowledge, and Forest has plenty of it.
Forest continuing to maintain that top main stairs position. Suzu as well, popping it open. Unfortunately, ends up popping the breaching charge too. Tries to go for the pump, but actually gets it on the second shot there. Forest not able to best him. Suzu still incredibly low though. Tries to go for the drone, and that'll lead him into his death position here as J9O ready for the refrag as soon as that drone goes down. Gets the confirmation, but now J9O to an extent baited into the open. Oh no! Just jukes around it though. Baits him in, hook, line, and sinker, so Iconic instead can knock him out on the hatch drop.
J9O really said, hey, Macarena. Just danced around that.
That was the actual like QE spam dance right there. I haven't seen that in pro play in a while.
Bolo, was that you? Nah, TSM's gone. Womp womp.
Unfortunate.
Big sad. Really sad, honestly. I'm a huge fan of TSM. Always love their color scheme, but it is what it is. So, sad news for us over in NA, but hopefully we'll see something happen with that roster down the line. Astralis, though, They're definitely happy with their roster choice, aren't they? Spiff coming in. He's looked fantastic this tournament. His first big tournament as well, as they picked him up from, I believe, Aerial Academy, wasn't it?
I'm not entirely sure.
I'll double check that one real quick, but
good one to check for us there. But either way, Spiff bringing an impressive performance to the table either way. Certainly worth his weight at the moment here with how he's been performing against CAG and had a similar performance in the matchup versus OXG, even though ultimately that led to a loss. Yeah, but it was a 2-1 loss. And with the full distance on at least 2 of those maps, if I recall correctly. And Spiff was oftentimes towards the top of the contribution, at least in fragging as well. Yep.
My Liquipedia brain is on point today.
Nice.
So good. So good. Yes, it was Aerial Rise Academy.
You're telling me you've properly prepared for your job?
Maybe. Just this once.
Crazy.
Hey, it's video games. It's not a job, it's a lifestyle. And it happens to be my really nerdy lifestyle.
More ways than one.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Let's not talk about my recent purchases of way too many expensive Magic the Gathering cards, okay? Anyways, our Cully and the rest of the gang for CYCLOPS trying to get something going on this offensive side, John. It looks like the shoe is on the other foot from the last game. But that would also mean that CYCLOPS could do something on this offensive side, which I would really love to see. Love to see this potentially go to an overtime here if they can muster it. What are we doing here, Black Ray? I'm sorry, I can't be nice about that one.
Yeah, like,
what are we doing? What are we doing?
There was
anything, John. Where's anything?
There's not even a drone in
yes.
there.
Yep. Again, questions. Where? Why?
See, this
how?
is that same criticism I had back on the last map too. Like I was gonna hold my breath for a few rounds here, but it's so obvious, at least for me, right on the outset of round number 7.
And you have shuttle coordinating this entire thing.
Yeah.
Like, good luck, man. Like, Arcoli, yeah, you might be silent, but Pulse is probably going to find you here in a split second. Unless Iconic just walks into your sight line. Dude, this timing is so disgusting right now between these two. They have no idea that each other are so very close. He could just get shot in the back right now by Iconic. Oh my goodness, man. This is giving me so much stress. Nitro sellout.
Arcoli going for a blind hunt right now. Hoping he can come out on top of it.
Oh, he saw it. Oh,
I don't think he noticed. No, he didn't notice.
Oh my God.
Iconic, and meanwhile, that's so awkward.
Edison, what? Edison, you do not want any of that, man. You don't want it.
Just sit and stare, Edison. Just sit and stare.
Oh my God.
Do the safety dance.
Oh man, put the shield up. Hide. Padded room, CYCLOPS, padded room. Iconic. Oh, he's getting away with too much, John. It's down to Suzuki. He's hiding on the top floor. Oh my gosh, man. Find an attic. Like, they have an attic in Bank? Is there someplace I can just cry? Oh my, Iconic will finally get shut down. Somebody had to do something. I mean, my God. These rounds for Iconic, 13-3, a 10+ KD spread on this game. Oh my goodness gracious.
Being real about it, once again, as Stoke has already led us to believe here, not really a whole lot that Souza can do at this point. He's
I can't lie to these
blind as a bat when it comes just to information right now. It's just a wild guess when he takes a swing if someone's going to be waiting for him, but not.
Hatches aren't even open, guys.
He doesn't even have time to open them. It's going to take 10 seconds just to get one of them open.
Oh, man.
Barbed wire is still in the way. I mean, yeah, it's rough right now for CYCLOPS on their attack here. The lack of a tactical timeout during the first half as well, and the rebound. Astralis just has a nest of bullets waiting for the last member of CYCLOPS at the bottom of the main stairs. They're shutting it down. Finally, we get that pause from CYCLOPS, but I personally think this is too little too late.
You don't say. I'm just saying, it's the 6th round. They've gotten 6 rounds. Where was this timeout? I don't know, like 3 rounds ago.
It's like they just got a nice little confidence boost when they won round 5, and it's never really like recentered on the actual reality of the situation. It's
true. And that's what you got to think about, right? It's not the fact that you won that round. It's the fact that Astralis is looking unstoppable, and you have to slow them down. That tag timeout definitely helps with that. You know, little icing the kicker moment. So we'll cut in here and see exactly what everybody's talking about.
Force some play up top at all 4 minutes. Do you want
me to just plug in Dave?
Yeah. I mean, play with Dave.
Looks like Astralis talking about a little coordination for some of their players. So I heard about somebody playing with David. In case you're wondering who David is, that's Iconic. Fun fact there for you. Played with Iconic for way, way too long. His name actually used to be Zeusis when he was like...
Wait, all these names are their real names?
Did I break the immersion for you of Esports?
Seriously?
Yeah, really.
I had no idea.
Are you going to cry?
Crazy. Huh? Thought everybody went by their alias. My name is Blue.
my name is literally the color blue.
You guys want to see my ID? I like legally changed it like 2 years ago. Like,
if you whipped out a birth certificate on desk right now that said Blue John Blue Mullen or something like that, I don't even. How would you even work that out? Be absolutely ridiculous. So
I think I lost my birth certificate like a month or two ago. So that's, I gotta get that sorted.
Indeed. So jumping back in here though, but as said previously, looks like Astralis is trying to create some coordination here for this open area space. But now I'm really attentive to what Iconic is going to be doing, because apparently somebody's supposed to be playing with him. So are we doing something fancy? Are we doing something fun? What's happening here?
So much utility from Astralis as well, just against this single wall, going back over into lower square too. You've got obviously all the batteries patterning the wall, but the two ADSs supporting it also. Iconic is trying to prep these windows for some shenanigans if his team calls out the intel that it could properly work here. Forrest has been spotted on the upstairs square windows here by a drone, so he's not going to be attempting anything. It'll be far too obvious if he tries to go for it, but still could potentially get something out of Iconic, so we'll wait and see there.
It really looks as though CYCLOPS want to go for something very similar to what we saw out of Astralis, minus the Monty. They just want to try and use, Anaton for this position instead with the smokes. They do have the smokes from Suzuki as well on the Capital bolts, so that could be pretty useful for trying to get those deeper into sight, because they only have the ADSs to try and get around, so the smoke nades might get eaten up. Hopefully they try and clear that out, but the issue is that they really don't have any throwable utility that isn't extremely expensive. We've got frag grenades in for Arcoli. I highly doubt he's going to be the one burning any utility to try and get those smokes to go through, so we might have another means of production here for CYCLOPS, another smoke out to try and block off some of these angles, and Anaton is going to go hunting. Oh, the smokes are going to battle it back.
The problem is, yeah, the Toxic Babe's holding him back a little bit further, but finally gets the angle going here. The glass gun finally strikes true. It's a very rare occasion for me, at least. Arcoli able to work his way back in here as well, taking further map control, making this round a heck of a lot more workable suddenly for the CYCLOPS roster. Anaton will be the one putting the case down on the ground. Forrest does not want to attempt the retake just as of yet. He might have a slight angle onto the planter, but does not have the right read as to where the planter is positioned. I think he hears that drone positioned out behind him here as well. Tries to rotate his way back in to maintain it, but no. Highgator instead is going to be striking first here, knocking out Forrest, leaving only Spiff inside of the clutch for the 1v3.
Very low HP for Spiff. Angle's way too harsh for him as well. I highly doubt that he gets maybe over a kill here. Potential to get Anaton, but yeah, with this position here for Arcoli, that's just going to be so hard fought. Practically have to have eyes on the side of his head in order to accomplish that. Finally, CYCLOPS will get their second round, but such a long road ahead of them on this offensive half.
Either way, a nice little boost here. Things were looking very drastic for them, especially with the way things started out back in round number 7, so it's a good thing they hit the ground running on this one. Obviously going to be a long road to recovery, so need to keep the spirits up along the way, and having a definitive round like that where Astralis is basically boxed out and left with no options to realistically retake there, certainly going to make them feel good about themselves here. Have to see if they can keep that going though, because like I said, it needs to be 4 more of those, and that only guarantees overtime. Still the chance that Astralis bounces back, even if we get to that point, and wins it anyway with 8 rounds.
Well, Astralis seemingly sick of it. I'm going to go to the least played site on Bank, which is Archives and Tellers. One that is pretty unique in its makeup. For a very, very long time, we saw everybody trying to flirt with the Tellers walls here, back and forth with impact tricking and everything else in between. But now a lot of teams starting to open things up and start to take gunfights more. And this has just kind of been a trend of Rainbow Six as well, is that teams are less apt to give you any control of the map at all. They'd much rather just have an angle open and make it to where they can influence some place like, say, the lobby with the angle that they have open for the Tellers wall, and make it to where it's a little bit difficult for the offense to try and work their way in safely. They always have to worry about the influence coming from a position in sight.
We've got CYCLOPS out on the board yet again. Obviously the interesting pick with the Amaru coming into the fold here, and Anaton also having the Candelas braces me for what could be some very explosive play later on in this round. Basement clear coming in as well from Arcoli as he works his way through with the drone game.
There's no way they're going to go for what we saw yesterday, right?
Oh no, there's the problem though. Iconic prepared for this, had himself his own little roam going downstairs in the basement. They thought it was clear. The drone did not go deep enough. And as a result of that, Iconic gets away with one. I don't even think he's here anymore. Pretty sure he rotated back up through main stairs now. So yeah, they can continue the plan as usual. Black Ray can potentially get ready to hop up through a hatch.
I don't think it's worth it though.
Yeah, already down a player. it would need to be like pre-drone to a pretty large extent to ensure that he's going to be in a safe position when he goes for that hop up. So more than likely not going to see it happen, and Black Road just has to play this round out normally.
You got to feel for KAG here, because that was the entire strategy. That's what it was. They wanted to try and surprise.
He's still going to try it, it looks like.
Move. But the thing is this is entirely reinforced. So what's this play necessarily do for them?
There's the Candelas to support it.
Yeah, it's the other side, guys, and it's reinforced. Okay. Oh no, CAG. Well, looks like they have discovered that it isn't exactly what they thought it was. They do have Gator, but John, they don't have any top floor controllers halfway through this round. They're trying to work their way up square.
They just called for a fallback. They're like, we got to go back inside. This is not workable.
Yeah.
And they lost someone else along the way, man. It is rough right now for CYCLOPS here. Even I'm feeling for him at this point. Down to 2 minutes into the round as well, so they don't really have a whole lot of time to completely evacuate the building and essentially reset their push here. Gator at least gives some hope over the team here, finding one pick from up on top. I believe that was a skylight kill against J9O. Catches him rotating by main stairs. Anderton also having position by said stairs. Could potentially catch a member of Astralis rotating in just a second, as we do have Iconic in the area.
Iconic's going to play inside of the E2 elevator, which is going to be practically impossible for them to dislodge. They don't have any frag grenades. They do have a concussion, but I don't know if that was sent his way. Suzuki might have got the info there necessary to know that Iconic was in the hallway. Nice little upside down rappel here from Gator. And this one, not a very common angle either. We're going to slip on past a few of these people and end up right in the middle of lobby. Suzuki dealing some damage back upstairs towards Forest. Gator looking for something in sight, but he doesn't have the means in order to get through this unless he wants to skeleton key his way directly into sight, which would be the loudest thing that he could potentially muster. Rotates around to the other side. Iconic picks up one, and I think this is going to be it here for CYCLOPS, ladies and gentlemen. Apologies to our Japanese fans as Astralis and North America quickly make their presence known in this one. It was a fantastic defensive side from CYCLOPS, but that's where it stopped. The play dead in its tracks for CYCLOPS from that moment on, and it was Astralis to the stars for this one.
Big win from Astralis at the end of the day here, getting that clean 2-0 victory. Had seen them sitting a little bit lower in their group. Obviously only one game played so far, and a 2-1 loss at that, so this will give them a very, very nice boost to put them in a much better position still to be trying to make it out of this group and into the playoff stage, one step closer to the hammer. As for CAG, much like our first game earlier on today, it's going to be potentially a long night in the practice room for CAG, as a lot of things went wrong over the course of this series. Need to really try to tighten things up for their game tomorrow if they're going to hope to stay in this tournament.
Absolutely. CAG, a team that has an absurd amount of gun skill, but yet Iconic still able to get 16 kills in that last game. I mean, a hallmark game for him, honestly. He's had a couple of them throughout his career, but I can definitely say that best of three is one that we're going to go back to and be like, yeah, Iconic was in full control of this the entire time.
Very much the case, and why wouldn't they be as well, considering the mistakes that were being made, especially on the attacking side of CAG. Constant individual players just trying to make their own moves, oftentimes like without drones helping them as well, just blindly swinging in the second floor rappels as we saw in one round. So just some very odd things going on for CAG that very obviously did not work out at the end of the day. But like I said, they're going to go back to the practice room, hopefully recenter themselves, and hopefully we will see a better version of CAG in tomorrow or potentially the next day's matchup. That'll do it for us for right now, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, we'll have your desk ready to break this one down.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a two-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do you do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position, that is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
Well, Cyclops doing Cyclops things, just getting stomped by Astralis. Yeah, that face is perfect, Jesse. We should have just zoomed in on your face there. That really sums it up. Should we all do the Cyclops loss face?
That CAG got cagged face.
Oh.
Did they get cagged? By the definition that we just established earlier, did they get cagged?
There was a lot of Monty being run by Astralis.
That's true.
Maybe not.
So CAG were not cagging, though. We can
No, CAG were definitely not
CAG
cagging.
did not do anything that would justify them failing upward here, no.
Yeah.
I'm kind of sad. That was a little difficult to watch, to be completely frank. But you know what? Let's dive in and talk about map 1. And that was Astralis' map pick, and they took it 7-4. CAG not awful there.
It was a good start, right? I mean, it's theme park defenses. You kind of expect to be able to win these, but they did get their first 4 in a row. Bank's being shown up here for your stats too, so we'll touch on it as well. Bank was the one that they really couldn't get anything going on for their defenses, unlike theme park. And I think this was a really important map because it showed that Astralis can win that 2-0. They can win their opponent's map pick, even though they're kind of restricted in the map ban phase, right? Jacob, we kind of talked about this, where earlier on they kind of struggled in what maps they have to ban, because it's very predictable because they have 2 permabans. But didn't seem to matter this time around.
It didn't, and I think even if we had a map like that that had so many different options and variables for like a place that you could have gone to, the operator options on the table in the first place were things that Astralis themselves read into and then used if for some reason they had an option for a shield available. This is exactly what we were talking about. Astralis on a 2-4.5 on a theme park attack isn't bad, and we said as much because this is already a very defender-sided map. If you're able to get any rounds on a theme park attack, that's usually constitutes a miracle. And then CAG get on attack and they try some things. They do try the glass for a few rounds. They have a Dokubi, they have an Amaru. They did what we said they were going to try, realize 2 rounds in it's not working, then try more traditional operators to do more traditional takes, and there's always a flank. There's always somebody hiding in a corner because there's so many things on theme park you have to worry about clearing. So the battleground itself played out very differently to the way that it was played just last night when CAG played it against Los 1. Astralis were dialed in way more here.
Yeah, I mean, even in the later rounds, they still had Anaton on Glaz. They were still trying to force some of these operators right, and it just was not working. When they did have them, they did maybe go a little bit more neutral, but like that last round, Anaton on Glaz not really accomplishing anything there. It felt like their pushes were really disconnected, really solo, struggling to really get any of those trade backs, even when they did lose the opening pick. Tough game for CYCLOPS.
It got so bad that on the very last round, Anaton picked Glaz and TK'd on the execute.
Yeah, I mean, we are coming down pretty hard on CYCLOPS right now. Let's talk about Astralis a little bit more, Jacob. I mean, on their map, they did quite well, I would say.
No, they did, but that was mostly because Astralis didn't have to do nearly as much to dismantle what was already a really bad CAG defensive attempt.
Yeah.
You can start with round 1. It's an open area defense. They have the entirety of quad wall opened up with sight lines, and there's nobody on CAG really in position on site to defend it because they've opted to open the entire thing up. Astralis noticed this, get forced into sight really quickly, and keep in mind, this is a 4v3. CAG have already killed 2 people. They walk into sight. Astralis has a full 40 seconds. Nobody on CAG decides they want to come right back in. Not only does Forrest realize there's nobody on site, everyone else corrals back to site. They find the exact spot they want to use to plant, and then kill everybody when they attempt. I don't think that kind of thing even constitutes a retake. Like, they have flank attempts, and they're decent, but they never reach a point where they are at all usable against an Astralis team that clearly found their bank mojo again.
I want to bring up the map 2 summary. We flashed it up for a little bit, but I do really want us to hone in there because, you know, we're in the green room. I'm like, okay, CYCLOPS, they're going to reorganize, they're going to recalibrate. This is their map pick, sending them good vibes. What happened? What happened here?
I think it was a couple of things. First of all, I think Astralis deserve a lot of credit for identifying the holes in the defenses of CYCLOPS, right? They did a great job, as Jacob was describing, for sneaking into the site for us on that very first round. A couple of times just right after that, they hit the server very quickly. They were doing a really good job of identifying where those holes were and executing against them. I think that was great from Astralis. The other thing was I think CAG maybe were a little bit discouraged after losing so many rounds in a row on theme park. They lost 5 attacks in a row, came back into bank, and then lost 4 defenses in a row. Jacob, I know you kind of went back between the 2 maps, right, and saw some of the CAG guys. It didn't look great.
No, it didn't. Like, back in the player area, everyone on Astralis after theme park was more jovial. They were all joking around, and everybody on CAG were separated. They weren't really talking to one another. And then that went right back into map 2, and the exact same thing persisted because that was a 5-1 half. Like, honestly, you could have gone to your local gas station, grabbed a pack of cigarettes from behind the counter, smoked all of them at the same time, and that would have been healthier than watching CAG attempt to defend.
Oh my goodness. That comparison. Only Jacob. Okay, that's all I'm gonna say about that. So obviously Spirit's down with CYCLOPS. What's going through their heads right now? I mean, you come to SI, you beat BDS, and then 2 losses. I mean, how are they? I'm sure, like, they're down. They're down. So are they going to be able to turn it around?
I would hope so, but I mean, history repeats itself, right, Jackie? And as I mentioned, back in the Charlotte Major.
Oh my God, it's going to happen, isn't it?
Back in the Charlotte Major.
Deja vu.
First game, big upset. I think that was over M80 at the time. And they win the game, and it's great. And then they lose back-to-back games out in dead last in their group. And that's, I don't believe dead last is still a possibility. It might be. We'll see how the tournament kind of runs out, but it's still not going to be a fantastic showing for them inside the group, unfortunately, with these 2 losses. Now they've still got 1 more game to play, right? And we'll see where they end up finishing, but certainly I think this is not the follow-up they wanted from that BDS win.
History kind of repeating itself there. But all right, let's get to our MVP, and it's
the king.
Iconic.
Yes.
It's
the king.
Oh, okay. So Iconic really leading the charge, though, Jacob, for sure.
Yeah, but this is also like fodder for a lion, if anything. This is sheep.
You all ain't going easy on Cyclops right now. Okay.
This isn't even like sheep being put into a pasture for somebody to hunt. This is sheep being put into a cage, and they're just letting a bull go right into the cage and knock it off a cliff. This is exactly what Iconic has been doing as advertised against opponents at a much higher caliber than this. He's been doing this against guys like Dark Zero. He's been doing it against NAL teams that have gone to world championships before, and it comes down to a game against a CAG squad that simply isn't capable of defending against him. Credit where credit is due. Yeah. Everybody on Astralis was playing fantastic, and Spiff continues to add on to what so far has been a pretty damn impressive debut after just 2 best-of-3s. But yeah, Iconic totally deserves this, just given the stat line.
Yeah, I loved his entry stat there as well. I believe it was 6-2 throughout the entirety of the series. Very well done by Iconic, getting those opening picks. A lot of that was coming in on bank, especially that second map where they were able to kind of take advantage of, again, it's like maybe being a little bit down. I thought he played fantastically there. He's always been an aggressive entry player and, of course, massive player for his team.
Okay, well, we still got a lot of Siege ahead of us, so all of you watching at home, do not go anywhere. We're going to show you Stream B for BDS versus Lost One. Enjoy.
In APAC. So there, and then we even saw Ying shotgun, etc. We've seen Doc shotgun. We've seen weird kind of operator loadouts that typically should not be working out. They usually come from APAC. Then we have aggressive holds like we see in Chalet. That comes from LATAM and W7M. So every single region is constantly learning from one another, and it's why these international matches are so interesting, because that's when you see everything really come together. Of course, while these teams are boot camping before the event, training during the event, we also get international scrims, practice games. So right now, when we're in Canada, you're going to see every single region scrim North American teams. Back in Berlin Major, Jönköping, you're seeing them scrim European teams. So you start getting all these things mixed together. Lemsch getting in the mix of things, gets Rise. That's way too easy. Gets Axe as well.
Seen a couple of these kills in this matchup.
We have.
Where they just walk in, they get a pick, and then they walk out. Dots slaying Shaiko. Shaiko's also had a very mortal game, 8-8. Brede 3-6. Hasn't been able to make much of an impact so far on attack. Both attacking rounds, losses 1, and they're going to continue this. EFAC is there to keep numbers close. He's gotten positive at least. The only player on the team who's actually positive right now. That's bad, and you don't see that from BDS all that often. Brede picks up 1 onto Loben. Maya retreating to the bomb site. This is almost 1 round by BDS with Maya in a 1v3. But wait, they stack up, except for EFAC. He comes in from another part of the map, and he'll keep this matchup alive. Prior to this round, Lost One had managed to win 6 rounds in a row. Yeah. An incredible feat. This game is far from over. I feel like this is one of those games where we're either 3 minutes away from the end, or we're 30 minutes away from the end.
Yeah, this could definitely go out that direction. I'm curious to see if BDS will have that same kind of playstyle that we just saw throughout the rest of this, because when your back's against the wall in this match point scenario, you have nothing to lose as the quote-unquote losing team. When you're behind, you might as well just go crazy. That round looked like it was BDS playing almost carelessly. Nobody was really entry droning. I mean, you saw Leaguefac walking alone, Lemsch walking alone, just taking gunfights, winning them as BDS normally do. And that's it. Whereas in the previous rounds, they were being more cautious, taking it step by step very logically, which is a correct/good way to play Rainbow Six Siege, but it clearly was not working in this particular matchup. So a change might be what they should be looking for, and they got rewarded the first time they tried it. See if they do it again. Buck from Renshi off the Dokkaebi. So just trying to think for myself where I would apply the buck. Obviously, that would be a below case. But I did hear Leaguefac say during the player celebration something about main stairs. This could be a main stairs take. Buck goes below, do some vertical control, get the mirror windows, go office. That could definitely be the angle. Looking at the player spawns in BDS, it looks very likely as well, but Lost one, they're ready for it. They got Mainstay Shield, 3 ADSs. It's not going to be easy for BDS to pick that apart.
Ooh. Not one bit. Grenade goes out. Renshi's there. No. Maya manages to take down Alems, but BDS finds 2 kills very quickly after that. Lost dominates the kill feed from that point forward. In the blink of an eye, 5 players have died. Bride and EFAC, the last 2 for BDS. Loss only down Maya and Dash, still with 3 players upright. And over 2 minutes to go. The craziest part of all of this. All it takes is 2 kills, and Loss propels us to Chalet to seal the deal.
League playing this Shadow Realm here. He's using a gadget, get into a safe spot, like a blind spot for the default cameras, then walk forward. If he can get in, and Bride makes a play off that, we're looking at 2v1 in favor of BDS. But this all lies on the back of League Effect. Bride can't do much from his position.
Well, their eyes set very intently on where this advance will come from. They still have Heart Destruction in the Hibana. A nade to go out, but nobody inside of the vault to receive it. Very hard to breach into this site without walls being opened up, and even then you usually need to establish crossfires. Lost One will have their crossfires established, believe you me. Toxic Canister goes out, that's the last one from Dots. 1 minute left.
The barbed wire.
Flashes dump in, Bride goes the other way. Look at this patience from Lost One. They are not giving a single inch, and BDS has 0 intel. Inside a study, Rise prepares, waits. That's a kill for EFAC. No matter who wants to put their eyes in that direction, EFAC still comes out ahead. He and Bride will now enter from roughly the same area. Does somebody from Loss know this? Well, it's Loban playing by the A-bomb. Dots back inside a vault. That's where the nade had gone before. 30 seconds left now. So cautious for BDS. But Lost One, incredibly patient. Impact sails out. They know at least 1 player is inside of the vault. EFAC cleans up. Suddenly it's a 2v1 with Diffuser down, and then the post-plant Loban will come in for the recover. He takes down Bride. All he needs is EFAC, and then we have a 3rd map on our hands. Searching and hunting through the bomb site. Even his gadget won't save him at this point. But make some noise, maybe draw out EFAC. He's still a relatively new player. Loban hops on the Diffuser. He's sticking it. EFAC needs to go. He needs to go, but EFAC gets him at the last second. Ever close. 2 in a row from BDS as they continue to put rounds on the board and stave off defeat.
I mean, that is an excellent fishing, if I could say so. You know, just in that 2v3, they spent a minute, 40 seconds across the board just figuring out how to find a gap somewhere, all off the back of League Effect's gadget. Bride making noise, covering that barbed wire sound main stairs. And it was pointed out to me by the observer, there was a bulletproof camera on the floor of office looking at the ceiling essentially, which may or may not have been a way that League Effect could have been spotted early in the round. We'll never know. But either way, Lost One. Incredible patience from them. Sitting still for that long, which is the right play to do, is not easy to do, easy for anybody to do, rather. Jesus. But they did it. They held the crossfires. The one big issue that they encountered, there was no way to deny a default plant behind the vault door. They had 1 impact grenade, no C4, no smokes, etc. So what's the plan if Bride just walks on in? Well, the thing is, they were not, accounting for the fact that they might lose office control. The moment Mirror dance out of office, that entire thing changes. BDS perfect read on the situation. Lost One, nobody flanked around 90, didn't really realize it, nor did they have time for it. BDS, they're in it. They're gonna fight tooth and nail, but again, 1 mistake. Lost One punishing them a single time. And we will see the 3rd map, which will be Chalet.
Rome for Lost One has been very good at the start of this half, but has fallen off a little bit. The one thing that BDS has over this Lost One team is experience at a top level. A lot of these names on Lost One will look very familiar to you. They've been around quite a while. I remember casting some of these names back in Poland, or at least I'm gaslighting myself.
Sometimes that happens, doesn't it?
I mean, I've been casting Rainbow Six now for like 6 years.
Yeah.
So It's been over half a decade I've been casting this game, right?
Yeah. It's a lot of games, actually. You should go back and count them all.
I would actually love to cast the amount of, or count the amount of matches I've casted. But either way,
Bomb located by
doesn't
attacker.
detract from the point that I was making. BDS have patience, they have experience. But I mean, in this matchup so far, with this map, they just look like they're outmatched. It was close on map number 1.
Yeah.
It's proving to be equally close on map 2. Keep in mind, Skyscraper went to BDS 7-4. If Lost One wins this round, it's the exact same scoreline, just reversed.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like it because Lost One got like 6 rounds in a row. It feels very one-sided. Now, you know, his comeback has started to show itself.
There's Shaiko taking a ton of damage, looking for a target, can't find it. Lost One gets the very first, then the second, the third as well, a fourth, and a flawless round if they can find Renshiro. That's all they need. 1 kill separates them from a third map at the moment. Renshiro has patience, but they will just slowly close in on him and test his reflexes. He doesn't miss, a flawless end to the map. And Lost One take their own map, 7-4 over BDS.
Very convincing match from Lost One. I mean, that 6 in a row after the timeout tells the entire story of how Villa went. Their attacks were phenomenal, their defenses even so. Chalet is next in the menu, and honestly, I am not sure who is favored for this matchup.
No, this is a tight one. A very, very tight matchup. BDS stormed through Jönköping and looked like an unstoppable team. So did Liquid, and then they met, of course, in the finals with BDS coming out on top. But BDS has already shown some stumbles here. They lost to CYCLOPS Athlete Gaming. They almost lost to OXG yesterday. And while we did get a very exciting finish in the OXG matchup, there are obviously some concerns for BDS, and especially for their fans. Now Lost One has pushed the defending major champions to a third map, and it will be a single best-of-1 shootout on Chalet to see which of these teams emerges victorious. We got a quick break ready for you, and then we'll be back for the thrilling conclusion of Lost One versus BDS.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do you do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position, that is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
All right, we're back for our final map, but before we get there, let's talk a little bit about Villa. Lost one, prevailing 7-4, the same scoreline that BDS prevailed all the way back on map number 1 of Skyscraper. Feels like an eternity ago. These teams have gone to war with one another, but what to you was the main storyline of Villa?
Honestly, I can simplify it. It comes down to pew pew. All these highlights are very one-sided gunfights going in favor of one team or the other. And honestly, it sounds very simple, but that is the defining moments of these rounds. When you walk in as Lost One and you win 2 gunfights against Shaiko and League Effect, the round basically ends right there for the most part. Same thing goes the other way. The first 3 rounds of highlights, it's Shaiko running the building, or around the building as a defender, getting 2 or 3 kills. And again, Lost One, they can't get back into it. So for Chalet, the upcoming map, it's gonna be a similar story, I think, because it's gonna be an equally brutal map where gunfights has a massive say in who gets an advantage and who does not. It's not a clubhouse, it's not about the strats that much. The board on your screen, the cost, relatively high for everybody. Shaiko +1 entry, where from the side of Lost One, honestly, not even a single positive entry member. However, they won the entire map.
Honestly, a very close map if you just look at the scoreboard.
Very much so.
Loban obviously leading the way for the rest of the team, but Maya only +1 on KD. Rise +1 on KD. Dash -2. Shaiko -1. Renshiro -3. Alems -4. These are all a single round difference of being completely different on your screen right now. As you said in the matchup, and you put it so beautifully, gods can bleed. And that's exactly what we saw at a BDS. The fundamentals were not there on many entries. The drone work was not great. How many times did we see a member of BDS break through a window or go upstairs and just not have information? The most egregious was a Lems jumping in the bathroom window and getting slaughtered from the triple panel wall inside of Master. Little things like that. Well, I guess that's a big one, but things like that, let's amend it.
Okay.
That can be a real killer. Because if that's a high utility operator, he dies. And you've now lost potentially 2 drones. You've lost that gadgetry. You've lost that gun. Not only are you just at a regular disadvantage, no team wants to find themselves in a 4v5, but the rest of your execute that likely relied on that player is now gone. It might seem small, but it's really quite large. Operator bans are coming in. We go to Chalet.
Nuke, of course, a target ban to Leaky Fact, no surprise there. Bug is actually a relatively common ban against Latin teams on Chalet because of how efficient they are at using this particular operator, going below, bucking above, and all that possible self-destruction you will find on Chalet. It's every single bomb site because you're going to play across all the floors. Solace, the newest member of Rainbow Six, a very strong one at that, denying information by finding drones, can open up flank opportunities, deny the plant from a below or above, also problematic on Chalet. And then Melusi, a target ban onto Shaiko typically. At least that's what Shaiko used to play on Chalet, just going back 4 months' time. So, clear respect from both teams here, saying, we know you're strong at this, we're gonna remove it, and they pay that same respect back. Now, last one, they were playing Mira 2 rounds on Villa, and in the very opening round, they're gonna go to the basement of Chalet, bring that same operator. That's gonna make sure that nobody from BDS can rush the bomb site from any breaches. It's gonna force them to go for a roam clear, get some verticality, or bring operators that can deal with those mirror windows. For example, a Ying or a Capital, a Shield. Typically speaking, smokes to make sure that nobody can see through that mirror. Second one is gonna go inside of Dining. That's going to give them fireplace cover as well. So when you think about this, the mirror in the basement, the way to clear it is to go into the fireplace room right here. So 1 floor up. But that floor is covered by the second mirror window. So it's a 2-step process for Lost One. If BDS wants to clear the first mirror, they got to clear the second mirror. And to do that, you need a full map control of top floor where they'll be running around roaming and holding library with an operator like Asami.
Just a note before we get into this very first round. Great diversity in the operator bans so far. The only duplicate ban across all 3 of these maps is Azami. Azami was banned out in maps 1 and 2. We will finally see her as Loban picks her right off of the bat. But take a look at these operators. Iana, Thatcher, Bandit, Azami, Lion, Flores, Valk, now Nook, Buck, Melusi, and Solus. That is a phenomenal difference from map to map to map. And it really goes to underscore how these teams approach each map differently. Skyscraper is not Villa, Villa is not Chalet. Border would play out differently, as would Clubhouse. Good news for BDS. Renshiro starts off hot. A minute into this matchup, and the Valkyrie is gone. But again, persistent gadgetry is the name of the game. As long as all 3 of those black eye cams have been put up, Dash will still continue to provide value to this team, even if he's dead. Shaiko is down, reunited with Yana on attack. No easy way to drone yourself in, no easy way to guide yourself in either. And both teams will find themselves into a 4v4 with half of the round to play.
Speaking of how to deal with those mirror windows earlier, it seems like BDS are going for a pretty stable executor, right? Get the main breach, that's where the first mirror window is facing, that's been done. Then you go to that backside area, so west main, kitchen, dining, and trench control. Get open that trench wall, the big deep wall inside the car garage, as they have here with Leaky Fact. And then you can try and start setting up this backside execute. That means you can circumvent both of those mirror windows, but Lost One, they have, first of all, a roamer top floor. That's a Sami, that's a problem. But secondly, smoke inside a trench with a deployable shield, not very commonly done. BDS would need kitchen control to help kill that player, or just win a gunfight that they're not supposed to be winning by just challenging him through trench door.
EFAC now on that Hibana that we saw CYCLOPS play so frequently, time and time again. Did that keep a barrier actually go off? It looked like they might have botched it.
I think he botched it, yeah.
I think he botched it. Was looking for cover on the blue stairs, but I don't think he got it. We'll have to wait and see if one of the players can give us a perspective, as there's no free cam available to use. Not the way that we want it, at least. Nope, it actually worked. Our apologies. It looked like a botch, but it wasn't. EFAC a kill Renshiro number 2 before he's ended by Maya. There's a down on Bride. It's a 2v2. Diffuser getting dropped. Alems will go down. The Nitro cell works. Alems can't get it done. And Lost get all 3 of the final players of BDS very quickly. They're up round 1.
And again, the synergy from Lost One. The moment Mirror swings blue door, toss that C4, the second member swings connected door. So either the C4 goes off, kills the planter, or the connected guy will swing the pillar successfully and kill the planter, or the guy covering as well. There's no lose scenario for Lost One. They're trading 1 for 1 at worst case, and at best case, a 2 for 0 into a straight round victory, which is what we just saw. BDS, they were not comfortable, taking control off that round, that backside execute. They opted for one member dropping the hatch to bomb site, killing the members out of trench, but getting traded by blue. So they trade evenly, but that always, or at least most commonly, favors defenders. If you're in a 2v2, more often than not, favors the defenders because they have the map control, they own the bomb site, etc. In the 3v3, similar story. Attackers, they have all these tools like grenades and flashbangs, smokes, drones, etc. And the sole purpose with that is to leverage those pieces of utility to gain advantage in manpower or significant map control to establish a plant. That is quite literally the 2 ways to win on the attacking side, because the defenders are not supposed to be running into your crosshairs. That's not how it goes, at least at this level of play. However, there are 2 members spawn peeking. Renshiro on the block.
I mean, you got to get under their skin, right?
You do?
CAG showed that they could get under the skin of BDS. OXG did the same thing. This BDS team doesn't look as mentally resilient as they did at the last major. Still an obvious contender, but yeah, I don't know. They have shown signs that they can be slowed down. And taking Renshiro out the sledge, a lot of your soft destruction is now gone. Set of nades is gone. That's a big loss.
No, I mean, it certainly is. And it's more the fact that it seemed very careless from BDS. I mean, that's the most common spawn peak on all of Chalet, and almost everyone knows better than to go up on that rock if you spawn there, because you are just risking something that you should not be risking at all. You go left or you go right. You don't go up the rock itself. It's not worth it. Unless you have information that nobody, in fact, are going to be spawn peeking it. But there was not just one member of Lost One. There were 2. They were so prepared for anybody doing it, and they get rewarded. And now BDS, they gotta pick up the pieces, and to make matters worse, they gotta speed things up, and they gotta deal with this pain point. Top blue stairs, deployable shield, chimney. There's not a shield, but there's a member there. Keeper barriers, warden, etc. There are so many things to fight against. I actually lied, there's no Sami, but there are yokai drones to change that around. So breaking this barrier right here, that double door, the office soft wall, that is the most difficult thing about this round for any attacking team. Once you get past it though, the round ain't over, bomb site's downstairs.
Loban falls back just ever so slightly. He'll lose that shield, but he can come back up and re-engage. Unfortunately, there is a sound cue that he's in the vicinity. Alems gets slaughtered by Maya, but EFAC and CYCLOPS find kills of their own. Just inches away from getting into this bomb site. He's playing up above in library, tempting fate as the drone has just been thrown at his feet, and now Dots is finished off. That was the Echo, isolated and punished for it. CYCLOPS dispatched to take care of Rise, but he drops and gets back into the bomb site before heading to back bar. All the while, the other player from Lost still up. That's Dash. He's playing on the stairs leading down to Garage. I don't know if they've spotted the Oryx, but that T5, it's a beast of a weapon. It's got the extended barrel on it, relatively low recoil, and he can reposition with those dashes that Oryx has very quickly. Evading some lines of sight, 15 seconds to go.
seconds remaining.
Dash still on the stairs. EFAC allowed to get into the bomb site. Down goes Bride. You might not even need the Oryx, as Rise can do the job, but he cannot. Now it's EFAC and Dash 1v1, and Dash wins it. Both have their sidearms out, but it's Lost who comes out on top.
They both go for the pistol. Okay, Oryx is shotgun close quarter. And I assume that, you know, remember BDS, he wanted speed. Secondary, you know, pistol, not an SMG, is going to be fast and movement speed-wise than a primary. But oh my, that's not what I expected at all. Another close round. BDS, they got the hardest part done. They broke that top floor hold. Got close to the bomb site, but things fell apart once more and Lost One. Really thriving off momentum right now. Ever since that timeout back on Villa, in round number 2, well, after it ended, so beginning of round number 3 essentially, they have been on a heater, winning gunfights. They have no business winning, but most importantly, they really got on the same page. That's the biggest difference in my opinion. Before, they were quite scattered, the trades weren't happening, they were playing very far from one another on the map, over a 3-second sprint, you cannot trade effectively. Now, they are on each other's heels in half of these gunfights. Of course, the other half can't always be close to someone else, otherwise you're not going to have much map control at all. But the members that can, they are playing tight. Members that whose job is to roam far off, they are far off, and that's only fair.
We're still in the discovery phase, as you talked about. The 3 phases of Rainbow Six. Discovery, mid-round, execute. Mid-round is really just like this nebulous term. It can mean anything. Discovery is typically a minute, 15 seconds. Mid-round is anywhere from that point onwards till the 40-second, 30-second mark, but execute is typically 40, 30 seconds.
Sometimes it's the last 5 seconds.
And if you're old Vitality, it's always the last 5 seconds.
Oh boy. Surprising enough, that was so hard to play against, I'll tell you that much. BDS are taking more time now, and I mean, that's the downside of getting spawn peaked. You gotta now just make sure that you dot the I's and cross the T's. Very slow, in fact. Just entered library with 1 minute and 10 seconds into the round. Oh, okay.
It's so easy for Shaiko. First kill, but traded immediately, and then loss with 2 kills. They gained the upper hand. BDS walked in, they thought they had something going, but they did not. They'll equalize. Downs the Kaid, downs the Valkyrie, they're both finished off. Was that both Nitro cells unavailable now? Both dying in the pockets of Lost One.
Yeah.
That's not great.
No, I mean, to be honest, with dining bomb site, the C4s for plant purposes, not a huge deal, but there's no smoke being brought either. The upstairs hold right now is the big question mark. Is Lost One gonna hold on or fall back? You surrender top floor, well, BDS, they can do some vertical damage because Alemj has those breaching charges, as you see right here. And Lost One are playing far enough back upstairs that Alemj can start some of it while holding Lost One back. 40 seconds though. You also gotta hit up the bomb site. 12x Kairos. BDS, they wanna fight.
And Maya gets the gunfight right in front of his very eyes. Alemj walks out with that one. Dots and Rise working together. One in the bomb site, one far enough back. All the soft destruction in front of the eyes of Rise. Dot's position revealed as Alemj goes down. Bride holds on to that diffuser. Very hot on Skyscraper, but not really all that much past that. Leaky Fat confirming the kill onto Dots. It'll be him and Rise in a 1v1, taking a ton of damage over from those Solarium stairs. Down through Trophy, he'll have to go. Wait out the time. You know that he can't fall off the plant. Rise knows this, but can he get there in time? Yes, he can. He sees the booty, and he smacks the booty. Lost 3 in a row to start off Chalet.
That's gotta be a tactical timeout. They haven't called it yet, but I am questioning when you do it because I would pull the plug right now. Take a second. Sure, we can talk about maybe it'll be defender sided, maybe it'll be attacker sided. But either way, I think BDS, you gotta just talk about things right now. It is not working out. Even though Maya kind of gave you a free kill upstairs, fighting when his teammates kind of fell backwards, you still lose out in the 3 versus 2 to, again, individual gunfights. That's what I predicted. The pew-pewing here, the defining moments. I mean, it is Chalet. It comes down to gunfights more often than not. The last one, they are indeed shooting back. Basement again, similar setup with those mirror windows to establish map control. Waldeneye, none. No Bandit, no Mute, no Kaid. They say take the walls if you want them. I mean, last time they even played Trench Rotation, which is more, yeah, there it is again. No need for Waldeneye, they're open up for them. Makes sense. I mean, if you're playing Kaid for this one, that wouldn't actually make a lot of sense.
5 seconds left before insertion.
There's no denial band either. It's Melusi and Solus.
Yeah.
So it's not like they can't bring a Mute. It's not like they can't bring a Bandit. Bandit was banned all the way back on Skyscraper. No denial band on Villa. No denial band again on Chalet. I remember Consulate when it was in the map pool.
Oh.
One of the strategies of Na'Vi was to reinforce 2 of the panels and then leave a 3rd one soft. And they didn't really care about denial much either, because they knew you were going to get that one panel opened up.
Yeah.
But that was the point. Just like you can win a Villa round without any hard breach.
Yeah, there are many ways to approach rounds in Rainbow Six Siege, and honestly, the thing about Waldeneye is that if you're playing Mute, Bandit, or Kaid, you're not supposed to, you know, deny the wall being opened ever. It's a matter of wasting time and resources. Make it difficult for the opponent, make it a burden. Shots cutting it close there. So the expected outcome is not to never open up the wall, just that it's gonna take 20-30 seconds extra. Last one don't need time for this one. You just gotta play it smart and play together. BDS, they gotta problem solve all the obstacles, mirror windows, the breach, the trench member of Dots. Jackal track, however, makes it easy for the room clear. Way too easy. Again, there are just these moments where it's very one-sided gunfights, and this right here, what we saw, that should be the round over in favor of BDS. They have a minute and 30 seconds, they got 2 opening kills, they got the mirror window, the breach, etc. They're in a great position. However, last one, they have this tendency in the late stage of the round to find the picks left and right they have no business finding. It's been Maya on this map, 5 and 2. Rise, 5 and 1. They're both still alive on the board. Leak Effect chasing footsteps that are expiring.
Finally gets one.
Yeah.
Anamira, of all players, down below, hovering between blue and wine. In lieu of breach charges, please bring a Rotero drone. Or multiple Rotero drones.
Such a versatile operator, honestly.
An excellent operator, too.
Yeah.
I know that the AR-33 might not be the sexiest gun for people, but boy, oh boy, he's worth bringing. EFAC on the stairs takes down Dots, but an answer back.
Smoke grenade.
Lost one, have just a single kill through this round. They're 3-0 on defense. Perfect rotation. Got some work to be done if they want to go up by 4. Nitrocell shot away as Maya defends this black mirror, looking towards Snowmobile. Smoke will clear. Maya stops it in its tracks. But it's Maya in a 1v2. Gets time for the reload with the Vector. That's huge. But needs to square up his body. Only a single one left! Maya with one of the best clutches of the tournament! If anybody's ever earned a congratulatory chest slap, it's Maya over that. Look at it, target isolation.
Jesus.
Don't take engagements 1v1, I understand that.
Yeah. I mean, even swinging into the flashbang, recognizing if you don't swing, you can't see it all. If you swing with the flashbang, you might get a glimpse of the whereabouts. If you flick before the flash triggers, you can get the kill. That's 4 headshots when the first 4 bullets each shot, or each burst rather. And I mean, I said Maya in the late round, finding these kills, he has no business finding, does it again. And that right there is the timeout.
On va leur faire fermer leur gueule. Collez, baisez là. Et arrêtez, faites juste ce que vous devez faire. Arrêtez de vouloir faire plus. Là c'est très bien. J'ai demandé 4 fois à mes connecteurs, personne l'a fait. Mais bon, c'est pas grave, on oublie. Allez, go.
Not having as much fun. Get back on Skyscraper. Are we?
We're longing for the Skyscraper day.
Yeah. They were making funny sounds and saying, focus, focus, focus. That tone has changed, and rightfully so, because again, BDS are arguably one of the favorite teams to take it, you know, all the way to top 4, top 2 in some people's opinions. They won the Junior Major, they won at Gamers 8, they won in Japan for the show match. They have had a phenomenal last 4 to 6 months in their Rainbow Six Siege run, so to speak. And the fans, all their teams at this event, they recognize the strengths that BDS they have as a team. BDS are not showing up to their own standards so far. CAG 2 days ago lost against them. Now, almost went sour. Maya got shut down. I mean, if I'm getting a 1 versus 4 clutch like that, I am spawn peeking as well.
Nick, look at this.
Yeah.
Hold the phone, 15 seconds in. BDS have 2 kills.
Well, we've seen this before. Last round, League Effect on Jackal got a double kill. BDS still lost the round. Only difference now is Maya is in the grave. That clutch potential is gone. So is Dash. Perhaps BDS really want this round.
They just needed to be yelled at by their coach. That's really all it would boil down to.
Bomb located by attackers.
Be a lot of quiet right now. BDS can take their time. We're still at 2 minutes to go.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna say it. BDS, there is no way you lose this one. They are taking their time as they should, right?
Why would you do such a thing?
No, I have to. This is the ultimate challenge for them. If you can build up your mental in group stage for the main event and playoffs, that's the best place to do so. Now, you are sitting tight, not taking any risk. It's a 1v5 rise. Give us your best clutch attempt.
Time for a wake-up call.
Oh, return back to the bomb site, greeted by one of the logic bombs.
Là, ils sont donnés, hein. J'ai tué le mec dans le main, t'as double spawn. Non, mais là, il y a eu un excès de confiance, là, en fait. Ah, on les tient, là. On n'est pas des salopes. On les baisse, frère. Ils se prennent pour qui, là? C'est du random de merde, là. Go les baiser.
Can't tell if he's upset by the general state of things.
Yeah,
or upset with his team. Either way, obviously an emotional conversation that is occurring there. BDS very nearly bounced back after 4 frustrating rounds for the team. With a flawless? No, but nearly.
Yeah.
Single death, that was it. But the death was required to determine the location of the last lost one player and then get the pick. BDS finally get on the board. It comes after their timeout. More like that. That's what we need. And I mean, hey, what happened in the previous map? Loss, blow 2 rounds. BDS wins them, they call a timeout. Loss wins 6 rounds in a row.
Yeah.
The same thing happened in the very first map too. BDS went up 4-0. Loss called a timeout, and they win 4 of the next 5 rounds. Unfortunately, it was a little bit too much. They were in too deep of a hole. BDS are about to do the same thing as long as they can win a couple more rounds. They'll be in very familiar territory for us in this matchup.
Yeah.
But again, how steep is that climb?
One thing to note is that Lost One last round were defending Master Bedroom bomb site. They're going straight back to it. Characteristically, you're not going to do that unless it's because you deem that what happened is not something that's supposed to happen, right? Maya, with that amount of adrenaline, just flew out the window, had to take a gunfight, got shut down. And it just seemed kind of like Lost One had this very aggressive type of a round. They're not going to do that again, right? Now we're playing more organized. One Maya discs, playing passive. No Oryx, keep it barriers. Now we're going to make BDS problem solve this library situation, this library hold, and not give them any easy way in. So that's going to change the entire flow of this round to come.
As we see with these Azami players, you want to stay upstairs in library. Use your Kiba barriers to establish basically deployable shields that prevent the opponents from getting to you. Make them expend those explosives so that they can have a clear line of sight, a clear line of attack. Alems just walks right in. Loban looked lost, droned out, and in a panic, decided not to go up library stairs, but instead goes down into the ground, 6 feet under.
It's also very much alone. I mean, Although for members of Lost One, they're on the bomb site itself, lobbing basement blue stairs essentially so far of his teammates. That's a risk and a half.
It's an engagement that doesn't go in either player's way. EFAC just outside of the bathroom window, but an escape for Lost One. Back over towards Solarium. Oh, wait a minute. Maya might want to actually go for something here on this window. By Piano. There's a Claymore on the ground. A jump out would be very ill-advised. Maya doesn't have any impacts in his pocket, so can't toss it down. Can't be of use. He'll die to the Claymore. At best, trades out 1v1, gets the kill before the Claymore ultimately does him in. Still searching for double digits. The closest player in the lobby, 2 double digits at the moment. Down goes Dash to Alems. BDS so desperately need yet another round. EFAC missing out on the Aruni of Rise. Maybe a sightline is there to be found. 2 Surya gates prevent him from rappelling in without taking any damage. The flash goes in as BDS are stacked up by the office wall. Toxic gas lingers in front of their path. Maya waiting for the jump out, but nobody's going to give it to him. Gets his attention, but that's just about it. All the while, the clock is continuing to go down. Dots dies. EFAC traded out. Shaiko walks right into Maya's waiting arms. Diffuser planted, so now Maya will scramble. He and Rise are the last 2 left. Losing in the engagement against Brede. Rise in the very familiar position. Almost right where his teammate had passed away from. BDS with 3 sets of eyes. Rise absolutely 0 intel off of this one. Finds the first player of BDS but loses the duel. BDS 2 in a row, and that's the first half in the books.
As long as Maya's alive, I don't really think it matters what BDS tries to do, because that man right now is just finding these absurd kills. I mean, that is a post-plan 3 versus 5. He's still almost on 3 kills in a single magazine. Pistol whips, almost gets another. It's a huge play from him. 4-2 scoreline, BDS, they're still in it. They go on defense. They start basement as well, also hovering the Mira and the Maestro. So BDS, if they're not comfortable in their gunfighting capabilities right now, they no longer have to rely on it as much as when they're on the attacking side, because now you stout the entire map in your control, and you can set up these problems for the enemy to solve. Now the only downside is, Lost One, they're playing Latam. And the best Chalet team in the world, arguably, is W7M. They're also from that same region. They scrim each other quite a bit, I can imagine. I don't think there are many problems you can put in their face they don't have a solution for. The second they see the setup, 4 attacker remix goes through. Double Heartbreach, Hibana and Thermite. So ranged and quote-unquote melee Heartbreach. Capital Fire and Smokes. Twitch smokes and the Twitch drones that can clear out utility and the mirror windows themselves. Lost One, they have a task ahead of them, but it seems like they have it all under control so far. Brede being wise here, checking the drone hole, gets the first drone. 1 sap went off, not sure what it found, maybe nothing, maybe a jammer. Main breach can be opened up from Lost One, but they choose to go elsewhere instead. Logan on 1 hot breach on that office balcony. Gonna start droning at the top floor and see what the whereabouts are. Twitch drone successfully gets the first mirror window in library. That's gonna make the entry a lot easier for them once they go there.
A lot of value out of this Twitch drone just in the early phases of the round. I like the Capitao pick a lot.
Underrated, as far as I would say.
I like the Capitao pick. I like the Twitch pick. Lems gets a drone, but it's immediately shot out. At least the Pest has done its job of stopping the drone from getting any information. Maybe temporarily.
Stun grenade out.
Flash goes in, out on the balcony. Lost One has struggled with being able to get into the building on time. Skyscraper, issue was there. Villa, issue wasn't quite as prevalent. But with half of the round still to go, Lost One's focus is just on clearing that top floor, which, mind you, can be a very sticky situation for teams. But this is a snowmobile basement defense.
In general, Lost One just seems to kind of need to feel out their opponent, right? They need 2 or 3 attacking rounds to kind of warm up to it. Then they start doing what they actually want to do, it seems like. At least in the previous maps. They still got a minute. The pace here isn't too far off. The only concerning thing is that it's a 5v5, so it's gonna get really bloody once you know that execute comes through, because there are 5 guns on both sides of this.
Bomb has been located.
This wall. There's the base and bomb side.
But I absolutely love it when 9 or 10 players are still alive in the final 20 seconds.
So much.
It is brutally tough to watch and brutally tough to cast, but so brutally exciting at the same time. Is that a drop?
Yeah, he dropped.
EFAC reads into Dash's position, loses the fight. Maya gunned down by Shaiko Alems as well, stopping them from getting closer to the bomb site. Renshiro with one, Loban another. Lost one, trail in terms of these numbers. Another drop from Dash, but you can't outduel that F2. It's just got too high of a fire rate. There's a wake of bodies that often get left by a Twitch. Now it's Dots to drop, makes noise. Nitro Cell goes out, Dots pushes the engagement, sets us up for a 1v1 with Shaiko, but we'll need to plant. Close enough to that 7-second timer. Shaiko will need to run in, and he should be able to get it, but he falls off at the last second, denying BDS and Shaiko the kill. Clock gives it to the French squad. That's their 3rd in a row.
The one thing that Lost One did not achieve in that round was breaking the floor inside of Fireplace, get some of that verticality onto the members of BDS, pushing them further back towards the bomb site, denying that mirror window location. It was either a mixture of A, didn't have enough time, or B, didn't have enough soft destruction in the right position to do so. Either way, it was their demise in the end. And BDS, they can start building up these rounds to tie things up. A atypical operator, League Effect, bring out the Ella on Chalet. We don't see that very often, but when it does get picked, it's to deny these entry points that you don't necessarily have that much information about. The thing about, you know, the Banshees of Melusi, barbed wire, the beat boops that we call them, those motion detectors, they don't make an audio sound that is necessarily that loud. It can be hard to kind of figure out in the midst of a round of a gunfight and whatnot. But the Grismot mines, they go boom. They're very unique and distinct to find, so when you slap them down on important areas, it can be basement stairs, it can be somewhere far in the distance, typically you'll hear it. You'll know something's going on. Combine that with 2 pieces of barbed wire, and it gives you a ton of information. You hear a barbed wire punch, you know they're there. Christmas mine goes off, you know they're there instead. Of course, the gun, the Scorpion, that's a bit of a different story. Some people love it, and some people simply just hate it. Again, the switch drone value, 1 Griswold mine found on the West Main stairs going up from the basement.
Not just intel, but also, yeah, taking out all these different gadgets that have been thrown out by the defenders.
Yeah.
Alems was spotted in the process. Lost one, quick to be in the building, still over 2 minutes to go. West Main wall being shot up. Alems is in that same area, and that DMR packs a punch. He gets slaughtered by Dash. Lost one after winning those 4 rounds in a row, have now surrendered 3 in a row to Team BDS. These teams love their streaks. Map 1, BDS wins 4 in a row. Lost then wins 3 in a row, back and forth, relatively, until the matchup ends. BDS wins 2 on Villa. Lost wins 6 in a row. Now, Lost One have won 4 in a row, and BDS have won 3 in a row. There is no seesaw here, and if there is, it's taken a while for it to hit the ground and bounce right back up.
Shag was playing do or die instead of office. 2 walls reinforced towards master bedroom. Lost One could say, we want this free kill, but the thing is, Shaco is never really truly a free kill to be found. League Effect is have a backup. Crossfire's there. He's a rotate out actually. Could escape if he wants to. Oh. That is always scary. They fall back. They waste some time, deny the information. Lost One have to re-drone that area again. The clone gets shot. You have to assume he might still be around. Library balcony here from Dots and Lobin has to make something work for them. Because again, time is a problem. 45 seconds left.
There go the Candelas. Dash on the precipice. Bride ends him, but it's another high rate of fire weapon in the hands of EFAC to slaughter that player from Lost One. Maya up top, 12 kills to his name. But when he drops into the lobby, it'll be Shaiko to confront him, unless Lobin can get to him first. Unaware that there's one playing under the stairs, Shaiko just needs to wait and hear those footsteps, play off of the audio, play off of his teammates as well. It's a standoff between these teams. The site is pretty much empty. It's anyone's for the taking. Who will take it first? Loban with one on Bride, taken out by Shaiko. The Storm low on ammunition. He needs to go for a reload. Diffuser going down, stopped in its tracks by EFAC. And that's the clock yet again to give it to BDS. 2 rounds in a row that BDS has won thanks to the seconds running out.
Yeah.
It's a tie game, Nick.
It is tied up 4-4. Time running out is one problem. Yes, that BDS played that 2v2 beauty. Look at this. Shaiko, he plays a distraction game. Levac sneaks on in. The cover is looking the wrong direction. So Levac denies the plant. Oh no. Is he gonna be the coach buff? Last one. Because every time this happens, they get like 4 rounds in a row at least. He's very calm this time. Very different tone for the timeout on Villa. They recognize they have the lead in a good spot. Well, they're 4-4, but they had the lead. They're not making glaring mistakes either. It's small things, really.
Much calmer this time.
Much calmer, yeah.
Much calmer. Again, one thing that we've been trying out, Nick and I in particular, I can't speak for the other casters, but a couple days ago, Nick and I realized that we could hear the comms of the teams quite clearly, whether it be the players or the coaches, and, well, we do enough talking for multiple lifetimes. Things that we say are not always as interesting as the actual commentary that you get from the teams, whether it be a mid-round listen-in, a post-round bit of smack talk, or a coach trying to shore up the weaknesses of a team that is clearly struggling. Losing 4 rounds in a row, lost 1 is clearly struggling. Unfortunately, we can't speak Portuguese. But if there's anybody who can speak Portuguese listening, hopefully you gain some valuable insight. We are also content creators because this creates content wherein people who speak these languages can turn around and translate for the greater community.
It's true.
We're really humble people. Either way, when Lost One took their timeout previously, all the way back on Villa, there was frustration, there was anger, there was lots of shouting, impassioned. It was far quieter and far calmer. I think that's because up to that point, Lost One had not really seen any measurable success on these 2 maps, not to their own standards. 7-4 victory on map number 2, I suppose, is enough to kind of calm the nerves a little bit.
Yeah, I suppose you can say there is disappointment, and then there is acknowledging that you can do better. And I think that's a very big difference between that tactical timeout and the one prior. Last one, as I mentioned, they have done good on Chile so far. They truly have. This is not them throwing away rounds, besides maybe that crazy aggressive spawn peak, but that can go 50-50 either way. If Maya jumps out and gets 2 kills, I mean, then they maybe win the round instead of lose the round. We can't fault players taking risks and seeing opportunities, because that's how clutch and crazy moments they arise. Last one, they are still playing it very calm and collected, which last round on bar attack wasn't a problem for them. Planting at the very last dire few seconds in the round. BDS are punishing it very, very well. No echo being brought out from BDS in a way that surprises me. But at the same time, not a lot of safety nets or safety areas rather to be on drones for 20-30 seconds at a time. Good gun, however. That 1.5% echo can go a long way, but Bride goes on Maestro instead. Similar job. Downstairs bomb site defense, but the action's all upstairs. League Effect finds Dot and Candelas, they go flying.
They absolutely do, but first kill goes to BDS, traded back really quickly. 1 minute to go in this round. Lost One's pacing has been the main focal point for them on attack. It's like they get bogged down, lost in a quagmire, but they're finding kills right now. EFAC is gone. BDS trail in terms of numbers, and both Renshiro and Alems are exceptionally weak. Well, Alems, he's quite weak. He's dead. Renshiro's next up, same window. Will he inhabit the same spot that Alems was laid to rest? Droned out on those library solarium stairs, or on those trophy solarium stairs, rather. He knows that there's an engagement, losing more HP, trying to get away, but look at this. Lost one, if 4 players still alive, they've isolated Renshiro. He's close enough to the bomb site that he can still make some serious noise, and he does just that. Renshiro with 2. Suddenly, it's Loban in a 1v2, and as he drops, there's 2 separate players from BDS who can make something happen. They won't expose themselves. Renshiro! He's inside a trophy, and those are trophy kills. BDS, 5 rounds in a row.
We can praise friends all we want, but every single player and every single team needs a friend like Brede. The suppressing fire all the way from dining with the ult, it's turning the members of Lost One's heads toward his direction, and Renshi, he gets into a better position because of it. Disgusting shots that he's hitting, but the supportive network from BDS in these 2v2s or 2v3s is turning the tide in their favor. The first time on Chalet, BDS are in the lead. Leafak just opens the hatch casually, jumps up, says, I don't need stairs. I'm faster than that. I'm Oryx. I'll jump up the hatch instead.
Life is too short for stairs.
Whoop. Reminds me of the robots do it better as well. Curious now. Lost One, operator-wise, what they can do. I personally, for some of these bomb sites, basement is one of them. I'm a big fan of Ossa, personally. Sit down that Talon Shield, play behind it, makes life a bit easier. I like the Jackal, try and find some members of BDS that are roaming around, because they will be roaming around the map indeed. They keep forcing out the Ying, which honestly, if you get to the bomb site, is not a bad thing at all, but I don't think they have enough time to fully execute with the gadgetry available. And the Candelians don't really do anything for the first 2 minutes of the round, if not 2.5 minutes. And that is where Lost One, they're falling short. It's not an execute. They're getting pretty far to the bomb site, but they need a bigger advantage and more time to fully operate that execute.
Maya, absolutely the standout performer on Lost One. And really kind of covering up for the fact that 2 players, one of whom should really be performing better, Dash in this particular instance, though to be fair, playing more of a support role on attack here, kind of papering over the issues that they've had.
Rise is in. Most of Lost One they are. Pace is looking good. 1:45 to go. BDS mostly forced back towards the bomb site, which is in the basement, so far off this top floor hold, but look at the verticality here. Sledge from Rise has to be enabled now. Get into Fireplace momentarily, open up that soft floor, make BDS's lives in the basement a complete nightmare to play in. That is how you're gonna break this round apart. You can get most things denied, gadgetry, wall deny. Verticality gives you everything here.
You know, people often forget that you can actually use those Candela charges like fuse cluster.
Oh yeah, dropped in the floor, yeah? Yeah.
Could easily just put it in the floor and then it drops down below in that electric light show. Oh. Nitro Cell goes off. BDS pick up kill number 1, and it's the Sledge gone. The bulk of your soft destruction completely removed. Suppose you still have the secondary shotgun for Loban as an insurance policy, but you don't really want to be using that. That's more of in a pinch.
It's also too slow with 40 seconds. You want the hammer on the block. Block is banned. The Sledge is dead. You just lost your biggest advantage.
Down goes the grenade. Opens up the opportunity for the wall to be breached forward. Lost One, get 3 very fast kills. Dash in particular. It's like the reverse caster curse. Said he wasn't doing well enough, and suddenly he's doing more than enough. Brede has an answer for that. The 2 players from BDS were outnumbered, doubled up on. But if there's ever a chance for you to push to match point, this is it. It'll all fall onto the shoulders of EFAC as Brede is now gone from Loban on main stairs, but they know where he is. They've isolated him, and he's good as gone. Lost One break the 5-round streak that BDS was on, and they've now tied the game themselves.
Find those kills, made all the difference. It comes down to gunfights time and time again. Bomb site-wise, if BDS, well, they start losing these rounds as they, just did, they had to question where to go next. It's been relatively easy for them. They went basement, they won. They went bar, they won. They went diving, they won. Then they try and, follow that same rotation. They go basement for a second time. They lose it. Instead of going back there immediately, they're going to go to that second victory. That was bar. But if they lose bar now, not only is Lost One going to be a match point, 6-5, but also, where do you go next? Every single bomb site's open, but none of them right now are granting you the assault that you need. That can be some of the toughest decisions to make on a match point as a defender. Where do we go to win? That is the plan. Sometimes you're choosing where you go to lose. Have to see out. Bar first is on the table in front of us. All 5 attackers getting re-picked. Nothing really standing out too much, but there is one familiar face that we saw in Villa earlier. The finger being brought back to life. They want that boost in the gunfights. The revive across the map. That extra bit of health if you take a bit of damage. It can really go a long distance for you.
Very pivotal round. It's my favorite round in Rainbow Six, by the way. It's my favorite round. Why? Because no matter who wins, we go to match point. This could be the penultimate round. It's so exciting. Dots is on more of that support-oriented role at the moment on Finka. 2 and 8. I can understand why you would want to take a bit of a backseat, let the others get the kills. A big round from Loban and a big round from Dash after they'd also had semi-disappointing performances in their capacities as fraggers. EFAC finding the very first player on Lost One. Down goes Dots. That was the Finka. 2 and 9 in a pivotal match is just simply not good enough on that roll.
Did he jump in the window?
I don't know.
Diffuser, he did with Diffuser. That has to be an accidental, a mistake. Jumping in might have been intentional, but with Diffuser there is no way. And League Effect punishes Loban afterwards as well. That could be the round for Lost One. Diffuser in Library is the worst place it could possibly be in, as that's under control of the defenders entirely, especially with those 2 deaths. League Effect might just have done the biggest play of this match so far for his sake. Let's see if Lost One can pull it back.
Feeling eerily similar to what we saw where these teams were streaking. There was a single round to break that streak, but then business carried on as usual. And it sure seems like business as usual for BDS. Showing signs as the team that won the major in Jönköping. Maya can make some magic happen though. That 1v4 clutch has to be up there for one of the finest plays of this tournament so far. Wait to see if there's anything that can top it. For now though, Maya's only good enough for a single kill in that engagement. Rise is good enough for 1 too, but there's 3 more. And there's very limited HP of Rise. Not much Rise to go around. 30 seconds to go. This is winnable. So I don't expect that we're going to see him take a step back and maybe pause like we've seen before. He doesn't have any gadgets, so that's the problem. No flashbangs, Nick. No EE1D. And because he had to shoot through that mudroom door, they know exactly where he is. Wandering through a part of the map where he can't get wallbanged is not a bad thing, but then he has to go through a doorway that's going to be watched by multiple people. Brede gets the final kill of the round. BDS on Suni's point.
Now the pressure really is on.
SI continues, and who is ready for Group D, which stands for delightfully deceiving? Because you know who's at the top? Heroic. And I don't think many people were anticipating that.
I really like the fact that Jackie opened this up by throwing shade. That's honestly really...
What? I'm not throwing shade.
I didn't know that you had it in you, honestly. That's
We're
great.
proud of Heroic. Numero uno right now.
That's juicy already.
Okay, Jacob. I was trying to be positive, but I guess I see it.
You know.
Okay, well, anyway, M80 versus Heroic, our first Group D Stream A matchup. But real talk, Jesse, Heroic's going to be put to the test here by M80. Say no?
No, they will. They will.
I just tossed you in French.
Jackie, I'm from Alberta. I do not speak that language. I'm sorry.
Really? Not even a little bit?
Not even a little bit, Jackie.
Okay.
The guys on M80, at least one of them will. We got a French-Canadian there, Spirits, and
you speak Siege, so.
I do speak Siege, Jackie. It'll be an interesting game, I think, between these two squads. Certainly, I think M80 will be the favorites for a lot of people, but Heroic, they're no pushovers.
For sure. So M80 has only played one game. They got the W. Jacob, they've actually looked quite coordinated.
I'd say they're still on track to win their group. I know that there's a lot of people that disagree with the sentiment. I still think that they're, if not the best North American team here, then they're definitely on pace for it. Obviously, Sonics have come into the fray and they've done things with Citizen faster than we thought they were going to do things with Citizen, but they're still definitely on pace to do what we thought that they were going to do coming into this group. I'm honestly pretty happy with what I saw from that game against FaZe, and ultimately what I saw from Heroic beating Secret doesn't really still my confidence in M80 at all. So stop giving me that look.
Third or fourth, I'm saying for NA.
Third or fourth?
Third or fourth. Sonics are better than M80 right now. Auction look better than M80 right now. Dark Zero, we'll see. We'll see how that one ends up
Oxygen
going.
looked better than M80, yet they threw that game against BDS yesterday right at the very end.
It's BDS? No shade in that. This is the best team in the world that you're talking about right there, Jacob.
Fighting again. Okay, Jacob, let's pivot here. So M80 is in the middle of their group right now. Stats-wise, though, I want to pick your brain. How are they lining up against the other teams?
Okay, just to clarify, they're only in the middle of their group because they've played one game and they got 3 points off of it, and both FaZe and Heroic have already played 2, but specifically for M80, when they came into today, they were 59% on attack, 65% on defense. By comparison to the rest of the averages present in this Invitational, that is third place in both attack and defense coming into today.
That's
now,
impressive.
obviously, there were some teams that were above them in that respect, so since then, some of these may have changed. For example, like the Sonics themselves haven't played Oxygen, will have differed a little bit. M&M are now above them on both attack and defense, theoretically. They might even be #1, but this is still a really good start for M80 in just their first game when it was a little bit back and forth in that very first contest against FaZe. There were some questions to be ironed out, but they feel like coming right back after that boot camp that things are on track with where they were supposed to be. And this is great news considering we didn't know what Gomez's situation was going to look like initially. He was one who had to fly to the other side of the country. They had to fly from Brazil to New York to do some of this preparation, and they're looking fantastic so far.
Yeah, I mean, I can't deny it, right? M80 are looking good. Even if I don't think they're #1 in NA, they are looking good. They are. I think Diaz has got to be a player that you have to highlight from this squad. He's currently, I believe, 3rd highest rated coming into today out of all players at the event. You can't ignore a stat like that, as well as the attack and defensive stats that we just looked at earlier. And he's the top player from his region. Whether you consider him a North American player or a Brazilian player, he was #1 coming into today. So a lot of firepower here from M80. Diaz, one of the top support players undoubtedly in the world right now. They're a strong squad. You can't deny that.
No, we cannot deny that. And you know what? We cannot deny Heroic is at the top of Group D. But Jacob, I was chatting with you earlier, and it looks nice on paper, but you're like, I actually don't think they're off to a great start.
Yeah,
so
again,
explain.
It's fantastic on paper, but that's really the only place that it looks that great. The biggest thing to note is that they beat a Secret team that were chalked after map 1, went into map 2, and very nearly 7-0'd them. So
we've got some entry stats that I think should be paid attention to because this is by far Heroic's strong point. They have been a phenomenal entry team. However, when you take a look at their SI entries, right, whilst they're still good, and so were their stage 3s, right, this was a good stage 3 on the entry game for them as well, at the 6 Invitational, they have played some less than ideal teams on entry. They played Dark Zero, who were unfortunately the 3rd lowest entry team coming into this event on the year, and they played Secret, who were the lowest entry team on the year. So there were some, there's some caveats to that. However, Now they play M80, and who might be the second lowest rated entry team in the year, Jacob?
There's no way it's M80.
M80 when you consider the whole year together. M80, only 49.1% on entry stats. Most teams at 6 Invitational are above that 50%. So whilst Heroic may have gotten a bit of an easier group when it comes to this one particular stat, it's not like it's not going to keep continuing for them, at least in this game today.
Honestly, it gives a little bit of a vibe of SI21 back when it was Cloud9 doing phenomenal on entry, and that was the only real bright spot. They were great in the early game. They were good at establishing control in the mid game, and then when it came time to execute, that's where things fell off the train tracks. And as far as we've seen from Heroic, that seems to be the one area where if they do excel, they can push it a little way into a round, but then being able to finish, whether it's by getting a case down or by finding all the frags they need on attack, it doesn't always work out that way. So it's a good test against an M80 squad that themselves are also really, really good at holding you out of a bomb site for as long as possible and having 1 or 2 roamers to deter that execute for as long as the round requires.
One player I gotta highlight who I think has really been showing up for Heroic is their brand new player, Noodle. 12-6 on those entry stats, which is of course what I've been highlighting so far on this desk. 6-2 on attack when it comes to the entry. Really fantastic start up from him. Of course, a Polish kid, but he's coming from a team called Skullcracker down in Mexico. Bit of an interesting story. He's obviously played a lot in Tier 2 Europe. He's from EU, but he did go down, play a stage inside of Mexico. And back there, he was not really a big entry player. Like, he didn't have a ton of entry engagements in general. His team, obviously, a bit of a different caliber than the one that he's on right now. But he's come over to Heroic, and he's got the most opening kills on this squad, which is really, really impressive considering that Heroic themselves have the most opening picks of any team so far in SI.
Yeah, I think a big point is whenever you have a transfer window right before an event like this, the guys who come in for the first time onto a new team should be looked at about as much as they can be looked at, because it's such a big deal to come into a world championship and make a roster change with somebody unproven. Noodle so far, even though we can't say he's been a huge standout on a team that's been doing fantastically, it's nice that we're able to look at him in a very small package and understand what his skill set is, and also understand that when Heroic are scouting for new talent, so far they seem like they found someone who will be able to take them to good things in the future, if not immediately. It's a really nice first impression for somebody like Noodle, and if he hasn't already been highlighted, let's make sure that we give it to him.
Okay, I am hearing that our map bans are ready. They're up on your screen right now, so taking in this information. Jesse, how do you feel?
Well, I feel pretty good for Heroic because we had a short chat with Mr. Officer just before this game, and he basically, one or the same, one or the other. He basically predicted this map ban phase perfectly, right? It seems like they are aware of it. He said we're going to play Club, Border, and then he said Chalet is a decider, but he said maybe Bank instead of Chalet, and that's exactly what happened. The final ban did go between those two maps. M80 decided to ban out Chalet instead of Bank, but all in all, I think that this is a pretty solid pool for them. M80, of course, picking Clubhouse. That's what Heroic ended up predicting. It's a map that certainly has been a bit of a struggle map for Heroic. They did have a couple of games back at BDS in the EUL finals where it was very close, and then they had lost to, or sorry, they played against Team Secret just yesterday, which was an 8-7 game. So all in all, I mean, that pick maybe makes a bit of sense for M80. Their pick as well, though, from the Heroic side, 5 wins and only 1 loss this year on Border. It's a very good one for them. So of course they're going to be quite comfortable heading into this one.
Yeah, that was a bit curious. I'm wondering whether we'd actually see Border picked because they played it against Dark Zero 2 days ago and beat them on it when it was DZ's map pick. I'm wondering how much of that is confidence that's spilling over from day 1 into day 3. But overall, it's going to turn into a frag fest. That's exactly how Border plays every time. And then, like, Xset, back when they played it in the NAL, are just as scrappy as this current M80 team is, and they'll probably play it in the exact same way. Should be a good one.
Okay, so you guys, I've been slipping up.
Why?
Have you?
I have been, because I think for the last few series, I forgot to ask y'all predictions. So guess what? I made sure to leave ample time to hear what your predictions are for this match.
M80.
Okay.
Are you saying anything else besides that?
No.
I saved all this time for it.
No, it's okay.
Okay,
well,
so now you're going to dance in front of the camera for us then?
No, I'm just going to say
okay,
M80.
M80. What about you?
I'll put some time for you, Jackie. I think this will be a tough game to call. Like, I think M80 obviously had a great start to this SI, and I can't deny that. However, we still have to look back towards that stage 3 where they were having those problems, and I don't know if it was the cleanest game against FaZe Clan. So it's going to be close. I'll pick Heroic just to make it a little interesting on the desk. Let's go for it, right? right? The EU boys coming through against M80. They can absolutely pull this one off.
If anybody from the North American League production pool is listening to this broadcast, is there any chance I can get a non-NA anti-duo heading into next year, please?
Non-NA. I'm so NA biased in every other respect, but you know what? Let's pick her up.
Y'all are always fighting.
Not biased enough, clearly.
I guess.
Let's get things rolling here. And this is not a fluke. Our casters are Fluke and Dev. Get it?
Oh, yeah.
Jesse, you're so nice. Jacob does not entertain me at all.
Dev's casting?
Yeah.
Let's go, Dev.
Let's go, Dev.
Dev Mata.
Oh, man. We also have a Stream B pre-show, so don't go anywhere.
Bye, Jackie. Thank you. Thank you so much for the thread. Yes, Dev is casting. What an honor. I get to bring the Australian face of Rainbow Six Siege. It's a very big title I've just given you.
It's a very big face.
To help fill in, Hap is still ill. A face with a lovely moustache now. Everyone's, I mean, it's powerful.
Thank you. That's what I'm going for, actually. Now, I think in order to emulate Hap properly, I'll need to go like this, and I would try and put on a Dutch accent, but that would only offend people.
Oh, that would go well.
We have too many Dutch people that work with us that I don't want to put a foot wrong with them.
I don't know if our observer's Dutch. I think it might be Sayano instead. We have the NA observer. We have an NA team that had a day off yesterday. If you've somehow missed how this group has shaped up, well, NA has had a little bit of an ups and a downs with it. Dark Zero is very much the downside of that, but they did beat Heroic only just on day one.
Yeah, in fact, Heroic have still managed to achieve first place in the group. They got the consolation point from winning one map against DZ, and that does put them first place in the group. M80, on the other hand, have only played the one game. It did go to 2-1, and they'll be looking to take that mantle, potentially of first place. I always love it when we call M80 a North American team, because this is the most Brazilian team that doesn't live in Brazil I have ever seen.
Yeah, it's like the idea is like, you know, Jacob, he loves his bias, he lives by it and waves the flag. Fair enough. You know, you do what you do. It's a team that I think, you know, it has aspects outside of North America. It has aspects above North America as well. And I mean, it's seeing if they can try and translate into the game. You have this very interesting thing with M80 is from all the rosters, they're still technically quite new. There's a lot of young faces, a lot of young gunners in this, and here's an obvious side-by-side that we just had before versus one of the oldest gunners the game at this tournament, technically, in Uno, that sort of has, nowadays, a collection of his own young gunners.
Yeah, well, absolutely. While there's no doubt that Uno is the most experienced player in the server going into this match, funnily enough, while M80 is a relatively new team, they haven't made a roster change in 11 months, ever since this Brazilian experiment began. But now they are going up against Heroic, fresh on the back of their own roster changes and looking to stay on top of the group.
There's something that I really enjoy about M80, and it's really hard to place because they're really hard to place. You have a huge amount of teams that have made big impacts on the majors throughout the year. They're a team that's shown up at a couple of majors throughout the year as well. You would have known them potentially by their previous name of XSET, people at home. They recently changed org. But they never really shout home about it, you know.
This is the thing for me with M80. Back when they were XSET, their performance in Berlin stunned a lot of people. And I was thinking, if they're able to emulate that, if they're about to relive their former glory, then absolutely, they could end up first in Group D. But as it stands at the moment, Group D has been a bit of a bloodbath. You got Heroic and M80 joined by FaZe, DZ, and Team Secret, none of which are clear standouts at this point.
I mean, that's it. If M80 take the 4 points here, I mean, not including the result that's happening on the game on the opposite stream, then suddenly they leapfrog themselves up from third place to first place. There's only really been a little bit of clean points in this group. And even then, those two teams that got clear points lost. One of them being FaZe that lost against M80. It's that sort of story where everybody is still in the stage of kind of beating everybody. We're on the third day. We're getting deeper and deeper into the group. There's only really one team that's starting the day without any points in Secret. Maybe they finish the same way. Who knows?
We'll see, but as for jumping straight into Border here, the big thing for me seeing that operator ban phase fly by is the fact that Azami has actually managed to sneak through a very powerful operator on this defense, and in fact the last time Heroic played this map, it was just 2 days ago against DZ, and DZ themselves banned the Azami in that game. Leaving her in, I do wonder what Noodle's going to be going for. There's a lot of possible opportunities to use that operator, particularly when you're holding CC, holding Break Room. You can see the castle in tandem as well. This one right here, that keeper barrier is fantastic. Gives you so much mobility around CCTV. And we can see Noodle already beginning to make this area his domain.
Yeah, pressure underneath. Sloth is sort of trying to meet them at the turn of the face, but turns face and gets out of there before things come to a shove. The thing about Border, when you have Castle on, you're going to get extensions. You add the Azami onto that as well. As you said, unbanned, it turns it into a little bit more of a claustrophobic space, which when it's a map where you can sort of shoot from one top-end corner to the other through 3 layers of soft, it does change a couple of the approaches that can otherwise be pushed against you. The approaches that we really need to see locked in and solidified here by Heroic. M80, they're quick to get in underneath. They're trying to do some devastation. The one thing that I'm super curious about is that Ossa in the top left. Oh, and the top left of your screen is where we just see Doom get deleted by Spirits.
Very strong start here from Spirits, who's had a phenomenal year, by the way. Of all the players at the tournament, he had the 4th highest rating throughout the 2022 season. And he's already kicked off this game with a bang. He's downstairs, and likely, I expect, going to be going some vertical nades with that sledge.
This is the plan. They're going to see if they can try and get that Talon shield just played right in front of the door and then get the kit planted behind it. It's a 2-step process. The first is clearing the space around the site itself. The second, as you said, the important part, the verticality. If that is in your favor, you might be able to do some damage here. And if it's not, well, they're going to have an easier time getting that kit planted. The C4 doesn't get the catch. The drone does, at least. Here comes the motion. There's the talent shield. There's the deploy. There's going for the plant, and Spirits with a hell of a take underneath. They pull themselves back. They set a second one so they don't get rotated on as they've got complete control. The E1D pops off. Noodle tries to, but Yoga has the lockdown on the far end, and they don't even need to get their kit down.
My oh my, what a banging start for M80. Beautiful way that they executed that Archives plant, using that Ossa as you mentioned. Always a risky play going for it. It doesn't take much. A C4, an impact grenade, and your strat can be in the bin. But it was executed to perfection. 2 opening picks for M80. No explosives to deny the Osa's presence. And a nice execute forces Heroic to consider their options. They're not going to retry Armory. They're going downstairs to give Vents and Workshop a shot.
I mean, there really wasn't anything that was out of place there for M80. The control underneath, the setup of where they wanted to plant. At that point, Kino could have been doing his own thing. Irrelevant of what the rest of the gunners were doing, he was happy, singing a little song to himself, setting up his shields and chop, and ready to put that kit down and just sort of do his job. And then he looks up and he's like, oh, the round's over. Everybody's dead.
And I gotta say, Heroic don't have as much recent experience playing against Ossa on this map as perhaps they would like going against a team like M80. Against DZ, DZ banned out the operator, and the time before Heroic played Border, it was against Team Liquid at the Yonchiping Major, and they themselves banned out the Ossa. So clearly not an operator that they personally like to play against on the map. M80, though, won't be bringing it in the second rounds. Kino's instead gone for some hard breach here with the ace, and probably quite warranted, as you're likely to go for a top take. Joom's already kicked off the affairs with a bit of a peek outside of CCTV. He takes that and runs away with it.
Yeah, we're going to see a bit of that from Doom throughout this showdown. It caused a lot of problems in the first play day that they played, and he seems to try and keep that medal going. That's the thing about this Heroic roster. If you're unfamiliar with the sad news that came into this isn't the current roster. They've had to have last-minute fill-ins, and from that, you've just got to sort of buy an idea and build around it. Sloth was the player that stepped in to try and offer some support here, and they're a fantastic gunner, but still, you really need to keep that momentum alive in those players that are your traditional gunners here. Gomez on the back end in the role of the IQ, someone who has absolutely skyrocketed in pick rate throughout this tournament, whether it's just to counter a Solace. Not this time. She is obviously off the board.
Yeah, but Doom hasn't given up yet. Here at 90, just misses the shot, but peels back. Heroic know full well they have the advantage. Opening pick, they can fall back as well. Jesse on the desk mentioned a lot about how Heroic are the best team at the event at these opening engagements, and you can see the way that they're playing off of their advantage is perfect as well. Grizzly having this beautiful mirror window to face anyone here on the balcony. Actually going to try and C4, but oh, he does actually clear the aces. That's pretty nice.
In the meantime, Diaz is able to find Sloth on the back end. Gomez gets the head of Doom as well. All this pressure's coming across, and just look at that. An absolute explosion over the second story there. Sort of left a little bit in the wake in the dust of M80 just cleaning their way across. That C4 does get a clean catch onto Gomez. The Pulse trying to hunt through these players.
Oh, no way.
There's another, but Kino. Ooh, quick reactions. Dips tail, gets out of there and makes sure he doesn't suffer the same fate from underneath. Noodle, though. How long has he gone unchecked? How long will he go unchecked? And how much will he hold his nerve?
E1D roars out. Diaz suspicious of a player in that office position. You can see M80 oh so cautious, and Kino's going to drop down. It's got to be on Uno to hold down the side, but Kino's going to take this 1v1.
Oh, he's getting the read. He pre-fires. He probably has no idea that the player is down at that point. And Noodle, an expansive fight to fight here as he's given a bit of the game away. He gets the down onto the first. He probably won't be able to make it above the planter in time to get the second, and it's a post-plant. They slip their way instantly out the room. One on the window, one on the door itself. It's a very tricky retake if they give you nothing. Sometimes you have to take huge risks. You might see if he can get the player back up in time. Drops through, goes for the call. That's it. See if you can try and force this into a 2 versus 2. Obviously, time is still that precious thing. Noodle does have a C4 into pocket, but look at the positions. I believe they've popped themselves up onto the school bus outside. They're going for a long-range angle, and they're making sure that it works. 14 seconds. None of it seen, and M80 get their second round.
Excellent start for M80. They played that post-plant position to a T. Not a lot that Heroic can do in that position, and really the round was won in that mid-round, dealing with that armory position and those vertical players, those roamers from Heroic. It looked like originally M80 was going to stall out, trying to clear that mirror from outside the balcony, but instead they rotated some players, they snuck in on the back. It was a perfect way to pick apart that defense.
All right, Heroic. Back to square one, back to the start of the sort of turn of the phase. And although there's a repick, I'm well aware. Let's see if they stick with this idea, potentially built behind a glass and some smokes. A few dangerous places you can set up that long-barreled bore rifle, and I'm curious to see if it affects the take that we've had from before. It started quite punchy underneath. They knew that that was the first bit of ground they wanted, and it's not always the first bit that teams put the pressure onto, because it sort of highlights what you want to do at the end of it, and it does make it a little bit more dangerous. There are some snappy rotates you can make on border. So, I'm curious to see. No, not even stuck. Swap that to the Iana. Why do I open my mouth?
I mean, because you're excited about a glass.
I am excited.
I'm excited as well. I'm right there with you.
Remember glass entry?
Take me back. You know, he's got the bearing 9. He's got nades these days.
Yeah, bring him in.
Yeah, absolutely. But hey, M80 won't either be bringing that Ossa that they leveraged to success in the first round on this Armory side. Probably for the best, but it does make me curious as what strat they're going to go for. You can't really safely go for these Archives solo pushes without some kind of shield to try and force that plant down. So instead, I expect they're going to be looking to take a bit more map control. Whether they look to take CC or Office remains to be seen.
Well, it's starting over on the eastern front. The stairs will fall. There's a couple of pings on the player just on the other side of the triple wall, playing themselves tucked in towards the tuck, and Grizzly's actually going to reinforce it, make sure he doesn't get caught from underneath.
I think what was happening there was he was actually watching the angle on the jump in, but elsewhere, Gomez has actually opened up the exchange. Where on earth was Noodle? Is he on the rotate here and break? I don't see the little icon.
No, border doesn't have icons.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, you have to sort of get used to it and on the top down, but hey, sometimes you learn the hard way, and there's another lesson taught it. Kino gets Sloth caught on 90. These open angles, we talked about it with the pickup and the reveal there of the head over the top. Doesn't get the second. Spirits on the long watch. The flashes pop around the corner. They're expecting 90. The C4 expect something else, but this is this map. It becomes so explosive. As soon as you break a single wall, suddenly you can see pretty much everything. Just catches the tail end of the player there. Uno isn't going to go for that fight. Instead, tears the head off of Spirits, offers some support towards the offer side, and as the pings come through, a minute 20, and Kino just as a plan.
Oh my god.
I am going all the way to side. No! Caught out at the last second, the sprint. Uno might be able to get the confirm, is maybe hoping to bait the play at this point, saying, well, maybe he'll drop down to get the revive. There is a bit of a shuffle. This is all taking the timer though, James.
Attackers recovered the diffuser.
He's going to play it patiently. Here's the drone. Here's the revive. Surely not here for Uno. He's turned this 1v3 into a 1v1. Now Diaz has got to clutch up. 1E, 1D left available. Oh, a bit of a spray. Can't quite find the head. Uno still waits patiently. He has that diffuser. He doesn't have to move. As M80 rest their hopes on Diaz.
It's so close. The scratch is just wailing against the wall, but it's Diaz. At the start of the day, the second best rated player in the whole tournament. He might be, based on Shaiko's performance, the first. I'm not sure if he went down in the rankings. However, he seems dedicated to trying to pull himself back up off of his own laurels. Heroic take a timeout. Let's see what they're saying.
I can confirm, Emmy, at the moment, Diaz is the highest rated player in the tournament, and with clutches like that, you can see why. It might not have been a multi-kill, but it was important nonetheless.
I don't know if we can get just the English mic on Heroic. We don't. Do you speak Portuguese?
Unfortunately, I missed that day in high school.
It's a very cool camera.
Way too much respect. Let's fucking go, boys.
You're giving them way too much respect, he says.
Bring it back now.
Bring it back now for Heroic.
Just keep doing it all round.
I mean, that's what you have to do sometimes. Sometimes you just got to sort of get in the heads, especially showing up to a tournament not with your full roster, saying, don't pay people respect. Play your game. Get into that mindset of, you know, we can outgun. It's one of the quotes of the reason Heroic did so well yesterday was they just had a moment where they went, we're better gunners than them. Let's get a gunning. You ever have that?
Yeah, well,
gunning time.
Me personally, I'm not much of a gunner myself, but I'd like to live vicariously.
Is Mandy the gunner of the stack from
let's
Apex South?
Sure, let's just say that.
Oh no!
For diplomatic reasons, I shall not comment.
Okay. Careful, she might be observing this game. She keeps finding her way back into the observatory. Being like, I observed a game. I'm like, stop it.
Observer at heart forever.
Yeah.
But Heroic are hoping to do more than just watch as M80 roll over them. These attacks have been somewhat close, but that doesn't disregard the fact that the scoreline is pretty decisive. M80 up 3-0. Heroic have a lot of work to do. Of course, they picked this map. They damn well sure are hoping for a better result than what's going on at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, it's your map you're leading in. Now, Border does play itself well to attackers generally. You have a lot to work with on your defense here. Valkyrie is a pretty common removal. Solis has seen good showing, especially from underneath. With all that soft, people planting a diffuser is just easy pickings for a Solis that's in a good position. However, as we pointed out, the Castle and the Azami being on the board especially, it just shows so much growth. I want to see a lack of respect. I want to see Mr. Officer's word met. I want to see Doom and Noodle starting to do Doom and Noodle things.
I mean, it's funny they say that because at the same time, Heroic do have a fairly utility-heavy lineup, a fairly anchor-heavy lineup. You're going to be playing off your mirror winners. You're going to be playing off your evil eyes on the Maestro. That's just the nature of the lineup there, bro. At the moment, it is a bit of a mini-game here of wall denial on the detention walls. And as we can see, there's actually no wall denial in the defensive lineup whatsoever. Perhaps the impact grenades were the risk, but hang on a second. Is this a bit of a rush?
No, I don't know, really. It's the clone came in first. No one quite moved in behind it. There was a second there where I thought they might just try and push on. As soon as they got the read, it's only really the Maestro, but it's only really the Maestro, James. They've got to get themselves a little bit more structured around the back end. You know, you can see the calls come together. Noodle's going for a bit of a long walk around to some other support. Doom's watching above. Grizzly, he's rotating himself back towards the verticality. There are angles. You hope that they've got one open above the window. You hope that you've got one open above the door as well. So as soon as they start trying to break out of detention, there it is. I mean, it's open, but a little bit later on, the work is being done. But I think M80 might just try and see if they can eke a little push past.
That's risky. It's very risky to do so. There is so much vertical lines. There's so much retake potential on this bomb site. So much plant denial potential. Nades are going out, and you can see M80 are going in. But are they going to be able to win these vertical engagements? Kino takes a bit of damage. He's the man with the diffuser. He's got to stay alive. Uno's droned out above, worried about pressure on his windows, but at the moment, he's reasonably safe. There is a player on that balcony. Doom, is he going to go for the run out? Uno needs support now.
They've been able to slip a little bit into the site itself. They move. Grizzly does get Spirits, but on the back end, Gomez and Kino are able to get one of their own. There's a slow rotate coming just on the opposite end of Beepers. They're seeing if they can just make things uncomfortable. Kino's going to see if he can stick the kid. In the meantime, the call needs to come, but it's happening. The cover comes as well. There's the big Alder going. Noodle across the board gets 1.5, and the down is going to make things very difficult. Yoga all that's left. They've pulled themselves back 20 seconds, 3 players, and once again, look at this, Heroic. They have just separated like the sea and said, all we see is our first round.
Don't treat him with respect, he said, and Heroic absolutely did not. A great round to finally find one on the board for the Europeans. They used that vertical game to its fullest extent. They weren't afraid to try and play for that retake.
I don't know if that was... Did they say NJR?
That's what I heard. I think wrong team.
Yeah. Oh, they're not in this game. What is in this game now? It's finally 2 teams, technically, on the board. There's a fun way of putting it. They got their first round. Can they do it on, I'm going to say, sites that are a little bit more familiar to tension?
Yeah, well, how about this? It took going to the least favored bomb site on the map to actually win a round.
Yeah, exactly.
But to be fair, like, M80 are playing a dangerous game, going for a bit of a rush like that. I really feel like M80 could have managed to clear CCTV. Yeah, you have some pretty powerful ops on the board to try and hold that position, but I think on a side like that, a situation like that, you're probably a better bet trying to dismantle the Heroic push rather than going for something a little bit, what I would say, riskier in going for that semi-rush.
It was kind of strange as well. They had the single player watching above. They sort of forced a bit of motion. In that gunfight, they slipped their way into the site. And then they spent about 20 seconds deliberating whether they should go for the plant or not. They were in a position, they tucked themselves in, they were kind of short. I think if they'd have tried to stick the plant at that point, it would have gone off successfully. Whether they would have been able to escape and win the round, an entirely different tale. However, it almost seemed like a second of not doubting themselves, but are we sure this is the right place? That allowed Noodle to get into the position to get the double on the swing, and then from then on, Heroic got the rest of the round. Here, though, it's off the backboard and into a new lesson. A bit of pressure once again onto June. Remember, he got the first from this sort of position and the pressure he put on before, but since then, it was a pretty good M80 bite back.
Couple of pre-fires exchanging bullets on this break balcony. Joom's been droned, but his position was always known. He's playing the bookshelf position now, and Gomez is on the other side. This Commando packs a punch these days, especially if you chuck on that extended barrel. It's a 2-shot kill in a lot of scenarios. Gomez is going in, but he hasn't checked the bookshelf position. Is he going to assume that Joom has cleared on out? Gomez has snuck his way in through 90. Joom knows about it, but Gomez finds one not before the trade can come through.
Oh, that was such a little move, and there's the power of that commando, and there's the power of a grenade. Noodle removed by it, over the top. Yoga, it's been a consistency for M80 to be good with those grenades. This hasn't, though. The trades coming back very quick from Heroic. Sometimes that game has been a little bit lackluster throughout this series, and maybe that's what Mr. Officer was sort of ailing towards. There's a bit of respect. Broken all the way across the top. The kit is off in Narnia on the other side of the map itself, so Diaz is just trying to warn the fight there. A great take, but Spirits, where's the push? Where's the pressure? Past the mirror window, swung and dropped before you even got there. Look at this. The rotation up to the top. Uno does some business, puts us into a 1 versus 1.
Yeah, and there's a minute to go. So
time.
Plenty of time for Diaz to work with here. We've seen him win these ones before. It was just 2 rounds ago that he managed to clutch out that 1 versus 1. Let's see if he can do it again. Site is vents and workshop downstairs. Uno has the cardiac sensor and also still has a C4 in pocket, whereas Diaz has just used his last E1D from Lion. Uno's retaken vertical map here. This is going to be so good. It means that he can deny through the floor from wherever the plant goes down. He almost managed to get the kill. Reveals that he is the pulse and that he is above. And now Diaz has to decide what he's going to do. Going to go for the plant again. I expect Uno should be able to get to deny it. Opens up the hole in the floor using the C4, and now Diaz has a very tough decision to make.
Oh, he's gone close to the hatch. He's going to go for the pre-fire again. Diaz's health fickle and flitters away. He's going to see if he can get one last roll. He goes against it. He knows he's out of time. Oh, no, Uno! Oh, he almost lost that. The call came. I'm up the stairs. He suddenly came back down. And that's a little bit of a squeak Squeaky bum time.
Oh, man. Oh, Emmy, hold me back. What is this game happening? Uno giving us a heart attack. Diaz did think for a second to go up the stairs, and he almost baited out Uno, but Heroic, regardless of how tight that round may have been, it's a second one on the board.
I mean, if you can piece anything together there, the call was, go up, you got to find the fight. I'm wondering if the call came back out. I don't know what intel M80 had of dropping the hatch. He went straight for it. Maybe he just saw him and got lucky. Uno obviously had the call, he's coming up the stairs. And it's just one of those siege timing things.
I think it's one of those second-guessing yourself.
Yeah.
You know, Diaz is sitting there thinking, I want to plant, but how am I going to plant when there's a pulse above who can just floor bang me? And, you know, then, okay, I got to go for the fight. Starts walking up the stairs. No, that's silly. I've got 3 seconds. I better go back to site. Oh, hang on. There's a guy dropping down the hatch.
What a gift. Oh, we're out of time. And it's like that thing. It can be so frustrating, but that's the nature of the beast. You have to give credit to Uno, and that's that thing about experience of getting to the position he was at, making sure that he was above. He knew the utility he has in his pockets. He knew where he was at his most powerful, and he made sure he could be an impact with it. That comes with playing this game for a long, long time.
Yeah, M80 actually haven't played this map in a long, long time. Last time they played it was back in October against Astralis in the NAL. And if we look in all-time history, M80, back when they were XZ as well, actually not too fly on this map. They got a negative win rate on both attack and defense. Especially when you've got to deal with things like these mirror windows, it's very hard to do so. Doom's actually going to abandon that mirror window. Try and hold on for a pick, looking for the jump in on the CC window. He'll fall back. This is, of course, Tellers, so this is just an extended roam. He can afford to forfeit some of this map control and peel back the defense.
That's entirely it. He doesn't want to get caught out on the motion, and as we said many, 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 many times with the architects that they have some safety they otherwise wouldn't get. They can play a little bit more dedicated further away and then do this. Pull back, peel back, and try and put the cost down on what then gets brought towards them. Hey, look, another mirror window. Hey, look, another mirror. They're going to see if they can try and reposition. Hope they're getting a little bit too full of bravado, but it hasn't really seemed like M80 are that team. They've made sure that everything is checked and double-checked. They're going for these cautious pushes, and sometimes it's cost them a little bit later on by the heroic plays of Heroic, but here I feel like it's something that's not going to quite get the game. It's just how much of the hold on the top floor do M80 want to hit their head against?
Well, that's the thing we saw in that customs and supply attack, that M80 are not afraid to just hit site and not try and take map control, but the polar opposite's happening here. This is a very slow and thorough take, now opening up these fountain walls. Almost vulnerable to a C4 there. What's going on? Doom, oh, his rotation is cut off. Perfect from Kino. Those Hibana pellets coming in handy, opening up that line of sight, flushing the player into his waiting arms.
Oh, it was such a clean take as well. They had the Ash watching on the far end, and now they're going to see if they can try and get the next clean take on this. Well, they should be able to piece this up. The drone's given the active call, and that's a breakdancing player. There was only really death there, and Gomez gets one more as well. Vertical is theirs. Grizzly cannot quite find a snap back to the head of the players above. They're looking for something just to make things a bit dangerous, but look at the open space he's drifted into. That's so dangerous. Grizzly just deep dives to get themselves set up. They have the rotate on the back end, but Gomez is that rotate too. Grizzly gets one. It is down to Noodle, the newest player, to try and ace out and see if he can pull this round and an even half. The kit is being comfortably planted on the far end. There's enough time to pick it up and change, and this gun, well, it's got a little bit of twist in the right hands, but only about 2 clips left, so he's got to be a bit delicate with the firefight. He's taking that bullet count just slower and slower. Spirits does not.
M80 feeling fired up after that one, winning the first half on their opponent's map pick. Heroic no doubt feeling a bit dejected. They'd hope Border would go a little bit better for them on the defense. They've already used their tactical timeout, mind you. And yet M80 have won that first half. Now they move on to the defense. Now in theory, attack should be favored on Border in pretty much every region in the world. Heroic actually have a positive defense win rate as well at 59%. However, of course, you know, that's versing all kinds of teams, including Dark Zero, Sandbox, Team Liquid, 10-Star in the Northern Premier League, apparently. That was...
I like how you're saying that, like you have no idea what that is.
Huh?
You're saying that, hey, you have no idea what that is?
I've literally never heard of the Northern Premier League before.
Wow.
I'm joking.
Fresh is crying somewhere.
He's always crying.
Yeah, that's very true. What I love there from M80, and I sort of said it at the beginning in the talk of the mirror window and the drones coming through, is they do it off the back of great teamwork. They're positioning the drones, the intel, the way they're shaping themselves up for the take. I mean, look at the executes on the player. They knew where the mirror window was. They knew where the mirror was. The first step was putting the pressure onto the back end of Fountain with a couple of them there to offer the support and make sure that got off. At the same time, they had the Ash on the far end, and I think one more player inside Armory themselves, ready to double swing if they tried to get out. Every single route out of there was locked. They either had to try and choose to push back and be stuck inside the site or get killed. And exactly the same thing happened towards the end as well. Grizzly went for the rotate. They suddenly had the player watching from the back end of construction. It's just really good, balanced fighting here from M80, and we'll see if on their defense they can try and keep that pressure up against Heroic.
Well, for Heroic, Sloth in particular, he's found a really early position in the building, just 30 seconds, and he's already on this lurk here in Customs. Now he's going 0-6 at the minute. He's struggled to find an opening, but in this lurking position, he's highly likely to catch off any player that decides to rotate. For example, if Yogg feels a little bit too much pressure here in CC, he might drop the hatch. And the thing is here, it's a tough decision for Sloth. Does he try and go for one of these vertical nades to flush out this position? Or does that in turn reveal his position?
That's 3 drones and almost a firefight with 2 different people here for Yogg.
Oh my god, stop droning them, just shoot him!
That is a lot, and they've only got 3 left. There's a minute 50 to go in the round itself. A huge amount of cost has just come out of that single position, and Yogg has gone uncontested on the back of it. More impact, more explosion, more push. And what do Heroic really have to show for it?
Nothing, because Sloth wasn't watching the rotate out. He was instead going for vertical nades, and so Yogg is allowed to escape. Like you said, only 3 drones left remaining for Heroic, and not much map control. You can see break room, CCTV, Customs downstairs, but that's just about it. There's still all this armory hold, and that's not even the site. It's Customs. It's rather Vincent Workshop. Finally a pig. Finally Heroic have something to write home about.
Yeah, they finally got the player up here. Okay, maybe the utility was worth it, but here's the next fight about to pop over the top. Kino almost led into the one with Sloth. Does in the end. They seem to have a bit of sharpness about it. Who's going to be the one that gets the final shot? Sloth wants to try and double down to find his first here, but Kino's having none of it. They know that they can still pull back to the site. They know that they don't have to play their life in that situation. Instead, he's going to see if he can try and get a sneaky catch on the player that enters. There, a lot of damage to Doom. Not quite the full bite, but Spirit says the last bit of deliciousness, and they're removed from the board itself. A 4 versus 4, 40 seconds, and they still have vertical control. They still have
Sloth.
And they're locked inside, and there's Sloth.
No way, man.
Knocked out, and there's suddenly just Heroic trying to scramble for something.
Yeah, that they are. Uno, fortunately, is able to find Gomez 3v3, but there's just 15 seconds left, and I realistically don't see a way for them to get in this. Perhaps Uno can scrape together a couple of headshots. One more, why not? Put that diffuser down, son. Diaz has got a clutch once again. He might! Diffuser cold on the ground. Heroic, you can't be doing it like that.
That was Uno and the world on his back.
You went from 0-19 to fucking 9-5, Uno. You were so good. Keep it up, buddy. Let's go. Keep it up. Right there, bro. They're not there. Keep it up.
Kino was shouting the wrong way.
Shouting the right things, I tell you what.
Oh, that is devastating. I mean, M80 were in the right place at the right time and had the right C4. But Uno grabbed that round with 15 seconds left, shoved it on his back and said, this isn't over yet. And Heroic just weren't up to that speed, and it's synonymous with how that round felt. There's such a lack of coordination. Okay, I know it's a big asterisk. This isn't their roster. Last minute changes. They've come in to try and do the best that they can. It's so far from easy to go up against a team like M80, which has not had a change in a long time and has had a great year. But it's that little bit of just not having that trade game set up, that cover.
Yeah, man, it's the tiny things that are falling apart for Heroic are proving so very costly. You can't afford to lose a 3v1 like that when And your two players are caught off so far away, so unable, so helpless. Heroic now. And to get on their bike and start taking the fight to M80, because as it stands, they're losing their map pick, and it's not looking to get better anytime soon.
Okay, let's brush that one off, but I'm not going to say it's easy. Obviously, Heroic a long time ago used their attack timeout. At this point, they can only try and play the game ahead of them. It's the first round. It's the first attack that sort of come together, and the pressure comes instantly back towards them. But look at this. 2 Heroic players, 3 Heroic players already dead. A 4 versus 2 in the opening minute. Okay, M80 have suffered scraps and scrapes across the board, but it's so early. They hadn't even begun to look at the wallpaper in the building before they were removed and sent backpacking.
Well, time to bait. Oh no, it didn't even land the Gon 6 shot onto the Azami keeper barrier. Well, at least he might get some cameras here. Dead player running out from East Stairs. Unfortunately, there's not a lot of cameras that are really that valuable on border.
No. So
he's not going to get a lot of information from that. Let's see if Uno can string together a couple of nice headshots like he did last round. This could become possible, but Grizzly's going to have to help him out. Oh, mirror window facing him. The call out is going to be that Grizzly's going towards office and the entire team's going to know about it. Maybe Uno's going to try and shoot that mirror window open from below.
Yeah, that's very clever. A bit of coordination, force them off, and maybe even get the fight with the player, but definitely gets the mirror window and makes it impossible to hold that and just lock the push. Grizzly, they're going to see if they can try and force the fight, but hey, who's that? Azami. Hey, who's that? Azami. And it turns what was an awkward firefight into a closed door. 50 seconds-ish left. And as I said before, most of them died before anything had even begun to put pressure onto the site itself. They have some utility, but they have so much left to do ahead of them. A slow sneak round on the back. Barely anything they can see at this point. Well, there's a fight that goes away from them. Grizzly caught out by Spirits, and Yoga finds one on the stairs. Map point.
Yeah, it's turned out to be quite a dominant one for M80 as they get fired up. Heroic in contrast, trying to reconcile their position. 6-2 deficit.
Our aggression is not working on us, our shit's not working, so we have to just go standards now.
Okay, let's try that. Slow and steady.
Slow and steady, hey?
I mean, that's the conversation, isn't it? I'm still trying to piece together if that was our game. But, yeah, they've got to see if they can try and do something. They've got to see if they can try and offer something extra, because at this point, it has been the M80 show. It was expected to be a tough game from this group. Let's be honest, this group was one of the hardest ones to call who was going to be stepping up. FaZe you expected to be towards the top. They had a rocky start and then pulled themselves back. But M80 were, for a lot of people, the second on the money. They're, as I said, a good team that's had a good year of Siege. A consistent year of Siege is one of those impossible bingo things to tick off. You have seen it with every major winner. One of them is in this group. You have seen it with the previous SI finalists, and out of all of them, sure, they haven't won anything. Sure, it's generally been quarters or groups that they've been able to get to, but still, they've been able to get there. Not many people have that.
And M80, to be honest, struggled to upkeep their the standard that they had established for themselves with their Berlin performance. They really struggled to convert into stage 3. They got picked up by M80, and going into SI, on the one hand, you're thinking, well, if they live up to their Berlin performance, they're probably going to top their group. But if they don't, there's a full chance that they could be first rounded. Now, fortunately, we're starting to see some of the M80 that perhaps we've seen in the past, and that includes Diaz spawn picking June and trading himself out directly. Heroic, fortunately, might finally have some wind beneath them as they've finally taken a man advantage here.
I mean, it's two names that have taken themselves off the board here. Joom, who's been able to have some big performances, taking out Diaz, who is maybe the best performance of anyone out of the whole tournament so far, and he doesn't seem like he wants to slow down just yet, sitting on the 8-3, but there's still work to be done here, and we might still get a little bit more bite out of this. They have the body advantage. It's not the most common thing that you've been able to give towards Heroic at this point, and they have it without it having to come off the heroics of a single player. They're going for a steadier push. We heard it from the comms.
Oh no!
Steadier a frost mat.
What kind of silver frost mat is that? It's genius. And it works wonders. That said, Heroic managed to scrape back. One pick, one trade, 3-2 in the advantage. And look at that, no fear. Noodle marches forward, taking this map control. Drone ahead of him. They've got to use their numbers to their advantage now. Kino and Gomez to try and clutch up on match point.
Sloth got his first kill of the series off of the back of that as well. It's about time. He almost has Diaz's stats, but in a much sadder order, unfortunately. Let's see if he can try and push that a bit further on. 50 seconds. 2 remaining M80 players stacked up and keeping a bit mobile around the site itself. The pocket barbed wire. I feel like we might not get the use of that. But what we are getting use of is the verticality. Force a bit of space. 40 seconds, the longer that ticks on, obviously makes things riskier. They do not have the hard breach left to be able to get the hatch open. So what they're going to have to do is just blind charge this by the end. It's awkward to break your way into the site, and you have to do it this way. Via the workshop, via those soft bathroom walls, and via Gomez gets one, gets traded. 20 seconds, Kino, he's in the clutch position here. He's able to do a lot of damage to the first, but they're now tucked behind the shield. He's going close in for the rotate. Grizzly's going for the plant. They pull off. They're so close to the fight. The shotgun round on the other end. The ping's on the player. He's popped up looking for the cover. He needs them. There's Noodle though. And it was a dangerous jiggle.
And it was Heroic lucky to have managed to pull that across the line. It looked very scary there for a moment, but a few smiles, a few laughs. Chance to get back in the game.
Yeah. Rogue came down from fucking 0-5 to win 7-5. One round at a time. We just need to work together. Need to work together.
I love this. Couldn't have said it better myself. One round at a time, work together. And Heroic did indeed that round. They might have had a few hiccups, but when it came down to it, they were ready to just execute on the same thing. You know, people say it's far better to execute a bad plan with good teamwork than to have a good plan and no teamwork whatsoever. It's the nature of Siege. You can have the best strat in the book, but what trumps all of that is teamwork and brilliance.
I like that little bit of camaraderie. Rogue came back from 0-5. Koi, if you're unfamiliar, they recently made a partnership. Koi did. You know, anything is possible. It's the beauty of this game is that at the start of a round, nothing else is weighed into it other than a fresh round.
That's it.
You have all the players, all the pockets. There's no economy, no costing things, no other things. Just Siege, baby.
The real economy of Siege is 2 things, in my opinion. 1, information.
Yep.
You reveal information about your strategies and how you're going to play around when you play it, and then the next round, the enemy team will have a better idea of how you played. So you really need to use that to your advantage to be able to predict and then bring something different or play differently. The other economy is mentality, and we're starting to see Heroic put a little bit more in the bank. They're supporting each other, they're believing in each other.
Well, the first economy was one that wasn't used very well before by Heroic. We talked about how many drones were at the cost of the far end this time. Look how many they have. Wow! They've been able to hold on to their intel. Their slower and steadier approach is definitely netting them more of a result. There's the first kill, as we saw. Diaz gone, Kino as well just before that. And suddenly, once again, Heroic, they have a man advantage. And they have it without the trades coming directly to them. And very early on, it is almost an entirely different face team from the first attack from them we saw.
You know what, this is perfect as well, Emmy, because now Heroic just need to simplify. M8 is going to be making plays to try and equalize, as we saw from Gomez, and as long as Heroic do their due diligence, you can play it slow, you've got plenty of time. Just trade out any engagement you might make, mitigate the risks, and that's the way that Heroic can secure this round. And once again, take it 1 round at a time. Oh, beautiful nade! Where on earth did that come from? Spirits 1v5. He can dream it, but I don't think it's going to happen.
Oh dear, the terrifying sounds of the world collapsing around you, and a flawless for Heroic.
You injured him. I don't know who injured the orange. I needed down metal. Yeah, you probably injured him. Yeah, from office.
I don't know who downed the Oryx. Some random grenade down metal.
It was Sloth. I needed down metal. It's great. But that's the thing is, I know you talked about it at the start, and I'm so happy that it was painted perfectly at the end there. Information. People, if you're watching this and you want to start improving at Siege, the first golden lesson, once taught with an iron fist by the man, the myth, Fabian, the two-time, the greatest of all time, in his own words, is drones are the most important bit of utility. Drones are the driving force. They had 9 at the end of the round there versus 2 the last time they attacked that place. Phenomenal. Look at the results.
But we can have to do round by round. In every fragger now. Come on! Come on, for fuck's sake! Bubble a little bit in your blood now. Come on! Find that fucking bubble. Let's give everything, boys. Everything the next 2 rounds. Let's fucking go!
Chris. Let's go.
Looks like they've got some wood, chucked it in the burner, and they've turned on the heat. He's gonna boil their blood, Mr. Officer.
I mean, he's like the most positive guy.
Yeah, I love it.
He's such a dad.
I was gonna say
he is a dad.
He's like a soccer dad.
Yeah, he's great. He's really the coach. Like if there was a referee in the same sort of way that you would intern in soccer, you feel like he'd be like, come on, like all of this stuff. But he really is an energy in and amongst himself.
Well, that's exactly what Heroic need right now. It's not like they're playing strategically in significant error. All game, it's been about teamwork. It's been about being synced. It's been about being fired up. It's been about confidence. You talk about Sloth, right? He was 0-8 at one point. I don't know about you, but me playing Siege, there is no worse feeling than going like most of the way through a match and being like, hang on a second, I have done nothing for my team. I haven't even found a single kill yet. Every gunfight, there's nothing I can do. And as soon as you dispel that by nading down metal and randomly killing an Oryx,
I needed that metal.
I needed that metal. That brings it back. It brings it back, and that's what Heroic are doing. They're bringing it back.
Can they do the last 2 rounds? The first half at the tack timeout from Heroic, and after that, they're able to get 2 rounds. They're only 2 up until very recently, and M80 have now taken theirs before they find themselves eking closer and closer to map point. 2 in a row is enough for them. They're back here. One of the sites that obviously they've found some success on before. Doom, very quick, let in. And that is a sharpness by the players who have come in with a new face of dedication.
I love that for Sloth. Opening up with the sledgehammer, and Doom is the gun to march on forward. Heroic, they are looking swell. They found their mojo, and they're ready to party. Opening pick, Kino's gone down, but now it's about taking more map control. M80 are peeling back, they're playing together, they're not looking to take ones. But they've still got a lot of map control in their favor, this mirror window in CCTV, worried about losing the control, but Heroic have slowed it down.
That's it, back to the drone game, back to seeing if they can try and piece some of these puzzles together. As you said, that mirror window. And Sloth, he had a very slow start to the game, but if his impact comes now, well, that's the biggest impact he can have, hoping they lean back into this engagement. They don't even see it. Grizzly on the back end, 5 versus 2. Out of nowhere, Diaz steps in, gets one back. It's quite big that he's still alive because over the past couple of rounds, he has been the first body pretty much both times. Here's the shutdown, the fight to Yoga on the back end, gives a bit of the game away of the position, and Noodle's just going to hold off and wait for the reinforcements to arrive. There they are, there's the scrappiness of the fight.
Oh, no.
It's down to a super shorty, and now it's down to just Diaz. Looks for an engagement. They're all around you, they're all around you. A scrappy one over the door. They're going to stick the kid in the meantime, but Heroic, you compare that round to the one where Uno almost clutched, and this is 2 entirely different teams.
Keep up the confidence, guys. Keep up the fucking...
Absolutely, it's confidence, and Heroic have found it.
That's a play, Chan.
M80 now, a shell of their former selves. Body language not looking good for them. A flick through the strat book, is that really going to help you out at this juncture, mate? Heroic have patience, and M80, they've got ants in their pants. They kept on moving. They kept looking to re-aggress. Heroic, really, the majority of what they did that round was one nice little play in through Passport to find the opener, and then they sat, they waited patiently, they droned out positions, and M80 kept giving them opportunities to further their man advantage. M80 need to read into this. They need to realize that if they start playing it back to basics, Heroic aren't going to have these advantages to convert. And now M80 have one final chance to close out this map in regulation. Otherwise, if Heroic can push OT, there's no question they will have that momentum on their side.
I mean, Koi might have brought it back from 0 to 5. Heroic have almost brought it back from 2 to 6. There is huge jumps here. There's so much pressure, and how they've readapted, especially without their own team talk during that duration, obviously apart from the one that was called halfway through this rise and resurgence back into the game by their opponents. It could culminate here in at least overtime, maybe something more. And it's their map. They're just trying to make sure that if it goes away from them, it's not a fight. Or it is, even. The other way around. It wasn't a fight. It was a slaughter.
Oh, this has been a brawl in this game, that's for sure. M80 started exceptionally well, but they struggle to follow through here. Gomez looking to make an aggressive play. He's prepped this window here on AC. He almost times it perfectly, but he doesn't quite have the conviction to commit to the fight.
It's cautious. The drone rolls through a second later. There's a bit of motion coming behind them as well. The C4 to the window, but they're not quite there. They're stacked up, and again, you can see there's a little bit of edginess in the play. There's a rotation underneath, though. They're offering some support to that player. They're thinking about giving themselves the lead in via the open hole onto the window itself, but the flashes are coming flat. The pressure's coming flat too. Noodle, with a little bit of energy about him, is looking for the long-range fight with the Ash. There's now 2 players stacked up underneath, and they're just trying to buy themselves some time in this. The openness to drop down the hatch if they need to, the break and the rotation. If this goes unchecked, this can be huge. They're up. They just missed the back. They've got to time it. They almost get the snap, but they cannot quite get the lockdown. Noodle gets locked a little bit out. Kino gets one. Spirits does go down, and in amongst the chaos, some pressure onto the back end of the hatch itself. And, well, with them down on the far end, they should be able to capitalize, but they do not want to throw themselves entirely into it.
Oh, this is a blitz, Emmy. This is back and forth. It's a messy take upstairs here. Heroic do manage to get that control. M80 fell back, losing just the 1 player. But of course, it's even now. The scoreline. Grizzlies Twitch drones have done good work clearing that mirror window in Fountain already, and now it's time for Sloth to bring out the hammer. It's a thing we're all fighting for here at the 6 Invitational. And Sloth is going to be making his best use of it, getting this vertical game begun. And M80 have completely evacuated the majority of Workshop and the site. They're spread out there looking to play retake, and that means Heroic have got to get a wriggle on.
That's it. That's the important part right now. We've not really seen this from M80 before, the retake strategy. They've pulled themselves further and further away. There's a little bit of presence still on the side, and they just see the side. But look at the timer, James. They got to get a bit of a shift on. 20 seconds passes over. They're going to have to go for a bit of a hot drop here and hope they can aggress their way right through the site to get that kit planted down. But last second plants have not worked for them before. Will they work this time? Uno, he's tucked on the shoulder and the shiver. The C4 doesn't quite get it. There's a rotation and a spray through. Noodle gets one. The kit goes down. Grizzly has the cover, and Heroic explode over the second story. Kino, he finds himself alone and gets the head off of at least the planter, but the verticality is gone. The stretch into Workshop looks a million miles. He's gonna hold, bait and hope, but all they get is an overtime.
And a well-deserved one at that for Heroic.
Good problem solving. This is what we need, exactly this.
Fucking almost!
The difference between Uno and Mr. Officer. Good problem solving. This is what we need.
It's amazing. It's beautiful. It's exactly what Heroic have needed. They're firing up. They're firing on all cylinders. And they've just won 4 rounds straight on their attack, Emmy. Pushing overtime now. They will continue their attack. Can they make it 5?
I mean, if they do, that is a heck of a statement here over the other side. It's not just that it was only really, 4 rounds of success for any defense total throughout this whole map. It's just when they've come and how much of it has been in Heroic's favor. As we said there, M80, they went for a retake idea, but I just cannot get over how much Heroic have changed throughout this game. It is unbelievable that this roster went from the mistakes that we saw to where they're at. And I don't even think M80 believe it either.
And what a testament to Uno's leadership, and that of Mr. Officer, of course, as well. Uno being the most experienced player in the server, having played on G2 near their peak. He's really bringing a level of maturity into this roster that I don't think he's ever really had to have. in the past. No, Uno started out and he was a nutty fragger. That was when he got picked up by Ants, when he got picked up by G2. That was his role. He was the young gunner. And now he's having to be the big brother of the group. He's going to have to, in these dire moments, get everyone fired up. And that's exactly what's happened here. Mr. Officer and Uno's leadership have gotten Heroic back into the game.
The Twitch to play against these mirror windows. They're going for the different alternate, and that's both of them. A great adaptation that's come through there from Grizzly, and they're causing problems. The breach will come through. They will catch the second, but the angle is dangerous enough. Oh no, my mirror window's open. Gomez sees, and at this point, it's going to become much trickier to play against. They have eyes and angles. That one's open too, mate. They've already been and driven by both of these, so where do you sit, where do you stand, and where do you suddenly find yourself trying to hold on to any space? It does mean you got to be cautious on your approach. They work both ways. They can get the depth of the angle if they want it as well, but here they're going for this. The split push over the top, the pressure, the rotation. There's a player there on the stairs. Sloth seems to have a bit of an idea. He's sort of clearing it step by step. The spray comes, a bit of damage, but it's actually Noodle that suffers first against Gomez.
Who's still holding on here in Armory. Sloth about to greet him. A nade could well mean the death. The Spirit's playing on this Kiba barrier, but it's Joom to backstab from outside Armory. And that's the cue for Gomez to peace out. 4v4 now. Heroic have top floor map control, and Sloth is still alive. He can get to work on this vertical game as soon as it's drone clear.
Heroic, problem solving, that was the MO that was given to you and how you found yourself here, but the problem is a 4 versus 4 and the verticality's against you. That C4's in a dangerous place, but they just slip on by and out of there before they suffer the end. They have the drones. We can see them watching the rotations, keeping an eye on the flanks, the movement in their favor. There is still C4 on the board, a couple of impacts as well to see if they can try and do something deadly here, but we saw a last-second vertical push from the previous round that came out. We've also seen failures. To me, it's down to M80 to see if they can be the buffer. The break on the double door comes through. Yoga goes wide. They're going to see if they can stick the kit behind the smoke at this point. The noise is being covered. They're both stacked up. Do they know? I don't think they know. A post plant out of nowhere, and you can see there's a moment here where M80 need to fight their way up. They cannot quite make the stairs. They cannot quite make it through the core as well. Joom is watching the door, sees the end, and Heroic find another round in a row.
Yeah. Let's just trust each other.
It's a masterclass. Let's fucking go, Joom!
Distracted on this smoke.
Let's go, Grizzly.
There's a reason you're the IGL, Uno. You're right. Yeah.
There's a reason you're the IGL, Uno. Trust each other, trust our calls. Heroic have just won 5 attacks in a row.
Don't lose the confidence now, okay?
Remember, guys, listen, shut the fuck up and listen. This strat, we don't have to retake anything unless we lose a position. Remember, this is a passive strat. But as soon as you think you're fucked, call it, and we start making a plans what to do. Okay?
All right then.
I mean, player voices are the best. I'm sure everybody at home agrees.
I love this, but we are leaking strats.
Yeah, I mean, until okay.
I hope Heroic don't mind.
I mean, it's every team is going through the same, and I guess if they have a problem with that, take it up with Ubisoft. I can only sort of talk from what the production's giving me.
And it's amazing.
I love it.
Absolutely.
I have gotten so much joy out of hearing it because you never really get it.
And you know what? It makes my job easy because I can tell you exactly what Heroic are doing this round. So they have a passive strategy here on this Armory defense. They're going to be leveraging these mirror windows to hold power positions, likely the Azami as well. Even the mirror windows have these banner batteries to support it. We saw early on in the game a little bit of ace action to counter these mirrors. But another thing we saw in the very, very first round, which I think might be what you've spotted, is this Ossa from Kino. My concern is we've got 2 C4s, we've got 2 impacts on Sloth. There's a lot of ability here for Heroic to counter that Ossa play, so it's a huge risk for M80.
Joom's going to be the first point of call, and this is how the first point came to push as well. They went in for that control underneath. They know that it's an important part of territory you've got to hold on to stop this. A couple of peppered shots coming through, and if it's a passive strat, well, that does give a bit of territory here towards the players that might want to try and eke in and get that plant behind the Ossa shield. Spirits is in, has a hammer, can open himself a rotate via vent towards the workshop if he wants, but Sloth, slips on by, and that is one of those mistakes that you really hope, if you're an M80 fan, does not come back to haunt you.
M80 were up 6-2, and now they're staring down a match point against them. They've got the shakes. They're not quite themselves. They're struggling to string this together. Looks like a fairly vertical take. So many players underneath the bomb site. Spirit's likely to go for some vertical nades, but he needs information. He needs some horizontal pressure from his teammates to ensure these kills. And I think, judging by the position of Kino here outside Archives, this is in fact going to be an OSA Archives plant. But those C4s are still active. Sloth's still got an impact. M80 need to find some picks.
That's it, one impact, one C4 over the top, and unless the person watching here on the AC window is a cracked shot, well, it could be all she wrote at this point. The longer the time ticks as well, the more it ticks away from them. Doom has the ping on the sandwich window player. Upside down rappel, and they're waiting for go. There's also a couple of grenades underneath that might try and catch a player out first before they go for it. They're droning, they're finding the steady bits. There's the first grenade, and doesn't quite get the full bite. Doom pulls himself back, ready with a C4 ripped, 50 seconds, and is waiting to hear the Talon shields deploy. The first one is backwards. The second grenade does get the down, with Spirits getting the lock-in from the guns. The impact's over the top. They haven't quite placed it yet. They're gonna see if they can maybe bait. There's the C4. It does not get the full taste of Kino, though. They're able to just keep themselves alive. They swing. The second does. Uno. And now there's 30 seconds. They've got to try and get that kit back and put the pressure into the site itself. Suddenly, it's a bit of Narnia, a little bit of no man's land, and a little bit of what are you gonna do here, M80?
No choice, 25 seconds left to go. You gotta go hard. Spirits has gotta send it. He's gotta go for this plan.
He's swinging around, they're holding the angle. The plant's gone under the E1D. Noodle gets one, Doom gets one. There's one more. There's only Spirits left. He's able to at least bite one, but look at the time. Look at what he's up against. Heroic, they had absolutely nothing, and now it's all theirs.
We're so much fucking better!
How do you lose that?
What the fuck? It better if I tried, Mr. Officer. Heroic. What a performance.
Fucking hell, they fucking go slow.
From 6-2 down to an 8-6 victory. That is some heroics if I've ever seen it.
I might be a little character.
Well. They might have quoted Koi halfway through that, saying they came back from 0 to 5. Other teams might start quoting you coming back from 2 to 6 with a meteoric performance of 6 rounds tied in a row. We'll go to a quick break before we're back with us to break it down on map 2.
Yeah, kind of.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do you do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position, that is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
A good start for Dark Zero.
Bit silly from Secret.
Yeah, a little bit. I think it was just... I think the aggression that they'd been trying to play with on defense, I think they've maybe tried to apply the same technique, the same tactic, the same thought process.
I mean, there's 3 of you coming in through the same single window, right? And
We're just going to try and get up in Dark Zero's faces, and we're going to try and rush them, and we're going to try and, make them... And the problem for Dark Zero is I don't feel like it's been speed of thought. It's not been about thinking on their feet. It's not been about reacting. It's just been about not moving quickly enough. So I think, just because you run into their faces, it doesn't mean all of a sudden they're going to crumble.
But the thing is, Tim, that wasn't even the site as well, right? That was the other side of the map, which is weird. It's almost like Dark Zero, to be fair to them, probably have done a good bit of study on how Team Secret attack this map and realise, all right, that's their main point of ingress. It's where they like to start. Let's post 3 players around here and wait for the crossfires. And they played it beautifully. I'll give it to them 100%. A really good read and shut down Secret before they could even get started. Now that we go over towards Exhibition being our actual site, though, let's see how things fare on the other side of the map, as I imagine Secret will start inside of Geisha and work their way across. That's exactly why you've got Dark Zero setting up a bunch of reinforcements and utility.
Yeah, they're going to be ready for that push in once again, I would imagine. I think Secret will probably take the foot off the gas a little bit this time. It was almost like they were trying to prove a point. You've played slowly, it hasn't worked. We're going to play as quick as we can and show you that it does. But unfortunately for them, it didn't. And they're going to have to find the happy average in between that gets the job done for them. Sleben's going to take out that default cam, look for a push to potentially head into a restaurant and up the black stairs and then through tea and karaoke. The drones are in ahead of him this time, and they might just catch out Pamba on black stairs there. Is it going to be Pamba party time, or is he going to get caught out and dealt with?
It's a beautiful thing about the Solus, as well as even the safety things that have been deployed out are going to get taken away, and Savage will just go and replace it here. So back down it goes. Still, opening kill comes in the form of being taken onto Pamba. That were taken off the board by Sleben. Himself with a couple of claymores in back pocket. Clearly wants to put one here at the top of top black. In absence of having something like a Nomad on side, they do help serve as these flank watch gadgets for your potential runouts. Looks like they're trying to protect the backside and make sure there's no nasty surprises coming out of Dark Zero.
Groovy just trying to get something going on the vertical up through the hatch. It's going to be Astro, though, that manages to find Cavani, and that leaves us now in a 5 versus 3. Team Secret, as I said, a slightly more metered, measured approach. They've not gone flying, 3 of them in through a window, and oh, look, you're doing better in the round. Canadian tries to move up the black stairs. Not a chance.
So you say.
Actually gets away with a kill there, but ultimately it's a failure of a flank, I think. NJR manages to get the kill onto Kendrew, but it's 3 versus 2, and Team Secret have got time. 1 minute 20. They are getting things done quicker in the round here than Dark Zero were able to.
You do need to get hold of the diffuser, though. I think that went down in Kendrew's hands, so it needs to be recovered before they make this push forward, just in case there was anyone trying to be too cheeky. And sure enough, there's Groovy picking it back up and working his way up towards Dragon, where NJR awaits. They've also got a push coming in through Terrace here. So working their way in through both north and south. I'm just really nervous that Groovy gets taken down here in the 1v1 against NJR, separated from the team, and they have to re-scramble through unknown ground. In fact, he's abandoned that. Good train of thought, I think. Not trying to push in solo through Dragon. If he dies there, the round's basically done. Has rejoined his team, and they're looking to stack up for a 3v1.
Trying to get the Selma charge active on that wall, but it's going to be blocked out for the time being. That's dealt with reasonably quickly, though, and we see and hear that breach getting opened up. 28 seconds left to go, and Dark Zero might just find themselves holding on. Beautifully done. Love the teamwork. Astro there, ready for the headshot onto NJR, and that leaves it all up to Skies, but out comes the shotgun. He gets one. Can he find another? Absolutely not. Groovy there, ready for the trade, and that's going to be Team Secret taking the round and leveling things up.
It's a lamp.
Eat up, dog. Eat up.
Thank you very much, Tim and Des, for a little bit of an intermission there. And God, I love listening to the 2 Little Bird Boys.
I'm glad.
I miss them.
Yeah, well, they're still here.
Well, no, they're back.
Yeah, they are. That's true.
Yeah. If anyone is coming to Montreal, to the group stage, to the main stages, please, I beg you, bring fun signs for Tim. I want to see Lasergate signs. I want to see 8-ball head signs. I want to see everything. Okay, enough about that. Let's talk about this. Let's talk about that. It was M80 show. The first half was a scream for them on border.
Absolutely was, but it didn't last too long. While they did start very strong on their attack and managed to achieve a 4-2 half, And then the first two defenses, something happened. Heroic flicked the switch and managed to run it back from a 6-2 deficit. M80 showed what they were capable of at the start, but let's be honest, Heroic were lackluster. They were disjointed. They weren't a team at all. They were so separated from each other, and I think this round, this failed clutch from Uno, is one of the best demonstrations of that. But once Heroic did flip the switch, I mean, it was a completely different game.
In the words that we're able to listen into, we're paying them too much respect. I mean, that changed and they changed. And there's a couple of things that we sort of saw as the game went on. Heroic 100% grew into it. M80, unfortunately, I think once things started to shift a little bit too far away from them, it really felt the weight of it. They were struggling to have the same engagements they had before. They had so much less freedom. Okay, they went from attacking border to defending border. It is sided. But you look at the confidence they had in that opening half, even the first bit of their defense compared to the end of that, and that was a team just beaten down.
That's it. The two main traits that completely changed for Heroic were their teamwork and their confidence, right? And it's exactly what we heard over the hot mics coming through from the players. Uno was really making so much better calls about what the team needs to do, and he was saying, guys, trust my calls. Yeah. Let's play like a team. Let's play together. And as I was saying, that round where it was a 3v3 with 15 seconds to go, Uno finds 2 kills and starts planting, and his 2 teammates are nowhere to be seen. Perfect example of what was going wrong and what this team fixed. Mr. Officer, of course, was fired up, and we see some fist pumps going into the game. Uno is the leader, leading his team into what is now M80's map pick. Clubhouse should be a treat. We have not seen M80 play this map since September. So it's time to run it back and see whether we will go to map 3 or if Heroic can take it 2-0.
It's been a while. It's been a while, and a while is often the truest test, especially here. This is the joy of best of 3s opening up on groups, because best of 1s, as we've had for the other majors so far, is different. It is. You get such a smaller map pool. There was the very fun, fresh R6S statistic of on the first play day, we saw every single bomb site from every single map. Not just every single map. We saw everything. The whole thing, and you never really get that. It's been such a joy to see a lot of these teams bring out these more secretive maps and plays.
Absolutely. It's very exciting, especially when you see teams pick maps that they've seen their opponents play and look to counter. So that's exactly what's happened here. M80 going to Clubhouse, which they haven't played since September, but Heroic played just yesterday and barely won against Team Secret. And so there's a lot of information out there on how Heroic have been playing, and M80 are looking to read into that. As we go through the ban phase, yesterday Heroic banned the Dokkaebi and the Azami. It looks like they are going to go with that Azami once again, but instead the Monty ban on the attacking side. Not the first time during 6 Invitational that someone's banned Monty against M80. We saw it in the FaZe Clan match on Theme Park just yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they've got their books, they've got their prep and their stats. Yeah. They know what they want to limit here, and that is the push chance of the Monty. There are very awkward places for a Monty on this map. You're especially thinking of things like, you know, pushing up garage stairs, the rafters, pushing down dirt in this scenario. There's just places where Monty goes, and you don't want to play against that, that's fine. That's why we have the bans that we have. You don't want to play against his army. Yeah, that makes sense. I think M80 were using a lot of his army. They were using a lot of cover, and they were using it a lot more successfully than Heroic were. So Heroic have gone, I don't want to play that game again.
No, not at all. Something else that was a very impactful operator in the previous map was Mira, which M80 themselves have banned out. Heroic use that. Well, I'd say both teams used that operator to its fullest extent and really created some power positions. Here we go, though, for Heroic. A start down in Church and Arsenal. We've got the Kaid for a bit of hatch denial, but Joom here, the first player to find some blood, and he puts Spirits down, but not out as of yet. More than enough, though, to waste some time and health of M80 as Joom decides to fall back to site.
What a statement. or a sort of continuation of the game that they were playing before, and Spirits will get picked back up, will get revived, but the Buck especially, your soft destruction, if you're looking at Kitchen, if you're looking at these angles that they've got to be, you know, a little bit close to the fire on it, and you're looking at, oh, I don't know, James, 3 C4s on the other team, a whiff of some smoke, he is so close to being knocked apart, and as your only real soft breach here, outside of a couple of things in the pockets of Kino and Yoga, you got to try and keep that skeleton key as driven as possible. Talking of, they're pretty driven to try and match these firefights at the top of the stairs. If they get caught out, things can be a bit sketchy, but it seems like sketchy is what Gomez is expecting here with a slow and steady approach via Adam down towards blue.
Sloth, he's got some confidence here. You can see after map 1, where he went 0-8 at the start of the map, he's really starting to find his form, subbing in here for Heroic. It's been a tough road for this team, which just so recently made roster changes and of course had a little bit of drama, if you can call it that, and trying to make sure they got 5 legit players at this tournament. M80 though have made some good progress here. The double EMP from Yoga, that cleans him from utility, but it does guarantee the hatch to be opened. And oh, there's the C4 you're asking for.
Well, I was about to make a point about the fact that I think we saw a misthrow with the EMP before, but I guess it doesn't even matter if you just kill the guy. They should be able to hopefully find the claw depending on where it's placed. There it is. If you want to watch from home, that is actually very easy to do. You can generally hit the softs either side and get most of the places the claw is close enough to, and they should be able to get the hatch, but look at it's just the cost.
Oh, wow.
The Selma's and Noodle from bottom to top rocks Kino's head. The pressure on the back of blue. They're putting bullets into the wings and clipping them and trying to slow the birds, but Sloth just rotates out of there, tucks himself from the far end. They have a Goyo canister on the opposite side. They still think he's tucked behind it. There might be a reveal. They don't quite get the full breadth. They're back in sight, but there's only 20 seconds, and now he's back in, sets the fire off. That's gonna tick the whole time round. M80, all they've run into down here is Sloth and bundles of problems, so instead they hit the site. The C4 just does enough to stop that, the swing round. The kit is in nobody's pockets, and the first round is only in Heroics.
With 2 players on the attack, still alive, but staring at a floor made of fire and a cavern filled with gas, it's just not going to work out. Heroic played that game to perfection and prevented that execute. Great usage of the Vulcan canisters, the smoke babes, and just excellent work throughout the mid-round, guaranteeing a kill with a C4. Gets them to a strong start here on the second map, and Emmy, guess what? That is 7 rounds in a row from Heroic this series.
That's the whole map.
Well, yes, but it's across 2 maps. It's actually not one whole map.
I failed.
It's less like you have one whole apple, and more like you have 2 halves of different apples.
I want an apple. What's your favorite kind of apple?
You can't put 2 apples together. I like Pink Ladies. I think they are one of the superior apples.
I like Granny Smith, because they're sour like me.
Yeah.
Top floor, over to Jim, and we find ourselves trying to, I guess, rebuild from that first round. Let's shake it off, M80, and see if we can try and approach the second with a little bit more of what we expected to see from them. Okay. We throw ourselves back to the previous map, and it was a bit of back and forth either way in the opening half. It's not going to be any different, I think, here, but M80, they need to try and find themselves, I think, mentally back into this. They're obviously not quite as confident as they once were. How could they be? You suffer on the wrong end of this, and until you stop counting the rounds, Mr. James Devmarter, then they're going to find themselves probably suffering the wrong end of it. It's a curse you got to break, and the only way by breaking it is beating them, and that's not the way to start Uno. Where even was that? That was the window out the back of the brick stairs, and who have they lost but Thatcher?
That is devastating, and there's no doubt that Uno knows about it as well. I was going to say, with the Maverick ban from M80, this is going to be a Thatcher-centric match, which also brings into the equation bandit juggling. And I thought this round would be determined partially by that bandit juggle, not even necessary. M80 are going to struggle to clear off the original bandit batteries that it might not even come to that point.
Well, the windows are all open, and Noodle, they're being watched, and if this just gets shot through by either of them, it's a problem. He should shoot it open, but look at that. They're ready and waiting. Gomez suffers a bit. They did get Grizzly on the back end, and it's just waiting for a single...
Oh, the time.
There it is, Spirits. You're about to say the timing works against them, but just had enough of a cover, and they're able to get themselves back with the body advantage. A rotate might come around towards the Billiards window. Gomez is actually going to go a bit wider, potentially all the way over towards strip side.
This is where M80 need to take a leaf out of Heroic's book. Doesn't take much to shoot the Bandit batteries off this external wall, but now they have to deny the Bandit juggle. Is Uno in position to try and deny this exothermic with his battery? He is not, and indeed, the breach is open. Uno immediately goes down, leaving Sloth as the lone player near the site. June was downstairs. M80 have a minute to work with now to confirm this execute.
A much better reaction here from M80. They've made sure that everything is tested, checked, and time again. Doom gets one. They slink their way back towards the site. They're looking for the next fight, and they've got the drop and logistics hacks to worry about. That drone gets the first. He wants to try and lean into the engagement and see if he can get it as the lead-in, but look, they have the body count to just drone themselves ahead. The flash is on the back end. Spirit suffers a shake alongside Doom. The blinds across the back of the board as well. 40 seconds. And a bit of a fight over the opening. Can they get it? Oh, a mistimed sprint there with Doom getting one back. He's got to find more, but he can't. And finally, M80 breaks 7 rounds of loss to find their first win in a while.
Let's get 3 points here.
Let's get 3 points here, hey? Well, you're going to have to win 2 more maps to achieve that. There's a real chance here for M80 to get their heads back in the game. On their map pick of Clubhouse, they've already found an attacking round just 2 rounds in. I mean, typically I'd say Clubhouse, you'd expect a 3-3 or a 4-2 for the defense. So nothing to write home about yet. The big thing for me is historically, the last 3 times that Heroic have played Clubhouse over the course of the last 5 months, they've actually had a 58% attacking win rate. So when Heroic switch onto the attack, we would expect them to have quite a bit of confidence and competence. And so if this ends up at a 4-2 for M80, I still wouldn't count out Heroic.
I think that's it, as well as after the first map, how can you ever count out Heroic? They couldn't have been closer to death's door, and they pulled it back. They have that as a mind game they can go back to, and we'll see what bar is the extension. There has been 2 attempts at a spawn peak in a row. One more successful, the other was a 0.5 success, but we'll still count it. Will they expect it again?
Will they do it again, I wonder? So as we could typically expect on a bar defense, quite a heavy extension upstairs from Heroic. However, I do wonder at this Qayyid's effectiveness when we have the Thatcher on the board. M80 likely very early on will be looking to breach this jacuzzi wall. It is step 1 of attacking, and not only does it put a lot of pressure on this top floor, but it cuts off the retreat for any of these players down the main stairs. And so here comes Therm. Yoga to come and support with his EMPs. Grizzly feeling a bit of pressure. No Bandit juggle on the board, so this should be a pretty easy breach now for M80. The Qayyid trick. Is he going to double EMP it?
Oh, just in time. Run, Grizzly, run! Gomez suffers a bit of a break, but Grizzly suffers a little bit more. They threw themselves with the dedication there, and the impact was ready for a run out. Noodle wanted to try and get the angle on the far end. Doom, in the meantime, his amount of control and territory he has is fairly quickly slipping away. They are above. They have the hatch if they want to try and find a route out. He doesn't quite want to take it yet. He wants to see if he can get a head and a scalp before he has to drop down the hatch and go for the rotate. But as I said before in the previous round, M80 have definitely learned lessons and found themselves in a little bit more of a slow, steady, structured approach here. Grizzly, he's backed himself all the way. Sloth has some angle on the width. It's going to force Diaz to come over here and force the players out. If you are wanting the vertical control, to be honest, of all of it, construction is what you want. What are you planning, Sloth? And Noodle.
It looks like they're planning to go for a run out here, but I think Diaz placed the exothermic and didn't detonate. There we go. He detonates on his way out just to put perceived pressure on. Yoga's made his way here into Master. Finally, an opening pick as Spirits has taken control of logistics. Starts to clear out some Banshees, and this top floor control is paramount for M80.
Yeah, it looks like they're angling themselves up for a plant on the back end of Strip and Billiard's side, and well, with Heroic finally being forced out, you're still only looking at 50 seconds left, and there is still some utility underneath. Sloth, scraped and injured, and just going to sort of sit and wait for the approach to come against him, concerned about the big breach behind. Whether you're there or not, that's the point. You make it problematic to be there. Uno tucked in the meat locker, waiting for the width of the swing and the Alder that can just tear things close. But Diaz seems like he wants to take this fight to Uno. He's out of there. They know they got a bit of time. They can reformulate, remove, reposition, and try and reevaluate where this kit is going down. That is one of that 6 people about your team. You got time, you got to trade. It goes a little bit against you, but 10 seconds. And now with Uno putting the pressure, there goes Gomez. The kit's still making its way across. There's Kino getting one more, but Diaz, he's got to see if he can try and get this stuck down. And he doesn't need to finish it. One more round for M80 in a row.
Oh my god! Let's go! Oh my god! Oh my god, I'm famous! Oh my god!
A scary one of that though for M80. It was very, very late. I was looking at that 25 seconds left. And we still have players filing their way in through Freezer and Kitchen just to even get close to the bomb site. There was a real chance there that Heroic could have pulled that one away from M80 at the last moment. But stealing their nerve, M80 do manage to get a second attack in a row here. Emmy, this is already an excellent start for them on this attacking side. It does put that pressure back onto Heroic. They've tried Gym Bedroom, they've tried Bar Stage, and the only site where they found any form of success is down in Church and Arsenal.
Well, let's see if they can replicate that success from before. It was pretty good, but it did come down to time. It came down to M80 being burnt and locked out of the site. There was a part of it that almost was successful. The drive just right down, dropped the kitchen hatch, I think hit the corridor as well, and just got caught out by the C4. But after getting 2 kills inside the site itself, it's not that the round was a million miles away. And M80 are well aware of that fact. They could be sitting 3-0 right now. They want to be sitting 3-1. Let's see if they can try and drive it. A change here. Solace in the pockets of Sloth. Once again, a bit slow to get into gear here, unfortunately. Can it happen a little bit sooner? I guess it's one of the things that time will tell.
Well, Sloth is on such a powerful operator here. The Solus we've seen, one of the ultimate playmaking operators. You get so much information about what the attack is doing, whether it's spotting the diffuser if it gets dropped, whether it's spotting players on cameras, whether it's spotting the drones themselves, or other forms of utility like claymores and air jabs. Sloth, though, he is going to reveal his position with a spray upstairs as M80 begin to go for this map clear, breaching on that jacuzzi wall. My concern for M80 is even if they do succeed in the map clear, you look and you've got Echo and Goyo in for the late round, so keep that in the back of your mind. M80 need time to execute. Otherwise, they'll meet the same fate as they did last time attacking this bomb site.
Well, Sloth seems dedicated to hold on to the ground for now. There's a bit of width from the push. Doom has got some support structure, gets himself rotated, and well, with that being watched, it's a very dangerous route. They're sort of saying, we've got you surrounded, give up and, well, we'll still probably kill you, and Spirits is going to see if he can try. The pressure comes against the window, just misses out the first engagement, misses out the second, but that's why you have Kino in that position, ready for the swing, ready for the catch. It leaves just the Solace. Sloth.
Oh, is he going to do it?
I mean, I don't recommend this at home, people. Do not hide behind the toilets.
Well, this is either going to be amazing or terrible, but oh, there you go. Terrible it is. Yoga has spotted him out, and the rat play does not pay off for Sloth. Not yet, at least. He still has a chance to take one with him, but there's no way he escapes this alive. M80 are playing it smart, though. They're not feeding him. They're not getting over-aggressive. They're throwing the flashes in, and they dismantle him. This man can't do a goddamn thing.
A minute left. Noodle inside the meat locker.
Why?
Grizzly a little bit further up brick stairs. Uno the only one on the site itself. They're hoping to stress the time. And there's the first fight. There's your bit hard breach gone. Yoga gets the refrag, but well, you've just got now the thermite. Okay, they bought a plan B. They didn't always have that. Now Grizzly is inside the kitchen. They are really hoping to just steal the time and the lives. Misses the fight. Oh, and that is a huge moment that has slipped away from Grizzly. We know they're good at shutting it down. All the flashes in the world. They're around the corner. They don't quite get the fight and the angle. They've lost the man, and this is all precious, precious time. There's one for Grizzly. He's going to look for a second. He doesn't quite get it because they're like, we need to hit the site. They're sprinting. He's seeing if he can get the catch, but they're inside. They got the call. There's nobody there. We got the one kill. There's one more for Grizzly. The Echo. He's looking for the long range. Has the pre-fire. Cannot quite get the connection. It's Yoga. Just saves the round.
Oh no! You're gonna retire! Oh shit! Oh my god!
You're nasty. In all my years, I've never seen a round like that.
Hello, Heroic! Where are you?
Heroic continue continuing to throw bodies at the problem. Every time a risky play didn't work, they doubled down, they tripled down.
You're on each side, no communication of what you're gonna push on. You're hiding, for fuck's sake. What are we? Hello? We don't hide. We fucking contest. That's how we win. Right now, stop this bullshit.
Play with you together. Like this.
Come on,
constantly.
we got this.
Constantly together.
We fucking got
We
this.
need to do shit together. Even if we give one side up and play super aggro on the other side.
Can we listen to M80?
Bedroom denied.
Let's go, boys.
Get a little bit of M80.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we can't. It's kind of a shit example on this track because.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, but
I don't
this,
care. Forget
this we
the
just
track.
play
Not the
together.
setup. Play together.
It's not that hard.
Mainly Heroic.
Yeah, well,
it was that time.
things for sure is that Heroic is saying some interesting things.
I mean, it's a similar sort of talk they had before. They need to stay together. They're sort of cowering, they're hiding, and if you do that, look at what M80 did there. The amount of coverage, the amount of clarity. What M80 does very, very well in their attacks is that coordination. They have intel and they use it. They don't sort of sit around, and they make sure that they use it in a way that is precise.
This is the thing, and it comes down to the read, right? Heroic can play these aggressive plays if they have a good read of their opponent, that their opponent is not going to be expecting that. The thing with M80, as we've demonstrated, I think, to perfection that round, is that they leave no stone unturned. And we see this quite frequently, I would say, from North American teams. They tend to be very thorough. I'm thinking about Space Station, looking at how they played yesterday in particular, and M80 in this match, they will drone everything. They will be incredibly thorough, and the punishment of that is sometimes if a team can counter that well by contesting map control, shooting drones and peeling back and playing time, late round operators such as your Echo, your Goyo and your Smoke, then it does really punish that slow methodical playstyle, that really thorough, risk-adverse playstyle. But Heroic, I don't know if they've got that read as of yet. They are going to gym and bedroom instead of retrying that church and arsenal, which is the concern for me.
Yeah, I guess we'll see if the gym adaptation is one that they can try and get in. It was a bit scrappy last time round. M80 just sort of strong-armed themselves in. A couple of choice rotates did not quite function. Hey, remember how it opened? Yeah, that was right. Thatcher got spawn peaked and they couldn't get this wall properly open for a long time. Now, it's going to be a much quicker affair. There's still some weight here for the roll. There's the first Uno, there's the cover, too hard for each. They're gonna get this open, the second comes through. They do get the exothermic, so they did limit it, but the wall is opened.
I wonder if they're gonna try and redo this. There's enough manpower outside the balcony here for M80 for them to try and put another exothermic on while Gomez covers. And indeed, that's what they're gonna go for. There's no way you can test that Uno. Very brave man he is.
No, at that point you just let that wall fall, but you are happy that you took some of the utility away. They're making sure that they can't bandit trick bathroom. That gets opened and it does cut the site in half. Wants to take the fight. Couldn't quite get the angle, so pops themselves back in. Yep, droned out. That castle wall just behind him does get him some semblance of safety, but there is a big old glaring window next to him that is going to be deadlier sooner rather than later.
Now what's next step for M80? Typically teams will go and breach open that CCTV wall to prevent the peek from the window covering the master balcony so that they can play safely on that balcony. Uno is taking a fairly risky position. I believe he's looking under the castle barricade at the moment. A lot of Heroic, yeah, there you go. I mean, he doesn't really have a solid angle here. I mean, M80 still have quite a lot of players on this balcony. They're looking to just brute force this issue. We've seen M80 in the past. They're not afraid to just send it straight to site.
And that's it. They've got Gomez watching the stairs. They've got Spirits on the top of logistics as well. It's a 3-2-1, and they're inside the bathroom. They're going to swing themselves around on the site. It's being watched a bit. Sloth stops some of the progression, but with Grizzly winning the first on the far end, you can see a rotation coming underneath, and they've got themselves a bit stuck. Kino has the kit. Only 30 seconds, though. He's going to have to try and find a fight somewhere, and the game's been a bit rumbled. You're surrounded. They're in front of you. They're behind you with that castle wall. He's happy to play, but a double kill over the top. They're looking for the third. They still can't find their way out. The Nitro gets one. Uno gets Yoga on the castle, gets an option, and gets himself one teammate less, and suddenly Gomez is screaming through this, pre-fires the angle, but they've got a plant. There's the cover, there's the rotate back round. They see the ping on the player, they see the rotation, they're almost out of time. They just have to get it, they do!
We'll fucking play!
That's a clutch and a half from Doom. The 1v3 finally get Heroic back in the game after losing 3 rounds in a row. They find some magic and some brilliance, some of what we saw on map 1.
He nacho soda.
They're going to need a lot more of that to take this 2-0.
And as you said, they like to brute force some of their holds and their takes. They tried. They charged themselves in and then suddenly were stuck. The castle wall proved problematic. And one of the things was 3 of them broke in from that single. Nobody was on gym window. 1 player in that position able to at least draw a fight from Uno, maybe get the kill, and suddenly you have safety. Suddenly you have a side of it that you might be able to work with. They had a little bit of tunnel vision, a little bit too much of an impression of we can do this right now. Sometimes it does not quite hit the mark. Heroic. I mean, you couldn't get closer than a time round. Hey, what else was a time round? The only other one that they've won this game.
That's very true. Thinking about players like Doom, just being able to step up in a moment like that, it's not easy. It really isn't. I think Heroic played that defense fairly well. I mean, M80, like you said, going for that aggressive push. Heroic were pretty patient, happy to just play their crossfires, and they managed to even it up fairly well before M80 turned it around. Really narrow margins in really claustrophobic executes like that, but sometimes a 1v3, it's all it takes for some player to just put the round on their shoulders like Doom did just then. Okay, that's not a C4 I've seen much before, Doom, but I like the ambition.
Yeah, it was well rehearsed, but the Thatcher had, unfortunately for Heroic, already left, eked themselves further away. But look at this, probably the soonest we've seen Heroic players fall themselves back to the site since the very start. I think one of the things that we can sort of look at across the board here is Gomez is obviously having a huge game, 8-2. Nobody can really match that on the side of Heroic. All of them are suffering on the wrong end of the guns, no more so than Sloth once again. Unfortunately, really struggling to hold off and get into breaking back against the approaches here from the attackers. M80, they're getting themselves in quite quick. Loads of time to play with here, and as they start to clear across bar, with this much time, you know that the basement's going to be under pressure soon.
And Emmy, just looking at this lineup from Heroic, you know that they're going to be really powerful in the late round. You've got 2 shields to play off, you've got the smoke and the Vulcan canisters, and this really punished M80 last time. I mean, it's great that they're getting these hatches open, but there's so much more to do in the round. You can't be satisfied with just containing all the hard breach, because there's only a certain amount of explosives that M80 have available. I really like that play from Kino. He knows exactly where to put that Selma so that it doesn't get affected by the electric law, and as a result, he can open the hatch, and Gomez can open the round.
Yeah, I highlighted them at the start of this, and apparently they're going to highlight themselves as the first engagement. Gomez keeps screaming through whatever Heroic puts up against them, and Sloth, he loses life much earlier than the last time he held this position. That player's on a drone. They seem to have a bit of an awareness, but not quite enough. Noodle, he suffers from the hatch itself. The beeps are all around him. Spirits gets the lock-in with the skeleton key, and inside the site as well. Doom goes down. Spirits finally gets caught. They're trying to smoke and stop anybody else screaming through. Grizzly, oh, huge! Gets the double and suddenly brings it back into a 2 versus 2 from nowhere. Kino gets 1, leaves just Grizzly. Not for very long.
Kino's so good. You feel me?
And with that, Kino, so good. Gets it across the line for M80. That's a 4-2 half on their attacking side.
We just come to me.
He is simply diff. And that's putting a lot of pressure now on Heroic to match that 4-2 record on their own attack.
I mean, it's sort of how we saw it last time around. It was a 4-2 half, and we know how that ended up, but club functions very different. If anything, there's a little bit more with the defenders to work with, and let's see if M80 can try and work with it. You cannot argue that they have come back into this swinging. It started a little bit sketchy, but 2 rounds going to time. I mean, that's, as I said before, as close as it can be. You cannot emphasize how the 2 rounds from Heroic here have been eked through. It's not their map, fine. But still, if they want the 4 points, they got to try and find some of that magic from Border.
If there's anything as a consolation here for Heroic going into the second half at such a deficit, is that they are historically a good attacking team on this map. In the last 5 months, they have a nearly 60% win rate. If they can match that in this game, then yeah, they'll be up 4-2. But you know, it remains to be seen really, Heroic just seemed to be such a momentum and emotional-based team. We saw that on map 1, didn't we, right? Like, complete shambles at the start of the game. They start to find their confidence, they start to trust each other and work together, and they finally see some results. And as Mr. Officer said, like, what do they do hiding under tables and stuff in this game? They need to trust that if they play properly, they can win these rounds.
Exactly. They are great gunners. They sure are coming in on a bit of a back foot, but still, you are at this level and playing at this tournament because of the work that can be done by all of you. The Valk getting the clean eyes, hoping that they can get the catch with the C4s. There's ones already ripped and torn underneath, ready to see if they can pop the players, watching and waiting, but so is Noodle. Crept their way down, being droned ahead. There's a player to their left. Do they know? Well, now there's one to their right, and they know! Oh, he's inside! Gets the first, screams his way around. He's going to pull himself back. Might be able to remove the claw at this point, but suddenly Heroic, I mean, they're in. You got to pay attention towards the site itself. No longer watching the C4s and Valcams, just got to let them loose.
Yeah, I don't know how to put words to that one, but Noodle has certainly opened an opportunity that Heroic need to grab with both hands. Instead, Kino grabs that powerful pump, and Noodle gets a face full of buckshot. Maybe there is a chance now that Mayday can reconcile after that strange happenstance at the start of the round.
I mean, it's the big problem right now, isn't it? Is whatever M80 wanted to do, it's been sort of put to a side because of the pace that came through. The Kaid's gone. They're still running those just for the safety. They're looking for the Valcam to see if it's tucked around the corner. They're trying to find it. They also shot out the jukebox as well. They want to make sure that anything they do is not being watched. The ping's on the player. There's one on the stairs itself, and it seems that Gomez wants to continue the tear, and they have a pretty good gun in the right hands to do it. Joom creep their way in, and tempted by the idea of rolling a grenade for a second.
I mean, it's about hatch o'clock, I think. Uno, it's time to open up this kitchen hatch and start getting yourself some options. And Grizzlies all out of Selmas, so any further hatch work will be Uno, but it seems like Joom once again is the man of the hour.
Smoke gone as well. Your smoke gone, and that is one of the big operators for this kind of plant if you want to try and stop it. Diaz has to get a bit aggressive and go for the retake, but with that hatch gone, he's actually realized, well, they're going to try and drop Moto. It's being watched a little bit from above, just to buy them some safety. The width comes, but so does 15 seconds. That ominous beeping as Joom gets a kill right down the core. There's Sloth, tucked around the corner, finds his first, suffers a scrape on the second. Can't quite get the lock in, but Uno, he's going to see if he can stick the plant. Can there be some last second heroics from Yoga that we've seen from Heroic? Not this time.
Watch your fucking looks!
No fear at all from Sloth as he pursues that final kill. And Heroic, a fiery start on their attacking side. No doubt, confidence flooding through their veins after pulling off a ridiculous play like Noodle managed to achieve. Walking all the way down through the bottom of main stairs, through short into Moto. Hang on, there's a Kaid on cams in here. Freest kill of his life.
Do you know, I wouldn't have pegged this one to be one that turns into a bit of a bloodbath. I mean, it's always going to be a fight, don't get me wrong. But you ever watch a game, James, and you're like, this is getting a bit personal.
It really is, man.
It's getting a little bit naughty.
Being able to hear the comms is increasing that tenfold.
Obviously.
You know what is a big part of it as well is Heroic's up to some serious shenanigans.
Oh, yeah.
The way they are playing these rounds, there is some absolute tomfoolery going on. The M80's got to do something about it.
I mean, it's that sort of trade-off here. And obviously, for those watching at home, if this is your first time sort of experiencing the comms of players on esports, they say stuff in the heat and the passion of the moment. It doesn't carry on outside of the game.
Line fever.
Yeah, it's, you know, your blood's pumping, you're full of sugar and caffeinated beverages and a lot of water, so you're healthy. And then this energy of we gotta beat them, it comes out in volume, it comes out in pounding your chest and hitting the keys. And then afterwards you sort of diffuse and go, damn, we won, we lost, and you shake hands and move on with it. But this is what you enjoy, and I wouldn't have expected it to get this sort of scrappy. I'm enjoying my time.
I am too.
Ooh,
and well, that's one way to kick it off.
That's a huge player gone as well. I highlighted how important they were on the attack, and now that, I mean, I think it was at one point a 4.0 KD has only drifted to a 2.0.
Oh, wow.
Only.
What a shame.
But Sloth got his first 2 kills in the past round. So, this is that sign that, you know, if Heroic can go back to that game they did so well in their attack before. As he said, they're pretty good at attacking this map, and that is a bit concerning because all it does is trigger those flashbacks like that dog with that cupcake gif of, oh no, it's happening again.
All right. Hey, just talking about opening picks for a minute, something Jesse harped on a lot about on the desk.
He does do that.
Yep, he likes to have a good yarn. Heroic are a phenomenal opening kill team, one of the best in the biz, and they've once again started it. And now that they can go back to basics, you know, bit of shenanigans to get your opening pick and then just play standard, play slow, sort them out. The Spirits already had a bit of info on where that IQ was headed, and I think M80 are starting to read this. They figured out there's actually no one here on platform. It does take a bit of damage to someone way outside, I believe, on the top of Strip.
Yeah, look at this though, the strip take, it's not the most common scene, especially in EU as well. As you said, they sort of read where the hold is, and Noodle is knocking on the door. There's the open hatch, it's dangerous, the C4 can come up from behind, but there's a couple of tucked places you can put this kit down. The reveal of the player, the drop of the camera, the sort of statement that we're inside and we're putting the pressure on is something where M80 have to react.
Who's outside?
Well, Doom is, but not anymore.
Yeah, well, certainly not, because he's walked right into the waiting arms of Kino. There's so much information here in this lineup from M80. You've got the bulletproof camera, you've got the Solus, who can also see the plant going down, the Valk and the Echo, and that's the real scarcity for Heroic. They need to deny this information. They spotted out one of the Yokais, though.
Grizzly and Yoga, they're able to find one apiece, and one of them is the aforementioned Grizzly, but the Solace is now gone. No more tricky plays against the plant. 3 versus 3 with less than 30 seconds, and the verticality is still not entirely confident. Do they know about Diaz? I don't know if they do, but the Echo, they're in a position where they might swing into this. Noodle gets one, the dance is theirs, and well, Uno's going to see if he can stick it. Yoga does have an impact. Can he have an impact in time? Unfortunately not, and we are back level.
And Sloth's getting fired up as well. Really slow start to this series, but he's absolutely found his place now. Exceptional use of his gadget on the IQ as well. It was paramount in that round that Heroic could deny all of the possible plant denial that M80 had brought to the table, and basically all of it electronic. Great usage of his gadget and just a perfect read as well, always getting to that right position to take down those players. Not allowing that plant denial to be part of the equation. Now we're at even Stevens, Emmy. It's 4-4 on the scoreline. Heroic have not dropped an attacking round yet.
Yeah, M80, they haven't opted to use their timeout either. If this round goes away from them, they will. I don't think there's any real doubt about that. 3 losses in a row, the entire half as well, 100% failure rate is, well, as it often was with the same on the other side. Yeah, let's have a talk about this. Let's try and change things out. Since then, it's been a little bit more back and forth into Heroic's favor, but we are still far from over, as proven by the first map.
And M80 will be gunning to at least get the 1 point, take their own map pick. It was, of course, them who picked here Clubhouse. And Heroic brought back border in an incredible fashion. I've been bringing that fire here onto Club. Looks like it's a bit of a roam here from Spirits on the top floor. Yoga as well to join him. Good old roaming Warden. Give these guys a 1.5 and see what they can cook up. Guess what? It's Choom. 3 rounds in a row. He's opened up the game for Heroic, and he's already in the building, less than 30 seconds in.
Oh, June was not happy with them saying they wanted to retire Uno. They said, hey, leave our granddad alone. He's definitely driven himself back into this game, straight through the core and the heart of the building. There's players above, there's players below. His time should be ticking, but support is slowly coming round. Spirits goes down, gets 1, pulls himself back up, doesn't want to try and risk the resurgence in return. Yoga does suffer a bit of a scrape on the door itself, stuck onto the side. Bullets buzz by, Gomez gets caught, and Sloth holds the trigger, but Spirits, importantly, at least make sure they can still put a body back. Spirits on the top floor, Kino in the middle, stuck between the Joker and the Clown. In the middle with you.
What are his options, though? Getting back to site is not going to be easy now. Kino is all lonesome. Oh, but Spirits, that's perfect. Not only does he get back safe, he takes a body with him and evens up the numbers. Uno and Sloth now, both players have really come into their own in this second map. But Kino has that smoke, and Spirit, he's got that 1.5 times scope on the T5 SMG. He's shown what he could do with it. Just 2 more headshots, and this round could be over. M80 regaining the lead and finding their first defense.
The fact that Sloth has gone from No kills to 6 to almost an even KD over 2 rounds is something that Heroic can try and hold on to here. And Uno has been Mr. Consistent. Listen to your IGL. But Kino with the smokes. Spirit's in this position. A huge round from the Oryx so far. They have a little bit of wiggle room. The breach has come through. There's still plenty of time as the hatches get popped open. They're trying to find the clarity on just where the players are. Kino and Spirits have to make sure that they can try and pinch the fight at the same time. Uno has a drone on the far end. Sees that Kino is holding on. The first smoke pops onto default. They have 2 more. Another 30 seconds of waste is well within their reach.
Sloth's going dirt. Uno to go on the hatch. Kino is the perfect operator to deny this. Sloth is still in dirt as Kino's unsure. What is the play for Heroic? M80 not quite sure as of yet. That said, dirt now open. Kino vulnerable to Sloth, and Spirits may well have to be the playmaker here. Kino starts to move his way up from dummies, but he loses his head. It's now all up to Spirits in the 1 versus 2 Sloth on 1 sliver of HP. Is Spirits gonna be able to get past him? Absolutely not. He may be Sloth, but he ain't slow.
Over 3 rounds, screaming his way back to a positive KD, and you can see it on the faces of M80. And I'm sure we'll hear it on the voices of them too as they've called their timeout. Let's have a listen in to the NA team if we can.
It's really good. It's catching them off guard. They have no idea for the rest of the defenses how to hold this. They have no idea. All of their strats, now they only see the openings. Oh shit, they can push here, they can push here. Let's use that as an advantage. 1 round, we can do maybe default. Next round, we can go back to the randomness, you know?
Yeah, we need to be careful with them changing what they're doing for our attacks, because they just take us out. So now their coach is going to come with shit.
One of the things that you also have to think about, they actually don't know how to defend for shit. Nothing. They're just panicking, just trying to go aggro.
Like this, okay? You guys prefer to do safe now?
Yeah, go cash.
You going to say gym?
I think cash, no? I said gym.
He said gym.
Fish? TV, bruh.
I'll tell you what, it was very clear when we switched from listening to Heroic to switching to M80, and the main reason is because Heroic were talking a hell of a lot more.
I mean, wouldn't you?
Usually not a good sign for the team that is not talking. Typically means that they don't have a lot of good things to say. M80, though, they were just discussing which site to go. Ended up going gym. And as we can see, trying a 3rd different bomb site. They haven't yet tried this one. Failed on Church Arsenal twice, failed on their bar stage. And it's looking like a rough outlook from here for the NA fellas. There's a lot of work ahead of them. And you can just start to feel it. Heroic, when they get the ball rolling, there's no stopping them.
It's so tough because, as I said, we know the capability of M80 and you see these sparks of life, but sometimes the unknown entity is the hardest thing to fight against. It's the hardest thing to control. The famous phrase is, how could they play on their day?